Bewitching Prince Spoils His Wife, Genius Doctor Unscrupulous Consort Chapter 70-75 to Chapter 72-58. What you said makes sense. However, the other party might not be a trustworthy person after all. We should be careful. The shopkeeper still had some reservations. They had always been very secretive about this kind of business. Once others found out, they would be targeted and it would become very troublesome. Therefore, even if there was a possibility of making money, he would not act rashly. Compared to the money he would earn, the price he had to pay for this failure was undoubtedly much greater. Yes, let's continue to observe. The attendant was a little disappointed. If they did not succeed, it meant that he would not be able to get his hands on the pills. It was such a rare opportunity. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen relaxed a little when they heard the news reported by Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Since he has already started to change his mind, it's only a matter of time. Di Beichen smiled faintly. You're smart. You successfully used this pill to attract him. The attendant's attitude was obviously on their side. If it were not for the pill, it would not be easy for them to get this kid to change his mind. It's never a bad thing to have more skills. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Refining pills was not only for one's own use. Many times, it could achieve good results. However, with our current situation, it's already very difficult to gain their trust and buy the spirit-devouring stone. I'm afraid it'll be even more difficult to get the method to enter the crossing immortal domain from them. Thinking about it carefully, these two matters could not be compared at all. If it were not for the people here, the other party would not tell them no matter what. Di Beichen's eyes darkened. This was indeed a problem. If there was no other way, they could only use force. However, under such circumstances, whether force would achieve the desired results was a problem. Don't worry. Since we're already here, it's okay to spend more time. Di Beichen comforted. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. You're right. Let's take it slow. There has to be a process. Everyone knew that the door to the crossing immortal domain was closed. Even if there was a way, the other party would definitely not say it. If they used other methods and the other party hid it, it would be very troublesome. Actually, this attendant is a breakthrough. We can think of more ways to get him. Di Beichen smiled. A person who was already tempted. As long as they added some other bargaining chips, it should not be difficult to bribe him. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. The next day, when the waiter brought the food, Di Beichen asked, Little brother, I don't know if there is any news about the matter we asked you to inquire about. The attendant's expression was complicated for a moment, and his smile was a little stiff. Young master, this kind of thing is not so easy to find. You also know how difficult it is to get a spirit-devouring stone. Even if you have the money, it is still very difficult to find it outside. You're right. We're not in a hurry. I hope you can put in more effort. Di Beichen nodded. Don't worry. I'll let you know if I have any news. Di Beichen stood up. We've been here for a few days. We haven't gone to other places. Let's go to other places today. Will it be dangerous? This time, we actually came here by accident. We don't know much about this place. I've observed for a few days and found that there are no outsiders here at all. Won't the two of us be ostracized by people here? Di Beichen's expression was sincere, but there was a faint trace of worry. The attendant finally understood and secretly thought that this man was quite smart. His worried look really didn't show the slightest hint of a conspiracy. He increasingly felt that the innkeeper's worries were unnecessary. If the other party was really fearless, why would he need to worry about this? Gongzi, your words actually make some sense. You can see that we're in a small town and the people who live here are some old residents. The frequency of outsiders appearing is indeed not high, and their sudden appearance will inevitably cause people to be apprehensive. The attendant replied. So, we can't inquire about it ourselves? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. Hearing this, the attendant's expression changed slightly and hurriedly said, I think it's best not to. This kind of thing is not easy to inquire about, and you're outsiders, oh. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded seriously, little brother, you don't have to be too difficult. If there's nothing else, we'll leave in a few days. Ah? The attendant's mood suddenly became more complicated. Once the two of them left, the elixir he wanted, when the attendant left, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching smiled slightly. The reason why they said this was to make the attendant a little anxious. This way, their chances would be greater. Let's go out for a walk. Bewitching stretched out his hand. You really plan to go out? Nothing happened to Ning Yaoyao these few days because she was accompanied by a flower protector, but the situation might not be the same if the two of them went out. Why not? Bewitching asked back, just treat us as Dao companions going out to relax and accidentally came here. Okay. Bailey Hongzhuang extended her hand. After leaving the inn, the two of them sized up the situation in the small town. They had to admit that the environment here was very good. However, as the two of them appeared, many people's gazes fell on them, sizing them up strangely. When the two of them turned their gazes over, the other party was silently busy with the matters at hand. Bailey Hongzhuang and Lin Mingya did not mind. They walked along the street and looked around. In fact, although this small town couldn't be considered prosperous, it still had everything it should have. However, most of the things sold on the streets were food, clothing, and so on. There were also many weapons, but there were no pills, runes, or the like. No wonder that little brother's eyes were filled with greed when he saw my medicinal pills. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood. If she guessed correctly, this place should be a place where the spirit-devouring stone business was conducted. In the process of this development, many people came here. However, alchemists were usually quite revered outside, so very few alchemists would come here. On one hand, it was because alchemists themselves did not lack money. On the other hand, it was undoubtedly very difficult to find enough immortal spirit herbs in this place. There were not many immortal spirit herbs in this mountain range. Therefore, without enough immortal spirit herbs, even if alchemists were willing to stay here, it would be useless. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Bewitching and smiled. You brought me out to find an opportunity, right? No. Bewitching shook his head. It's mainly to take you out to relax. Heh. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. But you're right, this is indeed an opportunity, but we still have to find a suitable time to carry it out. The two exchanged glances and seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. As they wandered around the town, almost no one had the slightest intention of talking to them when they saw them. They weren't even willing to exchange glances with them. The two weren't in a hurry and just leisurely looked around, as if they were here to play. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly noticed a familiar figure in front. Ning Yaoyao was in front of two men, and she could vaguely hear them arguing. Yaoyao, this guy isn't anything good. It's better for you to follow me. Yaoyao, don't pay attention to him. I'm much better than this guy in every aspect. Ning Yaoyao lazily looked at the two, a hint of playfulness in her eyes. I already have a target this time. Didn't you not find that man? Besides, that man already has a Dao companion. The night is long, why don't I accompany you first? The man's face was full of smiles, and his eyes unabashedly sized up Ning Yaoyao. Ning Yaoyao raised her eyebrows. There are two of you here, and I like strong ones. Hearing this, the two men immediately understood what she meant and immediately swung their fists at each other. Seeing this scene, Bailey Hongzhuang was secretly speechless. Ning Yaoyao's troublemaking methods were really amazing. Fighting over this kind of woman? I think these guys really haven't seen the world. Xiao He was speechless. In Pingfeng City, it was Ning Yaoyao who was looking for men, but here, she was being fought over by men. Sure enough, the situation was different in different places. Let's go over there. Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't interested in this kind of drama, so she turned and walked to the other side. The two of them walked forward until they reached a cliff. Only then did they stop. This was a natural moat. From afar, one could only see dense fog. It was impossible to see the situation on the other side. It was as if heaven and earth had been separated here. This place is interesting. Bailey Hongzhuang stared ahead. Even if she used her spiritual power, she could not detect the situation in front of her. The fog in this natural chasm seems to have the ability to block mental power. It seems like the crossing immortal realm is just ahead. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression changed slightly. You're saying it's in front? Normal places wouldn't have such a special fog. This kind of fog is like the fog in the perception steel. It's very difficult to pass through. There was also a natural chasm between the crossing immortal domain and the immortal domain. This natural chasm also reminded them of the gap between half-immortals and true immortals. Coincidentally, there's a natural chasm here, and it's very far from the other side. Doesn't this match the description that we've heard? Bailey Hongzhuang carefully studied the situation in front of her and connected the information in her memory. She realized that this was indeed the case. You're right, this should be it. However, it should be very difficult to get there from here. With their current cultivation level, it was not a problem for them to fly in the air. However, if the distance between them and the heavenly moat was too far, they would run out of origin energy halfway. After all, there was no shelter around them. They would definitely die if they fell into the heavenly moat. Bewitching walked back and forth in the vicinity. He did not find any place that could lead them to the heavenly moat. There was a hint of confusion between his eyebrows. Since this town has a devouring spirit stone trade with the cultivators in the crossing celestial realm, it means that we can meet them. However, we haven't found a way yet. Don't worry, we'll find some clues if we spend more time. This was not out of their expectations. If it was so easy to find out, everyone would know about it. It would not be a secret at all. Just when the two of them were deep in thought, a cold voice could be heard from behind them. What are the two of you doing here? When the two of them heard the cold voice, they turned around and noticed a middle-aged man behind them. The man seemed to be dissatisfied with the two of them. There was a hint of anger in his voice. We just happened to come here, so we're just looking around. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. A ray of light flashed in her eyes. It seemed like this man knew something. This is a heavenly moat. Once you fall into it, you'll definitely die. You'll lose your lives if you stay here. The man said coldly. Thank you for your concern. Bewitching did not seem to notice the displeasure in the man's voice. He smiled gently and said, We'll be careful. The middle-aged man did not know what to say when he saw Bewitching's relaxed expression. Let's not stay here anymore. Let's go back. Is there something that we can't come here? Bailey Hongzhuang pretended to be confused. We've never seen such a heavenly moat before. So, we just wanted to take a look. It said that this is the border between the chaotic celestial realm and the crossing celestial realm. The man's expression immediately turned cold. You are just two outsiders. Every place has its own taboo. Our town has never welcomed outsiders. If you continue to act like this, then don't blame me for driving you out. Big brother, the two of us only came here by accident. We don't have any intention of violating the rules. We hope that you won't target us too much. Bewitching pulled Bailey Hongzhuang a few steps away from the natural moat. Actually, we think the environment here is pretty good. Then leave this place quickly. If others find out, you won't be able to stay here even if you want to. The man snorted coldly before flicking his sleeves and leaving. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Xianxia did not continue to stay here. However, they were certain that this was the place they were looking for. The people here are really rude. Xiaohei clicked her tongue. Based on the man's behavior, she could not wait to beat him up. Bailey Hongzhuang tilted her head. This man must know a lot of things. It would be great if we can find a breakthrough from him. However, he seems difficult to deal with. I'm afraid it's almost impossible to get anything out of him. Don't worry. We'll find a breakthrough eventually. Bewitching's expression was casual as he walked towards the inn at a leisurely pace. On the way back, the two realized that the fight between the two men over Xianxia had come to an end. A man fell to the ground, and the air was filled with the faint smell of blood. The other man stood next to Xianxia in a victorious manner. Xianxia did not even glance at the man on the ground and left with the other man. The man on the ground could only stare hatefully at their departing figures, his eyes full of depression. Lu Qiu, your injuries are not light. You should go back and recuperate first. Is it worth it for a girl? It's not like there aren't any other girls in town. The surrounding people voiced out. In order to perform well in front of Xianxia, the two men did not hold back at all. With such injuries, I'm afraid that a few of his ribs are broken. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at the man on the ground and already had some judgment in her heart. Such injuries were undoubtedly very serious for ordinary people, but for cultivators, they could recover after a period of rest. The man stood up and left with a gloomy expression. As they walked, Bailey Hongzhuang found that the man's route was actually the same as theirs. Until they reached a house, the man stopped and walked inside. "What's wrong with you?" A deep and concerned voice rang out. Hearing this voice, Bewitching raised his eyebrows. This voice sounded quite familiar. Taking a closer look, the two realized that the person who spoke was the middle-aged man they met at the natural moat. Looking at the similar faces of the two, they could tell that the two were father and son. "I fought with that guy." Lu Qiyu coughed as he spoke. This cough made the injuries on his body even more painful, and a trace of pain appeared on his face. "Your health has not been good recently, and you still fought with someone." The man's eyes were filled with anger. "If you continue to cause trouble, be careful of losing your life." Second uncle had always been well behaved, but didn't he still lose his life in the end? "I'm afraid that I won't be able to live for much longer." "What nonsense are you talking about?" "How am I talking nonsense?" Lu Qiyu looked stubborn. "I've been coughing for so long. Why can't they find anything wrong with me? Isn't that strange?" The middle-aged man's expression also became complicated. He didn't say anything. It was as if these words had hit his sore spot. He raised his head and suddenly saw Bewitching and Li Du outside. His face immediately became gloomier. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching tactfully left. "Wife, have you found any clues?" Bewitching turned to look at Bailey Hongzhuang. These two people were undoubtedly a good breakthrough point. If he could find the problem, it would be much easier to gain their trust. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly. "This Lu Qiyu is already injured. From my observation, other than the visible injuries, I can't determine anything else. Unless I take his pulse, I won't be able to tell. However, based on the middle-aged man's attitude, it wouldn't be easy to take his pulse." Bewitching understood. He had also studied medicine for a period of time. He knew that many things couldn't be seen at a glance. But no matter what, this was a good breakthrough point. Thinking about it, they would find the right opportunity. "Did the two of you find anything when you went out today?" The attendant looked at the two of them curiously. They had only gone out for a short walk before they found him. They must have discovered something and wanted to ask him about it. "Little brother, you're really smart, but we didn't find anything. We were just curious and wanted to ask for some information." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "Do you know Lu Qiyu?" "Lu Qiyu?" The attendant was stunned at first, but soon understood. "You saw him being beaten up so badly just now, so you came to ask me this, right?" Indeed, the scene just now was really shocking. "Actually, there's nothing much to say about this matter. It's just two people fighting over jealousy." The attendant waved his hand and said, "Speaking of this Lu Qiyu, he was actually the most talented young man here, but something happened later." "What happened?" The attendant was a little hesitating whether to speak. "When we came back just now, we heard him arguing with his father, saying that he wouldn't live long like his second uncle, and he seemed very depressed." Bewitching quietly said. Hearing this, the attendant nodded. "That's right. A few years ago, their family seemed to have been cursed, and people kept dying. In the past, their family was considered a big family here, and they had a lot of people. But for some reason, someone suddenly coughed until he died. In just a few years, several people in their family died. Because of this, their family suffered a great blow. After that, many people were worried that they would be infected and implicated by their family, and gradually became estranged. I heard that Lu Qiyu has started coughing, so everyone thinks that he won't live long." "Curse?" Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. This curse was actually a kind of dark power, but the way it was used was different. "That's right. How are you sure that this is a curse?" Bewitching's eyes darkened slightly. "I observed the strength of Lu Qiyu and his father. With the strength of their family, if they want to force so many people to fall one after another, the power of the curse would be enormous. As the son of darkness, he had never believed in curses. Even if a cultivator accumulated the power of darkness and shrouded a certain area, it would only make that area gloomy and cold. It was impossible for two cultivators of the same cultivation to rely on this kind of power to cause the other party to die one after another. I don't know. The waiter shook his head. I only heard about it. When this incident first occurred, no one thought in this direction. However, because they couldn't find the cause of the illness, and this situation only occurred in their family, it was very strange. Over time, everyone believed that it was a curse because other than that, there was no other reason. Wife, what do you think? Bewitching asked via voice transmission. The power of the curse sounds strange, but in reality, it shouldn't be able to achieve such an effect. It's most likely caused by someone else. I think so. 2. After the two communicated their thoughts, Bewitching said, to tell you the truth, my wife is actually a doctor. She heard what Lukiyu said earlier, so she was very interested. I didn't expect you to be a doctor. In our place, there has always been only one doctor, and their status is very high. The attendant said with a smile. His attitude towards Bailey Hongzhuang had changed a little. Recalling the way she casually took out a pill, he roughly guessed that this lady was not only a doctor, but also an alchemist. There had always been some connection between the two. For cultivators, it was rare for them to fall sick, but almost every cultivator could not do without pills. Little brother, your doctor has checked Lukiyu's house, and hasn't found any problems? The attendant nodded, yes, the standard of the doctor in our town is also very good. Usually, if there is a small problem, everyone will go to him for treatment, and there is nothing that can't be cured. However, Lukiyu's family really can't find any problems, so everyone thinks it is a curse. Actually, I have always been very interested in some difficult and miscellaneous diseases. I wonder if I can help to check. Bailey Hongzhuang asked tentatively. Sir, I advise you not to take it. The attendant advised that Lu Jin is not someone easy to deal with, and in these few years, his personality has become very strange, and he almost doesn't have much contact with everyone. If you visit him at this time, I'm afraid he won't accept your kindness at all. Lu Jin can't, but Lukiyu can. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Doesn't he already have symptoms of coughing? I am really curious. Hearing this, the attendant paused. Compared to Lu Jin, Lukiyu is indeed easier to talk to, but they may not believe outsiders. We will have to rely on little brother's help. Don't worry, we will definitely not treat you unfairly. Why do the two of you want to do such a laborious and unrewarding thing? The attendant looked at the two of them suspiciously. Not to mention that this matter did not have any benefits for them, they even had to give up some things. Wasn't this too not worth it? As long as it was a normal person, they would not do such a loss-making transaction. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Don't think too much. In fact, I have been immersed in medical skills for many years, and have always wanted to have more breakthroughs in this field. Normally, I wouldn't miss out on any difficult and complicated cases. Fortunately, I managed to solve many of them. We didn't gain anything from this trip, but we're very interested in the power of the curse you spoke of. Thus, we want to give it a try and see if I can break it with my medical skills. My wife is very obsessed with medical skills. She is also known as a divine doctor in our original city. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to see through the medicinal pills you need at a glance. The attendant looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in surprise. No wonder this lady took out the bone-refining pill. She had already seen through his situation. Miss, if my help is successful, I wonder if the pill. The attendant's face was full of smiles. He was afraid that it would be impossible to rely on his own shopkeeper for the time being. He had been thinking about the medicinal pills all day long. Sure. If you succeed, I'll give you this pill as a thank you gift. Don't worry, I'm familiar with Lukiyu. Leave this matter to me. Just wait for my good news. If we can find the root of the problem, we should be able to gain some trust. However, if we can't find the root of the problem, I'm afraid that Lu Jin will rush over directly. Bailey Hongzhuang was a little helpless. Looking at Lu Jin today, she knew that this person was very difficult to deal with. Actually, there is one advantage to having such a character. Once he accepts, he should not hold back too much. Bewitching said. Are you sure? Bailey Hongzhuang was a little doubtful. I see that he is very repulsed by outsiders. Even if we help him, I'm afraid that he will still be cold and unwilling to accept it. It will still take some time. However, as long as we succeed, he will not show such an expression again. Bewitching smiled faintly. In the past few years, almost everyone has kept their distance from his family. He can feel all of this himself. The affection of providing charcoal in snowy weather often has a greater impact. Vaguely, he always had a premonition that this Lu Jin was very likely to be the breakthrough. The next day, Bailey Hongzhuang were about to go out when they saw that the attendant had called Lu Qiu over. Dear guests, my task has been completed. The attendant was full of smiles as he pushed Lu Qiu forward with both hands. Lu Qiu looked at the two people in front of him with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Hey, are you sure this is reliable? Brother, don't worry so much. Just treat it as doing me a favor. The attendant said. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the attendant's efficiency and a faint smile appeared in her eyes. She had to admit that this speed was very satisfactory. She was now a little curious about Lu Qiu's situation. She also wanted to know who was causing trouble and why everyone thought that it was a curse. You want to treat my illness? Lu Qiu looked at the two lazily. His expression was full of disbelief. It was only because of their relationship that he appeared here today. Young Master Lu, please come in. Bailey Hongzhuang was very polite. This humble one has heard about young Master Lu's troubles. I happen to be a doctor, so I wanted to take a look. I hope I didn't disturb you. Lu Qiu originally didn't have a good impression of these two people. Many people had already regarded them as people who were doomed to die, and even thought that they were the gods of plague. Regarding this point, he was already extremely unhappy in his heart. Now that two outsiders mentioned this matter, in his opinion, they simply wanted to see him make a fool of himself. However, looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's sincere look, he felt a little better. You see, our family's illness has been treated by several doctors, but they couldn't find a way to cure it. I think you should just stop wasting time. Lu Qiu sat down on the stool. The woman in front of him looked very young. Although it was impossible to judge a cultivator's age based on their appearance, he was certain that this person was definitely younger than him. At such a young age, his medical skills would not be that good. It would be a waste of time. Bailey Hongzhuang also understood Lu Qiu's heart, so she didn't say anything else. I wonder if young master can tell me the situation of your family's illness? Lu Qiu's expression revealed a taboo and said impatiently, aren't you a doctor? You can diagnose it yourself. If you can't diagnose it, then don't waste my time. Lu Qiu saw that the lady in front of him had been silent all this while and was rather puzzled. His attitude was already so bad, but the other party wasn't angry at all. There was indeed something different about her. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had just taken his pulse when a figure rushed into the room. What are you doing? A hand pulled Lu Qiu behind him. Then, everyone saw Lu Jin, whose face was filled with anger. Father? Why are you here? Lu Qiu looked at Lu Jin in astonishment, obviously not expecting him to appear at this time. I should be the one asking you, what are you doing here? Lu Jin's face was ashen and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Lu Qiu was obviously very wary of Lu Jin and immediately revealed everything. This lady is a doctor, so she wants to take my pulse. Nonsense. Lu Jin shouted coldly and then looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching with an unfriendly expression. These two people are of unknown origin and have nothing to do with us. Why would she want to take your pulse for no reason? Speak, what are the two of you trying to do? Faced with the aggressive Lu Jin, Bewitching had already blocked in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Senior, we just heard that Master Lu has contracted an illness and wanted to take his pulse to find a cure. Don't spout nonsense in front of me. These words might be able to fool my son, but it's far from enough to fool me. This is really our intention. Bailey Hongzhuang emphasized. Lu Jin snorted coldly, don't think that I don't know what you're planning. Let me tell you, it's hopeless. With that, he directly pulled Lu Qiu out of the room. Let's go. Father, Lu Qiu was pulled away without any explanation and didn't even have time to say anything from the beginning to the end. In a moment, The three people in the room looked at the two people who had disappeared and the atmosphere became rather awkward. I also didn't expect Lu Jin to suddenly appear. The attendant's expression was complicated. This was originally going to be quite smooth, but he didn't expect it to develop into this in the end. Bailey Hongshuang waved her hand. Lu Jin's attitude was within their expectations, but it was much faster than they had expected. It's fine. You've done your best. Bewitching took out a pill and handed it to the waiter. This is your reward. Looking at the pill in his hand, the attendant's expression became very complicated. Actually, I didn't handle today's matter well. You've already brought him here. Take it. Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly. Who would have thought that you would be able to find him so quickly? That's already amazing. The attendant hesitated for a moment before accepting the pills. Don't worry, I'll definitely think of another way. No need. Bewitching said, what happened today has angered Lu Jin. Lu Qiu won't be coming over anytime soon. Don't go looking for him, lest you get implicated. This? All right. The attendant nodded and didn't continue to emphasize this point. He also understood that Bewitching's words made sense. With Lu Jin's character, he would definitely be looking for trouble if he went over at this time. He might even be scolded and come back. That kind of situation. He didn't want to experience it. However, the guilt in his heart couldn't dissipate. He felt guilty for taking the pill. He could only try to help these two in other ways. Bailey Hongshuang shook her head slightly. Lu Jin appeared too quickly. I couldn't tell. If it was a normal illness, she might be able to tell in such a short time. However, this was a symptom that was difficult to tell. There was no way to tell. They finally found such an opportunity. It was such a pity that they missed it. Noticing the pity in Bailey Hongshuang's eyes, Bewitching said gently, there will be another chance. That's true. However, we can't find a breakthrough on either side. Moreover, after this incident, I'm afraid that everyone will be more wary of us. Bailey Hongshuang sighed faintly. Although what happened just now happened inside the house, such a big movement had already attracted many people's attention. In this small town, where almost everyone knew each other, the news would spread quickly. It would be much more difficult to find another opportunity like this. Bewitching was silent. Hongshuang was telling the truth. That Lu Jin really doesn't know how to appreciate others' kindness. Look at him. Most people wouldn't even bother with him. Xiaohe was indignant. She was already very unhappy with Lu Qiu's attitude. Lu Jin's attitude was even more exaggerated. They were indeed father and son. Ordinary people couldn't stand their tempers at all. It's our fault that we can't find another breakthrough. If we can find an apothecary, then we don't have to waste time on them. Xiaobai shook its head. It understood its master's helplessness. They finally came to the border of the crossing immortal domain. However, they couldn't enter it. It was really worrying. If it really doesn't work, why don't we try to bribe someone? Xiaobai suggested. It was too difficult to gain someone's trust. Between the two methods of coercion and bribery, the second method was more feasible. That's one way. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. However, the target of this temptation. I'm afraid we have to cast a wide net. Upon hearing this, Bewitching and the two beasts looked at Bailey Hongshuang. When the waiter heard that Bailey Hongshuang was going to open a shop here, he was dumbfounded. Sir, did I hear wrongly? Are you planning to open a shop here? What kind of joke was this? These were two outsiders, they had never accepted outsiders. They had only stayed here for a short period of time, but they had already been rejected by many people. Now, they even wanted to open a shop here. Wasn't this nonsense? We don't have much to do now anyway, so we've always just gone wherever we go. The scenery here is pretty good, and the living environment is very suitable. It just so happens that you don't have any alchemists here, right? I think that if we open a pill store, the business should be pretty good. The attendant, who was about to object immediately, hesitated after hearing the last part. We really don't have any alchemists here. Usually, if you want to buy pills, you have to go to a place far away, isn't that it? Bailey Hongshuang's eyes lit up. But, you're outsiders. Don't tell me that you haven't had any outsiders in all these years? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. The attendant thought for a moment and said, "It's not that we haven't had any outsiders in all these years, but it has been more than 10 years. It's not easy to be accepted by everyone." Hearing this, the attendant was slightly startled, but after he reacted, he couldn't help but laugh. He didn't know when he started to be considerate of these two customers. Perhaps it was because the two of them happened to give him the pills he needed, or perhaps it was because the two of them didn't have any bad intentions. After staying here for so many years, he had come into contact with some scheming people, but the feeling he had was completely different from the two of them. "So, we just need to spend a little more time." Seeing the two of them in high spirits, the attendant didn't say anything else. "If the two of you are really determined, I can help the two of you find a suitable shop. Then I'll have to trouble you," Bailey Hongzhuang said with a smile. Although they had made this decision, they still needed help to find a suitable place. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to find it by themselves. "It's a piece of cake, leave it to me." The attendant patted his chest, indicating that there was no problem at all. The two of them were originally full of confidence. Now that they had the attendant's help, it should be easier to proceed. Although many people didn't accept them at all, for something that everyone could use, there would definitely be people who would buy it. In this way, this was already a breakthrough. The reality was just as the two of them expected. After everyone knew about Lu Qiu, the rejection of Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang became even stronger. "Shopkeeper, these two guys are of unknown origin, and they are so interested in the Lu family's curse. I think these two are probably good at evil, it's best to not let them stay here. Our place has never welcomed outsiders, and these two are so strange. Why don't we work together and chase them out? You have to make a decision. Anyway, as long as you don't let them stay here, we won't let them stay." The shopkeeper's expression was very hesitant. "I've already heard about this matter." Actually, the two of them didn't have bad intentions. He had already heard the whole process from the attendant. Although he felt that it was a bit strange, the two of them didn't have any bad intentions. He just didn't expect things to develop like this. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, the others all showed dissatisfaction. "I say, shopkeeper, you couldn't have been bribed, right? Isn't it strange that these two people came here for no reason? Don't forget what we've always done." When Bailey Hongzhuang came downstairs, they happened to hear the crowd's conversation. Noticing their appearance, the crowd's expressions were still ugly. It was as if they didn't care about what Bailey Hongzhuang thought. Seeing this, they pretended they didn't hear anything and slowly walked out of the inn. "From the looks of it, we have to find a place as soon as possible. Otherwise, the shopkeeper won't be able to withstand the pressure," Bailey Hongzhuang said. Bewitching nodded slightly. "He has already gone out to help us find a place. He should be very fast. We should be able to leave in about 2 days." "I hope so." Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for the attendants to find a place for them. "Master, if we really can't do it, we can just build our own house." "It's not like we haven't done it before," Xiaohe suggested. The situation was much better than what Bailey Hongzhuang had expected. It didn't take long for the waiter to find a suitable house for them. "I didn't expect you to be so fast." "It's really unexpected." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. The waiter scratched his head. "This house is related to me, so it's very convenient to rent it to you. But you can see the current situation. Everyone doesn't approve of you staying here. Even if you open this shop, I'm afraid it won't be easy." "It's okay. This situation is also within our expectations." After Bailey Hongzhuang saw that the situation of the shop was quite difficult, they moved out of the inn. The place that the waiter found for them was not big, but it was enough for the two of them. There was a shop front in front and a house behind for living. During this process, they became more and more familiar with the waiter and learned that his name was Xianxia. "If you want to make a signboard, you have to go to the shop behind the town and ask someone to help make a signboard." The waiter looked at the door. Since they were going to open a shop, a signboard was naturally indispensable. "Thank you." "Then you go ahead. If you need any help, you can find me. I have to go back to the inn now." After the waiter introduced the situation here, he took the lead and left. Bailey Hongzhuang and Dijio also noticed that many people outside had noticed them moving here. There was a bit of sizing up in their eyes. The two closed the door directly. They were obviously not interested in finding a place outside to make a signboard. They didn't know what kind of cold treatment they would receive there. Therefore, the two took this opportunity to go back to the upper realm. Everything was fine in the upper realm. After Di Xiaofeng and the others returned, the Di family's hearts calmed down a lot. Di Beichen directly ordered someone to do the signboard and asked someone to help buy some necessary things. Only then did he go to the martial arts field. Since Xiaofeng came back, he is focused on guiding the family's disciples in cultivation. He comes to the martial arts field almost every day. Everyone likes him very much. Practicing martial arts has become the favorite thing of almost every disciple. Lin Yanqing's face was full of smiles. Seeing that her two sons were so promising, she really felt very proud. Big Brother is indeed very interested in this. I believe that with his guidance, everyone will improve very quickly. Lin Yanqing nodded slightly. I've heard about this from your father. Recently, everyone's passion for cultivation has been unprecedentedly high. Now, let alone in Emperor Cloud City, even outside, everyone knows how outstanding the children of our D family are. That's good. Bailey Hongzhuang was also very happy. How's your recent progress? Lin Yanqing was also aware of Di Beichen's current plans. Even though she had only heard about it, she knew that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Not bad, I guess. Di Beichen replied, we have already reached the border of the crossing immortal domain, but it will take some time to enter. It's definitely not going to be easy. It's going to take some time. Lin Yanqing's expression was gentle. Don't feel too much pressure. I heard that this is a very difficult task. Even if you can't succeed, it's nothing. Lin Yanqing's eyes were filled with gentleness and pity. These two children were too outstanding, so they carried more responsibilities than others. She had always been a little distressed, but thinking about it carefully, this was actually a good thing. At least, the upper realm was no longer a world that could restrict them. When the two arrived at the battle arena, they saw a group of young disciples gathered together. Di Xiaofeng was on the battle arena, and below him, a large number of Di family disciples were standing in several square formations, looking like they were training in an orderly manner. Upon closer inspection, they could see that Xiren, Shang Guanying, and the others were below at this moment, in charge of the cultivators in each area. It seems that you've adapted well. Di Beichen chuckled faintly. Hearing this voice, Di Xiaofeng, who was on the high platform, immediately turned his head and saw Di Beichen at a glance. His face suddenly showed a deep joy. Why are you back? Di Xiaofeng leaped and quickly jumped down from the high platform. After seeing the familiar figure, the other disciples' faces were filled with excitement. Young master! Young madam! Di Beichen waved at everyone. Cultivate well. Almost all of the family's children, the moment they saw Di Beichen, their eyes bloomed with a strong brilliance. Now, Di Beichen was the faith in their hearts, the person they worshipped the most in the family. Even if Di Beichen rarely stayed in the family, the influence he brought was unparalleled. As long as they went out and mentioned that they were part of the Di family, they would feel proud from the bottom of their hearts. Yes. The loud response spread throughout the entire battle arena. It was just a simple sentence, but it seemed to inspire everyone present. Di Xiaofeng looked at this scene, and a deep sense of helplessness appeared in his eyes. He walked to Di Beichen's side and said, I originally thought that everyone was enthusiastic enough when I appeared, but with your appearance, it was simply like a drizzle. Don't you know Beichen's influence? He is the founder of the Dark Sacred Assembly. Bailey Yunyan chuckled. It's impossible for you to compete with Beichen in terms of influence. Alas, once upon a time, my status in the Di family was unparalleled. Forget it. When Xiren ran over. I heard that you put all your efforts into chasing after Yunyan. You didn't even spend much time in the family. Of course, your influence is undeniable. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Today, they dismissed everyone early and sat in the room to talk. It wasn't until Di Beichen explained the recent situation that everyone understood. From what you've said, this matter is indeed a little tricky. Di Xiaofeng frowned. Although he had already guessed that this matter would not be so smooth, he did not expect that even finding the entrance would be so difficult. In this kind of environment, it's not easy to be accepted. I think you'll have to prepare yourselves for a long time. We're already prepared. This time, we came back mainly to be the signboard. Bewitching took Bailey Hongzhuang and smiled. You must have confidence in Hongzhuang's pills. Of course, we have absolute confidence in Hongzhuang. Di Xiaofeng patted Bewitching's shoulder with a serious expression. This trip was actually related to the safety of the entire Di family. Even though he had already returned to the family, he couldn't help but worry. Beichin and the others' feelings should be even more complicated. We understand. After some small talk, Lin Yunqing and Xiao Wanrong invited them to have a meal. Then the two of them returned to the chaotic immortal realm. After returning, Di Beichin directly hung up the plaque. Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Looking at this familiar name, the two of them couldn't help but think of Gong Jun. Not bad, this plaque is very impressive. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded with satisfaction. The Di family was really full of talents. This kind of plaque didn't need to be custom-made in Dian City. The people in the family had already helped them make it. Whether it was the size or other things, it was very fitting. Immortal Treasure Pavilion? What's going on? Could it be that these two are going to open a shop? This morning, we were still talking to the shopkeeper about finding a way to drive these two guys out. I didn't expect them to open a shop here in the blink of an eye. What are they planning to do? I don't know where these two people came from. I don't know what they are planning. Everyone should be careful. Everyone's expression was very complicated. They had almost made up their minds. If these two people didn't leave, they would collectively drive them out. The next day, the door of Immortal Treasure Pavilion opened. 3 simple and generous containers were ready. There were some pills, formation stones, and runes placed in the containers. These were all things that they had made. Presumably, the most popular among them should be pills. The demand for formation stones and runes was relatively high in the outside world, but it might not be so here. Xianxia came early in the morning. After noticing that the two of them had prepared everything, he was very surprised. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and explained that they had also opened a shop before. Only then did he understand. No wonder you can prepare so well. Xianxia looked at the pills in the cabinet. The names and effects of the pills were written on them. He suddenly felt envious. The medicinal pills in this container were all types of medicinal pills that they needed very much right now. Almost any cultivator who saw them could not help but feel envious. Miss Bailey, your alchemist rank is already so high? You can even refine these pills? Most of them were pills that could help Radiant Sun Realm cultivators break through to the elementary immortal realm. Although he didn't go out often, he knew how hard it was to get these pills. Even if there were many alchemists outside, the number of people who could refine medicinal pills of this grade was also not many. I've been studying alchemy for many years since I was a child. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Xianxu's eyes were filled with admiration. Putting aside his background, such an identity would be highly respected no matter where he went. I'll recommend it to my friends. I've heard them talk about these pills before. It's just that outside, it's often only possible to find them in auctions or other places. It's also a matter of luck. If they know that you sell it here, they will be overjoyed. Then I'll have to trouble you. You're welcome. They still owe me a favor. For 3 days in a row, no one showed any interest in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Say, what kind of store do you think these two have opened? I see that there's something in that container. I heard from Xianxia that they sell pills here. That lady is a very powerful alchemist. Don't talk nonsense. I think that lady looks ordinary. If she's really an alchemist, why would she come here? How am I talking nonsense? Xianxia told me very seriously. There are many pills that can help cultivators break through. They even have the immortal establishment pill that we've always needed. Even if they really do have it, it might not be true. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichin leaned leisurely against the reclining chairs, listening to the discussions outside with casual expressions. Jiang Taigong was fishing, and those who were willing to take the bait would take. What they had to do now was wait. No matter how long they waited, someone would eventually take the bait. Lu Qiyu looked at the open store and heard that Bailey Hongshuang was an alchemist. His expression changed a little. There was a big gap between the status of a doctor and an alchemist. An alchemist's status was more respected. Father, that lady is not only a doctor, but also an alchemist. She might really be able to save our family. Stop daydreaming. Lu Jin reprimanded. If she really had such status and ability, who knows how many people would ask her for help on a daily basis? Would it even be your turn? Lu Qiyu pursed his lips. I'm just trying to make a Hail Mary effort. Anyway, death is not a matter of time. If you talk nonsense again, do you believe that I won't tear your mouth apart? Alright. I won't talk about it anymore. Lu Qiyu rolled his eyes. In his heart, he still felt that the lady looked calm and peaceful. She didn't seem like a charlatan. Finally, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion welcomed its first customer. However, it was an unexpected customer. You actually have the Immortal Establishment pill here? The lady looked at the pills in the cabinet in astonishment. She came from Pingfeng City and naturally knew how precious the Immortal Establishment pill was. Even in other places, the Immortal Establishment pill was a treasure that people would fight over, not to mention this place where even birds wouldn't shit. However, these two seemingly ordinary fellows were able to take out the Immortal Establishment pill right off the bat. This was simply too unbelievable. Yao, I think this Immortal Establishment pill is definitely fake. Why are you taking it to heart? The man at the side couldn't help but say, let's leave this place. If others see this, we might even be ostracized. Ning Yao impatiently glanced at the man. Look at your useless appearance. I think that Lu Qiyu is stronger than you. Lu Qiyu was defeated by me. Then stop talking nonsense. Ning Yao looked towards Bailey Hongshuang. I say, is this pill real? Since I'm opening my store, I'll naturally be honest. If there's any problem with the pills, feel free to look for me. Hearing this, Ning Yao couldn't help but glance at Bailey Hongshuang. Bailey Hongshuang's words were very confident, and it was clear that what he said was true. Alright, then I'll buy an Immortal Establishment pill. When she thought of Bewitching's grace at the elementary immortal stage, she hoped that she could break through to the elementary immortal stage as soon as possible. This way, as long as they had the chance to meet again in the future, the distance between them would be closer. She vaguely felt that Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang might have already gone to the immortal region, and it would be impossible for her to meet Bewitching if she stayed in the immortal region of chaos. Looking at the prices on the shelves, Ning Yao couldn't help but feel the pinch. Such a price was simply devastating. I'm being honest. Bailey Hongshuang didn't explain. Since she was doing business, she naturally wouldn't make a loss. If this Immortal Establishment pill was in the outside world, it would only appear in an auction, and the price would definitely be higher than the listed price. Seeing Bailey Hongshuang's unfriendly attitude, the man was a little dissatisfied, but Ning Yao felt that this was the right attitude. Okay, I'll buy one Immortal Establishment pill. Bailey Hongshuang took the Qianquan bag and checked the blood spirit stones inside before taking out the pill. Yao, I advise you to reconsider. If you buy it at such a high price and it doesn't have any use, wouldn't it be a waste? They're outsiders. As long as they want to leave, wouldn't it be easy? The man's face was full of doubt. Such a price made even his heart ache. Then help me keep an eye on them. Ning Yao picked up the pill and walked out without saying anything. Did you hear me? I'll go back and test the effects of this pill. During this time, keep an eye on them and don't let them run away. Hearing this, the man nodded awkwardly. Okay. 2 days later. When Ning Yao appeared again, the man quickly went up to her. Yao, do you want to catch these two guys immediately? The man's expression was serious. Everyone wants to chase them away. Once we find out that they're selling fake pills, they'll have to leave their lives here. What nonsense are you talking about? Ning Yao looked unhappy. What's wrong? They're not selling fake pills, they're real. Ning Yao couldn't help but look up at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion with amazement in her eyes. At first, she was also skeptical. However, after trying it out, she understood that this medicinal pill was real. However, this made her even more regretful. Such a precious pill should be taken at a more suitable time. She didn't even feel that she was about to break through the barrier. She was just trying it as a last resort. After all, she didn't even have the qualifications to compete for this kind of pill in the outside world. What did you say? The man was also dumbfounded. This pill is real? Do you think I would lie to you? Xianxia rolled her eyes. It's a pity that my cultivation wasn't high enough and I couldn't successfully break through. However, the man simply couldn't hear what Xianxia had to say. All he could think about was that the immortal establishment pill was real. Yao, you stay here for a while. I'm going home. After exhorting a few words, the man rushed back home without stopping. Xianxia looked in the direction the man left in puzzlement. She was too lazy to pay attention to him and went straight back to the inn. Immortal Treasure Pavilion welcomed its second guest. Bailey Hongzhuang recognized at a glance that this was the man who was with Xianxia. Noticing his behavior, she understood in her heart. I want to buy one immortal establishment pill. The man kept calculating in his heart. No, I want two. Bailey Hongzhuang took out 2 pills and looked at the blood spirit stone the man brought over. She couldn't help but frown. Sir, I'm afraid there's something wrong with your calculations. The man's expression was a little awkward. I want to discuss it with you. This shop doesn't accept credit. Bewitching's voice slowly rang out. You can take it out and have a look. The man hesitantly took out a black stone and handed it to Bewitching. This is it. I'll give you a certain amount of this in exchange. Bewitching looked at the stone in his hand, and his expression changed slightly. Sure enough, the devouring spirit stone had appeared. They thought it would take a little longer to see the devouring spirit stone, but it was much faster than they expected. Seeing Bewitching's calm expression, the man couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Don't underestimate this stone. This is a devouring spirit stone. It can help cultivators improve their mental strength. This thing's value can only be higher than the blood spirit stone. Let me see. Bewitching carefully looked at the stone for a moment, then said, okay. Hearing this, the man breathed a sigh of relief. After taking out a portion of the devouring spirit stone, he put the 2 pills into his bag. Before leaving, he whispered, don't tell anyone about this, especially about the devouring spirit stone. Otherwise, not only me, but you will also be in trouble. Okay. Don't take it lightly. This is really serious. Got it. After the man left, Bewitching put away the devouring spirit stone. It's probably very difficult to not let others know. He glanced outside from the corner of his eyes. He noticed that after this man came in, there were already people outside who had noticed this scene. The news of the devouring spirit stone may be kept a secret, but the news of buying pills should spread quickly. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. The more familiar a place was, the faster the news would spread. Did you hear? So you went to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion to buy pills. I heard that the first person to buy was Xianxia, and then so you also went. Doesn't this mean that the pills sold here are very likely to be real? I wonder what kind of pills are sold here. Everyone was a little curious, but they looked at each other. No one went in first, and their minds were full of doubts. Shopkeeper, there are immortal establishment pills in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, as well as many pills that can help increase one's cultivation. Now that everyone is a little tempted, who knows when they will go in. I think that Suyu must have bought a lot of things inside. Don't miss it. Xianxia looked at the shopkeeper who was a little tempted and reminded him. The shopkeeper looked at Xianxia helplessly. I think you trust them completely now. You even came to me as a lobbyist. Shopkeeper, it's because we've known each other for so many years that I don't want you to miss out on something good. You're accusing me wrongly. That's true, but haven't you noticed that everyone is starting to ostracize Suyu? At a time like this, it's best if you don't show yourself. Otherwise, you'll inevitably get into trouble. The shopkeeper sighed. In fact, he did not have any prejudice against these 2 people, especially after seeing that Xianxia's hidden illness had been cured. He no longer rejected them. Shopkeeper, don't worry. Don't worry about me. Xianxia waved his hand nonchalantly. I'm friends with them. Alright then, I'll support you. How about you buy me a immortal establishment pill? Okay. Thank you so much for your help. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes were gentle. You're welcome. I didn't really help much. It's mainly because you guys are amazing. Xianxia smiled. I believe that after the shopkeeper uses this immortal establishment pill, you'll find out what you've been looking for. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes brightened. His words revealed a lot of information. The shopkeeper's transformation is all thanks to you. Bewitching's expression was serious. Originally, they'd just made a deal with Xianxia. They hadn't expected that they'd become friends. However, such a change was also worth celebrating. Lu Qiyu was even more moved after hearing this news. When he saw Xianxia walk out of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, he hurried over to greet him. Xianxia, don't you want to buy anything here? Xianxia didn't deny it. Qiyu, my old illness has been cured. It's all thanks to Miss Bailey. When I called you over, although it was more for the pills I needed, I didn't want to harm you. Although I haven't seen her medical skills, her alchemy skills are really outstanding. Seeing Xianxia's serious expression, Lu Qiyu nodded slightly. I know. Are you really not going to consider giving it another try? Xianxia's brows furrowed with worry. Your family's situation. If there's hope, I think you should give it a try. The two of them had known each other for many years. Although they weren't brothers, they were good friends. He didn't want Lu Qiyu to disappear from the world like his family. Lu Qiyu's eyes dimmed for a moment, then he laughed heartily and said, I want to, but my father is watching me so closely now. Not to mention going in, even if I pass by in front, I may be taught a lesson. When I find a chance, I'll give it a try. Xianxia nodded. Don't wait too long. He knew that Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang had come here mainly for the spirit-devouring stone. If they didn't find any clues after staying here for a while, they probably wouldn't stay here for long. Don't worry, I won't die so easily. Lu Qiyu chuckled, but his eyes unconsciously darkened. All the cultivators in the town seemed to maintain a mysterious tacit understanding. Although everyone wanted to enter the Immortal Treasure Pavilion from the bottom of their hearts, no one took the lead. Under such circumstances, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was quiet for a long time. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching spent all their time cultivating. Thanks to the many fruits they brought from the Immortal Treasure Realm. However, after reaching the elementary immortal stage, the breakthrough would become even more difficult. The time it would take to accumulate would definitely be much longer. In fact, the two of them didn't even know what kind of cultivation level they would reach in the future. They would only know all of this after entering the immortal realm. However, the two of them, who were living a very leisurely life here, did not know that not long after they left, Xian City had also caused quite a commotion. A group of people suddenly entered Xian City. They were all very powerful, attracting the attention of the entire city. Just as everyone was panicking, that group of people suddenly disappeared, as if they had never been there in the first place. Only then did all the cultivators in Cloud City breathe a sigh of relief. However, during this process, very few people noticed that the shopkeeper of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, Gong Jun, had disappeared as well. Almost everyone in the town was waiting for the day when Bailey Hongshuang and Su Xian would lose their cool. However, the situation was completely different from what they had expected. The two of them had no intention of losing their cool at all. Even if no one went in to buy the elixirs, they were not anxious at all. They rarely went out, and the only person they communicated with was Xianxia from the inn. At this point, everyone already knew that Xianxia had recovered from his old injury. Perhaps it was because he was the only person who had a relationship with the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, so everyone did not target him too much. They hoped to hear some relevant news from him. The peaceful life was broken by a shocking aura. After the entire town sensed that shocking aura, they all ran out of their houses. This is the aura of breaking through to the elementary immortal stage. Looking at the direction of the aura, it seems to be coming from Sushan's house. Sushan broke through? That's impossible. Everyone was dumbfounded. Among them, there were countless cultivators in the brilliant sun realm, but a cultivator who had truly broken through to the elementary immortal stage was rarely seen even in the history of their town. This was because they knew too well that once a cultivator broke through to the elementary immortal stage, their status would change completely. All of them would no longer be on the same level as Su Shen. Su Shen had completely crushed all of them. Everyone could not help but feel envious. Such a breakthrough was the dream of every cultivator. That's not right. I clearly heard Su Shen say that it was too difficult to break through, and there was almost no hope. How did he suddenly break through? Everyone looked at each other. They lived together all day and were very clear about everyone's situation. Su Shen's sudden breakthrough could not have been possible without an opportunity. I remember that Su Shen's son went to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion to buy elixirs, right? I heard that they have the Immortal Establishment pill. It was unknown who suddenly mentioned this, but the expressions of everyone present suddenly became very strange. I've already heard that it's true. If it's true, then Su Shen's breakthrough must have something to do with this pill. That old fellow is really unkind. He didn't even tell us about such a good thing and secretly went there himself. In an instant, everyone couldn't help but slap their thighs in regret. It wasn't until this moment that they finally understood. Regardless of whether these two people were outsiders or not, the fact that they possessed such pills was the most important piece of information. That was because only when one's strength increased, that would be the source of change. At this moment, everyone looked at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion with burning eyes. A series of hurried footsteps could be heard. Xiao He quickly ran into the courtyard. "Master, there are many people in the shop. Come quickly." The two of them walked over unhurriedly. From the moment they sensed the aura of the breakthrough, such a scene was already within their expectations. The Immortal Establishment pill was the best pill for Radiant Sun stage cultivators to break through to the elementary immortal stage. There was naturally a reason why it was so highly regarded. This person could use the Immortal Establishment pill to break through, which showed that his own strength was not bad. All the rejection and dissatisfaction could not resist the temptation of the elementary immortal stage. At this moment, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was no longer a target of exclusion in the eyes of the crowd, but a good place for them to compete for medicine. "Shopkeeper, I want to buy an Immortal Establishment pill." "Shopkeeper, I want to buy it too." "Here are blood spirit stones." "Give it to me first." Looking at the crowd in front of them, the usual disdain and contempt had long disappeared, replaced by warmth and closeness. Everyone seemed to have forgotten their previous disagreements and tried their best to use smiling faces to get closer to each other. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice slowly rang out, "There's only one Immortal Establishment pill left." These words were like a heavy bomb that exploded in everyone's hearts. Everyone looked at her in disbelief, as if they had heard the most unbelievable thing. How could that be? "Shopkeeper, you can't be thinking of raising the price, right? The people who came to buy it before all bought it very smoothly. Could it be that you saw that we came together, so you want to raise the price?" Everyone looked suspicious. In this kind of situation, raising the price was very normal. How could a pill like the Immortal Establishment pill be so easy to obtain? Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent. Not to mention the difficulty of refining the pill, just gathering the immortal spirit herbs to refine the Immortal Establishment pill is not easy. I originally had a total of 5 Immortal Establishment pills, but now I've sold 4. There's only one left. Hearing this, the crowd finally understood. Indeed, the Immortal Establishment pill was a treasure that could only be encountered by chance and not sought after by Radiant Sun stage cultivators. 5 Immortal Establishment pills. From a normal point of view, this was already very heaven-defying. Sold 5 pills? You should have only sold 2 of them. Everyone could not help but be puzzled. Ning Yaoyao and Suyu were only 2 people. Just because you didn't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Bewitching's voice rang out. Everyone looked at each other, their expressions becoming very ugly. They thought that everyone was abiding by the agreement like them, but they did not expect that someone had already secretly bought it. "Sell this last one to me. I'll increase the price." "Sell the last one to me. I'll pay double." The people in the small town seemed to have gone crazy, madly increasing the price. If they missed this opportunity, perhaps they would never be able to see a second immortal establishment pill in their lifetime. In such a situation, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were not in a hurry. They simply allowed everyone to raise the price. The highest bidder would win. This was a principle that worked no matter the time. Lu Qiu looked at his father with a helpless expression on his face. "Father, I think you're just a stubborn old man. With Bailey Hongzhuang's ability, she might really be able to cure me. At that time, not only me, but my entire family will be spared." Lu Jin's expression was still cold and hard. "Don't mess around with everyone else. It would be strange if these two people stayed here despite having such means. Why do you care if they have ulterior motives? It's fine as long as we can keep our lives. If you can get the immortal establishment pill, you'll definitely be able to break through." Lu Qiu looked at Lu Jin excitedly. An expert in the elementary celestial stage would definitely raise his family's status. However, no matter what he said, Lu Jin remained unmoved. In the end, Lu Qiu could only give up Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Finally, the immortal establishment pill was sold for 5 times the price. Although the cultivator who won the bid couldn't help but feel heartache, his mood improved a lot when he saw the size of the people around him. As long as he could break through to the elementary celestial stage, all of this was nothing. The people in this town are really rich. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. The bidding just now was quite a big scene. Although the price of her immortal establishment pill wasn't high, it was still the normal price. Most ordinary cultivators could only look at such a price and sigh. However, almost everyone in this town had the power to compete. The difference between them could be seen. He didn't pay immediately, right? Di Beichen's lips curled up slightly. It seems that we'll be able to see another guy with a spirit-devouring stone. The other party didn't pay immediately. Instead, he said that he would go home and get it before coming back. If he wasn't wrong, his response should be the same as Su Yu's. For the people in this town, there might be more spirit-devouring stones than blood spirit stones. If we can follow this lead to get information, it'll be great. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. They hadn't found a breakthrough yet. This guy might be another possibility. Thinking about it carefully, they had been in this town for almost a month. However, they didn't see any movement from the others, let alone any interaction with the crossing celestial domain. It could be seen that these people were very secretive. If they couldn't find a breakthrough, they wouldn't be able to find anything just by observing. In the inn, the shopkeeper looked at the immortal establishment pill in his hand and couldn't help but feel lucky. "Su Xing, if you hadn't helped me buy this immortal establishment pill earlier, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to buy it today." Su Xing was a little surprised. He didn't expect everyone to be so crazy. "I heard that the price has increased by 5 times today. But in the outside world, I think it's still worth it." The shopkeeper nodded slightly. "You're right. Those two are capable people." Noticing that the shopkeeper's attitude towards Di Beichen had softened a lot, Xianxia asked tentatively, "Shopkeeper, what about the deal they mentioned before? Let me think about it. Perhaps I can believe you." Hearing this, a hint of joy appeared in Xianxia's eyes. "That's great. I didn't expect you to help them so much even though you haven't known them for long. Actually, I just don't think they're bad people." Xianxia smiled faintly, a trace of contemplation in the depths of his eyes. Vaguely, he had a feeling that Di Beichen and Yang Kai had come here for more than just the devouring spirit stones. As for what they were here for, he couldn't figure it out. However, he was certain that these two people did not have any ill intentions, so he did not want to speculate too much. At night, the cultivator who bought the pills came. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Duan Chen." "So it's young Master Duan." "Young Master Duan, could it be that you want to use something else as collateral?" Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Duan Chen was slightly startled, then nodded. "You're really smart, but I wonder if this will work. If I say no, will young Master Duan return the elixir?" "This?" Duan Chen's expression suddenly became very nervous. "I'm just joking," Di Beichen smiled faintly. "But we'll have to see what you want to use as collateral. If it's a spirit-devouring stone, then it's fine," Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly said. "Spirit-devouring stone?" Duan was startled. How do you know about the spirit-devouring stone? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. The Immortal Establishment elixir is indeed expensive, but other elixirs are also extremely valuable. Although many people in the town still have misunderstandings about us, there are also friends who accept us. Isn't the spirit-devouring stone the most unique thing in town? Duan was dumbfounded. After returning, he had thought for a long time before deciding to use the spirit-devouring stone instead of the blood spirit stone. Because their town was really far from the outside world, it was more troublesome to exchange the blood spirit stone every time. The appearance of Bewitching, Duan and Ning Yaoyao had caused them to not dare to make any transactions recently. They were running low on blood spirit stones, so they came up with this idea. He felt that as long as he concealed it and came up with another reason, Bewitching and Duan would not think too much about it. However, looking at the two of them, it was obvious that they already knew about it. I see. Duan expression was slightly complicated, but it soon became clear again. In that case, I've always been too narrow-minded. It turns out that the two of you already knew about it, but this news can't be told to anyone else. Young Master Duan, don't worry. We know how serious this matter is. If we didn't know that you're from town, we wouldn't have told you. We only brought it up because we don't want you to feel burdened. Duan nodded slightly. You're right. In that case, I won't hide it from you. I do want to exchange the spirit-devouring stone. This is a spirit-devouring stone. Its value is also determined by its value in the outside world. Bewitching took the devouring spirit stone and glanced at it. He already had an idea. Young Master Duan, I have a question. If you can answer me, I don't mind giving you this immortal establishment pill. Duan Zhang's eyes lit up, and then he said with some fear, I wonder what young Master D wants to ask. If it's something that shouldn't be asked, I'm afraid I won't be able to answer. I shouldn't have asked this question, but I still want to ask. The two of them stared at each other for a long time before Duan said, You can tell us. These spirit-devouring stones were really expensive. Even if it was him, after taking them out, he would become very poor for a period of time. If he could really take it back, it would undoubtedly be for the best. How can I enter the crossing immortal domain? As soon as these words were spoken, Duan was instantly shocked, and he hurriedly glanced at the surroundings before he said, Young Master D, have you gone mad? This is a big taboo. Bewitching was not in a hurry. He had already set up a barrier outside, and no one could hear the conversation inside. Even Su Shen, who had just broken through to the elementary immortal stage, could not. I'm sorry, I can't answer your question. Duan quickly stood up. He did not want to say anything else and hurriedly walked out. Young Master Duan, I don't intend to pry into the town secrets. I have my reasons for asking this, Bewitching said slowly. Duan's footsteps paused slightly. Young Master Duan, I hope you can keep tonight's matter a secret, Bailey Hongzhuang said. Duan stopped walking and looked at the two people behind him with a puzzled expression. Reasons for your reasons? I can see that the two of you are not ordinary people, especially the ability to refine the immortal establishment pill. You must be famous in the chaotic immortal realm. What's your purpose for coming here? Duan's expression became solemn. If the two of them really wanted to dig out everything here, they would definitely die. Young Master Duan, can you take a seat first? Duan slowly walked back and sat down. His expression was not as friendly as before. Please tell me. To tell you the truth, when we first ascended, we were captured and sent to mine. If it weren't for our good luck, we would have lost our lives by now. So, we're not unfamiliar with the spirit-devouring stone. You were captured to mine? Duan was in disbelief. Impossible, almost no one came out alive from the spirit-devouring stone. If you really had such an experience, you wouldn't be like this now. In the next moment, Bewitching took out a shovel. Young Master Duan, do you recognize this? Duan looked at the shovel in front of him. His eyes suddenly froze. He instinctively took the shovel and studied it carefully. His expression became very strange. You really stayed in the spirit-devouring stone? Yes. It's unbelievable that the people in the spirit-devouring stone escaped. It was a riot. They won't let you go easily. That's because an expert saved us. The hostility in Duan Chen's eyes softened a little. However, it was not completely gone. Since you've already escaped, why did you come back now? We still have family members in there, Bewitching said. Duan Chen immediately understood. You want to save your family members? Yes. At this moment, Duan Jidon understood. No wonder these two people would appear here and even sell the immortal establishment pills like this. It turned out that they were looking for a way to enter the immortal domain. Let me give the two of you a word of advice. Whether you live or die is up to fate. You were able to escape because of your great fortune. You are not fated to die. Since the others couldn't come out, they naturally had their own destinies. All these years, the entrance to the crossing immortal domain has been sealed. It's almost impossible for you to enter. Moreover, once you enter, it's even more impossible for you to come out. We just want to know if there's a way in. There's no other way. Duan Chen shook his head. If young Master Duan has any news, you can inform me at any time. I won't mistreat you. Bewitching did not say anything else. It was already good enough that Duan Zhang could say this much. It would be strange if he told them tonight. Standing in front of the door, Duan Chen said, I won't tell anyone about what happened tonight, but I advise the two of you not to tell anyone else. Thanks for the reminder. Even though Duan Chen did not reveal much information to them, his reaction had already told them a lot. The town was indeed connected to the crossing immortal domain, and this connection had been secretly going on ever since the crossing immortal domain was closed. However, it should only involve the trade of spirit-devouring stones. It was impossible to get the people inside to come out. Master, as long as they can trade for spirit-devouring stones, we can go in. Even if it was just a small hole, it and Xiaobai could shrink and bring their master and the others in. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. I've already found out some things tonight. This Duan Chen doesn't seem to be a scheming person. Compared to Lu Jin, who was difficult to approach, Duan Chen was undoubtedly much better. Maybe we can try to start with him? Xiaobai asked. Duan Chen probably doesn't know much. Bewitching's voice rang out. Why? If he knew, his expression wouldn't be like this. I'm guessing that although this town is doing business related to spirit-devouring stones, not everyone has access to the core. I think the shopkeeper should know more than Duan Chen. Coincidentally, Xianxia brought good news today. He said that the shopkeeper has already considered doing business with us. That's great. Ever since the immortal establishment pills were sold out, the people in the town no longer rejected Bewitching and Xiaobai. After all, they had already been in before. If they acted like that again, it would be embarrassing. Under such circumstances, other medicinal pills also became very popular. Of course, there were also people who asked Bailey Hongzhuang to refine pills for them. As long as the price was right, Bailey Hongzhuang would not refuse. The moon was high in the sky, and the cool breeze was like water. Bailey Hongzhuang was resting in the house when she suddenly heard a hurried voice from outside. Miss Bailey, are you there? Xianxia is dying. Please take a look at him. Io, what's wrong? Xianxia suddenly fainted. Dr. Yang has already seen him and said that he can't be cured. We can only ask Miss Bailey if there's a way to cure him. Hearing this, everyone also understood. They only had one doctor here, and that was Dr. Yang. Usually, if Dr. Yang said that he couldn't cure it, then everyone was at their wits' end. The only way was to run outside. However, in the past, when such a situation occurred, even if he ran outside, it was mostly useless. Bailey Hongzhuang walked out of the house and saw Xianxia and the shopkeeper carrying a person. The person's face was pale and he was unconscious. Su Xing, what's going on? Xianxia shook his head. We don't know. He was fine at first, but he suddenly fainted. Bring it in first. Let me have a look. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand, and Xianxia and the shopkeeper quickly carried Xianxia inside. Although the others wanted to follow him in, they were stopped by Bewitching. Seeing a doctor requires a quiet environment. I hope everyone can wait outside. Seeing this, although everyone was filled with curiosity, they still stopped walking and stood outside to watch. "Miss Bailey, please save my son." The shopkeeper's eyes were red. He only had one son. If something happened to him, he would really. "Shopkeeper, don't worry. I'll do my best." Bailey Hongzhuang hid the surprise in her eyes. She didn't expect that the person who fainted would be the shopkeeper's son. However, this was a good opportunity for them. The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly and stepped aside. He didn't dare to disturb them. His face was still red and full of nervousness. With their physique, ordinary diseases wouldn't cause any trouble for them at all. Such a situation meant that it wasn't simple. They all knew about Dr. Yang's strength. Even in the outside world, his medical skills were very strong. In fact, when Dr. Yang said that there was no cure, his heart had already turned cold. Xianxia reminded him to come here and give it a try. He had a glimmer of hope just now, but he also understood that this hope was too slim. Bailey Hongzhuang carefully checked Xianxia's pulse. Suddenly, her expression became very strange. "Miss Bailey, can he be saved?" Xianxia looked nervously at Bailey Hongzhuang. His face was full of worry. "Do you know that he's poisoned?" "Yes." "You know?" Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned. She knew that Xianxia was poisoned as soon as she took his pulse. It was obvious that someone had poisoned him. The shopkeeper nodded. "Sometimes things like this happen here. It's just that we don't know who did it." "Does your town have such a history?" Bailey Hongzhuang was a little startled. Weren't the people in this town very familiar with each other? That appearance of a common enemy made them look like a family. She didn't expect such a thing to happen. Indeed. The shopkeeper was a little helpless. "It happened in our town before, but we couldn't find out who did it. Every time this happens, people usually lose their lives." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other. It seemed that the water in this town was very deep, whether it was Xianxia's poisoning or Lu Qiu's family's curse, these things seemed to have some kind of connection. "Miss Bailey, can you save him?" Facing their earnest gazes, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "Don't worry, he will wake up tomorrow." The shopkeeper was stunned. Then, he grabbed Bailey Hongzhuang tightly. "Is what you said true? Can you cure him?" "That's right." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. The two of them looked at each other and hugged each other excitedly. "Shopkeeper, I told you that Miss Bailey would have a way. Don't worry, Xianxia will be fine." "Miss Bailey, thank you. I will never forget your kindness." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and waved her hand. "Shopkeeper, you don't have to do this. I'll do my best." The poison in Xianxia's body was not simple. It would not be easy for an ordinary doctor to detoxify it. Fortunately, Bailey Hongzhuang had always been very knowledgeable in this area, so she only needed to spend some time to detoxify this kind of poison. However, she was even more curious about who had poisoned Xianxia. The next morning, Xianxia slowly woke up. Water, water, the shopkeeper didn't sleep for the entire night. When he noticed Xianxia's movements, his face was overflowing with excitement. "I'll get you some water." After drinking a glass of water, Xianxia gradually regained consciousness. "What happened to me before this?" The shopkeeper's face was solemn. "Do you remember what happened before you fainted?" Only then did Xianxia realize what had happened before. He suddenly felt a wave of lingering fear. "I don't know. I was no different from usual, but when I walked to the inn, my vision suddenly turned black, and I don't remember anything after that." "Then who did you meet? Or did something else happen?" "No." Xianxia shook his head. "I stayed at home yesterday and didn't go anywhere else. I only went to the inn at night when I was a little hungry." "That's strange." The shopkeeper's face suddenly became very ugly. After noticing Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Xingxing's confusion, he said, "All these years, the main reason why we haven't been able to find the culprit is because of this. Almost every time, we can't figure out how the culprit poisoned us, and we have never been able to solve it. Then this place of yours is quite scary. It's very likely that you'll die without knowing why." Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. This small town looked calm on the surface, but in fact, it was turbulent. It was obvious that the culprit was a master. "Have you offended anyone recently?" The shopkeeper couldn't help but ask. The culprit wouldn't poison them for no reason, but they had always been dutiful, and yet the culprit wanted to kill them. Xianxia pondered for a long time, and finally shook his head helplessly. "I've been acting like usual recently, and I haven't offended anyone. I don't understand why this kind of thing would happen to me." "There must be a reason, but we haven't figured it out yet," Xianxia said thoughtfully. "If every poisoning is related to the culprit, then we should be able to identify the culprit if we connect all the incidents together," Bewitching said. "We thought so too, but in fact, even when we connected all the incidents together, we didn't find anything in common." The shopkeeper shook his head helplessly. "It's because we couldn't figure out the problem, so gradually, everyone stopped thinking about it. However, usually when something like this happens, the poisoned person will definitely die. This time, Xianlin is still alive. I'm afraid everyone will be very surprised," Xianxia said slowly. His eyes suddenly changed. "If that's the case, won't you be in danger?" As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the shopkeeper and the other two became abnormally ugly. If Bewitching was killed because of helping them, then they would have to bear the blame. Seeing how nervous the three of them were, Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand slightly. "Don't worry, I'm a doctor myself. It won't be easy for them to poison me." Other things aside, she was full of confidence in this aspect. "Miss Bailey, you must be careful. Why don't you move back to the inn for a while? That way, we can take care of you for free." "No need. We'll be fine. Don't worry." Seeing that Bewitching had made up his mind, the shopkeeper didn't continue to insist. However, he couldn't help but worry. "How's Xianlin doing now?" "I don't know who shopkeeper Shen's family offended. This time, Xianlin was poisoned. I'm afraid he won't be able to keep his life. I've seen them enter the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and never come out. Perhaps they've already cured him. I've heard that Lady Bailey's medical skills are very exquisite." "You're all too naive. That's impossible. Do you think it's because shopkeeper Shen's relationship with the Immortal Treasure Pavilion that he was poisoned?" The crowd discussed animatedly. Not a single one of them did not sympathize with shopkeeper Shen. It was undoubtedly the most painful thing for a white-haired person to send off a black-haired person. However, when it was close to noon, shopkeeper Shen and Xianxia supported Xianlin as they walked out together. The people in the small town were all dumbfounded. "Heavens, am I seeing things? Bailey Hongzhuang really cured Xianlin? Doesn't this mean that her medical skills are better than Dr. Yang's?" The crowd's expression suddenly became very interesting. Everyone believed that Bailey Hongzhuang's pill refining skills were not bad, but they never thought that her medical skills were also so outstanding. "This is great. If something like this happens again in the future, we won't have to wait for death." It was unknown who spoke first, but everyone's eyes suddenly brightened. Poisoning. This matter had always been like a layer of shadow hanging over everyone's hearts. Every time they thought about it, they couldn't help but be alarmed. However, now that there was a doctor who could solve it, everything became much simpler. "We have to think of a way to make Lady Bailey stay." In the room, Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. "What do you think? We don't know what happened in the past, so we can't judge. However, I feel that it's not just one person who did this kind of thing." Bewitching raised his eyebrows. "Perhaps in the beginning, someone poisoned someone to avenge a personal grudge, causing the effect of panic. Later on, someone imitated this method and put the blame on the first person. It is precisely because there is more than one person that everyone is unable to make a judgment." Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes darkened. This was the biggest possibility she could think of, and it was the only way to explain everything. "It's undeniable that there must be a person involved in all these events," Bewitching said. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. "Now that I think about it, this person is indeed quite scary. Do you have anyone in mind?" "Actually, I'm quite curious about Dr. Yang here. He's a doctor himself, and his medical skills are quite outstanding. The others here don't know anything about medicine. If he were to do it, the success rate would be very high." Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. He is indeed very suspicious, but he has always been safe. Even if it is really him, he must have used other methods to clear everyone's suspicion of him. Bailey Hongzhuang leaned casually on the reclining chair. Actually, this matter has nothing to do with us. The other party can't threaten us. If he really doesn't have eyes and wants to make a move on us, we'll just take care of him. If he doesn't have any intention of being hostile to us, then we'll mind our own business. She never liked to meddle in other people's business unless something provoked them. They had always wanted to find an opportunity to gain shopkeeper Shen's trust. Initially, there was only a glimmer of hope. After this incident, shopkeeper Shen would not hold back too much from them. This was undoubtedly good news. Once Shen Xiangling's condition improves, we can go and ask around. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. They had been here for so long. Finally, there was progress. On this day, when Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao He walked out of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, the scene along the way was different. Miss Bailey, you're out for a walk. Young Master D, where do you plan to go? We have a gathering tonight. Do you want to come and have a meal together? Almost everyone they met on the way greeted them warmly. It was as if they were natives of the town. There was no rejection or estrangement at all. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other. It had only been a day. What was wrong with the people in the town? Why do I feel like they're suddenly so friendly? Why do I feel like there's a conspiracy? Xiao Hei's face was full of suspicion. As the saying goes, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and praised, not bad. You even know how to use these flexibly now. I feel like something is wrong too. Xiao Bai nodded. But I can't figure out why. Di Beichen smiled faintly. You'll understand in a while. Shen family in. Young Master D, you're here. Shen Xuxing's face revealed a happy smile. He quickly invited the two of them in. You haven't eaten yet, right? Let's see what you want to eat. Di Beichen casually ordered a few dishes. At the same time, other people in the inn greeted them with smiles on their faces. They were so familiar with each other that they were like good brothers. In fact, the two of them did not even know who these people were. Xuxing, sit with us. Di Beichen waved his hand. Shopkeeper Shen nodded. Xuxing, you should all gather together. You're not busy now anyway. After Shen Xuxing sat down, he smiled and said, Did you notice that everyone's behavior is very strange? Di Beichen raised his eyebrows. They do change their attitude very quickly. Haha. Shen Xuxing couldn't help but laugh. I actually admire them. They aren't embarrassed at all. Actually, the reason is quite simple. It's because Miss Bailey cured Xiangling. No one knows if this kind of thing will happen to them in the future, so they do their best to build a good relationship with you. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen didn't look too surprised. Previously, they had already guessed this kind of trap, but the people in this small town were too tacit. These guys are really cunning. Xiao He was secretly speechless. After all this fuss, it turned out that this was the truth. This is a good thing, Bailey Hongzhuang patted Xiao Hei's head. This means that everyone is willing to accept us. Shen Xuxing nodded. That's right. You're really amazing. You've been welcomed by everyone so quickly. By the way, shopkeeper Shen said that he would talk to them about the spirit-devouring stone tonight. However, this matter has to be kept a secret, Shen Xuxing said through voice transmission. Di Beichen and Xiao Hei's eyes lit up. As expected, shopkeeper Shen was returning the favor. We understand. Night gradually enveloped the land. The entire town was covered in a layer of darkness. Mr. D, since we're already here, let's get straight to the point. Shopkeeper Shen looked at the two of them and said, My secret room is very well hidden. Apart from the Shen family, no one else knows about its existence. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Shopkeeper Shen had already shown his sincerity by bringing them here. Do you want to do business with me with the soul-devouring stones? Shopkeeper Shen asked. If that's the case, I can work with you. Shopkeeper Shen, since you're so honest, we won't hide it from you anymore. Di Beichen's face was calm, his eyes like the sea twinkling with a star-like luster. Actually, we're not concerned about the soul-devouring stones. Shopkeeper Shen was stunned. This was out of his expectations. We want to know how you got the soul-devouring stones. Shopkeeper Shen's face stiffened when he heard this. He was afraid. Mr. D, I'll remember how you saved Xianlin's life. I'll try my best to do whatever I can. However, I can't tell you this. Bailey Hongzhuang was not surprised by Shopkeeper Shen's attitude. It was within their expectations. We know that the soul-devouring stones came from the crossing immortal domain even if you don't tell us. Bewitching went straight to the point. Shopkeeper Shen's face changed and a fierce look flashed across his face. Why are you here? We don't mean any harm. You don't have to be so nervous. Bailey Hongzhuang stepped forward and said, actually, we're here to find a way to enter the crossing immortal domain. Are you crazy? Shopkeeper Shen looked as if he had heard something unbelievable. He was stunned for a moment. Everyone knows what's going on in the crossing immortal domain. No one in the chaotic immortal domain is willing to go there. We're here to find our family. Bailey Hongzhuang told Shopkeeper Shen about their troubles. Of course, all of this was just a cover that they came up with. However, it was undeniable that they were worried about their family's future. The wariness in Shopkeeper Shen's eyes slowly disappeared. After understanding everything, his attitude was no longer as tough as before. So that's how it is. You guys are really affectionate and loyal. For many people, their own lives were the most important. Everything else could be cut off at will. In comparison, the two of them were truly loyal and loyal. Shopkeeper, we would like to ask for your help. How can we let them in? You're right. Our spirit-devouring stone did come from the crossing immortal domain, but the process was quite dangerous. Most importantly, this matter was handled by the Liu family. Only Lu Jin knows the details. After the shopkeeper's explanation, they finally understood that they had obtained the spirit-devouring stone by crossing the heavenly moat. This process was extremely dangerous and could only be done once a year. Every family in their town had to pay something for this trip, whether it was blood spirit stones, runes, magic treasures, or something else. In the end, the most powerful few would set off to cross the natural moat. Among them, the Liu family was a core member. Shopkeeper Shen had never been to the heavenly moat, so he was not very clear about this. Thank you, shopkeeper. Bewitching cupped his hands. This was a great help to them. Noticing Bewitching's expression, the shopkeeper could not help but say, don't tell me you're planning to try it yourselves? That's definitely not possible. Why? We've been in contact with the crossing immortal domain for many years. They know that there's a path with the least danger. The heavenly moat is filled with danger. Not to mention radiant sun realm cultivators, even elementary immortal realm cultivators would have a 90% chance of survival. It's precisely because they know the path that they've been in contact with the crossing immortal domain until now. Some people have tried it before, but none of them survived. The shopkeeper's expression was serious. Don't be stupid. Speaking of this, the shopkeeper could not help but laugh. You're very stupid to want to enter the crossing immortal domain. But since it's to save someone, you have to protect your own lives first. Thank you for your advice, shopkeeper. We'll think of a plan before taking action. Now that the people in town have begun to accept you, if you can cure Lu Qiyu's illness, I believe Lu Jin will be willing to bring you along. The shopkeeper suggested. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were slightly heavy. Their previous judgment was not wrong. Lu Jin was the one who was very clear about this matter. Lu Jin is not an easy person to deal with. Look at him. He's not even interested in alchemy. You can see how stubborn he is. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. Lu Qiyu is his son. He won't sit by and watch his son die. Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching lay on the bed and looked at the wooden plank above them. Their eyes were filled with thoughts. Lu Jin's temper is so strange. If we act on our own, he might be even more resistant. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. We can only cast a long line to catch a big fish. Lu Qiyu is already sick. They won't be able to bear it for long. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. An idea suddenly appeared in her mind. I've thought of a good idea. It should be able to shorten the waiting time. But Lu Qiyu will have to suffer a little. Bewitching turned his head. What idea? The reason why Lu Jin is able to remain calm is because Lu Qiyu's condition isn't too serious yet. If it becomes serious, then he definitely won't be able to sit still. So, as long as I think of a way to speed up his recovery. You don't know much about him. Are you sure you can do it? Don't worry. Bailey Hongzhuang was full of confidence. I'm almost certain that he was also poisoned. There are some herbs that have a catalytic effect. Bewitching pecked the woman's mouth. My wife is the best. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Of course. The night is long. Let's not think about other people. Let's think about our own things. Bewitching flipped over and got on. The Lu family. Father, you've always said that Bailey Hongzhuang is unreliable. Look, Xianxia was cured by her. It can be seen that her medical skills are outstanding. Why don't I give it a try too? Maybe my condition can be cured too. Lu Qiyu looked at Lu Jin expectantly. Ever since he found out about this matter, he could no longer suppress his inner thoughts. No one wanted to die. Even if he had accepted this result in despair, when this glimmer of hope appeared, his desire to live was incited. He hated that he couldn't immediately walk into the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Lu Jin's expression did not change. His voice was still cold and resolute. So many people saw it. How could it be fake? Shopkeeper Shen and the others were very close to these two outsiders. This time, it just had to happen to Xianxia. Maybe the whole thing is part of their scheme to lure us in. After hearing his father's analysis, Lu Qiyu gasped in amazement. Father, you're too imaginative. Although shopkeeper Shen was the first to know them, he wouldn't put Xianxia in danger for them, right? Didn't you hear what everyone said? Dr. Yang is helpless against this poison. These two people came from the outside world. It's not surprising that they have some powerful poison on them. Seeing that Lu Jin was not moved, Lu Qiyu could not help but shake his head. He thought that after this incident, Lu Jin's thoughts would change. He did not expect the situation to be the complete opposite. It was another night. Bailey Hongzhuang handed the packet of powder to Xiao Bai. You just need to put this in the Lu family's potted plant. Mistress, this kind of small matter can be done quickly. Don't worry. I naturally trust your abilities. However, this Lu Jin is not simple. You should be careful. Yes. Watching the backs of the two demon beasts leave, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the crescent moon in the sky. The cold moonlight shone down, bringing with it a hazy brilliance. This Lu Jin might be hiding his true colors. Bewitching's voice gradually rang out. In the past 2 days, he had carefully thought over the shopkeeper's words. Since Heaven's Mode was a place that even elementary immortal cultivators had a hard time traversing, it was simply too difficult for a few Radiant Sun cultivators to traverse it. When he thought of Lu Jin's attitude towards the immortal pill, he faintly guessed that perhaps Lu Jin had already broken through to the elementary immortal stage. That was why he was so calm. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood what he meant. What you said is not impossible. If that's really the case, then he's hidden very deeply. If that's really the case, then an expert like him can do whatever he wants in the Radiant Sun realm. Why would he stay here? I don't know, but there must be a reason for him to stay here. We just don't know what it is. Will Xiao He and Xiao Bai be in danger? Let's go take a look. Bewitching pulled Bailey Hongzhuang out of the courtyard and walked towards the Lu family. If Lu Jin was really a cultivator in the elementary immortal realm, they might be able to find out tonight. Xiao He and Xiao Bai immediately rolled into the Lu family's residence. After noticing that there was no movement, they quietly sprinkled the medicinal powder into the potted plant. This kind of thing is really too simple for us. After it was settled, Xiao He and Xiao Bai high-fived each other and happily left the Lu residence. However, as soon as they came out, the two little fellows also noticed Bewitching and his companion. They couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Master, why are you here? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the calm Lu family and said, It seems that our guess was wrong. Lu Jin, aren't you going to drink more? A loud voice rang out from behind. Bailey Hongzhuang turned around and realized that the person who spoke was Su Shen, who had just broken through to the elementary immortal stage. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled helplessly. It seems that we didn't test him at the right time. Su Shen, I've already drunk a lot. Let's drink another day. Lu Jin obviously didn't want to continue drinking. He waved his hand and walked back to the Lu family. What a bummer. We were drinking and now you want to go back. You're really strange. Su Shen waved his hand disappointedly and said with disdain, you'll have to treat me next time. Okay. Lu Jin quickened his pace and quickly rushed in the direction of Bailey Hongzhuang. Maybe we've achieved our goal. Bewitching raised his eyebrows. There was a hint of self-evident understanding between his brows. I didn't expect this town to be so full of hidden talents. All of this can be explained. Bailey Hongzhuang understood. She had always felt that Lu Jin's attitude was very strange. Now that she knew that Lu Jin was an expert in the elementary celestial stage, she understood. A poison that even an expert in the elementary celestial stage can't cure. It seems that this poison is really tricky. She didn't believe in curses, and she believed that Lu Jin wouldn't believe in such nonsense. However, Lu Qiyu was already in such a situation, but he still maintained such an attitude. It proved that he had already determined that this poison was impossible to cure. In this way, all of his attitude could be explained. After Lu Jin returned home, he looked around the courtyard. After finding that there was nothing unusual inside, his face became very gloomy. Since you're already here, why do you need to hide? Looking at the crescent moon in the sky, Lu Jin's face was indescribably cold. I didn't expect you to be so secretive. Bewitching slowly walked out of the shadows. Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, the moonlight shone on him, plating him with a layer of faint brilliance. He was like an immortal in the moon, indescribably elegant. Young Master D is really amazing. Your cultivation has reached this level at such a young age. It's my fault. A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. Coming to my courtyard in the middle of the night is not the conduct of a gentleman. Lu Jin's expression darkened. What exactly do you want? I think you already know what's going on. Otherwise, you wouldn't have rushed back. Lu Jin sized up the fearless man in front of him, a trace of suspicion in his heart. Do you think you can defeat me? I only came here hoping that you could do me a favor. My original intention was not to stay here for long. As long as you are willing to help me, I will disappear from your sight as long as I achieve my goal. I will not interfere with your life. Why should I help you? What if we can cure Lu Qiyu? Lu Jin chuckled. What an arrogant tone. What makes you think you can help me? Of course, I know that you must have used many methods, but you should also be able to guess that I am confident in saying such words at this time. Hearing this, Lu Jin's expression changed. His gaze was constantly sizing up Bewitching. He had to admit that if the other party was only a cultivator at the glorious sun stage, he would not even believe such shameless words. However, the other party was already at the elementary immortal stage at such a young age. His hidden strength was so strong that even he did not notice it before. It was clear that he had a certain level of ability. Lu Jin's feelings were extremely complicated. Bewitching's cultivation was beyond his expectations. He had been keeping his distance earlier because he felt that the two of them were strange. However, it was obvious that the two of them had more trump cards than he had imagined. Bewitching was the only one in front of him. Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was still a mystery. He could not be sure if she was also an expert in the elementary immortal realm. Bewitching noticed Lu Jin's expression and knew that he was not really tempted. He just wanted to find out more about them. However, this conversation was going to happen sooner or later. He did not mind saying it first. We need to enter the crossing immortal domain. Lu Jin frowned but did not speak immediately. The person we're looking for is in the crossing immortal domain, so we have to enter. As long as you help us enter, we'll help you cure Lu Qiyu. Bewitching raised his eyebrows slightly. Lu Jin was the first person who did not immediately refute them. Even if you can cure Qiyu, he's just one person. Once you tell others about this, the entire town might cease to exist. Why do you think I'll agree? We can make an oath, Bewitching said. Lu Jin was slightly startled. Swearing an oath was very useful for cultivators. They had already become immortals. The fact that the other party was willing to make an oath proved that his words were trustworthy. I need to think about it. Your son's illness can't wait for too long. We're willing to discuss it with you on an equal footing. We hope that this matter can be done quietly. However, this doesn't mean that I don't have other methods. Bewitching glanced at Lu Jin indifferently. The latter immediately felt as if a knife was scraping his body. He felt cold all over. You have 3 days to think about it. In the next moment, Bewitching's figure disappeared from the courtyard as if he had never appeared. That night, Lu Jin stood in the courtyard for a long time. He only returned to the house when the sky gradually brightened. On the 3rd day, Xiaohei paced back and forth in the house. It's already the last day, and Lu Jin still hasn't appeared. Could it be that he didn't agree? This old fellow won't take the opportunity to run away with his entire family, right? Why don't I keep an eye on them? Xiaobai said worriedly. Bailey Hongzhuang reached out and pulled the 2 little fellows onto the table. Lu Jin is an elementary immortal expert. Even if he doesn't agree, he shouldn't be so spineless. When night fell and Bailey Hongzhuang was about to close the door, a hand suddenly pressed against the door. She opened the door and found that Lu Jin was already standing outside. I'm here to give you an answer. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Please come in. Inside the room, Bailey Hongzhuang brought in 2 cups of tea. Thank you. Lu Jin took a sip of tea and went straight to the point. Apart from your conditions, I have another request. Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang raised their eyebrows slightly and did not answer. As long as you agree to my request, I'll help you enter the crossing immortal domain. Tell me. I want to know who the person who attacked my Lu clan is. You should know better than anyone about this, right? We know nothing about your family. It won't be easy to find the culprit, Bailey Hongzhuang said calmly. I can try. Lu Jin's eyes lit up. But I can't guarantee that I'll be able to find the murderer. If this person isn't from this town or there are other possibilities, you don't think that we'll help you find the murderer all over the world, do you? Bailey Hongzhuang's expression revealed a kind of indifferent alienation. They were only discussing a deal. She didn't want the other party to take a mile after taking an inch. Lu Jin nodded slightly. I understand, as long as you can tell me the situation of this poison and give me some clues. As for the rest, I'll take care of it myself. Deal. When Lu Qiyu saw his father and Bailey Hongzhuang talking and laughing as they walked over, he couldn't help but rub his eyes, wondering if he had lost his mind and was hallucinating. Stop rubbing, it's embarrassing. Lu Jin said disdainfully. Feeling this familiar tone, Lu Qiyu finally believed that he wasn't dreaming and immediately stood up excitedly. Father, did your head get squeezed by the door today? Lu Jin's face darkened. Haven't you always been hoping to get Miss Bailey to treat your illness? If you don't want to, then forget it. Hey, father, don't. Lu Qiyu hurried over. I want to see it, I want to see it, I definitely want to see it. Miss Bailey, can you help me see if my illness can be cured? Although Lu Qiyu's words were simple, it seemed like he didn't care about all this at all, but his slightly heavier than usual panting revealed his inner nervousness. This was already his last hope. If it still failed, then it would be completely hopeless. After Bailey Hongzhuang carefully took Lu Qiyu's pulse, she found that the situation was indeed unusual. Compared to Xianxia's poison, this poison was undoubtedly much more complicated. Almost immediately, she was sure that the person who poisoned Lu Qiyu and Xianxia were not the same person. If it was the same person, even if the hatred between the 2 people was different, the difference in the poison wouldn't be so big. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang fall into silence after taking his pulse, Lu Qiyu's heart sank bit by bit. Ever since this incident happened to their family, they had gone to visit many godly doctors, but in the end, they had all returned empty-handed. Miss Bailey, is there no cure for my illness? Lu Qiyu couldn't help but ask. He forced a smile and said, it's okay. Actually, I'm already mentally prepared. Lu Jin was also very nervous. He thought about it for 3 days before agreeing. He really didn't want to see his son fall like this. That was a pain he couldn't bear. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. After a long while, she said, "If I'm not wrong, this should be a type of goo poison." The moment these words were spoken, Lu Qiyu and the other person could not help but be stunned. Goo poison? Not bad. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. I've dabbled in goo poison to a certain extent. Your poison is the most similar to goo poison. In that case, someone planted goo in our family? Lu Jin's expression became very ugly. Goo poison was much more difficult to treat than ordinary poison. Ordinary people were most unwilling to be contaminated with goo poison. He did not expect that it would appear in their bodies. I need some time to study it carefully. Don't be impatient. I still have some confidence. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. I will do my best to cure you. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's serious expression, Lu Qiyu's lips curled into a smile. Thank you. Bailey Hongzhuang took some of the poisoned blood and carefully understood Lu Qiyu's symptoms. Then, she began to study it. She had dabbled in goo poison in the past and had a certain understanding of it when she followed Granny Hua. However, Granny Hua focused more on guiding her in other areas. Although she had mentioned goo poison, she was not as proficient in other areas. Fortunately, she still had some books that Granny Hua left for her in her chaos ring. Perhaps she could find some clues from them. Young Master D, is Miss Bailey really competent? Lu Jin looked in the direction that Bailey Hongzhuang left and asked. Bewitching nodded slightly. If there is really no cure, she will not waste her time. Lu Jin was relieved. Bailey Hongzhuang did not give up. At least, it meant that they still had a glimmer of hope. Think about it carefully. Who could do such a thing? Bewitching looked at Lu Jin. Using goo poison required some skills. There were not many people who were good at goo poison. If there was such a person among their friends, they would be able to lock onto the target. I will confirm it carefully. However, this news must not be told to anyone to avoid alerting the enemy. Lu Jin reminded. Don't worry. We still have to find a way to help you find the person who poisoned you. Ever since returning to Immortal Treasure Pavilion, Bailey Hongzhuang found a book about goo poison from the medical books that Granny Hua gave her. She quickly read through the contents. She did not like to raise goo poison usually. She only felt that it was very troublesome. However, when she thought about the people in the town, she really could not think of anyone who was good at it. This person must have never told anyone that he was good at goo poison. He has always been very secretive in order to use it as a trump card. Xiaohei was secretly speechless. I did not expect the people here to be so scary. They have so many tricks up their sleeves. It is really frightening. Indeed. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. I think there are only a few targets. As long as we can detoxify the poison, it won't be difficult to lure the snake out of its hole. Master, are you sure which type of goo poison it is? It should be the heart-devouring goo. The goo worms here are much more powerful than the ones we encountered before. The cultivators in the chaotic immortal realm have very pure origin energy. The goo worms fed with this kind of origin energy are extremely powerful. I need to think of a way to force them out of my body. Although there were related records in the books, this kind of thing couldn't be understood just by reading it. She had to start from the basics. Every type of goo worm had different characteristics, and after staying in a person's body for a long time, there would be some changes. She had to understand everything clearly before she could make a move. Otherwise, if something were to happen, it would be too early. I think that Lu Qiyu's condition has been alright recently. There shouldn't be any problems for the time being. There's still time. Xiaohei comforted. Bailey Hongzhuang was engrossed in reading the medical book. From time to time, she would write something down. Through this inspection, they could determine the true situation of the goo worms. In this environment where no one disturbed her, Bailey Hongzhuang's understanding of the goo poison continued to improve. In the beginning, there were only some vague directions, but gradually, she began to research how to force the goo out without affecting Lu Qiyu. However, this peace was suddenly broken one day. Miss Bailey, Qiyu is dying. Lu Jin ran to Immortal Treasure Pavilion in a panic. His usually cold face was now filled with anxiety. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with panic and pain. What's going on? Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned. According to her observation, Lu Qiyu's goo poison could last for at least a year. Although she had asked Xiao He and Xiao Bai to put medicinal powder in their house, she had resolved the catalytic effect of the medicinal powder after they cooperated. Logically speaking, such a situation should not have happened. I don't know. It suddenly became like this. Let's go and take a look. The three of them quickly rushed to the Lu family. Along the way, Lu Jin also talked about the recent situation. Previously, the situation of the people in our family before they died was very similar to Qiyu's situation. However, they took longer to act up than Qiyu. I don't understand why he acted up so early. You must find a way to save him first. As long as you can save him, I will do my best to help you complete your wish. Don't worry too much. I've already thought of a way. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes were serious. During this period, she had a comprehensive understanding of Lu Qiyu's goo poison. Originally, she had planned to try to force the goo out in a few days. However, she did not expect such a situation to occur today. When they arrived, they found Lu Qiyu's body twitching. Blood was flowing out of his nose and he looked to be in extreme pain. Father, save me. Save me. Lu Qiyu screamed in pain. He lay on the bed and kicked the blanket with his feet. His expression was ferocious and terrifying. Seeing this situation, Bailey Hongshuang immediately knew how terrible the situation was. The insect queen had already directed the child insects to take Lu Qiyu's life. If they did not stop it immediately, then Lu Qiyu would die without a doubt. She reached out and grabbed Lu Qiyu's arm. Through feeling his pulse, she found an unusual fluctuation near Lu Qiyu's heart and immediately understood. That was where the child insects were. Young Master Lu, why don't you ask this? Bailey Hongshuang took out a sachet and placed it in front of Lu Qiyu's nose. This was the medicine she had prepared a few days ago. It could temporarily calm the childworms. The smell wasn't pleasant and was even a little pungent. Lu Qiyu couldn't help but frown. However, when he smelled the scent, he was surprised to find that the pain in his body was not as intense as before. He immediately snatched the sachet and sniffed it desperately. Take off his shirt. Bailey Hongshuang instructed and took out the needle bag. Lu Jin had already unbuttoned Lu Qiyu's clothes. Numerous silver needles circled around Lu Qiyu's heart and pierced into the corresponding acupoints. The silver needles, which contained pure energy, trembled unceasingly, exuding a pure power. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. There was a problem with the goo poison. Unknowingly, Lu Qiyu had fallen into a deep sleep. Bailey Hongshuang made a cut on his finger and took out a fresh animal organ. What are you going to do? Lu Jin looked at Bailey Hongshuang doubtfully, his eyes full of confusion. Think of a way to lure this goo worm out. Bailey Hongshuang said, I have already studied it. This goo worm's level is not low. If you want to kill it directly in your body, I am afraid Master Lu will not be able to save his own life. But this can lure the goo worm out? Lu Jin did not believe it. If it was so simple, then goo worms would not be so scary. Of course, that's not all. I added something to this animal's internal organs. It should be its favorite taste. Bailey Hongshuang smiled slightly. Every kind of goo worm had its own favorite smell. Smell was the way to attract goo worms. I wanted to feel pain in Master Lu's body. Coupled with the temptation from the outside, there is a chance of success. Now, the queen worm's order is for it to devour this heart, but it may not know which heart it is. I see. Lu Jin suddenly understood, but he really didn't understand this aspect. But looking at Bailey Hongshuang's solemn vow, he felt a bit more confident. Please, you have to save him. At the same time, in another place. A woman looked at the queen worm in front of her with a complicated expression. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Just now, it was about to succeed. But for some reason, the child worm seemed to have stopped for a moment, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. How is this possible? This has never happened before. I don't know either. Could it be that they have found a way to deal with it? Impossible. My goo poison has never made a mistake. In this place, no one can compare to me. This Bailey Hongshuang who recently came is a little strange. I heard that she had plans to treat Lu Qiyu before, but Lu Jin rejected her. Maybe this old guy has thought it through recently. That girl's alchemy skills are not bad, but alchemy is different from goo poison. Even if she cured Xianxia, she definitely can't cure Lu Qiu. The woman's lips curled up slightly. Look, the child worm is reacting again. That's good. The man sighed in relief and smiled proudly. It's time to destroy the Lu family. Once Lu Qiu is dead, it will be Lu Jin's turn. Not long after, a satisfied smile appeared on the woman's face. Lu Qiu is dead. Haha, that's great. A smile appeared on the man's face. Lu Jin must be heartbroken now. You should be more careful these days. Don't reveal any flaws. Lu Jin's strength is not simple. Don't worry. He won't think of it. The man was full of confidence. Lu family, inside the house. After Bailey Hongzhuang removed the silver needles from Lu Qiu's body one by one, she wiped the sweat off her forehead and sighed in relief. This is the goo worm? Lu Jin looked at the glass cup in his hand. There was a very small black worm in it. Previously, he saw this worm gradually crawl out of Lu Qiu's finger. In the end, it completely ate the animal's internal organs. Its speed shocked him. End of chapter. Alright, I promise you, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. That's right, this is the child worm of the goo worm. The mother worm is in the hands of the person who poisoned you. This child worm has been in Sir Lu's body for a long time. The other party must be trying to create a curse. That's why they dragged it out for so long. That means, the rest of our family died in the hands of this worm? Lu Jin's expression turned extremely ugly. He had thought of many ways to deal with this situation after it had happened. He naturally did not believe what others said about curses, but as he could not find the cause, he vaguely felt that this might be the case. At this moment, he finally understood the truth. That's right. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Lu Jin and said, this person has a deep grudge with you, and using such a method, he might be more familiar with you. If it was an ordinary grudge, the other party could have just poisoned them to death, but they had to spend so much effort. Their motive was undoubtedly to prevent this matter from implicating them. Lu Jin's eyes dimmed, a gloomy look appeared on his face. Using this child worm, can you find the mother worm? If you can help me find the other party, I will do my best to help you. Lu Jin's expression was serious, his eyes shone with hatred. His entire family had died in the hands of this goo worm. The other party's intention was to exterminate his entire family. If he did not take revenge, how could he face his family in the underworld? You want to enter Crossing Immortal Domain, I will help you. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her brows. As expected, Lu Jin had a way. Alright, I promise you. Lu Jin heaved a sigh of relief. Although he already had a few suspects, the other party had concealed this matter so well, it would not be easy to find them. He wanted to find the real culprit. If he alerted the other party, it would be more troublesome. Bewitching smiled at Bailey Hongzhuang. Are you confident? There is a connection between the mother insect and the child insect. However, if the other party is a careful person, she may directly erase all of this. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly, there's another possibility. This kind of thing has happened in your family several times. Perhaps the other party is very arrogant. It takes a lot of effort to cultivate this kind of goo worm. If Osher can take it back, he should be willing to do so. Lu Jin was confused. Then what should we do now? Should we follow this insect back? Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly. What we need to do now is wait. Wait. I think she will recall the childworms. Otherwise, the childworms would be dead by now. A confident smile appeared on her exquisite face. Instantly, her radiance shot out in all directions. Even in the middle of the night, her eyes were still bright and dazzling. Lu Jin didn't say anything, but he believed in the ability of the young woman in front of him. Thank you, Mrs. D. Hearing this different form of address, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her brows and looked at Bewitching. Bewitching smiled faintly. I told him that we are already married. If he keeps calling you miss, it will be easy for others to take advantage of him. Bailey Hongzhuang laughed lightly, her eyes were full of smiles. She didn't hear this form of address often. Don't tell anyone that we are here. Bailey Hongzhuang reminded Lu Jin. Otherwise, the other party might be on guard. End of chapter. Revenge for the extermination of his family. I understand. Lu Jin nodded deeply. The night had enveloped him in a ball of darkness, as if he had sunk into boundless darkness. Only when he raised his head to look at the unconscious Lu Qiyu, a trace of hope flashed in his eyes, illuminating his desolate heart. When will Qiyu wake up? Once the worm comes out, will he be fine? Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at the pale man on the bed and shook her head. He will wake up tomorrow. The worm has been in his body for a long time, his body is lacking a lot. Now that it suddenly came out, his condition will be even worse. He will need to recuperate for a period of time before he will gradually recover. Lu Jin heaved a sigh of relief. Even if he had to spend a little more time, it was fine. As long as he was still alive, it was fine. Make more supplements for him, he will recover faster. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. I can write a list for you. Thank you very much. Taking advantage of the dark night, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching brought Lu Qiyu to Immortal Treasure Pavilion. However, Lu Jin stayed at home and stared at the worm. They decided not to spread the news that Lu Qiyu was still alive. This way, they would be able to find the culprit faster. The next day, when Lu Qiyu woke up, he felt that his body was extremely weak and he was unable to sit up. What happened to me? Lu Qiyu was a little confused. This was not his house at all. Bewitching walked over. You are awake. Young Master D? You. Lu Qiyu looked at the house and then looked at Bewitching. Only then did he remember what happened yesterday. I am still alive? Don't worry, you are very lucky. You won't die. Bailey Hongzhuang walked in. Lu Qiyu was overjoyed. Really? I won't die? The goo poison has been cured. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and passed a bowl of medicinal porridge over. You are very weak now. Rest more. Where is my father? I was clearly at home earlier. How did I wake up here? Your father is investigating the real culprit. Lu Qiyu's expression changed, and he immediately wanted to get out of bed. I want to go too. Which bastard did this to us? Bewitching stopped him with one hand and said, the news that you are still alive is a secret. If you go out, you will alert the enemy. Leave this matter to us. Lu Qiyu was stunned for a moment, but he quickly understood the whole thing. However, there was still a trace of unwillingness between his brows. If I find him, I'll make sure he dies a horrible death. In the past, he had always thought that their family's feng shui was not good, or that it was bad luck brought about by what his father and the others had done. He did not expect that it was all man-made. This kind of anger almost burned his entire heart. This was simply a vengeance for the extermination of a sect. At night, Bailey Hongzhuang left Xiao He and Xiao Bai behind to take care of Lu Qiyu before they went to the Lu family. As soon as they entered the house, they saw Lu Jin guarding the insect. It was as if he had not slept a wink the entire night. How is it? Lu Jin looked up and saw the two of them. He shook his head. There is no movement yet. Be patient. The other party knows that your strength is not ordinary. They will not take it back so quickly. Bailey Hongzhuang sat down at the side. This kind of situation was not strange at all. It's fine. Let's wait. Lu Jin's expression was calm, but the trace of scarlet hatred in his eyes was shocking to the eye. Now that the threat had been removed, it was no big deal to spend a little more time. End of chapter. For 3 days, the child worm did not move. It stayed in the box quietly, as if it was asleep. This goo worm isn't dead, right? Lu Jin looked at the motionless goo worm with worry in his eyes. If the goo worm was dead, it would be difficult to find the culprit. No. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head with a faint smile. It ate so many things earlier. Its body is filled with energy. It is just resting now. Xianxia invited me to his place for dinner tonight. He might be testing me. Lu Jin raised his head. His solemn expression was complicated. Bailey Hongzhuang and Lu Jin raised their eyebrows. Lu Qiyu's matter had not spread out yet. Others naturally did not know about it. The only person who knew what happened was the person who poisoned the goo worm. If someone mentioned it tonight, it would be much easier to find the culprit. Go and take a look, you should have some results. Bailey Hongzhuang said. Okay. Lu Jin looked at the sky. I should set off soon. The others have probably arrived already. Bewitching looked at the goo worm in front of him, saying, "You waited until now to see if this goo worm will move?" Lu Jin nodded, "That's right. Go, we will watch over it." However, just as Lu Jin was about to set off, they suddenly discovered that the goo worm moved. Noticing this, everyone's expression changed. Lu Jin hurriedly followed the goo insect. When he realized that the goo insect was heading towards Xianxia's residence, his expression turned ugly. Could it be, the person who poisoned it is Xianxia? Is he the only one there tonight? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Lu Jin shook his head. Su Shen and Yang Tianzhao will be there too. Yang Tianzhao? Bewitching was puzzled. Dr. Yang? That's right. It seems that you are very close. Actually, it is always the four of us going to do Immortal Domain every time. Lu Jin didn't intend to hide it. Since he had decided to help Bewitching and Wang Zhong enter, they would find out about this sooner or later. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other, and their expressions became very strange. If that's the case, then the person who poisoned him might be one of the four. You go first. Leave the task of following the child insects to us. Be careful and don't leak any information. I understand. After Lu Jin left, Bailey Hongzhuang and Xianxia followed the insect. The insect's speed was also very fast. It didn't take them long to reach Xianxia's residence. Under the cover of the night, the two of them were dressed in black, so they were not eye-catching. However, it was not easy to keep an eye on this insect. One could only lock onto it through its aura. Otherwise, one would not be able to see it at night. Lu Jin, you are finally here. Xianxia saw Lu Jin and showed a happy smile. Why isn't Qiu here? He went to the forest a few days ago and hasn't returned yet. I don't know where he went to play. Lu Jin waved his hand, his smile showing some helplessness. He is young, it is normal for him to go out and explore. You have to understand him. Xianxia put his hand on Lu Jin's shoulder. Su Shen and Tianzhao are already here. Let's go in and have a drink. After Lu Jin entered, he realized that Su Shen's family was here. It was quite lively. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Lu Jin, hearing that Lu Qiu wasn't at home, so you couldn't help but ask, did he go out because he was traumatized? How dare you spout nonsense in front of your elders? Madame Su reprimanded. You were jealous of him in front of so many people. Do you think you're proud? Mother, I'm not, Su Shen smiled. Young people are hot-blooded. It's normal for them to be jealous. Why do you have to take it to heart? Back in the day, we were like that too. Su Shen looked at Lu Jin. Am I right? That's right. Young people are hot-blooded after all. It's okay to quarrel. Don't take it to heart. Madame Su said with some pity. Qiu is also a cultivation genius. If it weren't for this curse, his strength would have improved by now. Yang Tianzhao couldn't help but ask, has there been any progress in Qiu's condition recently? Lu Jin shook his head. No. Madame Jiang also served the food and wine at this moment. After hearing this topic, she said, I believe that Qiu is blessed by the heavens. He will be fine. Bailey Hongzhuang and Su Shen stayed on the roof. When they noticed that there were so many people inside, a trace of helplessness appeared on their faces. The child worms were extremely small, and they couldn't directly follow them in. Once they made it clear, the other party could directly kill the child worms. In this way, they could only be sure that the person who poisoned them was one of the three families, but they couldn't be sure who did it. I'm afraid these guys don't see eye to eye. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly. It was troublesome to make friends with these kinds of people. I wonder if Lu Jin will be able to find out the result. Bewitching frowned slightly. Now that he had locked onto these three families, the target was much smaller, but he still couldn't be sure who it was. I'm afraid it's a little difficult. These guys are probably gloating about Lu Qiu's illness. Even if they're testing him, I'm afraid they'll say the same thing. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, who was beside him, and said, Madam D, do you already have a way? Young Master D, you're right. Let's go back. We'll know the result soon. Bailey Hongzhuang pulled Bewitching back with her. She had no interest in staying on the roof. Lu Jin only came out of Xianxia's house in the middle of the night. Just a moment ago, he was still drunk, but in an instant, he regained his senses. His eyes were cold, without a trace of warmth. How is it? Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching sat on a tree branch and looked down at Lu Jin. Lu Jin raised his head. They're very tight-lipped, so I can't be sure. The other party purposely chose this time when everyone was gathered, so they probably didn't want to be suspected. I don't think Xianxia is responsible for this. Otherwise, it would be too deliberate. Bailey Hongzhuang and Lu Jin nodded slightly. They didn't answer immediately and listened to Lu Jin's analysis. Yang Tianzhao doesn't look like it either. I'm afraid his medical skills aren't at this level yet. He's best at ordinary poisons, not goo poison. Maybe he's been hiding it all along? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Maybe it's a kind of intuition. Lu Jin still insisted on his judgment. I think it's most likely Sushan's family. Why? You said before that the goo poison in Qiu's body should only act up after some time. It's strange that it suddenly acted up this time. I think this situation might be related to Sushan's breakthrough to the elementary immortal stage. End of chapter. It's because he has made a breakthrough that he doesn't have as many concerns as before. Lu Jin's eyes darkened. In fact, he had always known that Sushan had some complaints about him, but he had been deliberately suppressing them because of the gap in strength between them. He didn't take it to heart. In his opinion, Sushan was a guy who liked to act on impulse. Even if he was dissatisfied in his heart, it was often easy to show on his face. He really found it hard to believe that Sushan was the one who did such a thing. If that was really the case, then Sushan's concealment skills were really too superb. Most importantly, among the three families, he felt that Sushan was the most likely one. Let's go to his house and see. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a confident smile as she walked towards Sushan's house. Mrs. D? Lu Jin was a little surprised, but he still followed her. When Sushan opened the door and saw Bewitching and the others, his expression became very strange for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Lu Jin, why are you with young Master D and Miss Bailey? Is there something wrong? It's Mrs. D, Bewitching said slowly. Sushan was slightly stunned. After he reacted, he said a little embarrassedly, so it's Mrs. D. Forgive me for not recognizing you. You should know why we are here today, right? Bailey Hongzhuang pushed the door open with a faint smile and walked in. Sushan hurriedly caught up with her, his face full of confusion. Mrs. D, I really don't understand what you mean. It doesn't matter if you don't know now. When we see your wife, everything will be clear. As soon as these words came out, Sushan's expression suddenly changed. A touch of panic quietly flashed across his face, and then he looked at Lu Jin in confusion. Lu Jin, what do you mean? In any case, we've known each other for so many years. You didn't even give me a heads up before bringing two outsiders to my place. Isn't that too much? Lu Jin's expression was cold. We are here to confirm something. If we are wrong, we will apologize to you later. Not long after, Mrs. Su came out. Looking at the three people in front of her, she was indifferent. What brings you here so late at night? We didn't realize that Madame Su was such a character at first. We were really blind. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. The woman in front of her had an ordinary appearance and was not outstanding at all. Her expression revealed some gentleness. Just by looking at the surface, no one would be able to tell that this gentle and virtuous woman would actually use such vicious means. Madame Su's face was filled with confusion. Madame D, this is the first time we've met. I really don't understand what you mean. Since I'm so straightforward, it means that I already have evidence. Why do you have to be so secretive? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes had a hint of coldness. You poisoned him, didn't you? Although it was a question, Bailey Hongzhuang used an affirmative tone. Goo poison? Madame D thinks too highly of me. Lu Jin couldn't help but frown when he saw this. The situation in front of him was not beyond his expectation. As long as there was no definite evidence, the other party would never admit it. It's not easy for Madame Su to raise goo worms, so she wants to take back the child worm. But this has already left the biggest clue. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Irrefutable Evidence. Hearing this, Madame Su's face changed slightly. She looked at Bailey Hongzhuang suspiciously, but her face remained calm. I don't understand what you're talking about. Why should I listen to you talk about these baseless fallacies in the middle of the night? Su Shen also glanced at Madame Su quietly. After seeing that the latter was not flustered, he was relieved. It was not the first time that they had done this kind of thing, and there had never been any problems. He believed that this time, it was impossible for them to be caught. It seems that Madame Su won't admit it if you don't show the evidence. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly, like a flash in the pan, elegant and otherworldly. I put the fluorite powder in that goo worm. Fluorite powder? The three of them were a little confused. They had never heard of it before. You may not know much about the fluorite powder, but when the fluorite powder touches the thing in my hand, it will emit a little light. Isn't it very interesting? Bailey Hongzhuang held a white porcelain bottle in her hand, and Bewitching had taken the clear water from one side at this moment. After mixing the white liquid in the white porcelain bottle with the clear water, Bewitching's yuanli surged in his body, and the clear water instantly evaporated into mist, diffusing in the whole room. Su Shen and Lu Jin looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in surprise and doubt. This woman had been too calm from the moment she appeared. They had never heard of this so-called method, and even felt that this woman might just be scaring them. Trying to force them to admit it in such a way was too naive. I don't know what nonsense you are talking about. There is no light at all here. Madame Su's face was cold. She had already put the child worm into the box and was not afraid of what he said at all. It was impossible to find the child worm. Put out the light. Lu Jin immediately blew out the candle. However, just after the room was dark, the little light on the ground became very obvious, and even clearly pointed out a way. Su Shen understood almost in an instant. Previously, Zichong had clearly gone to Jiangzhen's house. If it wasn't for the two of them, it would be impossible to leave traces here. After seeing this scene, Su Shen and the other man were also dumbfounded. They didn't expect that everything Bailey Hongzhuang said was actually true. Madame Su, what do you have to say now? In the darkness of the night, the woman's eyes were as bright as the stars, exuding a lively luster. You're framing me. Su Shen reacted immediately. He stared at Bailey Hongzhuang with a burning gaze. His expression was gloomy and fierce. There is no enmity between us, why are you slandering us like this? He turned to look at Lu Jin and said, Lu Jin, we've known each other for many years. You can't fall for their tricks. Looking at Su Shen's flawless acting skills, Bailey Hongzhuang secretly admired him. This guy is really good at acting. If it weren't for this, their family wouldn't have caused the Lu family to be in such a state without being discovered. Recalling that Su Shen had pulled Lu Jin to drink and chat merrily a few days ago, it was really ironic. Lu Jin had been watching the scene coldly. After confirming that all this was true, his eyes were terrifyingly cold. Su Shen, at this point, why do you still need to act? He suddenly raised his head, and his eyes were as cold as a sharp blade. End of this chapter. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Who said I was dead? In the face of Lu Jin, whose eyes were as sharp as ice blades, the panic on Su Shen's face gradually collapsed. A cold smile slowly climbed up the corners of his mouth. At this moment, all the amiable and approachable smiles turned into evilness and disdain. I thought you would die without knowing why, but I didn't expect you to see through all this at the last moment. But, so what, you are the only one left in the whole Lu family. Isn't it a little pitiful to find out the truth through your son's death? Ha ha ha, arrogant and indifferent laughter spread in the small house. Against the extremely ferocious face, people felt chills in their hearts. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching stood quietly aside. They promised to help Lu Jin find out the real murderer. They didn't need to get involved in this feud. After hearing such a big noise, Su Yu also came out of the house. After hearing all this, he was also a little surprised, but soon turned into indifference. Who said I was dead? A hoarse voice sounded, and Lu Qiu slowly walked into the house. Looking at the familiar face in front of them, Su Shen and his family were a little stunned. It was obvious that Lu Qiu couldn't be alive, but he appeared in front of them alive. How can you still be alive? Lady Su was shocked. Her goo venomous insects had never disappointed her. This time it had been completed, and it was impossible for it to fail. Witch, do you think you can kill me so easily? Lu Keyu's face was cold, and two clusters of fire were burning in his eyes. The anger in him almost burned out his reason. You despicable and shameless guys. You look sanctimonious, but you are so insidious behind my back. After a short surprise, Su Shen and his family quickly turned their eyes to Bailey Hongzhuang. Except for her, it should be no one else. You are also good at goo poison? Mrs. Su's black eyes were full of disbelief. She knew very well that there were very few people who were good at goo poison, and it was impossible for anyone in this town to know it. Even though everyone knew that Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills were outstanding, she had never taken it to heart. Because goo poison itself was another branch, even if Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills were good, she could only be helpless in this regard. She never thought that she would actually miscalculate. Are you the only one who knows how to do that? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and asked. Madame Su's face darkened. This is between us. It has nothing to do with you. Why are you getting involved? That's between me and Lu Jin. You usually think highly of yourself. I thought you wouldn't ask for help. I didn't expect that your arrogance was just an act. Su Shen sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Lu Jin's face was steely. There's no point in saying more. Today, I will avenge my family. A powerful force broke out from Lu Jin's body. At this moment, he didn't hide his strength as usual. The strength of the elementary celestial stage was undoubtedly revealed. Feeling this aura, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Sure enough, Lu Jin had broken through to the elementary celestial stage for some time. His aura was stronger than Su Shen's. Su Shen was not to be outdone. Lu Jin, you used to rely on your strength to make decisions for us. Now that I have broken through to the elementary celestial stage, do you think you can still do whatever you want? End of this chapter. Mobile reading. The two of them collided with each other as soon as they finished speaking. Vigorous elemental energy gushed out in torrents. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest immediately rushed out of the house. The room was unable to withstand the power of the battle between two elementary immortal experts. On the other side, Su Yu and Lu Qiyu were also enemies. Their eyes blazed with hatred when they met. First, they fought over a beauty, and now, it involved the enmity of their clans. The two of them did not show any mercy when they fought. Madame Su looked around, and her gaze finally fell on Bewitching. She didn't do anything for the time being. Boom. Boom, terrifying energy ripples spread out, and the Su family's house was instantly razed to the ground. Such a huge commotion immediately woke up the other people in the town. They ran out of their houses one after another. When they saw what had happened, they were also at a loss. Why are Lu Jin and Su Shen fighting? Didn't they drink together before? My goodness, when did Lu Jin break through to the elementary celestial stage? From the looks of it, they seemed to have a deep grudge against each other. Everyone looked at the two people who were fighting fiercely in bewilderment. They clearly wanted to take each other's lives. Young Master D, you are here too. Do you know what happened? Shopkeeper Shen noticed that Di Beichen and Li Wuyo were already here, so he couldn't help but ask. Di Beichen smirked and turned to look at his side. You'll have to ask my wife about this. She knows the situation best. Madam? Everyone was slightly taken aback. They looked back and forth between the two for a moment before they understood. I see. Mrs. D, can you tell us what's going on? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen helplessly. This guy had been scheming all along. The so-called curse of the Lu family is actually Madame Su's poison. Her explanation was very simple. Everyone immediately understood after hearing this, and their eyes were filled with shock. My God, the curse of the Lu family was actually caused by Su Shen? No wonder Lu Jin is so angry. I didn't expect that Su Shen's family, who usually looks so ordinary, had a conspiracy. It's really scary. Everyone couldn't help but shake off the goosebumps on their bodies. The feeling of being stabbed in the back was still very scary. Fortunately, they usually did not offend Su Shen. Otherwise, their situation would probably be similar to the Lu family. Originally, there were several people in the family, but now, only the two of them were left. It was really pitiful. Now that Sushin's family has been exposed, they are even more fearless. This world had always been about strength. As long as one had strength, everything else was nothing. I didn't expect the truth to be like this. I really feel bad for Qiu. Shen Sushing's face also became very ugly. His relationship with Lu Qiu was not very close before, but since Lu Qiu agreed to help him last time, the relationship between the two of them had become much closer. He had always hoped that the curse of the Lu family could be broken as soon as possible, but he didn't expect the real reason to be like this. Young Master D, can Qiu and the others win? Shen Sushing asked worriedly. It was obvious that he was thinking about whether he should rush up as well. Bewitching looked at the two people fighting above and said, according to my observation, Lu Jin's strength is slightly stronger than Sushin's. It should be no problem. This book came from mobile reading Patriarch Lu. If you need our help, just say the word. Bewitching said with a faint smile. Then, he held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand and jumped down from the tree. However, we won't help for free. Hearing this, Lu Jin looked at the two people below and a strange look flashed across his eyes. The other party's words were obviously enough to give him something to rely on. As long as Bewitching joined in, Sushin would definitely lose. On the other side, Sushin's face also became very ugly. He didn't know when the relationship between Bewitching and the others had become so good. Most importantly, Bewitching dared to say such words at this time, which was enough to prove that his strength was also not ordinary. Otherwise, a Radiant Sun stage cultivator wouldn't even be qualified to participate in their battle. Shall we go back? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Otherwise? Bewitching smiled faintly. Lu Jin can handle it. When we wake up tomorrow, everything will be settled. We just have to wait for the time to set off. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. She also felt that Sushin was no match for Lu Jin. The next day, when Bailey Hongzhuang came out of the house, they found that the atmosphere in the small town was indescribably complicated. The expressions of the people on the street were somewhat emotional, as if they were still immersed in disbelief. Bewitching noticed that Sushin's house had been razed to the ground while Lu Jin's house on the other side was still intact. He already knew the result. Presumably, after yesterday's battle, the Su family had already been removed from this small town. Mr. D, Mrs. D, good morning. Lu Qiu walked over with a smile, obviously in a very good mood. Did you win last night? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Lu Qiu nodded his head and said proudly, of course, in the past Suyu wasn't my opponent at all. If it wasn't for this goo poison, how could he have defeated me last time? This time, I finally got my revenge. I have to thank all of you. You're welcome. We're just helping each other. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. My father asked me to buy some healing medicine. That old fellow Sushin couldn't beat my father yesterday and actually self-destructed in the end. Fortunately, my father dodged, but he still suffered some injuries. Bailey Hongzhuang was a little surprised. Is it serious? Do you need me to take a look? No need. Lu Qiu waved his hand. It's not serious. I'll be fine. After resting for a while. That's good. In the following days, Bailey Hongzhuang found that the people in the town were getting closer to them. It felt like they had replaced the Su family's existence. Because they had helped the Lu family find the source of the curse, everyone had a common enemy. Under such circumstances, the two of them were able to live more freely here. Without those rejections, life in this small town was indeed very leisurely. Lu Jin and the others went to the Crossing Immortal Domain once a year. There were still 3 months before their next trip. Coincidentally, Lu Jin and Lu Jin both needed to recuperate. This trip was very dangerous. Even if they were in their best condition, it was inevitable that they would lose their lives, let alone now that they were injured. After 3 months, the two of them would be almost fully recovered and they would be able to set off for the Crossing Immortal Domain. During this time, Bailey Hongzhuang and Lu Jin did not slack off. They cultivated with all their might, hoping for more protection. Therefore, the two of them directly announced that they were going into seclusion and went to the Holy Spirit Tree in the Mystic Realm to cultivate. This book came from mobile reading Immortal Domain. My lord, we found the cause of Qing Ji's death. The man half knelt in front of a green-robed man, his expression reserved and respectful. The man raised his eyebrows and asked in a hoarse voice, "What's going on?" According to our investigation, Qingji was just unlucky. She offended 2 cultivators from the chaotic immortal realm who had just broken through to the elementary immortal stage and died in their hands. Even though there were people in the immortal domain who wanted to harm Qingji, Qingji died before they even arrived. In that case, it has nothing to do with these fellows from the immortal region? Yes. Have you checked the background of those 2 people? Could they be in contact with the people from the immortal region, but you were deceived? Qing Devil's eyes narrowed slightly. It was extremely difficult for a cultivator at the elementary celestial stage to appear in the chaos celestial realm. 1 person was already very rare, let alone 2 people. My lord, we also suspected that there was someone behind them, so we investigated the matter very clearly. In the end, we confirmed that they were cultivators without any background and had no contact with the immortal region. However, they have already left their original city. I reckon that they should have come to the immortal domain. Oh? Qing Devil smiled. They came to the immortal realm? Since they've delivered themselves to our doorstep, we'll make sure they don't leave. Our men are already looking for their whereabouts. What are their names? Bewitching. Bewitching? The light in Qing Mo's eyes suddenly froze. He suddenly stood up, his fierce eyes staring straight at the man in front of him. Suddenly being stared at by such a gaze, the man couldn't help but shiver. He nodded and said, "That person is called Bewitching. Is there a problem?" Qing Devil narrowed his eyes. Is the other one called Bailey Hongshuang? This time, the man couldn't help but be stunned. How did you know, my lord? Qing Devil paused for a while and suddenly laughed crazily. What a waste of effort. The man looked at Qing Devil, whose personality had changed greatly, and couldn't help but feel flustered. Ever since Qing Devil came back from the ancient battlefield, her personality had become even stranger. Although he didn't understand why she suddenly became like this, he didn't dare to say anything for fear that he would be implicated. We must find these 2 people. Qing Devil immediately ordered, once you find them, report to me immediately. Don't alert them. Yes. After the man left, Qing Devil's eyes darkened again. Back then, I let you slip away from the ancient battlefield, but I won't let you get away this time. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Bailey Hongshuang and Yi Zichen had already come out of the secret territory and returned to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. As soon as the door was opened, many people ran over. Young Master D, you've been in seclusion for so long. It's not easy for us to buy something. Everyone sighed. It was inconvenient when there was no Immortal Treasure Pavilion, but they had gotten used to it. Since they had the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, they felt even more uncomfortable when it was suddenly gone. Looking at the friendly crowd, Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help smiling. These people were very difficult to get along with when they didn't accept her. But after getting to know them, she found they were quite nice. Soon, Lu Jin came to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. How's your injury? Di Baichen asked. Lu Jin moved his arm and said with a smile, I've completely recovered. It won't affect me at all. That's good. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. When do you plan to leave? Before we depart, I have to introduce you to Xianxia and the others. Every time we go there, we go together. The heavenly mode is filled with danger, just us alone is not enough. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang and Lu Jin nodded slightly. They understood in their hearts. Jiangzhen, Su Shen, Yang Tianzhao and Lu Jin must have been working together in the past. That was why the 4 of them had a close relationship. This time, Su Shen was naturally unable to go, but the others would still go. Did you tell them that we're going? Di Baichen asked slowly. They might not accept it. Even though everyone had already accepted them as part of the town, it would still be difficult for others to agree to participate in such an important matter. Most importantly, according to their judgment, the person who poisoned Xin Xianglin was most likely Yang Tianzhao. Xin Xianglin had not offended Yang Tianzhao before, nor had he done anything out of line. Therefore, it was very likely that the reason why he was treated this way was related to them. Lu Jin also understood what the 2 of them meant and said, I've already mentioned it to them once, but they weren't very willing to accept it, especially Dr. Yang. So, when we go over later, what they say might not be very nice. I hope you don't take it to heart. We understand. Bailey Hongzhuang expressed her understanding. Under such circumstances, no one would be willing to accept two strangers. I will convince them. I will definitely do what I promised you, Lu Jin emphasized. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Lu Jin appeared at Jiangzhen's house, Jiang Zhen and Yang Tianzhao's expressions were a little strange. They only looked at the two indifferently and didn't say anything. Lu Jin walked in with familiarity. Why are you guys unhappy? Sushin can't join us this time. With them around, we'll be safer. I object. Yang Tianzhao made his attitude clear with a cold face. Lu Jin, I know you're doing this because the two of them helped you find the real culprit. I can understand that you want to repay the favor, but don't you think it's too risky to involve them in this kind of thing? They are trustworthy people. I hope you can trust me. I won't let everyone take the risk. Lu Jin's expression was serious. Back then, he had also had his suspicions. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang had saved Qiu, he had never been completely at ease. It was just that the things they did later gave him a sense of security. If the other party wanted to do something, there was no need for them to waste so much effort. Even if the other party poisoned them, there was nothing they could do. Seeing that Lu Jin was so certain, Jiang Zhen's attitude softened. Are you sure? I guarantee it with my life. Hearing this, Jiang Zhen sighed. Alright, since you've already said so, I'll believe you. Believe him for what? Yang Tianzhao sneered, don't you know that their goal is not to stay in this town, but to enter the crossing immortal domain? Don't you know how risky this is? If anything happens, no one will be able to bear the responsibility. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze hardened. Their judgment was right. Yang Tianzhao already knew everything. How did you know? Lu Jin suddenly asked. He hadn't told anyone about this yet, so Yang Tianzhao shouldn't have known about it. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Since you've made such a plan, you should have realized that it's very likely that all of this will be known by others. If I'm not wrong, you heard about it from Duan Chen, right? Bewitching's voice was mild, and his starry eyes shone with a wise luster. After Xianxia was poisoned, they had thought about it carefully and felt that the biggest reason for the whole thing should be this. Now that Yang Tianzhao had taken the initiative to talk about all this, everything was even more certain. Yang Tianzhao looked at Bewitching in astonishment, then his face returned to its usual cold expression. That's right, I was the one who poisoned Xianxia. Why did you poison Xianxia and not us? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. Yang Tianzhao should want to deal with them, but he had to take such a complicated route to deal with Xianxia. It was really troublesome. I want to test her abilities. Yang Tianzhao's expression was calm. Naturally, he wanted to directly deal with Bailey Hongzhuang and Gu Ruoyan. This way, there wouldn't be so much trouble. However, he also understood that the person who could concoct the immortal establishment pill was definitely an expert, so he did not rashly try. Xianxia had proven that his judgment was not wrong. Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills were definitely above his. Lu Jin finally understood that Yang Tianzhao had never mentioned this matter to him. Tianzhao, just trust me this time. Jiang Zhen, who was listening from the side, was confused. He didn't quite understand what was going on until he heard everything. Only then did he understand what was going on. It turned out that there were so many things that happened before this, and he actually didn't know about it. Then come to think of it, Yang Tianzhao and Bewitching had become enemies. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them were stronger, Yang Tianzhao would have already dealt with them. If you want to make a move on me, then don't wait. Yang Tianzhao looked coldly at the two of them. Even though he had never seen them fight, he could guess that they were at the elementary celestial stage. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so confident. If we wanted to make a move, you would already be dead, Bewitching said calmly. Yang Tianzhao was slightly taken aback. He then lowered his head and fell into silence. After a short while, Lu Jin said, if you're unwilling, then let's split up. Yang Tianzhao suddenly raised his head and looked at Lu Jin in disbelief. Are you really determined? They saved my life. Lu Jin nodded. I will definitely fulfill my promise. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and looked at Bewitching. Let's go. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others turned around and left together. Thinking about it, there shouldn't be any problems if the three of them set off together. Tianzhao. Jiangjin frowned. Without Lu Jin, it was impossible for the two of them to cross the heavenly moat. Wait. Just as the two of them were about to leave, Yang Tianzhao's voice rang out. Lu Jin turned around and heard him say, "Let's go together." The stiff atmosphere in the room eased up with these words. Jiang Zhen and the others all smiled. That's more like it. We're all in this together. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Inside the Heavenly Moat. All of you, come in quickly. Don't just stand outside. Jiang Zhen quickly beckoned everyone into the house. We have to set off in 2 days. We have to discuss this properly so that we don't miss out on anything. Lu Jin and the other two returned to the house. Although Yang Tianzhao looked a little unnatural, he was no longer as hostile as before. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were also very calm. They did not take this matter to heart. They did not care whether Yang Tianzhao accepted them or not. Their goal was to enter the crossing celestial domain. Other than that, they had nothing to do with anything else. What do we need to prepare before we enter the heavenly moat? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. There are many dangers in the heavenly moat. Anything can happen. Lu Jin's expression was very solemn. We know of a path that is slightly less dangerous, but even so, it is not easy to pass through. If we are not careful, we will lose our lives. Even experts in the elementary celestial realm are no exception. Lu Jin looked at Bewitching and Jiang Zhen. Obviously, he was reminding them not to take it lightly just because they had a high cultivation level. This natural chasm is extremely deep. With our cultivation, it's impossible for us to fly over it. Even if we can fly over it, there will be many ferocious flying beasts along the way. The difficulty won't be much lower. Our route is to use a rope to enter the heavenly moat and walk to the crossing celestial domain. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. They had made the same judgment previously. This method seemed to take many detours. However, other than that, there was no other way. The heavenly moat is very deep. Hence, it is completely dark below. There is no sunlight at all. It is dark and humid. The environment is terrible. At this point, helplessness appeared on the faces of Lu Jin and the other two. Although they went there once a year, the environment there. They did not want to think about it. How long do we need to reach the crossing celestial domain? About 1.5 months, Lu Jin said. The distance between here and the crossing immortal region is not far. With our usual speed, we can get there in 7 days. However, the underground environment is really terrible. Our speed is very slow. I see. Bailey Hongzhuang breathed a sigh of relief. The timing was better than she had expected. That kind of cold and damp environment was indeed not what everyone liked, but she was no stranger to such an environment. In such an environment, the power of darkness was at its densest, and they were very used to it. There's a lot of miasma and fog in there, so you can't see the route clearly. Once you inhale too much of the miasma, it's easy to hallucinate. In the past, many people have lost their lives because of this. You have to be careful. There will be many monsters along the way. Normally, no cultivators would pass through the heavenly moat, and the monsters inside would not be killed by anyone. Therefore, their strength had evolved to a terrifying level. We once encountered a demon in the elementary immortal realm and almost lost our lives there. Jiangjin seemed to recall that experience. There was still a hint of fear between his brows. Not only that, there will be other dangerous places. However, we have some experience. When the time comes, don't act on your own. Listen to our arrangements and you should be able to get through it safely. End of chapter. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Manager, Crossing Immortal Domain. We won't act on our own. You don't have to worry. Bewitching said when he noticed the worry in their eyes. They had experienced this many times before. If they acted rashly, they would disrupt everyone's pace. Hence, this was the last thing they wanted to see when they were moving together. Lu Jin and the other two were relieved when they saw how sensible the two of them were. It was no wonder that the two of them could reach such a cultivation level at such a young age. Compared to cultivators of the same age, they were indeed much more mature. Although we have a certain understanding of the natural chasm, we can't guarantee that there won't be any problems. Every once in a while, there will be some changes in the natural chasm. Be it the migration of monsters or the changes in the environment, these are all things we can't control. If there's any danger, we can work together. Jiangjun looked at Bewitching. In terms of cultivation level, he and Yang Tianzhao were only at the Radiant Sun realm. Although they were only one step away from the elementary immortal realm, they had not reached it. In the past, with Sushin around, the four of them could almost get through the natural chasm. Now that Sushin was gone, if Bewitching and Yang Tianzhao did not help them, they would be slightly inferior. I understand. Bewitching replied. Since it's a collaboration, we will naturally do our best. However, you know that our goal is to enter the crossing immortal domain. When we go, we will naturally do our best. But what will you do when we return? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. As long as they could enter the crossing immortal domain successfully, they would definitely not return. You don't have to worry about this. We have basically cleared most of the obstacles along the way. We can't be sure about the animal-type monsters, but we have already dealt with the plant-type monsters. Hence, the difficulty of returning will be much lower than when we went in, Lu Jin said. That's good. Bailey Hongzhuang was relieved. After Lu Jin and Jiangjun explained the situation in the natural chasm, Bailey Hongzhuang and Yang Tianzhao had a better understanding of everything. The vague concepts in their minds gradually became clearer. All these years, we have only been doing business with the crossing immortal domain. No one has ever entered the crossing immortal domain, and no one from the crossing immortal domain has ever come out. You are taking a risk this time. All we can do is bring you there, but if you can't convince them, there is nothing we can do. Yang Tianzhao's face was calm, and his voice was still distant. Is the person doing business with you the manager of the crossing immortal domain? Bewitching suddenly asked. Not bad. The crossing immortal domain has been sealed off since a few years ago. The person in charge there is at the elementary immortal realm. Although we don't know, I think they should be connected to the immortal domain. Otherwise, they wouldn't be willing to stay in the immortal domain. After a while, Lu Jin slowly voiced his guess. They're doing business with us in secret just to enrich their own pockets. However, in all these years, they have never allowed any cultivators from the immortal domain to come out, so it is still very difficult. All you need to do is bring us there and leave the rest to us. We'll cut all ties with you once we get there. Just pretend that you don't know us. Alright, Yang Tianzhao said. Lu Jin and Jiangjun's expressions were slightly complicated. Their goal is to go in. We still have to do business in the future, Yang Tianzhao emphasized. End of chapter. Let's go, the special rope. Young Master Yang is right, we are already very grateful that you are willing to take us there. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. There was no friendship between them and Yang Tianzhao in the first place, so it was not strange for him to have such an attitude. As for her, she could not be bothered to pay attention to him. Alright then, Lu Jin said awkwardly. After they came out, Lu Jin said apologetically, Tianzhao has always been like this. Please forgive him. We didn't take it to heart. Lu Jin was relieved to see that Bewitching and Wang Chang's expressions were normal, without the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. The two of you are really broad-minded. If it were any other person, they would have been angry long ago when faced with such a situation. Previously, he was really worried that Yang Tianzhao would be so rude that he would provoke Bewitching and Bewitching into a fight. He didn't have the confidence to protect Yang Tianzhao from the two of them. Even though he had never seen them fight before, he had a vague feeling that the strength of these two people was not simple. He had the confidence to defeat Sushin, but he didn't have the confidence to defeat either of these two people. This was because their usual performance revealed an indescribable foundation. Brother Lu, you flatter us. We just don't want to complicate matters. Lu Jin nodded bitterly. He knew that it wouldn't be easy for the two of them to resolve their differences. In any case, they had only been together for a little more than a month. As long as they paid attention, there shouldn't be any problems. According to Lu Jin's instructions, Bailey Hongzhuang and Lu Jin prepared enough things before the four of them set off together. Everyone in the town knew about this matter. When they found out that Di Beichen and Shifeng were actually involved in this matter, they were somewhat surprised. However, after thinking about Su Shen's family, they immediately understood. Young Master Di and the others must be quite strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been recognized. I've been waiting for so long, but I didn't get the chance to go. I didn't expect them to be able to go so soon after coming to town. Have a safe journey. We'll be waiting for your good news. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest left for the heavenly mode after everyone in the town said their goodbyes. During this process, Lu Jin and the other two also carefully observed their surroundings. After ensuring that there was no one nearby, they finally felt at ease and took out the rope. The natural mode is very deep. It will take us a long time to reach the bottom. During this process, we might encounter danger at any moment. So, you must not be careless, Lu Jin reminded them. Xianxia added, there are monsters on the mountain walls. There are also quite a number of monsters. Some of the monsters live here. Even if it's just a few vines, we still have to be on guard against them. What about our rope? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. The journey was so dangerous. If there was a problem with the rope, they would be doomed eternally. Our rope is specially made. It won't break. You can rest assured. Yang Tianzhao threw 2 ropes to Di Beichen and Shifeng. There's only one rope. If you lose it, it'll be gone. Bailey Hongzhuang sized up the rope in her hand. As soon as she held the rope in her hand, she could feel its different texture. Obviously, this rope was also a magic treasure. Don't worry. I won't tamper with it. Yang Tianzhao's annoying voice sounded again. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Yang Tianzhao indifferently. Her eyes revealed a trace of frosty indifference. Tianzhao. Lu Jin said sternly. End of chapter. Looking at Lu Jin's serious face, Yang Tianzhao shifted his gaze away and stopped saying those annoying words. Fix the rope here. We have specially prepared this place for our journey to the crossing immortal domain. We just need to leave the rope here when we reach the bottom. We will still have to rely on this fellow when we return. Lu Jin raised the rope in his hand. This thing looks simple, but it will be of great help to us. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and imitated Lu Jin. She tied one end of the rope to the iron hook under the huge rock and tried to pull it. Sure enough, it was very firm. Let's go down. You all have to be careful. Don't worry, we understand. After everyone was ready, they looked at each other and jumped down the rope together. The moment he jumped off the moat, the cold wind blew from below, emitting a coldness that made one's heart palpitate. Bailey Hongzhuang did not descend quickly because the fog was very thick and they could not see the situation below clearly. Lu Jin and the others were also moving at a slower speed. They were constantly on guard against any unexpected situations. Fortunately, after descending for a long time, they did not encounter any danger. They could be considered very lucky. Bailey Hongzhuang continued to descend in an orderly manner. As she descended further and further, the temperature gradually decreased as well. The cold wind carried a faint moist aura, and the surrounding environment gradually darkened. They couldn't observe their surroundings very well with their naked eyes, so they could only use their mental strength to confirm everything. Hiss, a soft sound suddenly rang out. Bailey Hongzhuang, who was focused on descending, only then did she notice that the vines beside her had spat out snake apricots and were suddenly biting towards her. Monster! Bailey Hongzhuang shouted coldly in her heart. A sharp blade had already appeared in her hand, and she quickly stabbed towards the huge snake. Vigorous essence energy seeped into the dagger and ruthlessly pierced into the large snake's head. Rip, the sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. The snake let out a miserable shriek before finally dying. Bailey Hongzhuang grabbed the snake's body and skillfully removed its gallbladder before throwing it away. Master, what do you need this snake gall for? Xiao Hei stuck out half of its head. Just looking at that black thing gave it goosebumps. This snake is not weak. The snake's gallbladder can be used as medicine. She usually needed these things to make some medicinal powders. Hong Zhuang, are you all right? Bewitching's concerned voice sounded. He was not far away and heard the commotion. Bailey Hong Zhuang shook her head slightly. It's fine. Let's continue. The monsters here aren't very strong. It won't be difficult to deal with them. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Bailey Hong Zhuang looked down at the bottomless abyss with a hint of amazement in her eyes. The depth of this abyss was much deeper than what they had encountered before. Compared to this place, perhaps the abyss they had encountered before could not even be called an abyss. We'll have to spend more than a day just going down, and this is under the condition that we don't encounter any danger. Lu Jin heard the conversation between Bailey Hong Zhuang and Xiaohe and explained. No wonder it's called a natural moat. Bailey Hong Zhuang smiled faintly and continued to fly down the rope. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out. Everyone turned their heads to look at the source of the sound. When they realized that it was Xianxia who had screamed, they looked around him. Everyone's expression changed instantly. It was a huge snake. At a glance, they could tell that it was several 100 feet long. If the snake Bailey Hong Zhuang had encountered was a huge snake, then the one in front of them was a huge snake. At this moment, the huge snake was staring at Xianxia with its black, oval eyes, as if it was looking at a delicious meal. Master, why do I feel that this snake is somewhat familiar? The corner of Xiaohe's mouth twitched slightly. Wasn't this guy an enlarged version of the snake they had seen before? This guy won't be easy to deal with. Bailey Hong Zhuang's eyes darkened. That snake could be dealt with one hand. This snake in front of them had probably reached the elementary celestial stage. Xianxin's face turned pale. Facing the pair of cold and inhuman eyes, he subconsciously held his breath. In his heart, he wanted nothing more than to curse out loud. What kind of luck is this? How could we encounter such a troublesome guy? The huge snake stared at Xianxia for a moment before it slithered over. Save me. As Xianxia retreated, his body descended rapidly as he called for help. The huge snake was not in a hurry when it saw Xianxia running away. Its long body suddenly plunged downward at an astonishing speed. Lu Jin's expression changed abruptly. He looked at Bewitching and Xiaohe gravely and said, Xianxia is in danger. I need your help. Bewitching and Xiaohe naturally understood that since they were working together, they would do their best to protect each other's safety. Almost at the same time, everyone sped up and rushed down. We've met this snake once before. At that time, it was fighting with another demonic beast. We only saw it from afar and then quickly escaped. We weren't discovered by it. I didn't expect that our luck would be so bad this time. Do you know how strong this guy is? Bewitching asked. According to my judgment, it's an elementary immortal. However, its combat prowess is above mine. I'm no match for it. Lu Jin admitted frankly, not only is it stronger than me, but it's also like a fish in water here. Bailey Hong Zhuang also understood that they needed to rely on the rope as support, and the giant snake seemed to know the environment like the back of its hand. It didn't need any support at all. Its flexible body allowed it to move as if it was walking on flat ground. The three of us can still give it a try. Her ink-black phoenix eyes rippled with a bright luster, and there was not the slightest ripple on her bright and moving face. The three of them increased their speed. The wind whistled past their ears, and they could vaguely hear cries for help coming from below. Bailey Hong Zhuang pushed her speed to the limit and finally saw the snake tail that was as thick as a 100-year-old tree. Swish, swish, the flying dagger shot out at lightning speed, directly piercing into the giant snake's flesh and disappearing. In an instant, she noticed that the giant snake had stopped. It no longer chased after Xianxia, but slowly turned its head, its cold eyes staring at Bailey Hong Zhuang and the other two. Stupid guy, a hoarse and harsh voice came from the giant snake's mouth. It stared coldly at Bailey Hong Zhuang, as if it had already identified the person who attacked just now. Bailey Hong Zhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. The demon in front of her was indeed not simple. I wanted to eat that guy first, but since you can't wait to deliver yourself to me, I'll fulfill your wish. The giant snake's icy gaze landed on Bailey Hong Zhuang. It waved its tail and a flying dagger flew out. Bailey Hong Zhuang quickly dodged, but behind her, several flying daggers were deeply embedded in the mountain wall. This was the flying knife that she had shot into the snake's tail. Voila, the giant snake suddenly moved and attacked at high speed. He opened his bloody mouth and revealed his sharp fangs. At the same time, a fishy smell assaulted his senses. Bang! Bailey Hongzhuang dodged to the side, but the mountain behind her was directly smashed into a huge hole. Raising her right hand slightly, the long sword was already in her hand. With a leap, she jumped directly onto the head of the giant snake. At this time, Bewitching and Lu Jin also moved at the same time, and a terrifying power attacked. Hit where it hurts. The giant snake coldly snorted and swept its tail. Three terrifying forces collided in midair, creating a shocking explosion. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes darkened. This snake's strength really couldn't be underestimated. It was able to deal with Beichen and Lu Jin's combined attacks. It was definitely stronger than the three of them. The three of them had ropes tied to their backs as they spun in the air. Their attacks were unceasingly launched, but the giant snake only used its head and tail to attack. The other parts of its body were fiercely protecting its vital points. They simply could not get close to it. This won't do. Bewitching furrowed his brows. If they couldn't attack its vital points, they wouldn't be able to cause much damage to it. Once their essence energy was depleted, they would be at a disadvantage. Lu Jin, I'll attack the head, you attack the tail. Hongzhuang, look for an opportunity to attack his vitals. Alright. Bewitching stomped his foot on the mountain wall and his body shot out explosively. His long sword was mixed with a terrifying sword aura. The giant snake who originally didn't take Bewitching seriously felt the sharp sword aura. Its contemptuous gaze finally changed and for the first time, it started to dodge. At the same time, Lu Jin also attacked its tail. The snake's tail was no doubt the most agile. It was very difficult for him to control it, but he was best at strength. Immediately after, everyone noticed a very frightening scene. Lu Jin's hands directly embedded into the giant snake's tail and used a terrifying strength to pull the giant snake backwards. The strength of demonic beasts was much stronger than that of humans. Normally, no one would compete with demonic beasts in strength. However, this time they saw someone directly in a tug-of-war with a demonic beast. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Lu Jin was really too honest, attacking from the head and tail. The giant snake's coiled body unconsciously scattered a little. However, it still tightly covered its vitals. Bailey Hongzhuang swiftly flew over and her long sword emitted a terrifying sword aura as it ruthlessly pierced into the giant snake's body. The long sword was only able to pierce halfway and was unable to continue. The giant snake's body was simply too huge and the long sword was unable to pierce through. However, she didn't stop there. The terrifying sword aura continued to spread, forming a terrifying sword aura which continued to extend downwards. The intense pain stimulated the giant snake and a mournful cry rang out. It immediately ignored Bewitching and opened its bloody mouth to attack Bailey Hongzhuang. The sudden madness of the giant snake did not exceed everyone's expectations, but its astonishing speed made everyone turn pale with fright. Bailey Hongzhuang was trying her best to pierce through the giant snake's body and attack its weak point, but she didn't expect this guy to be so fast, rushing in front of her in the blink of an eye. Opening its bloody mouth, Bailey Hongzhuang quickly dodged, brushing past those terrifying fangs. However, at this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly felt the weight on her back loosen, and she fell rapidly. The giant snake's mouth had directly bitten off the rope on her back. Without a point of support in midair, she naturally fell rapidly. Hongzhuang. Bewitching narrowed his eyes and quickly chased after him. Bailey Hongzhuang tried her best to control her body. In this situation where the wind was howling, she had no leverage. Even if she wanted to get close to the side of the mountain, it was very difficult. Suddenly, a rope was tied around her waist, and she fell into a warm and familiar embrace. Are you all right? A voice as warm as the ocean rang in her ears. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled as she looked at the man beside her, whose face was filled with anxiety. She raised her head and planted a kiss on his lips. Her voice was light as she said, I'm fine. Bewitching was slightly startled, and his lips unconsciously curled into a doting smile. You're still smiling, aren't you afraid that you'll really fall? Not at all. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. You're here anyway. Looking at the woman's sweet smile, Bewitching faintly raised his eyebrows. That makes sense. In Debachen's arms, Bailey Hongzhuang once again leaped into the air. When the giant snake saw Bailey Hongzhuang, its eyes immediately turned red. It had not suffered such a serious injury in a long time. Fresh blood continuously flowed out of the giant snake's wound. It was obvious that the injury was not light. Lu Jin heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was safe and sound. Even though they were at the elementary celestial stage, if they fell from here, their lives would be in danger. Yang Tianzhao looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a complicated expression, but he didn't say anything. Jiangxin climbed up after the danger was gone. Only then did he feel relieved. Mrs. D, it's great that you're all right. If something happened to Bailey Hongzhuang because of this, then he would be guilty. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Don't worry. You are really arrogant. When the giant snake saw Bailey Hongzhuang's bright smile, it immediately felt that it was an eyesore, and its heart was filled with anger. How does it feel to be injured? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows indifferently. You're the one who started it. Now you're blaming us. The giant snake's gaze became even more sinister. You're courting death. In the next moment, the giant snake suddenly attacked. It had already regarded Bailey Hongzhuang as its mortal enemy. Most importantly, Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that this fellow's gaze was fixed on the rope behind Bewitching. Obviously, it already knew what their biggest problem was. As long as this rope was gone, they would be in danger. This is bad. Lu Jin couldn't help but shout. Once the giant snake bit off all of their ropes, then their fate would be, this is bad. Jiangxin's face was pale. If the elementary celestial stage fell, then there was still a glimmer of hope. But if they fell, then there was no doubt that they would die. Who would have thought that this giant snake would notice this? This was their weakness. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression also became very ugly. It would not be easy to deal with this situation. What should we do? Jiangxin looked at the crowd with an ugly expression. It was all his bad luck. It was all his fault. Debachen's gaze locked onto the vines on the mountain wall. There were quite a number of vines on the mountain wall. Once the rope behind him was broken, as long as he got close to the mountain wall and grabbed onto the vines, he would still have a chance. Can you put away this rope? As soon as he said that, Lu Jin and the other two looked at Debacchen in astonishment. Put it away? Once this guy makes a move, we can't guarantee that the rope won't break. Debachen's eyes darkened. This giant snake was extremely strong. Once it broke the ropes on its back, they would be helpless. As long as you inject your origin energy into this rope, it will be able to retract it, Lu Jin said. Okay, Debacchen replied. Put away the rope and kill the snake. Madam, it's ready. Debacchen and Bailey Hongzhuang exchanged glances. Then, the two of them flew up and landed on the mountain wall. He channeled his elemental energy into his feet and stood firmly on the mountain wall. The two of them did not wait for the giant snake to attack and had already taken the initiative to rush forward. Seeing this, Lu Jin quickly put away the rope and attacked as well. Hiss, the giant snake spat out the snake apricot, and its gaze became increasingly vicious. It opened its mouth wide and spat out a black mist. Be careful, it's poisonous. Bailey Hongzhuang reminded everyone. Venom had always been a highly toxic substance. Once they came into contact with it, they would inevitably be in trouble. The three of them retreated explosively, and an essence energy barrier blocked in front of them. Sizzling sounds could be heard as the venom continuously corroded the elemental energy barrier. Damaged elemental energy flowers bloomed on the barrier, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Dense dark energy exploded out, and everyone felt as if a huge mountain was crushing down on them. Boom! Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two also quickly released their elemental energy, and the dazzling rainbow light illuminated the surroundings. In the darkness, dazzling radiance blossomed like fireworks, startling the cries of monsters. An earth-shaking ripple spread out, and the three of them were forced back. When they raised their eyes again, there was clearly astonishment in their eyes. This guy is actually so strong. When they fought earlier, this guy's strength wasn't so shocking. Looking at the terrifying giant snake, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood that this fellow was just toying with them. Only when it was truly injured did it erupt with its true battle prowess. Jiangxin and Yang Tianzhao had been standing on the rattan vines not far away. Their faces were slightly pale. Just the previous strength of this guy was already very difficult to deal with. Now that his strength had increased, wouldn't it be very difficult for them to keep their lives? What should we do? This is all my fault. Xianxia's eyes were filled with anxiety. Facing such a powerful opponent, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. If he rushed forward, he would be killed instantly. In my opinion, this isn't your problem at all. It's the problem of those two guys. Yang Tianzhao's eyes were cold. We've been here so many times in the past, and this has never happened before. This time, the two of them are here, and the situation has become so bad. Don't forget that the woman killed a snake that was very similar to this guy. Who knows, maybe she provoked this guy. Xianxia was slightly startled. Such a thing had indeed happened before, but all of this had nothing to do with Bailey Hongshuang. Now is not the time to talk about this. Xianxia looked at Yang Tianzhao helplessly. He didn't expect Yang Tianzhao to still be thinking about these things. Bang! Bewitching's body flew backward and heavily smashed into the mountain wall. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! Lu Jin clutched his injured chest. The burning pain was spreading. This big guy was going to play them all to death. Just as he was considering whether or not he should let everyone scatter and escape, a low chuckle rang out. Heh, Bewitching wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. When he looked up again, there was no longer any warmth in his eyes. Looks like it's time to get serious. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Jin and the others were stunned, and they didn't understand what Bewitching meant. Could it be that he didn't use his full strength just now? Xianxia looked at Lu Jin. Lu Jin shook his head. He had already used all of his skills without holding anything back. He had also discovered that Bewitching was stronger than him. If Bewitching hadn't displayed his full strength before, it meant that their strength was on a completely different level. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. It's been a while since we last fought. In the next moment, the aura of the two changed abruptly. The superimposed aura of the three abysses completely erupted. Their eyes gradually became as calm as an ancient well, without any ripples, as if they could see through everything in the world. Lu Jin and the others noticed that the auras of the two cultivators had quietly risen by a few notches. Most importantly, the pressure that the two cultivators were exuding was much greater than before. Lu Jin, what kind of method is this? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. I don't know either. Lu Jin shook his head. He had never seen such a situation before. However, at least now he felt that everyone had the strength to fight. Bang! The two of them shot out once again, and the vigorous dark force instantly exploded. In this environment, the power of darkness could unleash its strongest combat power. When the giant snake realized that the two of them were also proficient in the power of darkness, a trace of surprise appeared in its eyes. Dense dark energy surged out like a tidal wave, crashing toward the giant snake. The giant snake quickly dodged, but there was still a lot of power that landed on its tail. Its long tail was immediately sent flying, and even its body was a little unstable. You! The giant snake was in disbelief. The purity of these two people's power of darkness was beyond its expectations. However, Bailey Hongshuang and Bai Yunfei had no intention of stopping. The two of them attacked like a whirlwind, one attack after another. The giant snake swung its long tail, roaring as it resisted. For a moment, Lu Jinji was so hungry that he didn't even need to do anything. The situation that had been suppressed for a long time had changed at this moment. The two of them were locked in a fierce battle with the giant snake, and their movements were extremely shocking. This commotion is almost the same as what we saw back then. Xianxin's face was filled with astonishment. Rocks were flying everywhere, and the mountain walls were smashed into one after another. Not to mention attacking, it was already difficult for them to stay alive under such circumstances. They're actually of the dark attribute. Yang Tianzhao's gaze was fixed on the two of them. The increase in their attributes was even more shocking than the increase in their strength. Hearing this, Lu Jin and Xianxia looked at each other in surprise. They had never seen a dark attribute cultivator before. No wonder they're so strong. Xianxia sighed. Looking at Xianxin's face full of admiration, Yang Tianzhao couldn't help but say, the crux of the problem isn't here, okay? Whether it was in the realm of chaos or the immortal realms, there were very few people who cultivated the power of darkness. Normally, it was almost impossible to encounter cultivators with this kind of elemental power. In fact, they only knew about this kind of power after various monsters appeared. However, 2 darkness attribute cultivators had appeared before him. Once this news spread out, it would be very difficult for them to establish themselves in the chaotic immortal realm. "Don't worry so much," Lu Jin said slowly. He didn't care what attributes the other party had. Since the other party had helped him a lot, he was grateful from the bottom of his heart. Boom, with an earth-shattering sound, Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang were smashed into the mountain wall, forming 2 large pits. On the other side, the giant snake was also sent flying. The 3 of them had only sensed a warm, fishy smell assaulting their noses at that moment. Taking a closer look, they realized that it was fresh blood that had landed on their bodies. Fortunately, the blood was not Bewitching's, but the giant snake's. Amazing. Xianxia looked at the giant snake lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Deep admiration appeared in his eyes. "Let's go kill this guy." With a sharp sword in hand, Lu Jin approached the giant snake. Suddenly, another rumbling sound was heard. Hearing this voice, his movements also paused as he looked towards the distance in puzzlement. When he saw it clearly, his hair stood on end, and he couldn't help but shudder. Bailey Hongshuang also noticed the movement on the other side. When they were fighting just now, she noticed that there was an aura slowly approaching their location. "Hey, big guy, it seems like your old enemy is here. We won't hold you up any longer." She turned to Bewitching and said, "Let's go." Bewitching grabbed the vines on the side, hugged Bailey Hongshuang's slender waist, and quickly jumped down. "Let's go." After Lu Jin and the others regained their senses, they quickly descended, not daring to delay any longer. If they were noticed by that guy, it would be difficult for them to survive. "Bastard!" The giant snake roared, but it was immediately stopped by a familiar gaze. It wanted to chase after them, but it couldn't. The following process of descending was quite smooth. Perhaps it was because the commotion caused by the previous battle was too great, so many monsters had already hidden. After descending to a place where there were no vines, the group embedded the rope into the mountain rocks before continuing their descent. "Young Master D, Madam D, thank you so much for your help just now," Xianxia said gratefully. "Don't take it to heart. You guys are really powerful. Heroes come from the young." "This saying is absolutely true," Xianxia said with a smile. Originally, he also felt that Bewitching and Wang Zhong were very distant, but after this incident, he also felt that these 2 people were much easier to get along with than he thought. "There's no problem for us to go down now, but you'll have to rely on yourself to throw the rope when you come back." Bailey Hongshuang looked at the rope in her hand. It was indeed not easy to climb up such a natural moat without a rope. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Yang Tianjiao was poisoned. "Actually, you guys are so strong. You didn't have to do so much for me. You could have just threatened me. Why go through so much trouble?" Lu Jin looked at the 2 of them curiously. Compared to fighting directly, Bailey Hongshuang and Dihei's method was much more troublesome. Bailey Hongshuang chuckled, "To make you do it willingly." "Huh?" Lu Jin was doubtful. He didn't believe her. "We don't know much about the situation in the heavenly moat. If you were forced to come here by us, it would be troublesome if you took the opportunity to use other methods. In comparison, it wouldn't be difficult to find the culprit. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the heart to come down when young Master Lu's life was in danger." She had discussed this with Dihei before. Fighting directly was the simplest method, but it would inevitably lead to more problems. Along the way, if the other party wanted to play tricks, they would be attacked from the front and back. Rather than that, it would be better to put in more effort. At least they wouldn't have to worry about anything when the time came. Hearing this, Lu Jin couldn't help but smile. "Don't worry, I won't harm you." The next day, they finally arrived at the bottom of the heavenly moat. "It feels good to be on solid ground." Xianxia put away the rope. His face was full of joy. "It's pitch black all around." Xiaohei looked around. It was so dark that she couldn't even see her own fingers. She could only rely on her mental strength to understand the situation. The bottom of the heavenly mode is like this. There's no light at all. It will be like this for more than a month. Should we rest for a while or continue? Let's continue. Bewitching said. At this moment, Xianxia exclaimed, Tianzhao, you're injured? Everyone turned to look at Yang Tianzhao. They had only fought with the giant snake once. Yang Tianzhao didn't participate in the battle. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be injured. I'm fine. Yang Tianzhao said. The skin on your hand is festering. Let's treat it first. Xianxia said, we'll continue after you've treated your injuries. Okay. Yang Tianzhao responded faintly. Then, he took out some medicinal powder and began to treat his injuries. Bailey Hongzhuang only took a quick glance and knew how he was injured. It was obvious that he was affected by the venom of the giant snake. However, she didn't expect Yang Tianzhao to remain silent from yesterday until now. If Xianxia hadn't discovered it, they probably wouldn't have known. This snake venom is very powerful. Can you deal with it? Lu Ji noticed that Yang Tianzhao's face was a little pale and immediately became concerned. The reason Yang Tianzhao was a member of their team was because of his identity as a doctor. Many monsters were poisonous. If there was no doctor around, the risk would be greatly increased. Over the years, Yang Tianzhao had indeed helped them a lot. In the past, Yang Tianzhao had helped to treat all the poisonous creatures they had encountered. However, the strength of the giant snake they had encountered this time was the strongest they had encountered so far. They did not know if Yang Tianzhao could cure this poison. Don't worry. I'm fine. Yang Tianzhao gave a reassuring sentence, his eyes subconsciously sweeping over Bailey Hongzhuang's body, but she didn't even look at him. Master, can this guy really heal himself? Xiaohei was a little doubtful. Didn't he say that he's fine? End of chapter. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Have you been to the immortal region? Maybe this guy is just trying to show off. Xiaohei pursed her lips. Judging from this guy's annoying personality, even if he was really injured, he wouldn't say anything. That's his business. Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferent. She didn't have time to care about other people's business. To Yang Tianzhao, they were not teammates. Instead, they were strangers who had to walk in the same team because of Lu Jin. While Yang Tianzhao was treating his injuries, Bailey Hongzhuang and Lu Jin were paying attention to their surroundings. The naked eye was not very useful in this place. However, they could still see the grass and trees around them clearly with their spiritual power. However, the grass and trees here were all black. Even the blooming flowers were black. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced around and realized that there were many demons living here. Compared to the competition they had participated in, the number of demons here was even more shocking. Almost all the demons changed slightly when they noticed them. Bailey Hongzhuang's dark power surged out. In such an environment, the demons would not target her if she emitted dark power. Instead, they would treat her as one of their own. This was the greatest advantage that the power of darkness gave them. Young Master D, does anyone else know that you are of the dark element? Lu Jin walked to Bewitching's side. There was a hint of curiosity between his brows. He explained, this element is very rare here, so I'm a little curious. Our friends all know, Bewitching said calmly. I see. Lu Jin still had doubts in his heart. He only felt that if others knew about this, they would inevitably be targeted. Have you been to the immortal region? No. Bewitching turned to look at him. Have you been there? Lu Jin nodded. Yes, I have. Then why did you stay here? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. The competition in the immortal realms is much more intense than in the realm of chaotic immortal. I found it very hard to live there, so I decided to leave. With my strength, there are many people who are stronger than me in the immortal realms. However, in the realm of chaos, I'm like a fish in water. Since it's all about life, why not find a more relaxing place? Lu Jin's expression was carefree. However, your cultivation talent is far above mine. You can go to the celestial realm to explore. Who knows, you might become famous figures there. After we come out of the crossing immortal region, we will go to the immortal region. Lu Jin saw that Bewitching didn't look like he was joking, so he said, that's a good idea, but we might still have a way to get in, but coming out. What are you going to do? People from crossing immortal domain were not allowed to come out, this was something that everyone knew. Once the two of them went in, they would be considered as members of the crossing immortal domain. It would not be easy for them to come out. Let's take it one step at a time. I believe we'll find a way when the time comes. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. She didn't believe that there was a place where one couldn't come out after entering it. The Qing devil was trapped in the ancient battlefield for so many years, didn't he come out in the end? The crossing immortal domain was indeed a special place, but as long as one could enter, he would definitely be able to come out. Alright then. Lu Jin looked around. I believe you'll be lucky. While they were chatting, Yang Tianzhao's voice sounded. We can go now. End of chapter. Hearing this, everyone walked forward. The surroundings were very quiet. Other than the slight rustling sounds, everything was quiet. It was as if it was really night. However, everyone knew that it wasn't night. There seems to be a special substance here. Bewitching looked around. He felt that there was a faint substance in the air, but when he tried to sense it carefully, it was as if there was nothing at all. Bailey Hongzhuang looked up. Her attention was focused on guarding against the demons in the surroundings. She didn't notice anything else. Beichen, your senses are really sharp. Lu Jin smiled. There is indeed an unknown substance here. It's usually hard to sense it when you've just arrived. What is it? Do you know why we have Xianxia in our team? Lu Jin looked at Xianxia. In terms of strength, he's not the strongest in the town. There are a few people who are stronger than him. However, he is one thing that no one can compare to. Bewitching looked at Lu Jin and Xianxia. In his heart, he knew that Xianxia must have one of the indispensable abilities to go to the crossing immortal domain. This guy was born with a very strong sense of direction. We can't tell whether it's day or night here. In addition, the demons can change their direction at any time. There's also a special substance in the air. This substance can easily cause us to deviate from our direction. Even an expert in the elementary immortal realm will unknowingly deviate from their direction after walking for a while. This deviation is very strange. It's only a small deviation, so it's impossible to feel. After walking for half a month, I'm afraid that even we won't know where we are. With Xianxia here, we don't have to worry about this problem. Lu Jin patted Xianxia's shoulder. This guy is a guiding light. I see. Bailey Hongzhuang understood. Everyone in the team played an indispensable role. Xianxia's talent was indeed very useful in this place. Don't worry. I may not be useful in other places, but I can definitely lead the way. Xianxia patted his chest. Leave it to me. Then I'll have to trouble you. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. It was indeed not easy to travel to the crossing celestial domain. If it were any other ordinary cultivators, they would not have made so much preparation. Even if it was a team of beginning celestials, they would not be able to make heads or tails of it. Actually, the route we're taking is already the safest route to the crossing celestial domain. There are demon beasts or monsters stronger than the elementary celestial stage in other places. It's not an exaggeration to say that we'll definitely die. Xianxia's face was solemn. Other than us, there's no one else who would go to the immortal domain. They'd only be sending themselves to their deaths. But when you guys come back, I'm afraid it'll be more troublesome. His sense of direction was innate, and no external object could interrupt his keen intuition. We'll be careful. Bailey Hongzhuang felt Xianxia's good intentions and her attitude was very gentle. This was indeed a problem for them in the past, but ever since they obtained the Sky Eye, it was no longer a problem. As long as they activated this divine ability, these things would not cause any hindrance. Looking at Bewitching and Lu Jin's determined expressions, Xianxia understood that the two of them had made up their minds to enter the crossing celestial domain no matter what. Along the way, the group didn't walk fast because they could be attacked by demons at any time. In this environment where the dark energy was extremely dense, the demons were much stronger than those they encountered outside. There were countless demons in the Radiant Sun realm, and even demons in the elementary immortal realm could be encountered every once in a while. What Lu Jin and the others had said earlier was not an exaggeration at all. In such an environment, it was impossible to walk fast. They wanted to fly, but they found that it was impossible to fly, so they could only walk step by step. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were wrapped in dark energy, so no demons would take the initiative to attack them. It was quite easy for them to walk, but it wasn't the same for the other three. It was as if three different species had suddenly entered a group of beasts, and all the demons were staring at them. I didn't expect the dark attribute to have such a great advantage. Lu Jin looked at the two in surprise. Every year, the most troublesome thing was to be attacked by demons. He always thought that it was unavoidable. It wasn't until he saw Bewitching and Lu Jiner's methods that he understood that cultivators with the dark attribute wouldn't be affected much here. If they were also of the dark attribute, then their speed would undoubtedly be much faster, and the risk would be greatly reduced. I'm also starting to envy the dark attribute. If the two of you weren't planning to leave, staying in our town would be perfect for you. Xianxia's face was full of amazement. After a few days, his relationship with Bewitching had become much closer, mainly because the two had helped him several times. Are you trying to make us stay? Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Xianxia nodded. Of course. With the two of you here, my life is much more secure. Speaking of which, it's strange. In the past, although there were many demons on this path, most of them were in the Radiant Sun realm or below. We didn't encounter many demons in the elementary immortal realm. I don't know why, but we've only been walking for 3 days, and we've already encountered 3 guys in the elementary immortal realm. This isn't a good sign. Hearing this, Lu Jin's expression darkened. Since 2 years ago, the demons here have been getting stronger and stronger. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to come here in the future. Their strength couldn't be compared to the demons. Fortunately, they had Bewitching and Lu Jin with them. Otherwise, if it was just the 3 of them, the danger would be self-evident. If that's the case, won't the places that are already difficult to pass become even more difficult? Xianxia's face paled. Lu Jin shook his head. There was a hint of worry in his voice. I don't know, but we have to be mentally prepared. Tianzhao, why are you walking further and further behind? Xianxia noticed that young Tianzhao had unknowingly put some distance between them. This guy had been unwilling to talk to Bewitching and Bewitching. For the past 3 days, besides walking behind them, he had hardly spoken. Why is your face so pale? After Xianxia walked over, he noticed that Yang Tianzhao's expression wasn't right. He immediately became anxious. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Yang Tianzhao's voice was very weak. It was obvious that he was in a lot of pain. Xianxia pulled his hand and removed the gauze. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The flesh on Yang Tianzhao's arm had festered and turned black. Even his bones could be seen. Oh my God, how did your wound become like this? If this continues, your arm will be crippled. Xianxia looked at Yang Tianzhao agitatedly. Are you crazy? Why haven't you said anything? When Lu Jin heard the commotion, he rushed over as well. When he took a look, his expression turned ugly. Are your injuries that serious? Can't the poison be detoxified? Yang Tianzhao shook his head. That giant snake is too strong. Its venom is extremely poisonous. I've already used all the methods I can think of, but I can only control it to this point. Then what should we do? Xianxia's heart sank. If this continues, you won't be able to keep your arm. Will your life be in danger? Lu Jin's expression darkened. From the looks of it, it wasn't just a question of whether or not he could keep his arm. Even his life might be in danger. Don't worry, it's fine. Yang Tianzhao waved his hand, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Since I've come out, I've already mentally prepared myself for danger. Lu Jin and Xianxia looked at each other and their expressions turned ugly when they saw how forced he was to say those words. It wasn't easy for them to form this small team. Now that Sushan was dead, if something happened to Yang Tianzhao, then their business in the future. The next moment, Lu Jin couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. He knew that Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills were much better than Yang Tianzhao's. Yang Tianzhao couldn't do anything, but that didn't mean that Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't do anything. Mrs. D, I wonder if you can help. Yang Tianzhao saw that Lu Jin actually went to Bailey Hongshuang for help. His expression became very complicated. Lu Jin, this, Bailey Hongshuang glanced at Yang Tianzhao, but didn't answer. Lu Jin also understood the problem. Bailey Hongshuang wasn't a difficult person to get along with. She wasn't arrogant because of her talent. If Yang Tianzhao hadn't been against them, she would have already helped them. This could be seen from the time she treated Xianxia. Tianzhao, don't throw a tantrum. Nothing is more important than your life. Lu Jin reminded. Xianxia nodded. Mrs. D's medical skills are superb and she is a good person. From the beginning to the end, it was your bad attitude. You should apologize. Yang Tianzhao frowned, looking at the woman not far away, his eyes dark and gloomy. What are you thinking about? Isn't it because you feel that he's younger than you and his medical skills are better than yours, so you're not convinced? Lu Jin's tone also became stern. There's always someone better than you. If you can't even understand this, how much progress can you make? Yang Tianzhao looked at his hand and knew that Bailey Hongshuang was his only hope. Madam D, I hope you can forgive me for offending you earlier, Yang Tianzhao said. Bailey Hongshuang raised her eyebrows. And then? Yang Tianzhao was stunned. His face immediately darkened. I hope you can help. Bailey Hongshuang turned her eyes. If it wasn't for Lu Jin, I wouldn't have helped you with your ashen face. Hearing this, Lu Jin and Jiangxin's faces showed a trace of joy. Since Bailey Hongshuang said so, she must be very confident. Catch. Bailey Hongshuang casually threw it. Yang Tianzhao hurriedly caught it. Looking down, he realized that it was a small box. Yang Tianzhao opened the box and found a pill inside. Then, he heard Bailey Hongshuang's voice. Antidote pill. Hearing this, he looked at the pill in his hand suspiciously. Of course, he knew about antidote pills. However, the poison in his body was not an ordinary poison. An ordinary antidote pill would not have any effect. In fact, when he realized that he could not detoxify the poison, he had already taken an antidote pill. However, the situation was still the same. Looking at the woman's cold back, he opened his mouth but did not say anything. Hurry up and eat it. Jiangxin hurriedly said. Don't think about it. Madame D's pills are of high quality. They can't be compared to the pills you bought in the past. Lu Jin saw Yang Tianzhao's hesitation and reminded him. Yang Tianzhao nodded and swallowed the pill. I hope so. After swallowing the pill, Yang Tianzhao paid attention to the condition of his body. He felt that there was no difference with the pills he had just taken. Bailey Hongshuang did not even look at his wounds before giving him a pill. Perhaps she did not want to save him at all. Yet, he had been so subservient just now. He felt extremely embarrassed in his heart. Master, why does that guy still look unhappy? Xiaohei tilted her head and noticed Yang Tianzhao's gloomy expression. She was puzzled. He probably doesn't believe that I will save him. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled up slightly. Her expression revealed a trace of playfulness. This guy must feel that he has lost face and will not be able to save his life. The antidote pill that Master refined is extremely effective. This guy really doesn't know what he is talking about. Xiaohei was a little indignant. She knew very well that Master knew that they would encounter many poisonous creatures on this trip. Hence, she had specially refined some antidote pills. These antidote pills were not something that low-grade antidote pills could compare to. Their prices were also much higher. Why bother? Bailey Hongshuang said casually. I'm just doing it for Lu Jin's sake. Xiaohei nodded. That's true. Because Yang Tianzhao's injuries were more serious, everyone's speed slowed down. As soon as Bailey Hongshuang saw a demon attack, she immediately went to meet it. Normally, she would not see any demons. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she could keep more blood demon crystals. Blood demon crystals were helpful in improving the effects of pills. If he were to buy them, he would have to spend a lot of money. In this place, he could get materials from anywhere. He just needed to spend a little more effort. Mrs. D, do you need blood demon crystals? After noticing Bailey Hongshuang's actions, Jiangxin could vaguely guess what was going on. Because he found that Mrs. D actually took the initiative to attack monsters when there were no monsters attacking her. All the blood demon crystals were put into her Xianxia bag by her. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. This thing can be used as medicine. Hearing this, Jiangzhen was stunned. This thing can be used as medicine? Yes, this is also the latest research direction of many alchemists. I didn't know that this thing could be used like this. I always thought that it was useless. Jiangzhen chuckled mischievously. After busying himself for a while, he handed over a Qianquan bag. Madam D, this is for you. Bailey Hongzhuang took it and found that it was full of blood demon crystals. She was a little surprised. I can't accept this. Madam D, please accept it. You've helped me several times along the way. I don't have much to repay you with, so please accept it as a token of my appreciation. Jiangzhen took 2 steps back, putting some distance between himself and Bailey Hongzhuang. Obviously, he had made up his mind not to take it back. Inside are the blood demon crystals I've obtained over the past few years. These things are useless to me, but I thought they looked good, so I kept them. It's great that they're useful to you. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Okay, then I'll accept them. Thank you. You're welcome. I've really gained a lot this time. Yang Tianzhao looked at Jiangzhen and Bailey Hongzhuang getting along so well. He couldn't help but lower his head, looking a little depressed. How are you? Lu Jin walked to Yang Tianzhao's side and asked. Still the same. Lu Jin raised Yang Tianzhao's hand and looked at it. His brows immediately relaxed. Madam D's medical skills are really extraordinary. You've already seen the results so quickly. Hearing this, Yang Tianzhao was a little startled and subconsciously looked at his hand. His eyes widened as he took a look at it. The black color on his flesh was gradually fading. Compared to the terrifying appearance before, the situation was obviously much better. How could this be? Yang Tianzhao rubbed his eyes. He didn't feel anything after taking it, so he subconsciously thought that the detoxification pill had no effect at all. However, everything in front of him clearly reminded him that not only was it effective, but it was also very effective. What do you mean? Lu Jin was speechless. Isn't it good that it's effective? Not only is your life saved, but your arm won't be crippled either. Don't treat young Master D and the others with the same attitude in the future. If it were an ordinary person, with your attitude, they wouldn't even care about you. Fortunately, they themselves are very magnanimous, so they didn't take these things to heart. Yang Tianzhao kept looking at his wound, shocked by the rapid change. Did you hear what I said? I understand. Yang Tianzhao's voice was low, and his expression gradually changed. He originally thought that this woman had no intention of saving him, but he didn't expect that to be the case. No matter what kind of dissatisfaction he had in the past, the other party was now his savior. Don't ever use that kind of attitude again. Otherwise, once they make a move, no one will be able to save you. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would treat my savior like that? Lu Jin couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. You've finally figured it out. After Yang Tianzhao's poison was completely detoxified, everyone returned to their original speed. Battles filled every day. Fortunately, at their cultivation level, they were very energetic. We will soon reach that terrible place. Lu Jin looked ahead, a trace of worry appearing between his brows. Where are you talking about? Bewitching asked. It's a swamp. The swamp isn't small, and there's a very shallow current on it. We can take a boat to get there. It's just that there are a lot of very terrifying insects there. Those insects gather in groups. Once infected, it's basically impossible to survive. What kind of insects are they? Those insects eat human bones and blood. They will eat your flesh and blood very quickly. We've seen this happen before. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Someone had appeared, the boat slowly sailed away and everyone tried their best not to make any noise. Even the sound of their breathing was restrained. This area was not considered very large. The entire swamp was about 1,000 meters in diameter. As long as they did not alarm the poisonous insects, they could quickly leave this place. Unknowingly, the boat had rowed more than half the distance and they were not far from the other side of the swamp. However, everyone suddenly heard movement from behind them. "Look, they're over there." A voice came from behind them. Bailey Hongzhuang turned around and was surprised to see a few strangers behind them. "Why are there other people here?" Jiangzhen's expression changed. All this time, except for a long time ago, they had never seen anyone else here. Damn it, don't these people know how dangerous this place is? How dare they speak here, they're simply courting death. Lu Jin cursed and his expression became extremely ugly. They were now in the middle of the swamp and were a few hundred meters away from the other side. Once the poisonous insects were awakened, they would definitely die. I think that person seems a little familiar. Yang Tianzhao stared at the figure behind them and tried his best to recall where he had seen him before. Suddenly, Yang Tianzhao's eyes lit up. I remember now. I've seen Sushin with that person before. Hearing this, Lu Jin also understood. In that case, Sushin has already told this matter to others? Isn't this guy going too far? He clearly said that this matter could not be told to anyone else. He's obviously prepared for this. Anger appeared in Jiangzhen's eyes and he was extremely dissatisfied. Ever since Sushin broke through the elementary celestial stage, he should have already planned to establish his own sect. Lu Jin's voice was low. Even if Sushin did not know about the goo poison, he would still want to fight with him. Fortunately, we've already dealt with this guy. Otherwise, we would have been kept in the dark and would definitely be dead by the time we reached here. After the three of them understood the cause and effect of this, they felt a chill in their hearts. Sushin was definitely planning to kill them here. Now is not the time to think about this. We have to get there before the poisonous insects wake up. Bewitching reminded. Now that the poisonous insects had not been awakened, if they did not take advantage of this opportunity to leave quickly, the other party did not even need to make a move and they would lose their lives here. Yang Tianzhao and Jiangzhen also understood the importance of this matter. These guys might be planning to deal with them as easily as blowing off dust. They immediately sped up. Only by reaching the other side would their chances of survival increase. Let's hurry up and catch up to them. A man couldn't help but say when he saw Lu Jin and the others leaving quickly. Why do we have to do it ourselves? We just need to let these poisonous insects do it. We can take revenge for Sushin. From now on, this route will be completely in our hands. The other man had a vicious look on his face. In the future, we will be the ones to prosper. The next moment, the man picked up a stone and threw it at a nearby tree. Damn it! Noticing this scene, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others shouted in their hearts, let's go. They had no time to care about the situation behind them. They only had a short time. If they could not leave this swamp, they would definitely die. End of chapter. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. I sent this too much. Other than Jiangzhen and Lu He, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two were also paddling with all their might. Buzz buzz buzz, a soft sound rang out, and as if resonating, a series of buzzing sounds rang out, causing Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest to shiver. Needless to say, those poisonous insects must have been alarmed. This bee-like sound made them feel an indescribable fear. Damn it, if I can survive today, I'll definitely kill these bastards. Jiangzhen cursed. He had thought of many ways to die, but this was the one he didn't want to experience the most. I'll go with you, Yang Tianzhao said. Ah, an earth-shattering scream rang out, and Xiaohei quickly turned her head. She couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. This bastard deserves it. Master, that bastard threw a stone and attracted the attention of the poisonous insects. All of them are pouncing on him. As soon as Bailey Hongzhuang's spiritual power spread out, she noticed the black poisonous insects rushing out like a swarm of bees. The man was instantly wrapped in a dense black color, and in just a moment, he had turned into nothingness. Run! When the other cultivators saw this scene, their faces were also filled with horror. They hurriedly ran to the back. Such a scene was undoubtedly a nightmare for anyone who had experienced it before. These guys really shot themselves in the foot, Xiaohei said proudly. Do you think we don't have to do anything, and they'll all die? I don't think so. Jiangzhen didn't stop moving his hands. Through his mental power, they could clearly sense the situation behind them even without looking back. These poisonous insects live near the swamp. As long as they leave a little, they won't be attacked by these insects. If we don't leave now, we'll be the next example. Yang Tianzhao and Lu He didn't say anything. The two of them were like madmen, and they were racing against time as they moved forward. Buzz buzz buzz, hearing the sound behind them getting closer and closer, everyone's hair stood on end. Fortunately, with this short delay, they were only 10 meters away from the opposite shore. It's over. When a poisonous bug appeared in front of Jiangzhen, he could only sigh in despair. Even if they were only a step away, as long as they were touched by these poisonous insects, they would definitely die. However, they were truly unwilling to die just like that. Is there no way to stop this poisonous bug for a moment? Elemental energy gushed out from Bewitching's body, forming a barrier that enveloped everyone. No, these fellows feed on elemental energy. Blocking them is completely useless, Yang Tianzhao said in despair. That doesn't seem to be the case. Bailey Hongzhuang looked suspiciously at the poisonous bugs in the air. After Beichen's elemental energy barrier appeared, these poisonous bugs seemed to be extremely afraid of something and actually maintained a certain distance from them. Eh? Why am I not dead yet? I can still talk? Jiangzhen had already closed his eyes and waited for death. When the expected pain didn't appear, he opened his eyes. When he looked, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This is too much. Of a foul, right? You guys have really refreshed my understanding. Yang Tianzhao's lips twitched slightly. He was extremely speechless after surviving a disaster. End of chapter. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios Daily Face-Slapping History. Lu Jin raised his head and looked at the black essence force floating in the air. He felt that this was an omnipotent treasure. They had never found a way to resist these poisonous insects. Basically, they would die the moment they woke up. However, Bewitching only had to use his essence force to protect them. How could this simple essence force barrier guarantee their safety? If they had known this would happen, wouldn't they have been worried for nothing? Young Master D, I'm really convinced. Jiangzhen didn't know what to say. This feeling was as if he had met an extremely difficult opponent, and the opponent had blown him away with a casual blow. Thinking back to their fearful expressions when they talked about this was simply a face-slapping history. They thought that this trip here would be extremely difficult. Who would have thought that these two fellows would be so relaxed and happy? As for their initial worry that the two of them would drag them down, it had long been thrown out of their minds. They wouldn't drag them down at all. The ones who would be dragging them down were them. Bewitching was also a little surprised by this situation. However, he understood that the dark element was indeed very helpful in such an environment. It was no wonder that every type of elemental cultivator liked to live in a place with relatively dense elemental energy. This was because they would be able to obtain benefits that others would never be able to obtain. We can rest assured now. Let's go ashore. Hearing this, Lu Jin and the rest didn't stay in a daze any longer. They sped up and reached the opposite shore. It wasn't until they had walked some distance away and were certain that the poisonous insects wouldn't affect them that they stopped. Young Master D, you've saved all of our lives with this move. Lu Jin sighed as he looked at Bewitching. If he hadn't helped them just now, they would all be dead by now. Bewitching smiled faintly. I didn't do anything. Heavens, I'm really envious of dark elemental cultivators. This place is simply made for you. With you guys around, I feel that there won't be any danger along the way. Jiangzhen was shocked but also relieved. This feeling of relief had never appeared in the heavenly moat before. This time, he truly felt it. Lu Jin nodded. I think that perhaps you don't even need us to lead the way. With your abilities, I'm sure you'll be able to reach the crossing celestial region no matter where you go. Not to mention that they were taking care of Bewitching. The truth was that the other party was taking care of them. I didn't expect the power of darkness to have such an effect, but this way, we'll be much safer. Bewitching's expression was carefree as his gaze landed on the densely packed poisonous insects on the tree. The moment he unleashed his essence energy, he clearly felt the fear of these poisonous bugs. He didn't know how he was so sure, but this thought had indeed entered his mind. Scared, even if they were of the same dark attribute, these poisonous insects shouldn't be afraid. Bewitching, what are you thinking about? Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Bewitching. Nothing. Bewitching shook his head. I'm just wondering if those guys will come over. If those bastards dare to come over, I'll definitely beat them to death. Xianxia was indignant. He almost lost his life just now because of those bastards. End of chapter. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Find a chance to deal with them. The cultivators were in disbelief when they realized that Lu Jin and the rest were still alive. They had no idea what the problem was. What's going on? Why aren't they dead? That's not what Sushin told us. He said that as long as we alert the poisonous bugs, they'll definitely die. That kid is weird. He actually has a way to make the bugs afraid. What do we do now? The cultivators stood there and looked at each other. The business with the crossing immortal domain was a lucrative opportunity. They had been thinking about it for a long time, but they never had the chance. Now that the opportunity was right in front of them, as long as they could get rid of these guys, the business would fall into their hands. They couldn't give up on such a huge temptation. I don't think they'll come over for the time being. Lu Jin looked at the cultivators gathered on the other side of the swamp. They knew that they were still here, so they wouldn't dare to come over. That's true. They're afraid of death too. Yang Tianzhao nodded. But once we leave, they might take the opportunity to come over. What do we do now? Xianxia was speechless. Are we just going to stay here and waste time with them? If they didn't leave, the other party wouldn't move. If they left, the other party would definitely come over. There was no solution. Ignore them. Let's continue forward. As long as they come over, we'll definitely meet them again. Bewitching said slowly. Since the other party had decided to get involved, they wouldn't give up so easily. Lu Jin and the manager of the crossing immortal domain had agreed on a time limit. They couldn't stay here for too long. That's right. Lu Jin nodded. I don't think Sushin had the time to tell them about young Master D and young Master D's strength. Although they have more people than us, they might not be a match for us. Let's go first. When they catch up, we'll take action. Xianxia and Yang Tianzhao didn't have any objections. This was the only way now. No matter what, we have to get rid of these guys. Otherwise, we'll have endless trouble along the way. Yang Tianzhao emphasized the importance of this. There were many dangerous places along the way. They had to be careful. If there were people deliberately sabotaging them, they would undoubtedly be in more danger. Don't worry. Don't tell me we don't have a chance to deal with them along the way? Lu Jin sneered. I just didn't expect Sushin to have prepared so much. Now that I think about it, Sushin is really scary. He has long wanted to kill all of us. In this way, his family will be rich. Xianxin's expression also darkened as he looked at Lu Jin with some pity. He only chose to make a move on your family first. Once something happens to you, Tianzhao and I will be his next targets. It's best that you investigate this matter thoroughly after you go back, in case you missed anything else. Otherwise, you will be in danger, Bailey Hongzhuang reminded them. Thank you for your concern. Lu Jin thanked him. The truth was just as they had expected. After they left, those people only waited for a few days. After confirming that Lu Jin and the others had really left and were not pretending to leave, they began to cross the swamp. According to the method Sushin had told them before, they got through it safely. End of chapter. Along the way, everyone cut through the thistles and thorns. However, their luck wasn't bad. For the time being, they didn't encounter any extremely strong demons, so they passed through peacefully. They had also carefully paid attention to the movements behind them, but there seemed to be some distance between them and those guys, so there was no movement at all. Roar! A loud and clear beast roar resounded. Hearing this sound, everyone couldn't help but stop in their tracks, not daring to make any noise. This beast roar caused everyone to tremble in fear. A terrifying power was emitted from this roar, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. What kind of monster is this? Isn't the sound too shocking? Xianxia looked in the direction of the roar in horror. This roar almost made him lose control of his body and fall to the ground. He had thought that the giant snake he had encountered before was already terrifying enough. However, it was on a completely different level compared to this monster that was making a sound. He was almost certain that this demon could casually slap the huge snake to death with a single slap. What kind of luck do we have this time? Yang Tianjiao was also speechless. They had never encountered such a monstrous beast before. Such terrifying power made people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Even he couldn't help but want to surrender. This kind of monster was definitely an overlord. It was an existence that they had never come into contact with before. Be careful. Don't move. We have to think of a way to go around it. Lu Jin cautiously sized up his surroundings. Facing such an overlord-class existence, they had no other choice but to take a detour. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other. Their hearts were also filled with shock. Such a terrifying fluctuation was indeed a terrifying existence. Even with their strength, it was impossible for them to contend against such a terrifying existence. It could even be said that they did not even have the will to fight against such a terrifying existence. Beichen, don't you think this voice sounds familiar? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. Vaguely, she felt as if she had heard such a beast's roar somewhere. Although the roars of the demonic beasts were very similar, there were still some differences. With such a shocking voice, it was inevitable that he would have a certain impression. I also feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Di Beichen nodded. His eyebrows showed that he was deep in thought. He then said, "We've never been to this place before. Maybe it's just the same kind." Even if they had heard it before, it was definitely not the same monster. I remember now. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. Do you still remember the demonic beast we encountered when we were comprehending the tablet? The strength of that demonic beast was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, it had helped them take care of their opponent. This left a very deep impression on her. Di Beichen also remembered. Indeed, their voices are very similar. I didn't expect that we would have such an affinity with this kind of demonic beast. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Last time, that guy helped us solve some problems. Maybe this time, that big guy will help us solve those guys behind us. Hearing this, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Mrs. D, your thoughts are really beautiful. It's good enough that we don't get killed by this guy. You're still hoping that it can help us solve those behind us, haha. You have to be optimistic. Maybe a miracle will happen. Bailey Hongzhuang joked. The originally tense and oppressive atmosphere suddenly relaxed a little. Everyone realized that after hearing the roar, they didn't see the demonic beast's location. Has he gone mad? The demonic beast's voice came from that direction. Why can't we see it? We can only hear its voice. Bailey Hongzhuang looked into the distance. She wanted to see what kind of beast it was. Back then, it was this beast that ate Jiang Haihan. Jiang Haihan didn't even have a chance to resist. She really didn't know what kind of beast it was. Yang Tianjiao looked into the distance and seemed to have thought of something. He turned to look at Lu Jin and Xianxia. Do you guys remember that place? I remember now. There was a black hole there. Lu Jin immediately recalled, we once passed by that place. There was a cave entrance there, and it was pitch black inside. We tried to use our spiritual power to sense it, but we found that our spiritual power couldn't extend very far inside, so we didn't dare to go in to see what was going on. However, we didn't hear any movement inside. This was the first time we heard this beast's roar. Xianxia shrunk his neck. It's a good thing we didn't go in before. Otherwise, we would have become food in the beast's stomach. That's true. Di Beichen looked into the distance. He didn't know why, but he felt as if there was some kind of power that was attracting him. Beichen, what are you doing? Bailey Hongzhuang noticed Di Beichen approaching the cave step by step and couldn't help but ask. Di Beichen stopped and looked in front. Hongzhuang. I feel that there's an inexplicable attraction to me. I want to take a look. Young Master D, have you gone mad? Xianxia was dumbfounded. They couldn't even withstand a single blow from this beast. If they went in, wouldn't it be the same as sending themselves to their deaths? Young Master D, please don't be rash. That kind of beast isn't something we can deal with. Lu Jin hurriedly said. He also didn't understand why young Master D would have such a crazy idea out of nowhere. However, no matter how much they tried to persuade him, Di Beichen seemed to have made up his mind. He had no intention of changing his mind. Hongzhuang, I want to go and take a look. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang seriously. This kind of calling made him feel a sense of familiarity, as if he didn't know when he had been in contact with all of this. Could it be an illusion? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Some demonic beasts had the power to confuse people and use it to lure people or demonic beasts to become their food. Bewitching shook his head. I've confirmed that it's not an illusion. Bailey Hongzhuang also confirmed it. After confirming that it was indeed not an illusion, she nodded her head, okay. Madam D, young Master D is crazy. Why are you going crazy with him? Xianxia looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment. Shouldn't she be thinking of ways to stop Bewitching? He has his own judgment. I believe in him. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was calm. She had always believed in Bewitching's judgment. No one knew what was in the cave. It could be dangerous, but it could also be an opportunity. Seeing Bewitching and Xianxia approaching, Lu Jin and the other two looked at each other. In the end, they helplessly followed. Be careful. Don't be careless. Lu Jin warned. Yang Tianjiao was also speechless. He didn't understand what they were planning to do. End of chapter. As they got closer and closer to the cave entrance, Bewitching felt that the suction force was getting stronger and stronger, making him want to go in unconsciously. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the cave. The entrance of the cave wasn't small. Even here, it was very conspicuous. Are we really going in? Xianxia looked at the cave entrance hesitantly. He didn't want to go in from the bottom of his heart. Bewitching and I will go in and take a look. You guys have to be careful here. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. They were husband and wife. Naturally, they couldn't let others take the risk with them. Hearing this, Xianxia and the other two looked at each other and didn't object. Then you guys be careful. Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang immediately walked into the cave together. However, something surprising happened. Bewitching successfully walked into the cave, but Bailey Hongzhuang was blocked by an inexplicable force. What's going on? Bailey Hongzhuang tried to enter the cave, but found that the inexplicable force was very strong. She couldn't break it at all. Lu Jin and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They all tried and found that they couldn't enter. This is really strange. Lu Jin looked at the invisible restriction in puzzlement. Young Master D, maybe you're the destined person of this cave. If the thing inside was really to lure everyone in, it wouldn't only let one person pass. Under such circumstances, it often meant that it was an opportunity. I'll go in and take a look. Bewitching turned his head, a trace of firmness in his expression. Be careful. Bailey Hongzhuang warned and dismissed the idea of going in. This kind of situation had happened before. Bewitching was the dark saint. Maybe there was some inheritance left for him. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but remember what Bai Yunjiao told her. She didn't obtain all the inheritance. The remaining inheritance could only be found in the immortal domain. The situation that Bewitching was facing now was perhaps that he had accidentally found the location of the inheritance. Bailey Hongzhuang sat on the ground and began to cultivate after realizing that she did not hear any movement from inside. The remaining three people looked at each other and finally sat down one after another. Speaking of which, it's strange that there aren't any monsters near this cave. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised when he realized that they didn't have to worry about being attacked by demons. That's because the thing inside is too strong, so other monsters don't dare to come to this area, Yang Tianjiao said. By the way, have you fully recovered from your injuries? Xianxia asked with concern. Yang Tianjiao waved his hand and subconsciously looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. She has recovered. That's good. Lu Jin nodded. Do you know what to do in the future? Got it. You're so troublesome. Yang Tianjiao waved his hand, speechless. We're going to wait here for Bewitching. We'll also wait for those guys. If possible, it's best to get rid of these tails as soon as possible. Lu Jin looked behind him. If Sushin had told these people all the routes, then they would have probably passed through this path. Before they arrived, it was best for them to get rid of all these troubles to avoid complications. Those stewards of the crossing immortal domain are not easy to deal with. If other people appear, they might take the opportunity to raise the price. That would be terrible. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Have you forgotten about Bao Bao? Jiangjin frowned. Although they had done business with the stewards of the crossing immortal domain many times, those fellows only cared about profits. Even after such a long time, their relationship was purely based on profits. They were not reliable at all. Let's be more discreet and try not to be noticed by them. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly, although these fellows are more careful and their journey is a few days slower than ours, we just have to wait. We'll meet them sooner or later. You're right. We just have to wait. Yang Tianzi could not help but look at the dark cave. We do business at this time every year. I wonder how long young Master D will be staying here. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. No one could give a definite answer. If Bewitching did not come out by then, they might miss this opportunity. Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a while and could not make a decision. He might come out very soon. Everyone nodded on the surface, but their hearts were pounding. If there was really an inheritance inside, it would be impossible for him to come out in such a short time. After Bewitching entered the cave, he realized that the path was very narrow. There were uneven mountain walls all around. Walking in this path, he could only hear his own footsteps. Other than that, there was no other movement. He walked forward step by step. His footsteps were firm and fast. He vaguely felt that there was no threat to him here. Hence, he did not walk too carefully. It wasn't until the familiar feeling got closer and closer that he said, "Stop pretending to be mysterious. Come out." Roar, that familiar beast roar sounded again. It was like a gust of wind whistling. Bewitching's sleeves fluttered in the wind. It was clearly a sound that made people's hearts break, but he did not feel the slightest bit of panic. On the contrary, he seemed to understand the meaning of this beast roar. "Roar, Master, it's me." Bewitching raised his good-looking eyebrows. There was a trace of doubt in his deep eyes. "I don't think I know you." "Roar, Master, how could you forget about me?" "Bo. Bao Bao?" Bewitching's lips twitched slightly. He was sure that he absolutely did not know this guy. Not to mention, this voice alone was completely unrelated to these two words. "Roar, I'm really Bao Bao." Roar, sob sob sob. Bewitching's vision was still pitch black. He could not see the other party's figure clearly, but he could roughly sense how terrifying this fellow was. However, such a frightening big guy was actually acting cute in front of him. What was this? "Since you said that I'm your master, you should come out and let me see you, right? Bao Bao. Bao Bao, Bao Bao's Bao Bao, Bao Bao's S Bao Bao. Then where is your real body?" "Bao Bao, Bao Bao's Bao Bao." Bewitching, so, the demonic beast I encountered in the comprehension steel was you? Roar, it was Bao Bao. Bewitching sweated. He did not expect Hongzhuang's prediction to be true. "You mean your real body isn't here? I can only find you if I go to the Bao Bao?" "Master, this lousy immortal realm's Bao Bao is a little strong. Until now, I have not been able to pass through this layer of Bao Bao's Bao Bao. I can only communicate with you using my Bao Bao under certain circumstances. But don't worry, I will continue to work hard." End of chapter. Little cutie's name. As long as I can pass through this barrier, I will appear beside Master. Master, as long as you keep this, I will appear one day. Don't worry, I'll work hard. Bewitching listened to Bao Bao's explanation, but he still didn't fully understand. He knew that this guy's real body wasn't here, and he probably wouldn't be able to appear in front of him for the time being. However, he would definitely come looking for him one day. However, he had no idea where this so-called baby came from, and why did it recognize him as its master? "Why don't I remember you? Did you make a mistake?" Bewitching asked. Roar, sob sob sob, there was no way he would admit his mistake. "Can you stop crying first?" Roar, no. Roar. I knew that Master had just forgotten a lot of things in the past, but it didn't matter. As long as the seal was broken, Master would definitely remember. By then, you would know how much you like this baby. Bewitching fell into deep thought. Ever since he unlocked the inheritance of his family, he felt that there were many strange things that could not be explained. Now, this scene was even more strange, but he felt that such a powerful demonic beast should not have mistaken him for someone else. Could it be that he had really forgotten something? However, he had never lost his memory since he was a child. He had never been to the realm of chaotic immortals. There was no way he could explain this. "Can you tell me who I am?" Roar. "Master, I can't say that." "Why?" Roar. "This is what Master instructed me to do in the past." "Then can you change your name?" Roar. She really liked the cute name Bao Bao. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at the cave from time to time. Ever since Bewitching went in, it was quiet as if no one had entered at all. No matter how hard they tried, their mental energy was unable to extend in the slightest, and they were unable to detect the situation inside. Look, there they are. Their team seems to be missing a person. Could it be that they lost their lives? Did you notice? They seem to be guarding the cave. Could there be some treasure in the cave? The cultivators who followed him looked at the cave in the distance, and a covetous glint appeared in their eyes. They clearly knew how important the deal with the crossing immortal domain was to Lu Jin and the others. There was definitely something fishy about the fact that they were guarding a cave at this time. In my opinion, that person must have entered the cave. As for the others, they must be guarding against us. Then what should we do? We can't let them have the good stuff. In my opinion, we should take this opportunity to rush in. Bailey Hongzhuang had already noticed the cultivators behind them when they first appeared. After taking a closer look, she realized that after one of them had died, there were still 9 of them left. This number was undoubtedly more than theirs. They roughly sensed their cultivation. Fortunately, the other party was only an expert in the elementary celestial stage, so they didn't feel any pressure. Come to think of it, Sushin was only prepared to deal with Lu Jin. He didn't expect that she and Beichen would appear here, so there was a mistake. Lu Jin stood up and looked coldly at the 9 people behind him. "Since you're already here, why are you hiding?" Hearing this, the 9 people behind him also walked over in an imposing manner, completely fearless. End of chapter. Lu Jin, you've got guts. There's only 4 of you, but you're so confident. The man in the lead looked at Lu Jin mockingly, but there was a trace of viciousness in his eyes. "Do you think that by killing Su Shen, you can occupy this line and take the spirit-devouring stone for yourself?" Lu Jin sneered. "I think you're the ones who have this idea, aren't you? Cut the crap. Today, it's either you die or I live. You've been thinking about this for a long time, haven't you?" Lu Jin narrowed his eyes. When he thought about how Su Shen had done so many things behind their backs, the anger in his heart couldn't be contained. How straightforward. The man chuckled. "However, if you want to use this method to stall for time, you can't fool us." Hearing this, Lu Jin and the others couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't know what this guy meant. However, the other party's speed was very fast. In almost an instant, he rushed directly toward the cave. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others didn't expect that these guys' goal was actually this cave. However, after noticing the other party's actions, they didn't intend to stop them. This was because apart from Beichen, no one else could enter this layer of restriction. This group of idiots. Yang Tianzhao rolled his eyes. "You can't enter at all." Jiangzhen sneered. After hearing this, the man was momentarily stunned. However, he didn't stop walking. Instead, he rushed over unwillingly. Just when Bailey Hongzhuang and the others thought that the man would be repelled by a huge force, they were surprised to find that the man had actually rushed in directly. What's going on? Jiangzhen was dumbfounded. They had clearly tried before. Apart from Beichen, everyone else had been blocked outside. However, this guy had actually gone in now. Could it be that this guy is also one of the chosen ones? Yang Tianzhao was also a little confused. He couldn't help but feel regret in his heart. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have been careless. Instead, they should have stopped the man directly. That way, Beichen wouldn't have one more competitor. You're quite smart. You want to use this method to deceive us, but you still failed. The man's laughter came from inside, full of mockery. Immediately after, they noticed that not only did the man in the lead enter, but the other cultivators behind him also followed him in. If only one person went in, it might be because he also met the conditions to enter. However, if so many people went in, then the situation was a little strange. Let's go take a look too. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly rushed to the entrance of the cave. She wanted to see where the problem was. Most importantly, Beichen was the only one in the cave. They had to go in. As she approached the entrance of the cave, she realized that the restriction had disappeared at some point in time, and she was able to enter it easily. We can go in now. Bailey Hongzhuang said in disbelief. As soon as he said this, everyone rushed in without hesitation. Hurry up, don't let them affect young Master D. Lu Jin pushed his speed to the limit and quickly rushed in. Ta ta ta. The dense sound of footsteps spread out in the tunnel. The man in the lead also rushed in with the fastest speed. No matter what kind of treasure it was, they would not let it go. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three sped up, wanting to stop the others before they could affect Bewitching. However, the other party's speed was also extremely fast. In addition, they had to be on guard against the dangers that could appear at any time, so they couldn't catch up to them. I want to see what treasures there are here that you guys are so concerned about. The leader's eyes flashed with indescribable excitement. He had been looking forward to the day when he could go to the Crossing Immortal domain for a long time. Now that the opportunity had finally arrived, he also wanted to know what was there. There are no treasures in here, only a very fierce monster. Don't blame me for not warning you. You won't even be able to keep your life when the time comes, Lu Jin shouted coldly. Hearing this, the man chuckled. I didn't know you were so good at making up stories. We didn't make up stories. Everything we said is the truth. Xianxia emphasized. If that's the case, aren't you guys crazy to still come in? The man chuckled. Don't tell me you guys are so concerned about me that you don't want me to get hurt, so you came here specially? I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Yang Tianzhao's face was gloomy. In his eyes, this guy was a complete scoundrel. He didn't want to say anything else. Di Beichen couldn't help but frown when he heard the commotion outside. You removed the restriction? Roar, Bao Bao had found its master. Someone else came in. You won't be affected, right? Di Beichen looked at the black flame-like imprint on his hand. According to Bao Bao, as long as it could break through this layer of restriction, it would appear in front of him through this imprint. Roar, Master, you underestimate me too much. That's good. Di Beichen felt a little relieved. He wasn't afraid of the other party's sudden appearance, but he didn't want them to affect Bao Bao, although he wasn't sure if the person this guy was looking for was really him, based on his solemn expression, perhaps he wasn't wrong. Di Beichen stood in place and looked at the group of cultivators rushing over from behind. He frowned slightly, but after noticing Bailey Hongzhuang and the others who were following closely behind, his brows relaxed. Beichen. Bailey Hongzhuang heaved a sigh of relief when she noticed that Di Beichen was safe and sound. It seemed that Beichen was not affected by the attack. Brat, hand over the treasure you obtained. The man looked coldly at Di Beichen. There was a trace of annoyance in his eyes. They were still a step too late. What treasure? Di Beichen's expression was cold. Stop pretending in front of me. Hurry up and hand it over. There are no treasures here, only a demonic beast. Do you want it? The man was a little surprised. Lu Jin had said the same thing before, and now Di Beichen had also said the same thing. It seemed that these guys had already prepared their speech before coming in. Stop bluffing. No one will believe such words. The man's face darkened. If there's only one demonic beast, are you here to die? No, hurry up and hand it over. Roar. Just when the man's aura was high, an earth-shattering roar of a beast suddenly rang out. The pressure of this roar directly crushed the man. In an instant, the man felt a terrifying aura enveloping him. He was so scared that he knelt on the ground. This. The sudden sound startled everyone present. No one had ever thought that there would be a demonic beast here. Moreover, it was a demonic beast with such terrifying strength. Although they were scared out of their wits, compared to the man who had completely endured the pressure of the demonic beast, at least they weren't in such a sorry state. Wu Qing, get up quickly. One of the cultivators hurriedly helped the man kneeling on the ground up. It was too embarrassing to be in such a state in front of Lu Jin and the others. Wu Qing also felt extremely embarrassed and hurriedly stood up. Roar. However, another demonic beast roar sounded, and Wu Qing, who had just stood up, almost subconsciously knelt down again. Everyone, when Bailey Hongzhuang saw this scene, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. It seemed that Beichen was getting along well with this demonic beast. Even though she didn't know what the demonic beast's roar meant, she understood that with this man's cultivation, if it was just a roar, it wouldn't make him kneel on the ground. The reason why it was like this was most likely because the demonic beast's pressure was all directed at him. Roar. Master, isn't this guy too useless? Bao Bao was speechless as he looked at the guy in front of him who didn't have the slightest bit of manliness. This kind of guy actually wanted Master to hand him over. If its real body was here, wouldn't it have eaten all of these fellows? Di Beichen nodded slightly. He has always been a good-looking but useless guy. Wu Qing didn't understand what this roar meant, but after seeing Di Beichen's nonchalant look, he understood that this situation must have something to do with this man in front of him. Stinking brat, what the hell are you doing? Wu Qing finally stood up with the help of others. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He had never been so humiliated in his life. As the only elementary immortal expert in the group, his position had always been at the top. But now, he had become a joke. Although these guys didn't say anything on the surface, he could still see the unintentional smile in their eyes. Humiliation, Wu Qing glared at Di Beichen with eyes full of resentment. The reason he was in such a situation was all because of this guy. Didn't I already remind you that there is nothing here except for a demonic beast? There was a faint smile on his godlike handsome face. It was as warm as a spring breeze, but in Wu Qing's eyes, it was filled with naked mockery. You bastard! You're trying to scare me with this guy. Wu Qing looked around. Although it was all dark here, he took advantage of this time to scan the situation. He was certain that there was not a single demonic beast here. As for where this beast roar came from, he had no idea. I'm scaring you? Di Beichen raised his eyebrows. So what? Wu Qing, I thought you had a lot of courage. After all this time, you only have so little courage. You still dare to fight with us here? Isn't it too funny? Jiangjin couldn't help but laugh. Fortunately, the demonic beast didn't use its full strength. Otherwise, wouldn't you be so scared that you'd wet your pants? I'm not the only one who saw this. Even if you want to kill me, it's useless. There are so many people here. This incident left such a deep impression that I'm sure no one will forget it easily. Jiangjin looked at Yang Tianjiao with a smile. What do you think? Am I right? This is the first time I've seen someone kneel down so easily. The demonic beast hasn't even shown its true form and you're already so scared. I told you not to come in earlier, but you didn't listen. TSK, Yang Tianjiao sighed and shook his head. His eyes were full of ridicule. Bastard! I'm going to kill you all. Wu Qing, who was already angry from embarrassment, couldn't hold back the anger in his heart after hearing everyone's ridicule. He turned around and pounced on Jiangjin. Today, I'm going to kill all of you here. Io, do you have to be so angry? You can't even aim properly. Jiangjin's figure flashed and dodged the attack. With Wu Qing's strength, he was naturally no match for him. However, this guy was obviously mad with anger. Even his strength was affected. Don't try to fool me. If there really is a demonic beast, then let it show itself. Do you think we're all idiots? The other cultivators nodded in agreement. That's right. There are no demonic beasts here at all. Speaking of which, it's strange. Where did this beast roar come from? Could it be that this guy has some kind of treasure? I've heard that some rare treasures have this kind of special ability. Maybe this guy got his treasure from this kind of treasure. As soon as these words came out, Wu Qing and the others' eyes lit up. If all of this was true, then if they could snatch this thing, then they would have one more life-saving move in the future. After all, even Wu Qing could only kneel and beg for mercy under such pressure. The other cultivators didn't need to be said. Lu Jin and the others couldn't help but worry. In fact, they didn't know what happened after Bewitching came in. Maybe these guys were telling the truth. They had been in here for so long and had already confirmed that there were no demonic beasts here. In comparison, the sudden beast roar was indeed a little strange. This guy said you're a magic treasure. Bewitching looked at the black totem in his hand with an amused expression. Roar, Bao Bao wasn't a magic treasure, Bao Bao was also enraged. It was a first-rate holy beast, alright, these idiots actually treated it as a magical treasure. This was simply an insult. Roar. Master, can I eat this guy? Bewitching raised his eyebrows. Are you sure you want to eat it? Roar, although this guy didn't look very pleasing to the eye and didn't taste very good, I still wanted to twist off this guy's head. Everyone's expression became very strange when they saw the beast roar every time Bewitching spoke. Could it be that there really was a demonic beast here? Most importantly, from Bewitching's words, they could vaguely discern some clues. Hey, stop pretending in front of me. Wu Qing looked at Bewitching doubtfully. If all of this was true, he wouldn't believe it at all. But if all of this was fake, then this guy's acting was too good, right? If it's really here, then let it out. Are you sure? Bewitching looked at Wu Qing calmly. Once it comes out, you won't be able to keep your head. Wu Qing was slightly taken aback. His heart was pounding. He still remembered the terrifying pressure from earlier very clearly. If this demonic beast really existed, he could guarantee that he was no match for this demonic beast. Make it come out if you can. After thinking for a moment, Wu Qing made up his mind. He did not believe that this fellow was telling the truth. This was because all of this was simply impossible. Everyone, attack. As long as these fellows are all dead, we'll be able to figure everything out. Wu Qing gave the order. Hearing this, the other cultivators stopped watching. The other party only had half of their number. It would not be a problem to get rid of these fellows. After seeing the other party's actions, the Yuan power in Lu Jin's body instantly surged out. His usually stern face did not show any signs of seriousness. He knew very well that as long as Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang were willing to attack, Wu Qing and the others were no match for them. Crack. Just as Wu Qing gave the order and was about to take action, everyone heard a clear voice. The moment they heard this sound, everyone instinctively turned their heads and looked towards the source of the sound. However, with one look, everyone's expressions became rather strange. Wu Qing, who had been so aggressive earlier, had his neck bitten off in an instant. A master at the elementary celestial stage had no power to resist at all. From the head that rolled on the ground, one could see his horrified expression. However, he did not even have the time to make a sound. Everyone's eyes fell on Bewitching. He said calmly, I've already warned you before, but you didn't believe me. The group of cultivators that Wu Qing had brought looked around vigilantly. Their faces turned pale almost instantly. Wu Qing was the most powerful cultivator in their group. Now, even Wu Qing had lost his life before he could even let out a cry. If it were them, the situation would be even worse. Let's go. Someone shouted. The others did not dare to stay any longer as if their buttocks were on fire. They quickly ran outside. Since you're here, don't leave. Bewitching said calmly. He then walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side with a gentle expression. Crack. Kacha, a clear sound rang out. The people who were originally clamoring all fell to the ground, following in Wu Qing's footsteps. Lu Jin originally wanted to attack, but the situation was different from what he had imagined. There was no need for him to make a move. Young Master D, you're too amazing. Xianxia swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his face filled with disbelief. Two. How did you do it? Yang Tianzhao could not help but be dumbfounded. He could not see where the demonic beast was, but from this situation, he was sure that the demonic beast really existed. Could it be that Bewitching had subdued the demonic beast? That's impossible. End of chapter. Lu Jin had the same conjecture in his mind, but as soon as he thought of it, he felt that it was impossible. Such a powerful demonic beast was not something they could tame. You tamed this demonic beast? Bailey Hongzhuang asked the question that everyone wanted to ask but didn't dare to. That's right. Bewitching nodded. Madam is really smart. how did you do it? Lu Jin asked subconsciously. I don't know either. Bewitching shook his head. After I came in, this guy said that he was my contracted beast. Lu Jin, what kind of joke was this? The corner of Yang Tianzhao's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Taking in such a terrifying monster as a contract beast was something they didn't even dare to think about. But now, this contracted beast actually took the initiative to deliver itself to him. What kind of heaven-defying fortune was this? Young Master D, you're my idol. Xianxia rushed in front of Bewitching and sized him up from head to toe. His eyes were filled with unspeakable admiration and appreciation. What are you doing? Seeing Xianxia's strange behavior, Yang Tianzhao couldn't help but ask. I'm observing young Master D carefully. I want to know what's so special about this lucky star. Even such a good thing can happen to him. His luck is simply heaven-defying. I've always felt that my luck wasn't very good. If I take a closer look, I'll be able to understand where the problem lies. Yang Tianzhao rolled his eyes. I can tell you where the biggest problem is. Where? You're ugly. Xianxia was stunned. He looked at Bewitching's face, and then at himself. He nodded thoughtfully. Your analysis is correct. I can't compare to Bewitching, but it's hard for me to change in this aspect. Yang Tianzhao, maybe this demonic beast is female, so when she saw young Master D's good looks, she was willing to become his contract beast. Xianxia seemed to have finally found the root of the problem. Other than this reason, he really couldn't think of any other. This world is full of wonders. Lu Jin's face was full of envy. With Bewitching's appearance, not to mention women, even men couldn't help but praise him. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. A female? Male, Bewitching said. Lu Jin, even the males are bowing down to your looks, let alone the females. Yang Tianzhao, Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching, Xianxia nodded. That's right. I've never had such luck. The problem must be here. Yang Tianzhao, you're really good at finding excuses. No matter what, this hidden danger has been resolved. It's all thanks to young Master D. Lu Jin looked at Bewitching with a smile. If it weren't for your help, we would have been in a lot of trouble. He was most grateful for this. He originally thought that bringing Bewitching and Xianxia here would be a burden, but the truth was that these two were completely lucky stars. If it weren't for the two of them, they would have lost their lives several times. You're welcome. Bewitching smiled faintly. If I didn't come with you this time, I wouldn't have been so lucky. Looking at the black totem in his hand, Bewitching's deep eyes revealed a trace of a smile, but more than that, he was deep in thought. After taking off Wu Qing and the other storage rings, the group also received a considerable amount of loot. I didn't expect Wu Qing to have so many things on him, even though he usually doesn't show off. Xianxia looked at the items in his hand. In fact, he also had a lot of cultivation resources. However, at his cultivation level, in order to achieve a breakthrough, cultivation resources were used up extremely quickly. Everyone in the town was familiar with each other, so robbing was naturally impossible. They had to rely on themselves to obtain all the cultivation resources. Now that they had such a large amount of cultivation resources, it was a windfall for them. Young Master D, we didn't do anything. We don't deserve these things. Xianxia felt a little guilty. These things did make them envious, but thinking about it carefully, they should all belong to Bewitching. Everyone has a share. Bewitching smiled faintly. We are a team. Hearing this, Xianxia looked at Bewitching excitedly. From this moment on, Bewitching was a real boss in his eyes. It was rare to see such a magnanimous person on a normal day. The fear and suspicion in his heart had long disappeared completely during the process of getting along with him. Young Master D, I feel that you have the potential to be a boss. Hearing this, Lu Jinhe looked up at the sky and subconsciously looked at Bewitching. Xianxia was right. When they set off, Xianxia was the one in charge of the team. However, at some point, the person in charge had become Bewitching. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Indeed, there are people who follow Bewitching and call him boss. As expected, Xianxia said calmly. It's not strange at all. If you stay in our town, you will be the mayor. Will you consider it? I don't have such plans for now. Jiangzhen, don't even think about it. It won't work. Yang Tianzhao pulled Jiangzhen aside. He knew very well that some people were destined to be different from others. They usually stayed in the town, so they didn't feel much. However, after seeing Bewitching, they knew that these two people were not ordinary people. Let alone here, the realm of chaotic immortals was not a place for them to develop. The immortal realm was the only place they should go. Sigh, I'm just fantasizing. Jiangzhen sighed. He had never thought of recognizing someone as his boss. However, after seeing Bewitching, he couldn't help but have this idea. It was simply too lucky to have such a generous boss. Plus, he had a sister-in-law who could concoct pills. He really envied Bewitching's little brother. In the future, it would not be a problem for him to have a meteoric rise. Young Master Gong, I heard that He Yan has already left a mark on Master. That guy is pretty fast. Gong Jun smiled faintly. He still couldn't pass through the barrier, right? The power of the barrier is too strong. The reason why we were able to come here was because we had to prepare for a long time before we succeeded. He Yan won't be able to succeed in a short period of time just by relying on his own power. It's fine. Gong Jun was very calm. There are a lot of things that Master hasn't remembered. Even if Black Flame appears, he won't recognize him. Is there still no movement from Black Demon? The man shook his head. Black Demon is still very quiet. It seems that they haven't made any contact with Master. Black Killer is too stubborn. Gong Jun shook his head helplessly. It has been many years since it left. Black Sha has always believed that Master will find it. Black Killer's personality isn't as lively as Black Flame's, but this guy is very loyal to Master. Master trusted it the most back then. Lively. The man paused. Maybe Jin Yan is too lively, Gong Jun. That's true. It was good that this fellow appeared later, lest he caused any trouble. This fellow had caused trouble every few days, and they were used to it. The fourth prince and the others have already left? Our people have already lured them away and sent people to protect Master. Master will be fine. Gong Jun nodded slightly. This guy wants to find Master? Dream on. Keep a close eye on what's going on over there. If there's even the slightest news, inform me immediately. Young Master Gong, don't worry. I will never let them threaten Master. The man said hesitantly, actually, it's not difficult for Master to recover his memory. Why? Gong Jun stared blankly for a moment. Master naturally has his reasons for arranging everything. Don't interfere in this matter. If I find out what else you've done, be careful of your life. Understood, young Master Gong. The man didn't dare to say anything more. This subordinate will definitely not interfere. I wonder what young Master Gong plans to do next. Me? Gong Jun raised his eyebrows. Naturally, I have to find Master. Beichin, is that demonic beast the one we encountered back then? Bailey Hongshuang's eyebrows revealed a thoughtful expression. She vaguely felt that there was a relationship between the two. Although these two places were very far from each other, and the possibility of coming from any direction was very small, such thoughts kept appearing in his mind, and he couldn't get rid of them. Beichin turned his eyes, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a smile. Why do you think so? Intuition. My wife's intuition is really accurate. It's the one we met back then. Is it true? Bailey Hongshuang was a little surprised. How did it come here by sensing the tablet? According to it, it's not in the same place as us. There's a barrier that prevents it from approaching, so what appeared just now was only its mental strength. As for where its real body is, I don't know. I see. Bailey Hongshuang understood. Although the doubts in her heart were still unanswered, at least it explained why it appeared in these two places. It recognized you as its master just now? It said that it has been my contracted beast for a long time, but I have forgotten some things. Have you forgotten something? Bailey Hongshuang frowned slightly. She couldn't help but think of the situation she encountered when she was comprehending the tablet. That voice clearly reminded her not to look for it if she chose to forget. She originally thought that she had encountered such a situation, but she never thought that Bewitching would be in a similar situation. This was getting more and more puzzling. I don't know what happened, but this guy is so weird. Maybe it remembered wrongly. Bewitching looked at the black totem in his hand. He still felt that this guy's words were a little strange, and he couldn't think of a connection at all. Maybe. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Has it left already? I don't know when it will appear again. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. This guy's strength is stronger than anyone we've encountered. Even though she didn't see it for herself, she could tell that its strength was extremely terrifying from the fact that it could easily kill Wu Qing with only its mental strength. She believed that even Qing Devil wouldn't be a match for this monster. By the way, what's its name? Bailey Hongzhuang asked curiously. Hearing this question, Bewitching's expression suddenly became strange. What's wrong? Can't I tell you its name? It said, its name is Bao Bao. Bewitching shrugged slightly. It was really awkward to say this name out loud. Bao Bao? Bailey Hongzhuang was also dumbfounded. She always thought that for such a terrifying demonic beast, its name should be incomparably domineering. Thinking about how this guy was so ruthless when it attacked, it was completely unrelated to her baby. Bewitching nodded. That's right. If you're really its master, then didn't you give it this name? Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly laughed. Bewitching paused and said calmly, I'm sure it must have mistaken me for someone else. The following situation was much smoother than Lu Jin and the others expected. They thought that they would have to go through many dangers to cross the natural moat, but with Bewitching around, all the dangers seemed to be automatically reduced. It was a smooth journey, and all the troubles seemed to have hidden themselves. If they didn't clearly remember everything they had experienced before, they would even suspect that the natural moat wasn't dangerous at all. What made them most speechless was that the crocodile river, which they had always been afraid of, was like treading on thin ice every time they crossed it. If they were careless, they would become food for the crocodiles. But this time, when they passed by the crocodile river, the crocodiles were extremely well behaved. They stayed in the water and looked at them respectfully, without any intention of treating them as food. Vaguely, they even perceived a trace of kindness from the attitude of these crocodiles. Kindness. When this thought appeared in their minds, Lu Jin and the others thought that they must be crazy. These ferocious fellows always wanted to overturn their boats and eat them up. Now, they were showing kindness to them. This was simply too scary. However, they felt that Bewitching was even more terrifying than these crocodiles. Young Master D, how did you do this? Xianxia looked at Bewitching in disbelief. The previous situation was already shocking enough, he didn't expect that there was something even more shocking. Why don't you teach us a few moves as skills? In the future, when we come here again, we'll have more trump cards. Not only that, if they could master SSSS. If they can't. TTT did anything. Estes have tested TSS when he first came down. He could feel that these monsters were less aggressive toward him than Lu Jin and the others, but it wasn't to this extent. If he had to say when the situation began to change, it should be after he met Bao Bao. Could it be that Bao Bao has such a great influence on these demons? Bewitching instinctively looked at the black flame in his palm. Apart from this reason, he could not think of any other. With Bao Bao's terrifying strength, it was normal for these demons to be so fearful if it was really here. However, Bao Bao had only left a mark. If that was enough to make these demons change so drastically, then Bao Bao's influence was much greater than he had imagined. Bailey Hongzhuang noticed Bewitching's expression and could roughly guess what was going on. She had to admit that this situation was very convenient for them. If Bao Bao was really Bewitching's contracted beast, then they would undoubtedly have another trump card. However, they could not be sure if Bao Bao had mistaken them for someone else. If this fellow really did mistake them for someone else, they did not know if it would fly into a rage out of humiliation. I'm really envious of the dark attribute now. Xianxia sighed. Usually, everyone talks about how bad dark attribute cultivators are. I even believed it. Now, it seems like it's all prejudice. There was nothing bad about Bewitching and Bao Bao. On the contrary, both of them were first-rate geniuses. In my opinion, we can try to find a dark attribute cultivator to join our team when we return, Yang Tianjiao suggested. Lu Jin's eyes lit up. That's a good suggestion. We can consider it. Bailey Hongzhuang found it rather funny when she saw the three of them whispering behind them and thinking about where to look. Ever since Bao Bao appeared, the demons here did not attack them at all. Hence, they walked as if they were walking on flat ground. They even displayed their usual speed and were getting closer and closer to the crossing immortal domain. We'll arrive at the crossing immortal domain after we pass through the canyon in front. Lu Jin pointed at the canyon in front of them. The canyon was like a fan. There was an extremely narrow passage in the center that only one person could pass through. The crossing immortal domain has been sealed for many years. The restriction there is actually very powerful. If anyone tries to force their way through this layer of restriction, it's tantamount to courting death. Even an elementary celestial stage cultivator will definitely die if they touch the restriction. Then how did you trade with them? Although this restriction is strong and comprehensive, there will still be some small gaps. Moreover, the manager of the crossing immortal domain has a certain connection with the immortal domain. After we pass through this canyon, there will be a very small cave entrance. Every time, we will trade there. However, after we arrive, we can only send out a secret signal. They will contact us when they have time. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood. The other party naturally couldn't do business openly. They had to wait for an opportunity. The waiting time varies from 2 hours to a month. We are not sure when they will appear. If they were lucky, they would appear immediately. If they were unlucky, they could only wait here. If you want to enter, I think they will be very against it when they hear the news. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do to help. Lu Jin had a look of regret on his face. They had only made a simple deal, and their friendship was not deep at all. If he wanted the other party to help him with such a favor, there was no way he could do it. Leave the rest to us. It's enough that you can bring us here, Bewitching said slowly. End of chapter. Seeing that Bewitching was very reasonable, Lu Jin and the others breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they couldn't help but want to do something for them, but after thinking about it, it seemed that there was nothing they could do to help. In terms of capital to discuss business, Bewitching was undoubtedly much better than them. Everyone slowly passed through the canyon. While passing through the canyon, Bewitching also noticed a very powerful restriction in front of him. This restriction was definitely stronger than any restriction they had seen before. Just from the faint fluctuations it emitted, they felt a kind of palpitating feeling, as if even their breathing had become stifled. At this moment, Yang Tianzhao no longer said that he didn't know Bewitching. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang saved him, his expression was still occasionally twisted, but his attitude was no longer as repulsive as before. Cuckoo, Lu Jin stopped at the back of the canyon. He pretended to be a cuckoo bird and called out a few special melodies before leading everyone to sit down at the side. Next, we just have to wait for news. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and looked at a cave entrance not far away. She also understood that the other party should be making a deal with them from here. What do you plan to do after meeting them? Lu Jin asked with concern. First, we'll see if we can make a deal with them. If the cooperation is successful, that would naturally be the best, but if it isn't, noticing a touch of coldness quietly flashing through Bewitching's eyes, Lu Jin couldn't help but change his expression and hurriedly said, I've come into contact with those two people. They are very strong. If we really fight, I'm afraid this place will be very dangerous. Not to mention that we may not be able to kill them. The most important thing is that if we make too much noise and attract other people here, it will be terrible. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood Lu Jin's worries. Don't worry, we won't do such a thing unless we have no other choice. We also don't want to affect you. I'm not worried that you will affect us, but that if you do, you won't have a way to go in. Lu Jin had a serious expression on his face. Unknowingly, he had already treated Bewitching and Li Tianlan as his best friends. He was thinking for them from the bottom of his heart. Although we can see a cave there, we can't go in with our current situation. The only way is in the hands of the two people who do business with me, so it's impossible to force your way in. You have to think carefully about how to persuade them. Then do you know what they are interested in? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. She also understood that if she could persuade the other party, it would undoubtedly be for the best. After entering, they would have one more helper. After all, they knew nothing about the crossing immortal domain. If they barged in directly, it would be very dangerous. Every time we come here to trade, we mainly trade for blood spirit stones because there are very few blood spirit stone mines here. Most of them are devouring spirit stone mines. In the past, when the crossing celestial domain was not sealed, this was a good place and a lucrative job. But ever since it was sealed, their channels to obtain blood spirit stones have become much smaller, so blood spirit stones are very important to them. In addition, medicinal pills are also very important. Yang Tianzhao added, as long as it's something a cultivator needs, they need it because it's not enough for them to be self-sufficient. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, if that's all, then there's no problem. End of chapter. We also know that you have no problem in this aspect. Jiangjun laughed. Among us, the two of you are the richest. That's true, but I actually don't know if they have the ability to bring you in. As for how to get out after entering, that's even more troublesome. Lu Jin had a difficult expression. After entering, are you planning to leave after finding the person you're looking for? Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching glanced at each other. A while ago, they had also returned to their families. Xiaosuo had appeared once again and wanted to make a move on their family. Fortunately, Di Xiaofeng was already prepared and didn't let her succeed. However, Xiaosuo had an escape talisman in her hand, so she managed to escape. The moment they knew about the escape talisman, they were even more certain that Xiaosuo had come to the upper realm. In the upper realm, the number of escape talismans was pitifully low. After the celestial realm, the chaotic celestial realm, and the crossing celestial realm, Xiaosuo would most likely appear in the crossing celestial realm. However, based on Xiaosuo's ability to come and go as she pleased, it would take them some effort to find her even if they entered the crossing celestial realm. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to find the person we're looking for. We should spend some time inside. You don't have to worry about us. Once we're done, we'll find a way to leave, Bailey Hongzhuang said. Lu Jin nodded slightly. Since that's the case, we won't wait for you outside. Okay. Do you still remember the route you'll take? This is the safest route. After saying this, Lu Jin suddenly felt that his words were a little redundant. Based on how Bewitching was walking in the heavenly mode as if it was flat ground, no matter which route he took, he wouldn't be in any danger. Lu Jin, you're really wishy-washy now. Young Master Di is so powerful, why do you need to worry about him? Jiangjun looked at Lu Jin in disdain. He didn't realize that this guy was so wishy-washy. Lu Jin coughed dryly. He's my son's savior. What's wrong with being concerned about him? Come on. After a round of discussion, Bailey Hongzhuang and Gu Shizhou understood that it was best to lure them with benefits. As long as the other party had a way and the benefits they offered were enticing enough, the other party should agree. Next, Bewitching and the rest began to wait outside. No one knew when the people inside would appear. In fact, because their journey had been too easy, they had arrived much earlier than usual. It was inevitable that they would have to wait for a few more days. While they were waiting, Gong Jun had already appeared in the heavenly moat. Normally, he was extremely timid, but when he walked in this natural chasm, he was extremely calm. All the demons retreated when they saw him, directly opening up a wide path for him. Unknowingly, half a month had passed. Bailey Hongzhuang had been cultivating in peace while waiting for the movement inside. During this period of time, it was too quiet inside. There wasn't even the slightest bit of movement. Ta-ta. At this moment, they vaguely heard the sound of footsteps. Hearing this sound, everyone exited their cultivation state and hurriedly looked towards the entrance of the cave. Ta-ta-ta. The sound of the footsteps was getting closer and closer. Everyone looked at each other and began to think of what to say next. You're here? A low and rough voice slowly sounded from the back of the cave. End of chapter. Hearing this familiar voice, Lu Jin and the others took a few steps forward. Big brother Ji, we're here. You're early this time. The man's indifferent voice sounded. Unlike Lu Jin and the others' friendliness, he appeared quite cold. The journey was smooth this time, so we arrived early. Soon, two figures appeared. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the two figures in front of her. Lu Jin had already introduced them to her in detail. The middle-aged man in the lead was called Ji Chuan, and he was a steward here. The other young man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks was Gu Jian. Jichuan was a steady person and didn't talk much. Gu Jian, on the other hand, was very much like a businessman. He was the one who negotiated the price every time. In fact, they didn't like Gu Jian because he was too shrewd. Every time, he would maximize the benefits. Unfortunately, they weren't good at negotiating, so they always suffered losses in this aspect. They felt helpless about this, but there was no other way. Why have you changed your people? Jichuan couldn't help but frown when he noticed Bewitching and Lu Jin behind Lu Jin. Something happened to Su Shen and he's now dead. We're not strong enough to rely on just the three of us, so we recruited 2 people, Lu Jin explained. Jichuan nodded slightly. He wasn't the least bit interested in how Su Shen died. His gaze only lingered on Bewitching and Lu Jin for a moment. At a glance, he could tell that these two were quite extraordinary. At least, when they stood together with Lu Jin and the others, they were like cranes in a flock of chickens. No matter how he looked at them, they were a bit out of place. Therefore, he felt that the situation was a bit strange. I don't care about your business, but since this is a long-term business, you'd better find someone you can trust, Jichuan calmly reminded them. Bewitching and the others were all smart people. Even if it was just a sentence, they understood the deeper meaning behind it. Big brother Ji, don't worry. We won't make any mistakes. That's good. Have you brought the things? Jichuan asked. I brought them all. Lu Jin took out his Xianxia bag. Just like last time, the blood spirit stones are all here. It's already been a year, and the market has changed. Isn't it a little inappropriate to still use the same price as last year? Gu Jian's voice rang out. He glanced at Lu Jin with some displeasure, but his gaze was more focused on Bailey Hongshuang. Big brother Gu, it's only been a year. You just raised the price the last time. Don't tell me you're going to raise it again this time? Lu Jin's expression was a little ugly. Almost every time he saw Gu Jian, this guy would have such thoughts. If it weren't for the fact that they still had to rely on this business, he really didn't want to bother with this annoying guy. It's only natural for business to get better and better with each passing year. How could it get worse and worse with each passing year? Gu Jian looked indifferent. Don't think that we don't know anything about the outside world just because we're in the crossing immortal domain. In my opinion, the market outside is not bad. You guys are earning more. Not at all. Xianxia hurriedly said, Big brother Gu, the business outside is not good now. Su Shen even lost his life. We've earned a lot of money with the price rising year after year. Don't pretend to be pitiful. I didn't raise the price that much. You should know that we're taking a big risk. When Bailey Hongshuang saw Gu Jian's expression, she understood what Lu Jin meant. He was truly afraid of this guy. This guy was undoubtedly profit-driven. He was relying on the fact that he had devouring spirit stones to raise the price at will. The market outside hasn't been good these past few years. Plus, we can't let news of what happened in the crossing immortal region spread. It's already hard enough for us to keep this a secret. We don't dare to sell devouring spirit stones in a high-profile manner, so the price has naturally been affected, said Bailey Hongshuang. When Bailey Hongshuang spoke, Gu Jian's interest was piqued. I didn't expect this young lady to be so good at talking. However, I'm afraid these words aren't enough to swindle me. But, since you're so beautiful, I can consider it. Lu Jin and the others subconsciously looked at Bewitching. As men, they naturally understood the meaning behind Gu Jian's gaze. Bewitching's eyes narrowed, and his eyes, which were as deep as the sea, became even more bottomless. He took a step forward, and his calm face did not reveal any emotional fluctuations. Aside from devouring spirit stones, we have another business deal we wish to do with the two of you. The rewards are quite generous. Would you be interested? Both Jichuan and Gu Jian were surprised. What business deal? We want to enter the crossing immortal region. Jichuan and Lu Jin's expressions changed. Kid, I'm afraid you don't know enough about the crossing immortal region. Not just anyone can enter this place. We know. That's why we want to do business with you. Impossible, said Jichuan coldly. We'll pay you handsomely. Not only will we give you blood spirit stones, but we'll also give you medicinal pills. Bewitching did not pay attention to the other party's refusal, and continued to speak of his own price. We can guarantee that we will never reveal half a word about your situation. How much? Asked Gu Jian. Gu Jian. Ji Chuan reprimanded him, his face filled with displeasure. It's even more abundant than all the blood spirit stones you've brought with you this time. We don't need spirit-devouring stones. We just want to go in, Bewitching said. You should know that the entrance to the crossing celestial region has been sealed. No one from the crossing celestial region is allowed to leave. Similarly, no one is allowed to enter, Gu Jian said slowly. Of course I've heard of this news, but there are always exceptions to everything. Just like this spirit-devouring stone business, everything is negotiable. Bewitching's face was filled with a confident smile. From the moment that Gu Jian did not immediately refuse him, he understood that this matter was not without discussion. It was just that he needed to reach the price that the other party needed. You're smart, but you should know that our business is done in secret. As long as we're careful, others won't be able to find any clues. But, 2 living people went in without any reason. We have the face change pill. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. Hearing this, Ji Chuan and Gu Jian looked at each other with uncertainty. I believe that you two will have a way. Bewitching took out his cosmos pouch. This is your reward. You can take a look. Gu Jian took the cosmos pouch. After glancing at it, his eyes lit up. The reward was even more generous than he'd imagined. He really didn't expect these 2 youngsters to be so rich. It still won't work. Ji Chuan's face was ashen. This was simply too risky. If they weren't careful, they'd both lose their lives. However, Gu Jian quietly pulled Ji Chuan to the side. End of chapter. Gu Jian, you should know that we can't do this. Once word gets out, we'll be finished. Ji Chuan's face was gloomy and filled with displeasure. Gu Jian had always been the type of person who couldn't move when he saw money, but he hadn't thought about the price of this. Big brother Ji, don't get angry. Let me explain, Gu Jian chuckled. What else is there to say? Those 2 are so young, and they aren't that strong, but they have quite a bit of wealth. The way I see it, they aren't even in the same group as Lu Jin's group. Lu Jin just brought them here after paying them. We can agree to take their things. Once we're in, we can do whatever we want with them. Gu Jian smiled. Think about it. They've already paid us so handsomely, so there's no need to even mention what they have on them. Once we get our hands on those cultivation resources, we might be able to grow even stronger. Hearing this, Ji Chuan's frown gradually relaxed. Won't there be repercussions if we do this? Don't tell me the 2 of us aren't strong enough to beat them? That's just too ridiculous. Gu Jian was extremely confident. We don't often run into fat sheep like them. Haven't you been in trouble recently? Perhaps this is an opportunity given to us by the heavens. It'd be a pity if we don't seize it. Hesitation flashed through Ji Chuan's eyes, but in the end, he nodded. All right, then we'll do as you say. It's best if Lu Jin and the others don't find out about this, lest new problems crop up. Don't worry, big brother Ji. I know what to do. Gu Jian patted his chest, his smile growing increasingly smug. But that woman. Noticing Gu Jian's expression, Ji Chuan understood what he was thinking. He said helplessly, you can play, but don't cause trouble. No problem. Gu Jian rubbed his hands, his eyes filled with desire. He'd never seen such a beautiful woman before. Thinking about how he'd have to kill her soon, he felt it was a bit of a pity. However, there was nothing else he could do. Not long after, Ji Chuan and Gu Jian returned. We can consider accepting your business, but you have to tell us why you want to enter the immortal region. We want to find someone. Looking for someone? Most of the ascended cultivators are in the crossing celestial domain, Bewitching said calmly. Ji Chuan and Gu Jian also understood. They had been here for a long time, so it wasn't like they hadn't seen this kind of thing before. Many people's relatives would come to the crossing immortal domain after they ascended. However, it was rare for these 2 people to dare to come here. All right, I agree. Gu Jian said. Hearing this, Lu Jin and the others were involuntarily stunned. From the way they saw it, this was an extremely crazy request. It was unlikely that the Jichuan duo would agree to it. However, the situation was much better than what they had expected. The two of them agreed without much consideration, which made them feel very strange. Gu Jian also realized that his promise was a little too simple, and said, "After you go in, you have to listen to us. It just so happens that some of our people died. You can disguise yourself as them, and you must be careful not to be discovered by others. Do you understand?" End of chapter. Boss, wait for me. Understood. Bewitching nodded. We definitely won't be discovered by others. Gu Jian nodded, revealing a satisfied expression. Jichuan's expression was still calm. Just follow us. Because of Bewitching's resources, Gu Jian didn't continue to raise the price. After all, he couldn't raise the price by much. It wasn't as lucrative as these two fat sheep. Alright, you can follow us in now. Jichuan said slowly. Wait a moment. Lu Jin stepped forward with a smile on his face. I have a few words to say to them. Please wait a moment. Jichuan frowned. Hurry up. Lu Jin pulled Bewitching and Xianxia to the back. Gu Jian agreed a little too quickly this time. There must be something fishy going on. I think you should be careful. That's right. Gu Jian isn't a good person. Seeing you take out so many things, he must be tempted. Since he agreed so quickly and didn't even have the slightest intention of asking for a price, it's very likely that he's planning to catch us all in one fell swoop. Yang Tianzhao had a worried expression. He usually didn't want to deal with Gu Jian, but he could see that this guy was definitely someone who would ask for a sky-high price. His sudden change in attitude meant that there was a big problem in itself. Most importantly, he knew what Gu Jian's gaze meant when he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. This time, it wouldn't be so simple. Be careful of Gu Jian. He's much more troublesome than Jichuan. Jiangjin said. Looking at the three's worried expressions, Bewitching nodded slightly. A cold light flashed in his eyes. We understand. Don't worry, we'll act according to the situation. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Seeing that the two didn't intend to give up, Lu Jin nodded. He understood that no matter what kind of danger they faced, they wouldn't be able to stop them. However, with their strength, they should have a way. Then take care of yourselves. If you come back in the future, you must pay us a visit. We definitely will. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Xianxia returned, Jichuan said, Can we go now? Sure. However, just as the two of them entered, a voice rang out from behind. Boss, wait for me. Almost as soon as Jichuan closed the hole, a round figure squeezed in. The sudden turn of events was beyond everyone's expectations. Lu Jin and the others who were outside were dumbfounded. They didn't even have time to react when they suddenly saw a figure rush in. Who was that? Lu Jin could not help but be startled. He had only vaguely noticed a figure rushing in, but he did not even get a clear look at the person's appearance. I don't know. Jiangjin looked confused. But didn't Mrs. D say that young Master D has a little brother? This guy was shouting boss as he rushed in. Could he be that person? This guy's appearance is really strange. Yang Tianzhao rubbed his nose with a complicated expression. If it's really young Master D's men, then that's not bad. I keep having the feeling that Gu Jian and the others are up to no good. One more person means one more guarantee. I hope so. Lu Jin nodded. Other than this possibility, they really couldn't think of any other possibility. After all, it was impossible for people from the crossing immortal domain to appear outside. End of chapter. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations dead for sure. Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang were astonished when they heard the voice. When they turned around and saw Gong Jun appear behind them, their expressions became even stranger. Gong Jun, when did you get here? Boss, sister-in-law, I finally found you. Gong Jun narrowed his eyes with a happy expression. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other. Didn't this guy say that he was going to stay in Shiyun City to manage the Immortal Treasure Pavilion? How did he suddenly appear here? Most importantly, how did this guy find this place? Luckily I was fast, otherwise I would have been locked outside. Gong Jun said excitedly. What's going on? Jichuan's expression became gloomy. This guy's sudden appearance was clearly beyond their expectations. This guy was clearly a variable that ruined their plan. Even though Bewitching and Jichuan still had a lot of doubts about Gongjun, the most important thing right now was to deal with Jichuan and Jichuan. They could only put their doubts aside for now. He's our friend. Bewitching replied. We only agreed to let the two of you in. We didn't agree to let this guy in. Gu Jian said coldly. Since you're already here, then forget it. We'll provide you with the resources you need. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said. Gongjun's sudden appearance was out of everyone's expectations. However, this wasn't a bad thing. If they were together, they could take care of each other. Hearing this, Jichuan and Gu Jian's expressions were still unhappy, but they didn't continue to object. Boss, what's going on? Gongjun had a curious look on his face. Bewitching gave Gongjun a meaningful glance. Gongjun closed his mouth and looked at the two people in front of him. Big brother Ji, what should we pay attention to after entering the crossing immortal domain? Bewitching looked around and asked. There are many cultivators in the crossing celestial domain. Most of them have yet to break through to the elementary celestial stage. Most of them are in the spirit-devouring mine. Their main job is to mine. Other than that, there were also a few other factions, all of which were long-established factions. This time, you are going to pretend to be the cultivators in the spirit-devouring mine. They lost their lives a while ago, so you shouldn't be discovered if you pretend to be them. I wonder if it's convenient for us to find someone in the spirit-devouring mine. That will depend on your own abilities. If your luck is good, you can still find it. I heard that you can't stay in the spirit-devouring mine for too long. If you stay in it for too long, your spiritual power will decline. Bailey Hongzhuang pretended to be puzzled and asked. Those are just rumors. You will understand after entering the spirit-devouring mine. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two exchanged glances. Their hearts were filled with disdain. They knew the situation in the spirit-devouring mine very well. It seemed like these two fellows were planning to throw them into the spirit-devouring mine again. However, it was not that easy to do so. Find a suitable place later and kill the two of them. Bewitching sent a voice transmission. Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned when she heard that. She did not expect Bewitching to kill the two of them directly. If we kill them, we won't know the situation here. It will be easier for us to find someone if we pretend to be them. Bewitching's eyes were cold. His killing intent was boiling in his heart. He had already made up his mind when he saw Gu Jian looking at Hongzhuang. This guy will definitely die, end of chapter. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. That's a good idea, but we'll have to be careful with our disguises. As the manager of this place, Jichuan must have come into contact with a lot of people. They didn't know anything about these two, yet they had to pretend to be them, so they had to be careful. Otherwise, they would be exposed. There will be a way. Bewitching said confidently. Gongjun noticed his boss's expression and had a guess in his heart. Under the guidance of Jichuan and Gu Jian, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two found that the road was getting more and more remote, so they had an idea. When they reached a very remote place where others wouldn't notice, Bewitching took the lead and stopped. It's very safe here. A low and magnetic voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Jichuan and Gu Jian couldn't help but turn around and look at Bewitching with a complicated expression. No need to go any further. If there's anything to solve it here. Bailey Hongzhuang also said. At this moment, Jichuan and Gu Jian couldn't help but be startled. They immediately understood that these fellows had already guessed their plans. Now that they actually dared to take the initiative to say such words, it was likely that these three fellows were already prepared. What do you mean by that? Gu Jian asked, feigning ignorance. What do I mean? Bewitching's lips curled up, and he threw out a punch at lightning speed. I want you dead. Bailey Hongzhuang and Gongjun didn't expect Bewitching to directly attack without saying anything, but after realizing it, the two also rushed up, suddenly taking a punch. Gu Jian's expression became very ugly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You dare to attack me, boy, you're courting death. Bang! Bewitching didn't even bother to pay attention to him, and coolly kicked out with his leg. Gu Jian's body fell heavily to the ground, and his face suddenly became a bit paler. The first move could be said to be a sneak attack, but the second move could still easily hit him. It was clear that the other party's strength was not weaker than his. Bailey Hongzhuang and Gong Jun attacked Ji Chuan together. According to Lu Jin's introduction, Ji Chuan seemed to be stronger than Gu Jian. Since they had decided to take action, they naturally couldn't leave anyone alive. Ji Chuan was also aware of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two's plan. He originally thought that the other party was a small sheep that could be easily dealt with, but he didn't expect that the other party also had the idea of killing them. Bang bang bang. The essence power in Bailey Hongzhuang's body surged out, and the charged-up attack was launched without any hesitation. What they wanted was a quick victory, and a sneak attack was the most convenient method. Ji Chuan's figure flashed and dodged, but he didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang had already discovered his trajectory and ruthlessly punched him. Boom, with a strike of her hand. Bailey Hongzhuang took advantage of Ji Chuan's body and pinched his chin with one hand, and stuffed a pill into his mouth. Ji Chuan wanted to spit out the pill, but Bailey Hongzhuang pinched his chin and didn't give him any chance. What did you feed me? Ji Chuan's face was gloomy as he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, and his eyes were full of resentment. Big brother Ji, we've already reached this point, why are you still asking such an idiotic question? Bailey Hongzhuang ridiculed. Ji Chuan's heart turned cold, and his killing intent surged. I'll kill you all. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Bailey Hongzhuang attacked again, and kicked Ji Chuan to the mountain wall. End of chapter. Ji Chuan was indeed in the elementary celestial stage, but after this exchange, Bailey Hongzhuang understood that the other party had not fought for a long time, and his combat strength was not comparable to an ordinary elementary celestial stage cultivator. She had not broken through to the elementary celestial stage for long, but it was obvious that the other party was not her match. However, this was a good thing, as it saved them so much effort. Sister-in-law is really amazing. Gong Jun maintained the posture of a younger brother as he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a face full of worship. He wanted to take the opportunity to sneak attack, but he found that after the first move, the rest did not need his help at all. Sister-in-law had already solved all of it, neat and tidy, without the slightest hesitation. The corners of Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly, and she noticed that there was no other movement around. Presumably, no one had noticed them, so she was relieved and turned to look at Bewitching. Both of them were stunned when they saw what was inside. Because Gu Jian was almost beaten into a pile of mud by Bewitching. At this moment, he was lying limply on the ground, with blood from his nose and teeth mixed together. His miserable appearance was simply unbearable to look at. Gong Jun swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What kind of hatred and resentment did he have? Stop. Stop, Gu Jian panted heavily, hoping that Bewitching could stop. Boss, this guy will die if you continue to beat him. Gong Jun could not help but speak up. After following Boss for so long, he had never seen Boss like this. It seemed that this Gu Jian was really not an ordinary hateful person, to be able to make Boss so angry. Only then did Bewitching stop. His handsome face did not have the slightest bit of ferociousness, and his cloud-like appearance made it impossible to connect him with what he had just done. Gu Jian was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, lying on the ground and almost unable to get up. What do you want to do? On the side, Ji Chuan had already been tied up by Gong Jun. Do you know Xiao Sou? Bewitching asked, at the same time taking out a portrait. Never heard of her. Ji Chuan replied, but when he saw the person in the portrait, his expression changed for a moment. Bewitching also caught the change in Ji Chuan's expression, and said, You've seen her, right? Don't tell him. Gu Jian's weak voice came from the side. As soon as he said that, Bewitching raised his right hand, and a sword light flashed, directly piercing through Gu Jian's forehead. Now, you can speak. Bewitching's voice was indifferent. Ji Chuan's eyes widened. Although he had anticipated that something like this would happen, seeing Gu Jian die with his own eyes was still very hard for him to accept. Even if I say it, I will still die. Why should I say it? Indeed. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows, but you can choose a faster way to die. Noticing the quick-wittedness and craftiness in the woman's eyes, Ji Chuan felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. He knew that this woman must be an alchemist, and did not doubt the truth of her words. I think I've seen this woman before, but she's not called by that name. What's her name now? I don't know. What are you usually responsible for? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Since they were going to disguise themselves as Jichuan and Jichuan, they had to know what they usually did to avoid being exposed. Someone is coming from behind. Jichuan suddenly said. Hearing this voice, the three subconsciously turned their heads, but found no one behind them. End of chapter. When the three of them turned around again, Jichuan had already taken the opportunity to bite the snake and commit suicide. Seeing this, the three of them couldn't help but sigh. It was truly a pity. Since you don't want to talk, then die in peace. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her right hand slightly and controlled a strand of spiritual energy. If one took a closer look, they would discover that this was a miniature version of Jichuan. A flame appeared between the woman's slender fingers, burning the ball of mental energy. The shrunken version of Jichuan immediately screamed. He hurriedly said, "Let me live, and I'll tell you everything I know." No need. Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferent. I never give people a second chance. The flame suddenly increased in intensity, evaporating the spiritual energy into nothingness. Master, wouldn't it be a pity to kill him just like that? Xiaohei asked hesitantly. There's nothing to feel pity about. He already hates us to death. Even if he tells us, it might not be the truth. Rather than being misled by the other party's lies, it would be safer for them to explore on their own. Sister-in-law is right. These two fellows are so cunning. They will definitely cause trouble. Gong Jun nodded repeatedly. However, I think what the old guy said before should be true. He really did see the person you're looking for. That's right. Debachen's eyes darkened. They had always thought that Xiao Soa might have been here, and now it was proven that their judgment was not wrong. Bailey Hongzhuang took out the corpse-dissolving water and cleaned up the two corpses. She then looked at their storage rings and smiled faintly. They didn't have many cultivation resources, but they did have a lot of devouring spirit stones. The effect of the spirit devouring stone was to increase one's mental strength. Increasing one's mental strength was of great help to a cultivator. However, it was not enough to increase one's mental strength alone. Let's go. Debachen took the appearance change pill and changed into Jichuan's appearance, while Bailey Hongzhuang changed into Gu Jian's appearance. Gong Jun looked at the tacit understanding between the two of them and then looked at himself. Boss, you've both changed. What about me? Let's talk about it when we find a suitable candidate, Debachen said. Currently, they didn't know much about the crossing immortal domain. They didn't even know about Jichuan's daily habits, words, and actions. It wouldn't be easy for them to disguise themselves. Logically speaking, there should be people continuously ascending here. You can just pretend to be a cultivator who has just ascended. Gong Jun nodded slightly. That's good too. I feel more comfortable looking at myself like this. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Debachen looked at each other. It had to be said that their disguises did make them uncomfortable. By the way, boss, you were so ruthless to Gu Jian just now. Is it because he has some bad intentions towards sister-in-law? Gong Jun moved to Debachen's side with curiosity written all over his face. Debachen glanced at him indifferently. Bailey Hongzhuang said, Gong Jun, don't make wild guesses. Gu Jian is a sly guy. You can't believe what he says. Sister-in-law, there's something you don't know. Gong Jun chuckled. It's not like we haven't met a sly old man like him. Have you ever seen boss so angry? Boss, am I right? Gong Jun teased. Debachen looked at the curious Gong Jun. Why don't you tell me how you got here? I stayed in Xian City for a while. I didn't find it interesting when all of you weren't around. Moreover, I noticed that someone was looking for you. I was worried about your safety, so I came here. Someone was looking for us? Gong Jun nodded slightly. I only found out about this later on. It wasn't until someone asked about you that the news reached me. Boss, do you remember Qing Ji, whom you killed in Level Peak City? I remember. Debachen nodded. Her people came for revenge? That should be the case. Gong Jun nodded. Qing Ji came from the immortal region, so those people came from the immortal region as well. When I sensed that something was wrong, I went into hiding. However, with their methods, I felt that it was only a matter of time before they found you. I was worried that you would be in danger, so I came to warn you. Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood. Then how did you cross the heavenly moat? When I passed by the town, I saw an immortal treasure pavilion. I knew that you must have been there. The people in the town were very friendly too. When they found out that I was with you, they told me. Speaking of which, it was strange. They said that the heavenly moat was very dangerous, but I don't think it was as dangerous as they said. The people in the town told you so easily? Of course it wasn't that easy. However, I have my ways. Gong Jun smiled awkwardly. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't ask any more questions. However, she already knew what was going on. This fella always had a way of dealing with people. With his methods of gathering information and his relationship with them, it wasn't difficult for him to find out everything from the people in the town. Hey, boss, you're changing the topic. Gong Jun suddenly remembered that his boss hadn't answered his question. However, Bewitching had already walked forward and ignored the question. Seeing this, Gong Jun winked at Bailey Hongzhuang and said, "It's a silent agreement, Bailey Hongzhuang." As the three of them walked forward, they had already come up with an excuse. If the other party didn't ask, they didn't have to answer. If they did, they would say that they were new miners. There were many cultivators mining in the crossing immortal domain. One more person should not attract too much attention. Fortunately, this road led out and there weren't many forks, so there was no need to worry about going the wrong way. After walking for a while, they realized that this cave was really remote. Even Ji Chuan and Ji Yi had to spend quite a bit of time to get here. It's no wonder that no one has discovered this place even after doing business for so many years. Normally, very few people would come to this place. Gong Jun looked around. This was a desolate place where few people would come. That's good. The fewer people who know about this place, the better. Bailey Hongzhuang said, but if we kill Ji Chuan and Lu Jin, what will happen to their business in the future? They'll find someone else to take their place. Bewitching said. If that's the case, then that's for the best. They don't want to deal with Gu Jian anymore. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Lu Jin and the others were already very tired of dealing with Gu Jian. Unfortunately, they didn't have any other choice. If they could find someone reliable to take over, it would indeed be a good thing. It wasn't until they had walked a certain distance that they saw traces of people. One after another, familiar yet unfamiliar minds appeared in front of the three of them. Bailey Hongzhuang and Xianxia were no strangers to the spirit-devouring mine. Back then, being forced to mine was something that left a deep impression on them. However, the mines in front of them were much larger than the ones they were in back then. As the two of them walked closer, they noticed that many cultivators were shuttling back and forth in the mines. Their eyes were filled with despair and helplessness, but most of them were numb. Hurry up and get to work. If you can't complete today's task, you'll be punished. The supervisor stood at the entrance of the mine with a whip in his hand and scolded fiercely. Meanwhile, the figures walked into the mine like puppets without souls. Gong Jun was speechless when he saw this. Aren't these guys a little too cruel? There's no spirit-devouring mine in the chaotic immortal realm, so you don't know much about this situation. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. They had experienced this before, but the entire crossing immortal realm was like this. It was undoubtedly very difficult to change everything. Previously, I didn't understand why the immortal realm closed the entrance to the crossing immortal realm. Now, I completely understand. They simply couldn't find suitable people to mine here, so they simply kept all the ascended cultivators here as slaves to mine. Gong Jun looked at this scene with a frown. No matter who it was, they would be shocked when they saw this. Xianxia can travel between the crossing immortal realm and the upper realm. I'm sure her identity here is not bad. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Ji Chuan was sure that Xianxia had been here before, so it was easy to deduce many things. Fortunately, they were pretending to be Ji Chuan and Xianxia. With the identity of the supervisor, it was undoubtedly more convenient for them to do things. Ji Chuan, you're back. A middle-aged man walked up to Ji Chuan with a familiar smile on his face. Yes. Bewitching said. The man pulled Ji Chuan to the side and said in a low voice, how was it? Is the deal done? Upon hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's expressions changed. The man didn't look like he was trying to trick them. Instead, he looked like he really knew about this matter. It seemed that Ji Chuan wasn't the only one who knew about this transaction. It was just that each time this matter was handled by the two of them. Di Beichen pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "We'll talk about it when we get back." The man smiled and nodded. "All right, I'll look for you tonight." "Oh right, where did this kid come from?" Just as the man was about to leave, he noticed Gong Jun behind him, and a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. "Mining," Bailey Hongzhuang said nonchalantly. Hearing this, the man looked at Gong Jun and said with a smile, "Your luck is really good. It just so happens that the quota for the mine can be filled. This month, our team's results may not be as good as yours." "That's not necessarily the case," Di Beichen said with a calm face. "You really have the same temper as before. Even when you say this kind of thing, you still look so serious." The man shook his head helplessly and waved his hand as he walked away. After the man left, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two sighed in relief. At least from the man's reaction, they didn't reveal anything. "Boss, do I really have to go mining?" Gong Jun's face fell. "I don't want to go mining." End of chapter. There's no other way now. Just think of it as losing weight, Di Beichen said. Gong Jun had a bitter look on his face. "Boss, don't be like this. I think my current body shape is quite perfect. Exercising is good for you." Gong Jun swore in his heart that Boss was definitely using his position to avenge a personal grudge. Just because of his big mouth just now, don't worry, nothing will happen. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and said, "We have a lot of devouring spirit stones here. You can find a remote place in the mine and don't be noticed by others. When we find the right opportunity, we will rescue you from the mine." Gong Jun looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, touched. "Sister-in-law, I know you're the kindest." Bailey Hongzhuang looked around. "But, what we need to figure out now is where the mine we manage is located." Di Beichen took out a token in his hand and said, "If I'm not wrong, the 13th mine should be the place we want to go. It's much easier now that you know where it is." Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. She had noticed that there were corresponding labels on these mines. Currently, they were in Mine 7. Presumably, they would be able to find Mine 13 if they walked a little further. "When we get close to mine number 13, I'm sure we'll run into other acquaintances. We'll try to get information from them. Just be careful not to expose ourselves at night." Bailey Hongzhuang kept thinking in her mind. Granny Hua had taught her a lot of ways to make pills and potions. She didn't know if there was a way to make people answer questions unconsciously. She vaguely remembered hearing about it before, but she usually didn't pay much attention to it, so she couldn't remember it at the moment. "Don't worry, I won't be seen through so easily." Di Beichen had a confident look on his face. "Ji Chuan doesn't talk much to begin with. You just need to stay calm. But you have to act like Gu Jian, who is cunning." Thinking of this, Di Beichen looked at Gong Jun and said, "You should teach Hongzhuang this." Hearing this, Gong Jun nodded repeatedly. "You should ask me about this kind of thing. I'm the best at it." Bailey Hongzhuang. "Do you really think I'm praising you?" "In my opinion, with Gu Jian's character of taking advantage of others, when that person comes to look for you at night, you have to deliberately pretend that you want to take an extra share. This way, you won't be easily seen through." Gong Jun explained a lot to Bailey Hongzhuang based on the situation, showing the essence of a profiteer vividly. "Anyway, that Gu Jian doesn't look likable. You just have to act like this," Gong Jun said. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. "I think after we find a way to get you out of the mine, you can just pretend to be Gu Jian. His character is really suitable for you to pretend to be him." Gong Jun smiled. "Of course." As the three of them got closer and closer to the number 13 mine, several people on the way nodded at them when they saw them. The two of them nodded and walked slowly. When they arrived at the number 13 mine, a cultivator holding a whip came over. "Manager G, you're back." Di Beichen glanced at the man and said, "Let this boy enter the mine." "Okay." The man's face was full of smiles. "I'll do it right away." Then, he turned to look at Gong Jun. "Kid, come with me. Gong Jun looked at the two with tears in his eyes. He was about to start his mining career. Wait. Bewitching's voice rang out. The man and Gong Jun both turned their heads. The latter looked at Bewitching expectantly, hoping to find a reason to keep him. Go to my tent and pour me a cup of tea. Bewitching looked at the man beside him. Hearing this, the man could not help but look at Bewitching in surprise. He did not expect such an order. Is there a problem? Bewitching raised his eyebrows. No, no. The man quickly waved his hand. I'll go now. Bewitching nodded slightly. Do a good job. The man's eyes lit up. When he heard this, it was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He looked unusually excited and walked toward the tent not far away. Bailey Hongzhuang looked in the direction the man left and quietly gave Bewitching a thumbs up. If it were not for this guy leading the way, they would not have even found the tent. It would have been troublesome then. Gong Jun restrained his feelings of gratitude. As expected, he was still too naive. Although the people in the mine don't know much, you can try to find out more. If you gather any useful information, remember to tell us. Gong Jun sighed. Okay. Don't pretend to be wronged. This environment is not a problem for you at all. Bewitching glanced at Gong Hun indifferently and said. This guy was best at mixing in the crowd to gather information. Without the daily task, he would not be able to hold his tongue even if he wanted to talk to someone. Hee hee. Gong Jun scratched his head. That's true. This portrait is for you. We are looking for this woman. Bewitching took out the portraits and handed them to Gong Jun. Previously, the D family had collected a lot of these portraits when they were searching for Xiao Sou. He didn't expect that they would come in handy here. Boss, don't worry. I'll do my best to gather information. Soon, the man rushed out of the tent and handed 2 cups of tea to Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang. Steward Ji, Steward Gu, the tea is here. Bewitching took the tea and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, you can go back to work. Yes. The man's face was full of smiles. He called for Gong Jun and went near the mine. Come, let's enter the tent first. Bewitching looked around. After making sure that no one was paying attention to them, he entered the tent with Bailey Hongzhuang. Most of the cultivators here are below the elementary celestial stage. However, the steward we met today is also at the elementary celestial stage. I think that the stewards here are not weak, so we have to get into character as soon as possible. We can't let others find out that something is amiss. Bewitching nodded. Let's see if there are any relevant records here. Gong Jun should be able to understand things like the amount of the mission very soon. What we have to think about now is how to deal with that guy tonight. I wonder if there are other people besides that guy. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. They really couldn't be sure about this at the moment. They could only wait and see at night. The two of them looked around the tent and found that there was nothing useful here. Most of them were their clothes and some unimportant things. In the end, Bailey Hongzhuang focused all her attention on Gu Jian's storage ring. As long as it was something important, the two of them would definitely carry it with them. It was just that there were a lot of things inside, so she needed to spend some time looking through them carefully. Hearing the 10% commission, Bailey Hongzhuang sighed in her heart. This was really in line with Gu Jian's style. He was really ruthless. According to the situation in the account book, even if it was the steward, the number of spirit-devouring stones that could be deducted each time was not much. He also took 10% of it. It could be seen that Lei Jun and the other man really had no choice but to agree. Usually, whenever you have a need, we have never refused. If you are still like this, then we have no choice. The man's face was also a little ugly. If it were not for the cultivation resources, they would not talk nonsense with Gu Jian at all. This guy was really insatiable. The atmosphere became tense in an instant. A moment later, Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled and said, I just casually mentioned it. Why are you so nervous? Sit down first. Seeing this, Lei Jun and Lei Jun slowly sat down, but the seriousness on their faces still did not dissipate. We have already taken all the cultivation resources. This is yours. Bewitching put 2 Qianquan bags on the table. These were the cultivation resources they finally took out according to Gu Jian's temperament. If there was no deviation, the things inside should be about the same. Lei Jun and Lei Jun did not speak. They took the bag and looked at it. Their faces looked better. How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Bailey Hongzhuang said. The man nodded slightly. You also know that it is not easy for us to save these. Of course I know. Aren't we all the same? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and said, don't worry. We are all grasshoppers on the same rope. How can I be so excessive? Lei Jun and Lei Jun were also immersed in the joy of getting the cultivation resources. Their faces were full of smiles. By the way, I want to ask if you have seen this woman? Bailey Hongzhuang took out a portrait. It was Xiaosuo's appearance. Lei Jun and Lei Jun looked at the portrait. They looked at it and then shook their heads. I haven't seen her. Why are you looking for this woman? Someone asked me, and I saw that she was pretty, so I was a little interested, Bailey Hongzhuang said with a smile. The two of them also understood that not only was Gu Jian greedy for money, he was also lustful. However, the woman in the painting was indeed not bad, no wonder he was interested. Indeed, we have never seen this woman before. However, if you are sure that she is in our crossing immortal domain, you will be able to find her after spending some time. However, I am not sure if she is in the mine. If you see this woman, remember to tell me. Bailey Hongzhuang put away the painting. Don't let others get ahead of you. The man laughed. Well, it's hard to say who's good looking. But don't worry, I'll keep an eye out for you. Alright. By the way, I've already found the beautiful lady you took a fancy to a few days ago. I'll send her to you tomorrow. The man winked. It's getting late, so we'll be leaving first. After hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but be dumbfounded. Gu Jian was already dead. How could he leave such a mess for her? After seeing the two of them leave, Xiao He and Xiao Bai quickly followed them. They still did not know the name of the other person. If they followed them, they should be able to get a lot of information. Inside the house, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were staring at each other. End of chapter. What should we do tomorrow? Bailey Hongzhuang was a little worried. Dealing with women, she was not good at it. From the man's smirk, it was obvious that Gu Jian had been eyeing this woman for some time. It was not easy to find her. If she said no, she was afraid that it would not make sense. If the woman stayed, it would be even more troublesome. They had a lot of things to deal with now, and they also had to guard against that woman. It was really troublesome. Or should I say that I like Xiaosuo and have no interest in other women? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, thought for a moment and said, with Gu Jian's character, he will definitely not refuse. It may be strange to refuse rashly. Then what should I do? She was not interested in women at all. Let Gongjun pretend to be Gu Jian tomorrow. Bewitching said. As soon as these words came out, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded with a strange look. It seems that Gongjun is still useful to us here. If there was no Gongjun, this woman would be a big problem for them. But presumably, this big problem was not a problem for Gongjun. Gu Jian's ID is really strange today. Usually, if there is such an opportunity, he will definitely try to extort us. Today, he didn't take the opportunity to embezzle. It surprised me a little. Lei Jun was puzzled. Maybe he also knows that what he did was a little too much. Lei Jun shook his head. I don't believe it. But fortunately, Ji Chuan is more reliable. It should be Ji Chuan who distributed it. That's true. I really don't understand why Ji Chuan cooperated with Gu Jian. This guy is really troublesome. In the future, try to have a good relationship with Ji Chuan. We have only cooperated for 2 years. We don't trust each other enough. After a long time, we may be able to replace Gu Jian and understand the whole channel. Do you think Ji Chuan's trouble has been solved? A few days ago, I saw him with a worried look on his face, but when I saw him today, he didn't seem to care anymore. Could it be that he has thought of a solution? I don't think so. There's no way they can come up with a solution in such a short time. The other party must have taken a fancy to Ji Chuan's Mine 13 because of its high production rate. If Ji Chuan isn't strong enough, there's nothing he can do about it. Let's do our best to help him. If Jichuan gets messed with, it won't do us any good. The next day, Bailey Hongzhuang woke up early in the morning to observe the situation around the mine. The cultivators who were mining were also called out early in the morning to mine. The daily requirements were similar to the requirements they had when they were mining. After Gong Jun nodded to Bailey Hongzhuang, he also entered the mine. Bailey Hongzhuang looked around, thinking about how to get close to Gong Jun and exchange their identities. Lei Jun and the others shouldn't have sent him here so soon. Bewitching noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's slightly complicated look and said. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. In a while, I'll say that I'm going to the mine to check the situation, and then take the opportunity to exchange our identities. However, just as the two of them finished breakfast and Bailey Hongzhuang was about to enter the mine, a group of people came over. Jichuan, have you thought about it? The man in the lead was tall and looked extremely sturdy. At this moment, he was condescendingly looking at Bewitching. His words were full of threats. What do you think? Bewitching looked at the menacing guy in front of him. He didn't need to think about it to know that Jichuan had a grudge against him. After hearing this, the man couldn't help but sneer. You're still pretending in front of me. Is it interesting? The appearance of this group of people immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding practitioners, who all looked at them curiously. It seems that this should be the trouble you heard yesterday. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. Trouble really came fast. It was only the second day, and the other party had already come to find them. If you don't exchange mine number 13 with me, you should be very clear about what will happen. The man put his hands on his hips and looked at Bewitching playfully. His eyes were full of arrogance. I'm in a good mood now, so I'll give you a chance. If you really want to fight, it won't be as simple as giving up the mine. Yuan Gang, don't go too far. Lei Jun came over with a gloomy face. Yuan Gang glanced at the two people. Zhou Su, I'm asking Jichuan. What does it have to do with you? I advise you to mind your own business. If you stand with him, you have to be prepared to pay the price. Zhou Su looked at Yuan Gang with some fear. This guy's strength was really strong, stronger than theirs. Usually, he was simply a tyrant here. If possible, he only hoped that he would not have any contact with Yuan Gang. However, Jichuan had already cooperated with them twice. If they stood by and did nothing this time, this friendship would probably disappear. This was not the result he wanted. I'm afraid that Steward Ji has no other choice but to hand over the mine. I hope not. I heard that Yuan Gang's character is very violent. Although the mining rate of his number 3 mine is slightly lower, the difference is not too big. The reason why the results are not good these times is that he is too ruthless. Many people in his mine have lost their lives. If Steward Ji exchanges mine number 13, we will be the unlucky ones. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding practitioners all turned pale. This was definitely not good news. This is the mine I'm in charge of. I won't give it away, Bewitching said calmly. Yuan Gang and the cultivators behind him all looked at Jichuan in surprise. Did this guy have a change of heart? The last time they met, they gave Jichuan a very unforgettable memory. He thought that everything would go smoothly this time, but he didn't expect this guy to be different from his usual self and become unyielding. So you're saying that I didn't teach you enough last time? Yuan Gang's face darkened. He twisted his hands, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Seeing that Yuan Gang was about to make a move, Zhou Su couldn't help but stand up and say, if you have something to say, let's talk about it. I think it's better to wait until the consul comes. Privately exchanging mine tunnels is against the rules. Get out of my way. Yuan Gang waved his hand and directly pushed Zhou Su to the side. As long as we discuss this matter, it won't be a problem. There is no need to trouble the consul. Are you okay? Lei Jun supported Zhou Su. Suddenly pushed, Zhou Su's face darkened, and the anger in his eyes could be vaguely seen. I'm fine. Bewitching glanced at Zhou Su, and then looked at Yuan Gang. This is a matter between us. There is no need to involve others. The end of this chapter. Following Bewitching's words, Yuan Gang burst into laughter as if he'd heard a funny joke. Ha ha ha, what did I just hear? This coward said that he shouldn't implicate others? Yuan Gang's friends all treated Bewitching as the funniest joke. Zhou and Lei Jun also looked at Jichuan in astonishment. They didn't know why, but when they looked at the man in front of them, they felt as if something had changed. They clearly remembered that last time, Jichuan couldn't fight back at all against Yuan Gang. Because of this matter, Jichuan and Gu Jian had been thinking about how to solve it, and had even asked them about it. At that time, they didn't say much. None of them wanted to get involved with such a big trouble like Yuan Gang. However, now that Jichuan said that he would bear the responsibility alone, he felt somewhat apologetic in his heart. Jichuan, don't be so shameless. Yuan Gang restrained his smile, and his gaze became vicious. Pretending to be a hero at this time will only make you a coward later. Bang! A fierce fist suddenly struck out. Yuan Gang's body leaned back, and blood instantly came out of his nose. You talk too much nonsense. Bewitching waved his fist, his eyes full of disdain. The sudden change made all the people present dumbfounded. One by one, they looked at Bewitching in disbelief, thinking that this guy must be crazy. Holy shit, am I seeing things? Jichuan actually dared to take the initiative to hit Yuan Gang? I think Jichuan is completely crazy. He can even do such a thing. Does he know that he's going to die today? Yuan Gang wiped his nose, and looked at the scarlet blood in his hand. His gaze suddenly became extremely vicious. You're courting death. Yuan Gang roared and rushed forward, fully displaying the strength of the elementary immortal stage. Bang! Bewitching didn't back down. Almost at the same time, his figure was like a ghost, and his powerful fist once again smashed into Yuan Gang's body. End the battle quickly. Don't let others see any clues. Bailey Hongzhuang reminded him through voice transmission. Often, it was easiest to expose oneself during a fight. They simply didn't know what moves Jichuan was proficient in, and even his attributes were different. Once this information was exposed, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. When Yuan Gang felt Bewitching's terrifying power for the second time, his expression became very strange. A while ago, when they had fought, Jichuan had been beaten by him. But now, Jichuan's strength was no longer inferior to his. How was this possible? Yuan Gang's heart was filled with shock. His attacks became even more ferocious, wreaking havoc like a violent storm. Bewitching was as steady as Mount Tai. He didn't panic in the slightest because of Yuan Gang's increasingly fierce attacks. Moreover, as soon as he opened his third eye, he directly ignored those unnecessary movements and attacked Yuan Gang's vital points directly. He couldn't fight with Yuan Gang like this. The more he exposed, the bigger the problem. Almost everyone believed that Bewitching had a dead end when facing Yuan Gang. Zhou thought that no matter what, he still had to help Jichuan, but he was pulled down by Lei Jun. Don't throw yourself in, Lei Jun said in a deep voice. Zhou frowned. He couldn't even bear to look at Jichuan. Yuan Gang was the strongest among all the stewards. He was an existence that could do whatever he wanted. Last time, Jichuan was beaten to the point that he had to lie in bed for several days. This time, he was afraid that he couldn't even keep his life. The expected scream followed, but this sound seemed to be somewhat different. End of chapter. Everyone looked at the man who had been knocked to the ground. Yuan Gang was covering his abdomen in pain and howling. Looking at this completely unexpected scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. Did I see it wrong? When did Jichuan become so strong? Last time, he was beaten so hard that he couldn't fight back. Yuan Gang was defeated as soon as they started fighting. I'm afraid the situation will change in the future. All of a sudden, everyone looked at Jichuan in a different way. Yuan Gang had always been the strongest person here. Jichuan could defeat Yuan Gang, which proved that he had become the strongest person here. What's going on? Zhou and Lei Jun stared at each other. They hadn't seen Jichuan for a while. How could he become so strong? Why did he need help? Looking at Yuan Gang who had fallen to the ground, Bewitching said slowly, get lost. Yuan Gang's eyes widened as he stared at Bewitching. He felt a burning pain on his face. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, he had never been so humiliated, and now he had fallen to this extent. I'll count to 3. If you don't get lost, I'll let them collect your corpse. 3. 2. Yuan Gang suddenly became anxious. The practitioners behind him didn't dare to delay. They hurriedly dragged Yuan Gang and ran away. They didn't doubt the truth of Ji Chuan's words at all. A group of people came in a mighty way, but now they quickly retreated like stray dogs. The change of the situation was unexpected, but the people in Mine 13 thought it was a good thing. At least, they didn't have to follow Yuan Gang. After everyone left, Zhou Su came over with a look of surprise. Ji Chuan, I haven't seen you for a while. Your strength has improved so much. It happened that I made some progress. Your progress is not small. You even defeated Yuan Gang. In the future, you can do whatever you want. The role of cultivation resources is still very big, Bailey Hongshuang said. Zhou Su nodded slightly. That's true. Part of the reason why their cultivation had always been slightly inferior was that their cultivation resources were not as good as Yuan Gang's. In addition to the cultivation resources he usually received, Yuan Gang also had other channels. It was because of this that so many people followed Yuan Gang. However, since you can defeat Yuan Gang now, you don't have to worry about anyone coming to make trouble for you in the future. Your mine's recent mining rate is quite high. You should have a good result in the next selection. Lei Jun said. Bailey Hongshuang glanced at Lei Jun. She had also noticed Zhou Su's previous actions. Obviously, between the two, Zhou Su was more reliable. Bailey Hongshuang didn't say much to the two of them. After all, they were just partners and couldn't be called friends. Noticing the slightly indifferent expressions of the two, Zhou Su and Lei Jun naturally understood what was going on. If they had participated in it just now, presumably the two would not have such an attitude. If only I had taken action just now. Zhou Su sighed. How could he not understand that if he could take advantage of this opportunity to win people's hearts, it could not be better? It was a pity that such a good opportunity was missed by him. It was impossible to do it again. The end of this chapter, I'm to blame for this. Lei Jun was also a little embarrassed. If he hadn't stopped Zhou Su just now, it wouldn't have been like this. Zhou Su waved his hand slightly, you did it for my own good. Do you feel that Ji Chuan has become a little different? Lei Jun subconsciously looked at the tent, his eyes full of exploration. Normally, Ji Chuan was also very taciturn, but most of the time, he carried a kind of oppressive aura. But now, although Ji Chuan was still the same, his eyes were different, tenacious, and spirited, giving off a completely different feeling. What's different? Zhou Su asked. I feel that his strength has become stronger. People are like this. When their strength is strong, even their aura has become stronger. That's true. Lei Jun nodded, maybe that's it. Inside the room. We didn't expose too much just now, so no one should have noticed. Bailey Hongshuang said, I just don't know if Yuan Gang will still find trouble. They had just arrived and didn't even know the other party's background. If the other party had no background, then as long as the fist was hard enough, it would be fine. But if the other party had a background, then it might be a hornet's nest. Let's wait and see. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongshuang's wrinkled little face and said with a smile, don't think about it. I don't think they will find that woman today. You can rest assured. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly, that's true. After returning, Yuan Gang lay on the bed with a gloomy face. Brother Yuan, are you all right? The man next to him was worried. Damn Ji Chuan, this guy actually hit my Mingmen. It's really bad luck. When everyone heard this, they understood that the Mingmen was a practitioner's weak spot. Once it was hit, it would be very bad. Generally speaking, it was not easy for the other party to see through the Mingmen. No one thought that Ji Chuan would be so powerful that he could see through Yuan Gang's Mingmen. In my opinion, this kid should be trying his luck. He doesn't have the strength to see through this at all. There's something wrong with this kid. Yuan Gang calmed down after his anger subsided. He usually doesn't have this ability, but he seems to be even calmer today. Maybe he heard about your Achilles heel from somewhere else and had something to rely on. That's why he's so confident today. Hearing this, Yuan Gang fell into deep thought. Apart from this explanation, they really couldn't think of any other explanation. You guys keep an eye on this kid for me. If there's any news, inform me immediately. I must get mine number 13. Don't worry, Brother Yuan. We will. The situation was just as Bewitching had predicted. Until the night, the woman that Zhou Su had threatened to send did not appear. She was completely relieved. Looking at Xiao He and Xiao Bai who had returned, Bailey Hongzhuang asked, "Did you hear anything?" "We followed Zhou Su and the Lei army for a day, but there wasn't much news. However, I heard them say that they could go out and relax in 2 days." Xiao Bai said slowly, "I think they should be talking about leaving the vicinity of the mine." "Master, do you want to go with them?" Xiao Su was definitely not mining here. If they wanted to find her, they had to go to other places. "Didn't you hear where they were going?" "No." Xiao Bai shook her head. End of this chapter, then we can only follow them. Bailey Hongzhuang spread out her hands. They didn't know the situation in Dushan domain. At present, they didn't know what other places looked like except for the situation near the mine. If they didn't find someone to lead the way, they wouldn't know the route at all, nor where they could go and where they couldn't go. When Xiao He and Xiao Bai saw that Bailey Hongzhuang agreed, they quickly turned their eyes to Bewitching. When the latter nodded slightly, the two little guys jumped up excitedly. "Great! You want to go outside?" Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the two little guys in surprise. "Master, we haven't been to a fun place for a while." Xiao He looked helpless. "There's nothing near the mine, it's really boring." "It was also very boring when we were in the town," Xiao Bai added. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. "That makes sense, but I wonder if there's a market in Dushan domain." From the moment they entered here, all they saw were mines one after another. They even had a feeling that Dushan domain was a huge spirit-devouring mine. It can't be that there isn't one, right? "I don't know." 2 days later, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang appeared in front of Zhou Su and Xiao He. "Ji Chuan, why are you here?" Zhou Su asked in surprise. "Where are you going?" Bewitching said casually. "We saw that the weather today is good and we haven't gone out for a while, so we want to go out for a walk." Zhou Su smiled slightly. "It's actually quite boring to stay here and face these guys all day. I wonder if we can go with you." "You want to go too?" "Can't I?" "Of course you can." Zhou Su smiled faintly. "We originally wanted to ask you to go with us, but we also know that you've always been uninterested in such things, so we didn't ask you." "That's right, you usually don't participate in such things. Why are you suddenly interested today?" Lei Jun was also somewhat baffled. Ji Chuan had always been a taciturn person. He had never been interested in this kind of thing. They had asked Ji Chuan several times in the past. After all, the two sides had a cooperative relationship. They also hoped to have a better relationship with Ji Chuan. However, after being rejected several times, they knew that Ji Chuan really didn't like going out, so they didn't ask anymore. A person's mentality will always change. Bewitching smiled faintly. Especially with the change in strength. Hearing this, Zhou Su and Ji Chuan understood. In the past, Yuan Gang had always been their local tyrant and Ji Chuan was often targeted. Now that he had finally made a comeback, it was no surprise that Ji Chuan was in a good mood. "Let's go. It's rare that everyone is in the mood to go out for a walk. I can also look for a girl that I'm looking for." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled wickedly. Hearing this, Zhou Su helplessly looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. "Don't forget, there is still a girl waiting for you." "Forget about that, I'll give it to you." Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand, looking bored. "It can't be? Didn't you like that girl very much before?" "Before is before, people always change." Bailey Hongzhuang repeated Bewitching's words. She really didn't have the fortune to enjoy it. "Okay." Zhou Su shook his head. "The speed of your change of heart is really fast." This chapter ends. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips twitched when she heard Zhou Su call himself a scumbag. She could only take the blame. It just so happens that Lei Jun is short of a woman recently. It's just right to give her to him. Zhou Su turned his eyes to Lei Jun, and his eyes were full of pride. "That's great." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. "It's good to treat her well." Lei Jun looked at Bailey Hongzhuang strangely. "It's okay for others to say so, but is it really okay for you to say so?" If you don't mind, I'll take her away, Lei Jun said. He had seen the woman, and she was really good-looking. I don't mind at all. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, and then looked at Bewitching. My heart belongs to someone. Zhou Su and Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. They only thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was worried about Xiao. This time, her temperament really changed. Only Bewitching understood that this person belonged to him. Thinking about it, we haven't been to the market for a while. I have to buy some clothes. Lei Jun looked at his clothes. They rarely went to the market on weekdays. Since they were here, they simply bought what they needed to buy. Bailey Hongzhuang and Zhou Su had been walking beside the two of them. They quietly looked around and memorized the route. This place is really far. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the surrounding mines. They had walked a long way, but the surrounding scenery had not changed much. If it weren't so, we wouldn't go to the market so often. The location of the spirit-devouring mine has always been very remote. Zhou Su spread out his hands and shook his head helplessly. In fact, I used to think that the reason why Ji Chuan didn't want to go to the market with us was that he was too lazy to walk so far. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang thought about it and only felt that it was indeed possible. Ji Chuan himself was definitely a person who was afraid of trouble. After walking for 2 hours, they finally saw the appearance of the market. From the moment they stepped into the bazaar, the sound of hawking filled their ears. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled as she looked at the bustling street. It seemed that no matter where it was, the market would look the same. The market in the Crossing Immortal Domain was also very lively. Many cultivators were shuttling back and forth in the market. It looked very lively. It seems like not everyone in the Crossing Immortal Domain is mining. Xiaohei sighed. Along the way, it started to feel that perhaps the entire Crossing Immortal Domain was a mine. Who are these people? Bailey Hongzhuang looked confused. According to her understanding, most of the cultivators who had ascended to the Crossing Immortal Domain had been captured to work in the mines. However, the people in front of her did not belong to such a situation. Some capable cultivators should be able to avoid that situation and live a good life in the Crossing Immortal Domain, Bewitching said with a faint smile. Indeed. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. No matter what kind of situation it was, there would always be some smart people who could break out of it and become the best of the best. There was no real despair. It was just a matter of whether you could open a path out of it. I suddenly have an idea. What idea? If we can't change the current situation in the Crossing Immortal Domain, but we can become the best of the best here, then, Father and the others will have no problem ascending, right? End of chapter. That's a good idea. Bewitching's eyes lit up. He knew that his father and the others were getting closer and closer to ascension. If there were no accidents, it should be around this time. That was why they were eager to go to the Crossing Immortal Domain. Their ascension would be safe only if they solved the danger in the Crossing Immortal Domain. Although life in the upper realm was very comfortable, for cultivators, increasing their strength was their greatest pursuit. As long as they could avoid mining in the Crossing Immortal Domain, cultivating here would be much faster than cultivating in the upper realm. The laws of heaven and earth in the upper realm couldn't allow cultivators to break through to the beginner immortal realm. Only the higher realms could do that. We have to find someone we can trust here to get the information we need. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. They didn't plan to stay in the Crossing Immortal Domain for too long, so they had to do everything as soon as possible. We'll find him soon. Bewitching looked confident. Give them some time, and they would definitely figure out the situation here. We're finally here. Lei Jun looked at the market in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. I'll go buy something I want first. What about you? You go buy first. We'll look around here, Bewitching said. Okay, don't go too far. We'll be back soon. After Zhou Su and Lei Jun left, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching also looked around. Do you think Xiao is the kind of person who has a good status in the Crossing Immortal Domain? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the ladies who walked past her. These people looked very confident, just like the people in the chaotic Immortal Domain. With Xiao's ability, if she really ascended to the Crossing Immortal Domain, I don't think it's possible with her strength alone. Bewitching looked thoughtful. The reason why she could establish herself here so quickly must be because of Shiyu's help. According to Xiaofeng and the others, Shiyu hasn't appeared for a long time. Could it be? The two of them looked at each other and had a guess in their hearts. If they were not wrong, perhaps Shiyu was in the Crossing Celestial region now. Back then, he was able to escape from the Crossing Immortal region, which already proved his ability. Perhaps, he has already found a way to survive here. If that's really the case, perhaps we can narrow down the scope. Indeed, we should come here more often when we have time. There aren't many people who have seen Xiao Sou. We can also try to find someone who knows Shiyu. However, we don't know how big the Immortal Crossing is. I'm afraid that it won't be too small. They had seen how big the Realm of Chaos was. Although the Crossing Immortal Realm was not as big as the Chaotic Immortal Realm, it was able to accommodate so many cultivators who had ascended from different places. Don't worry, our progress is already very good. Bewitching smiled faintly. Moreover, we can still find helpers. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's clear eyes lit up. You're saying to ask Xiaofeng and the others to come over? Haven't they always wanted to see what the Crossing Immortal Realm looks like? As long as they can find a safe place here, they won't be caught to mine. It'll be very convenient to find people here. That's true. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. After a few days, we can ask them to come over. Otherwise, it'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack with just the two of us. End of chapter. Hey, what did you two buy? Zhou Su and Lei Jun rushed over after buying things. The former put one hand directly on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder. Bailey Hongzhuang's body stiffened, and she looked at the hand on her shoulder with a slightly complicated expression. This guy, after Zhou Su approached, he vaguely smelled a fragrance. Suddenly, he had some doubts in his heart. Why did he smell such a good smell on Gu Jian's body? Gu Jian, you didn't have a soft fragrance in your arms last night, did you? Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned, and then she understood. Do I have to tell you this kind of thing? Bewitching pulled Zhou Su over with one hand. Let me see what you bought. I didn't buy anything. I just bought a few clothes with Lei Jun. I don't come out often, so I have to buy these things. You also know that the cultivation resources we have are not enough for our own use. We don't have spare money to buy these things. Look at Lei Jun's clothes. How shabby are they? It's shameful to wear them. Now that we have enough money, we should buy 2 outfits. They look more comfortable. That's true. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. The clothes you are wearing are indeed a little old. How can we compare with you? Zhou Su squinted. Among them, Gu Jian was the most well-off. This guy was mercenary. Anyway, they would only suffer losses if they were with him. I'll take it as a compliment. The 4 of them wandered around the neighborhood again. Lei Jun also went to the weapon pavilion, intending to exchange for a more convenient weapon. However, the price also made him extremely distressed. However, he had been eyeing this weapon for a long time, and finally, he reluctantly bought it. The prices here are really expensive. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the things in the weapon pavilion, and her eyebrows were full of confusion. The prices here were much higher than the prices they usually dealt with. They were not at the same level at all. Even in the realm of Chaotic Immortal, this price was exorbitant. However, she also noticed that the people here didn't seem to find it strange at all. Therefore, she didn't dare to ask directly and could only sigh. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Zhou Su immediately followed up with his own words. It can't be helped. The entrance to the Crossing Immortal domain was sealed. There aren't many resources in the Crossing Immortal domain. Everything here is much more expensive than outside. I do want to leave the Crossing Immortal realm. The price here is really unacceptable. I heard that the people in the Chaotic Immortal realm have a much better life than us. It is also easier for them to obtain cultivation resources. Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood. In a place where one could only rely on self-sufficiency, the price would indeed be higher. What's the point of just hearing about it? The more you think about it, the more unbalanced you feel. Zhou Su looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a smile. Gu Jian, I always thought that you were the most cunning. Now it seems that you are quite open-minded. The reason why we are not as cunning as Gu Jian may lie in this. Lei Jun also nodded. He felt that Gu Jian's ability to adapt to the environment was much better than theirs. Speaking of which, Gu Jian, since you are so cunning, you should use the right path more. Otherwise, you won't be suppressed by Yuan Gang all the time. What right path? Bailey Hongzhuang was confused. This chapter ends, you're so smart, and your flattery skills must be unparalleled. Zhou Su waved his hand. If you can coax the consul, then we won't have to be controlled by Yuan Gang all the time. Although Yuan Gang's strength is strong, we may not be unable to deal with him if we join forces. The biggest problem is that he coaxes the consul very happily. Every time there is a problem, the consul always helps him, so we don't want to offend him. Wasn't that what you were worried about in the past? Oh, you're talking about this. Bailey Hongzhuang pretended to have known it long ago, but she couldn't help sighing in her heart. Sure enough, the reason why this guy is so arrogant is that he has a certain reliance. It's not so easy to please the consul. Yuan Gang and the consul have a fixed relationship for a long time. It's difficult for us to break them apart. Bewitching said slowly. You're right. Zhou Su sighed. This is the biggest problem. Although you taught Yuan Gang a lesson this time, it's hard to guarantee that this guy won't deal with you in other ways. It's not hard to guarantee, it's certain. Lei Jun looked certain. He has never suffered in our mine. With the consul's protection, he wants to bully us. This time, he lost face in front of so many people. He must be angry. I think we'd better be mentally prepared. When the consul comes, this guy will definitely find a way to complain about us. We haven't done anything wrong recently. He shouldn't be able to find a reason, right? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. That's not necessarily true. Lei Jun shook his head. I heard that the consul is very good to him. I even heard that Yuan Gang has more cultivation resources than us every time. Really? Zhou Su was also dumbfounded. So excessive? I also heard it from others, but I don't think this kind of thing is groundless. Indeed. Bewitching nodded. It seems that we have to be mentally prepared. I didn't think that Jichuan would leave us such a mess after we arrived. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head helplessly. Yesterday, when she saw Yuan Gang's appearance, she knew that trouble was inevitable. She had not seen this consul yet, but she had to pass this hurdle if she wanted to. Wow, it smells so good. Xiao Hei stretched her neck and sniffed the fragrance wafting in the air. Her eyes were filled with desire. Bailey Hongzhuang also smelled this very tempting fragrance, and noticed the envious looks of the two little fellows at the side. She understood that these two gluttons must have seen the delicious food and couldn't walk. Rutaisi Brothel's drunken fragrant chicken is really fragrant. Even when I walk past the entrance, I can smell that incomparably alluring aroma. Zhou Su looked at Rutaisi House's entrance with yearning. I've wanted to try this drunken fragrant chicken for a long time, but the price is too expensive. It's really not worth it just to satisfy my appetite. Lei Jun looked helplessly at Zhou Su. You've already talked about it so many times. If you really want to try it, then go. Although it's expensive, it's not like we can't afford it. Hearing the two's words, Bailey Hongzhuang was also helpless. Cultivators of the Radiant Sun realm were simply existences that could call the wind and summon the rain in the lower planes. In this crossing immortal domain, they couldn't even afford to eat. The contrast was really too big. If you want to go in, then go in. Why are you standing at the gate for so long? Bailey Hongzhuang stepped out and walked directly to Rutaisi House. Hey, Gu Jian. Zhou Su was dumbfounded. He was just thinking about it. How could this guy directly go in? After all, there were 4 of them. After a meal, his cultivation resources had shrunk by quite a bit. At this time, a sound of nature came out from inside. Don't worry, it's my treat. Hearing this, Zhou Su suddenly opened his eyes wide. There was a bright light flashing in them. Gu Jian, is what you said true? Nonsense. Ha ha ha. Zhou Su laughed and quickly followed. You're so happy to be scolded? Lei Jun was speechless. What's the point of scolding? The most important thing is that Gu Jian is willing to treat us to drunken chicken. Zhou Su's face was proud. He put his hand on Lei Jun's shoulder and dragged him in. I recently found that Gu Jian doesn't seem to be as annoying as we thought. This guy also has his merits. Aren't you being bought over a little too quickly? Don't you think so? Actually, I think so too. Lei Jun nodded seriously. Randomly choosing a place in the lobby, the four people sat down. Two drunken chicken. Zhou Su waved his hand. Looking at Zhou Su's impatient appearance, Bailey Hongshuang shook her head. It seemed that this guy really wanted to eat drunken chicken for a long time. Where was his usual steady appearance? Bailey Hongshuang glanced at the menu and found that the price on it was indeed much more expensive than outside. Especially this drunken chicken, as a signature dish, the price was even higher. You choose. Bailey Hongshuang handed the menu to Bewitching. The latter naturally picked up the menu and ordered a few dishes that Bailey Hongshuang liked to eat. Ji Chuan, the dishes you ordered are like what women like to eat. There are even desserts? Zhou Su looked at Ji Chuan in surprise. He had never eaten with Ji Chuan and didn't know that his taste was like this. Is there a problem? Di Baichen raised his eyebrows. No, I'm just curious. It's good that someone invites you to dinner. You still talk so much. Be careful that someone doesn't invite you later. You'll be finished. Lei Jun said with disgust. Alright, I'll shut up. Not long after, the waiter had already served all the dishes. Smelling the tempting fragrance, Zhou Su laughed, then I won't be polite. You don't look like someone who would be polite. Bailey Hongshuang chuckled. Go ahead. Di Baichen raised his chopsticks, picked up a piece of chicken, and placed it naturally into Bailey Hongshuang's bowl. Seeing this, Zhou Su and Lei Jun's hands paused slightly. They didn't know why, but why did they feel that Ji Chuan treated Gu Jian extraordinarily well? Bailey Hongshuang also noticed that something was wrong when the two of them looked at each other. She couldn't help but glance at Di Baichen. He was used to taking care of her on weekdays, but he forgot that their identities were not the same now. However, Di Baichen looked indifferent and looked at the two people opposite him. Is there a problem? No. Zhou Su and Lei Jun shook their heads like rattles and quickly turned their eyes to the wine and dishes in front of them. Shopkeeper, a drunken chicken. A man walked into Rutaisi restaurant and looked at the shopkeeper with great familiarity. Take away again? Brother Yuan didn't have much time, so he took them all away. Wait a moment, it will be ready soon. The shopkeeper walked to the side and instructed the waiter. The man stood in the middle of the room, his gaze casually looking at the hall. However, when he noticed the four familiar figures in the middle of the hall, his expression immediately changed. When he clearly saw the dishes the four had ordered, his gaze became even more strange. In the next instant, he did not bother to explain to the shopkeeper and turned to run out. Brother Yuan, Du Bing, why are you in such a hurry? Yuan Gang frowned and looked at the person in displeasure. Have you bought the drunken fragrant chicken? No. Then why did you run back? Yang Jiong asked doubtfully. I just saw Ji Chuan and the others at Rutaisi restaurant. As soon as these words came out, Yuan Gang's expression suddenly changed. What did you say? It's true, I guarantee that I didn't see wrongly. Du Bing's expression was serious. Moreover, they ordered a lot of dishes and wine, looking very unrestrained. I noticed that there were 2 servings of drunken fragrant chicken. Brother Yuan, this isn't right. Yang Jiong could not help but say, Ji Chuan and the others don't have many cultivation resources. Normally, they are already lacking in cultivation resources. How could they have the ability to come here to eat and drink? There is indeed something wrong. Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes. He had been keeping an eye on Ji Chuan for a long time, but he had never heard of such a thing before. Moreover, he always felt that it was unreasonable for Ji Chuan's strength to suddenly become so strong. It had not been long since the last time they fought. It was impossible for this guy's strength to increase so much in such a short period of time. It was really strange. The most important thing was that he could still eat and drink like this. Could it be that this guy had found a way to obtain cultivation resources? Let's go take a look. Yuan Gang immediately walked towards Rutaisi restaurant. Du Bing and the others saw this and hurriedly followed. The taste of drunk and fragrant chicken is indeed similar to what I imagined. It's really delicious. Zhou Su's face was full of happiness. Usually, he stayed in the mine. That place was really too barren. Even the food here did not taste good. The taste of drunk and fragrant chicken is naturally not bad, but with just the few of you, can you really afford it? An ear-piercing voice sounded from behind Zhou Su. Hearing this rough and familiar voice, Zhou Su hurriedly turned his head. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also raised their heads. After seeing Yuan Gang's group, they only felt that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. After the shopkeeper heard that Di Beichen's party may not be able to afford the meal, he quickly rushed over. The dishes ordered for this table were not few. If the other party intended to eat a free meal, then it would be bad. Brother Yuan, did you just say that they can't afford it? The shopkeeper asked anxiously. Yuan Gang's lips curled into a sneer. These guys are from our mine, but they've always been poor. I've never seen them so extravagant. Hearing this, the shopkeeper's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, Guests, this is a small business. You can't eat here for free. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three with complicated gazes. Eating and dashing was looked down upon no matter where one went. Who said we're going to eat for free? Bailey Hongzhuang's expression turned cold. They did not have this intention at all. They never thought that the shopkeeper would directly put this on their heads without saying anything. End of chapter. Since you don't intend to eat for free, please pay up first. The shopkeeper's face was cold. The people in front of him were indeed unfamiliar. He had never seen them before. Compared to them, Yuan Gang was undoubtedly much more familiar. Smack, Bailey Hongzhuang slammed a bag of blood spirit stones on the table. Her expression was as cold as ice. Look carefully, we are not poor people. Looking at the dazzling blood spirit stones on the table, the pupils of the surrounding people shrank. They could tell that these people were rich with one move. Not to mention a meal, they could even afford to eat. The shopkeeper obviously did not expect this situation, but he was quickly filled with surprise. He hurriedly said, Thank you. Wait. Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly put away the blood spirit stones. Her gaze shifted from Yuan Gang to the shopkeeper. Originally, we did not intend to eat and dash. However, you rushed over and slandered us for no reason. We haven't even finished our meal. How are we going to settle this account? The shopkeeper also knew that he was in the wrong. He was too anxious after listening to Yuan Gang's words. His attitude was indeed unpleasant. Sir, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Then, her expression turned cold again. I hate it when people slander me. Since you said that we are eating and dashing, I can only confirm this matter. Zhou Su and the others looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment. After the initial panic, they actually felt very happy when facing her like this. That's right. That's what we should do, this thought surfaced in their minds. This was the right thing to do. The shopkeeper was instantly dumbfounded. He subconsciously looked at Yuan Gang. How did things turn out like this? If he had not listened to Yuan Gang's words, things would not have become so tense. When Yuan Gang saw Bailey Hongzhuang take out the blood spirit stones, his eyes narrowed. He did not expect Gu Jian to have so many blood spirit stones on him. Originally, according to his judgment, these fellows should have been penniless. This man is also interesting. He inexplicably rushed in and said that they have no money to pay. Isn't this nonsense? But the shopkeeper still believes him. If it were me, I would do the same. Otherwise, why would I be slandered for no reason? Brother Yuan, look at this. The shopkeeper looked at Yuan Gang awkwardly. For a moment, he did not know what to do. Gu Jian, the grudge between us is our own business. Why do you have to implicate others? I'm implicating others? Bailey Hongzhuang sneered, we were just eating here, and you guys came looking for trouble without saying anything, right? I'm only doing this to fulfill your wish. Otherwise, if I really paid the money, wouldn't you be slandering me? Yuan Gang's face stiffened. With your usual situation, you can't afford to come to this place. Oh. Bailey Hongzhuang sneered. I don't think we are very familiar with each other. I know nothing about your situation. Why do you know so much about mine? If you want to fight, just say it. Don't talk about other things. Bewitching also said indifferently. Seeing this, Yuan Gang could not help but recall the situation when Bewitching taught him a lesson 2 days ago. A trace of fear appeared in his eyes. End of chapter. Don't think you're so great just because you're strong. We all know how much our monthly salary is. Since you dared to come here, the problem is already very clear. Yuan Gang's face was livid. When the consul arrives, I'll report everything that happened today. Then, you'll have to pray for yourself. Let's go. Yuan Gang turned around and left. He hadn't completely recovered from his injury. Once they fought, he would definitely be no match for them. If he wanted revenge, he would wait for the consul to come. Du Bing and the others didn't expect that the situation would end like this. But since Yuan Gang was ready to leave, they naturally wouldn't continue to stay here. Wait. Bailey Hongzhuang stopped him. Yuan Gang turned his head. What do you want to do? Nothing. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was mild. You've ruined our mood to eat. We're not interested in staying here anymore. You'll pay for this meal. With her words, Yuan Gang's anger suddenly rose in his eyes. What did you say? Are you deaf? You dare to talk to me like this? Yuan Gang's cold voice was full of threat. Who do you think you are? Bailey Hongzhuang sneered disdainfully. I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Pay the money and leave. 2. Be beaten up by us and then leave. Which one do you choose? At the same time, Bewitching had already walked to Bailey Hongzhuang. A faint hostility broke out from his body. Like a flood, a terrible momentum shrouded Yuan Gang and the others. Du Bing and the others were all dumbfounded. They had always been unscrupulous with Yuan Gang. Who would have thought that now they would be threatened like this? The most important thing was that they didn't have many people here today. If they really fought, what Gu Jian said was indeed not a lie. Zhou Su and Lei Jun looked at each other. They had always thought that Gu Jian was a mouse. No matter what happened, he would hide behind and benefit from it. What had happened recently? How was Gu Jian a mouse now? He was a tiger. To be able to be so unyielding in the face of Yuan Gang, coupled with Ji Chuan's martial prowess, these two simply felt like big shots. Yuan Gang stared at the two of them for a long time. His face first turned red from anger, then turned green, and finally became as black as the bottom of a pot. In the end, he threw the blood spirit stone on the table. Ji Chuan, Gu Jian, I'll remember you. This matter isn't over yet. Just wait and see. Yuan Gang left these words behind and quickly left Rutaisi brothel with the others. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Originally, they thought that Yuan Gang's group was here to cause trouble. Unexpectedly, Bewitching's group was the real deal. With just a few words, they drove the other party away. Moreover, they made the other party feel so aggrieved. Bewitching then sat down again. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang also sat down. Seeing this, Zhou Su couldn't help but ask in surprise, "You're not leaving? It's rare for someone to treat us. Wouldn't it be a pity to waste so much food like this?" Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. They hadn't eaten many mouthfuls of this big table of dishes. Looking at the two people who continued to eat as if nothing had happened, Zhou Su scratched his hair. He only felt that what they said was quite reasonable. With your attitude just now, aren't you afraid of Yuan Gang's revenge? Lei Jun was a little guilty. When he thought of the consul, he had a headache. This chapter ends. If we don't do this, he won't be so against us? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Don't be silly. He has already hated us. Even if you compromise now, he won't let us go. Instead of that, it's better to confront him directly. At least it's more pleasant. Zhou Su thought about it and had to admit that Bailey Hongzhuang was telling the truth. You're right. Yuan Gang won't let us go. In another month, the consul will come to us. What are you going to do then? Lei Jun came over and lowered his voice to ask, have you already thought about how to deal with it? No. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. Don't lie to us. Now we are all grasshoppers on the same boat. If there is really a way, we don't have to be afraid. What I said is true. Bailey Hongzhuang said calmly. No way? Zhou Su was dumbfounded. You didn't think of any way? Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir. Di Beichen's gentle voice sounded. Zhou Su and Lei Jun looked at the two people's unhurried appearance and were completely convinced. The situation had become so serious. How could these two guys still be so indifferent? If it doesn't work, just do as you said. Seeing that Zhou Su and Lei Jun were so anxious to eat, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but speak. What did I say? What did I say? Flatter the consul. Zhou Su saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was serious and didn't seem to be joking at all. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How could this guy say such a joke so seriously and calmly? Well, I won't joke with you. Bailey Hongzhuang put down her chopsticks. Do you know why Yuan Gang can be so close to the consul? If we know the reason, we can find a way to start from here. Di Beichen said. Zhou Su turned to look at Lei Jun. Do you know? I heard someone mention it before, but it wasn't very clear at the time. However, I can go and ask around. Then I'll leave this mission to you. Let us know when you found out more about it. Di Beichen narrowed his eyes. If they wanted to gain a foothold in the mine, they had to deal with Yuan Gang first. If they could take the opportunity to build a good relationship with the consul, then their position would become very stable. Perhaps they could also take the opportunity to find a way for their family to gain a foothold here. If they couldn't do it, they could only take the opportunity to kill Yuan Gang, which was also a solution. Don't worry, I will do it as soon as possible. Lei Jun said seriously. After Yuan Gang's ruckus, the four of them no longer had the mood to continue playing in the market. After all, the number one thing they needed to deal with right now was Yuan Gang. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen also didn't find Xiao Sou's figure, but being able to get closer to Zhou Su was also a gain for them. At least these two people seemed to have believed them and began to treat them as their own people. After Yuan Gang went back, he was furious. Although he didn't fight today, he felt more shameful than a few days ago. Losing without a fight was tantamount to directly admitting that he was not Ji Chuan's opponent at all. When the consul arrives, I must kill this guy. Brother Yuan, don't be angry. Just let them be proud for a while. Then they will be finished. Du Bing comforted him. End of this chapter. Yuan Gang's face was extremely gloomy. Even in the face of several familiar people, he still felt ashamed. There must be a reason why Ji Chuan and the others suddenly became so tough. Yuan Gang's voice was cold and full of resentment. I must find out the root of this matter. These guys may have secretly embezzled the spirit-devouring stone. Otherwise, they couldn't suddenly become so generous. He was almost sure that Ji Chuan's previous strength was not fake. So, there was only one reason why his strength could suddenly improve so much: he embezzled it. Only by embezzling the spirit-devouring stone and using it to exchange for other cultivation resources could he make such great progress. Otherwise, with Ji Chuan's level, relying on the resources distributed on weekdays would not make much progress at all. Embezzled? Du Bing and others looked at each other. Embezzling the spirit-devouring stone was no stranger to every steward. Every steward would secretly hide 2 pieces of spirit-devouring stone when they handed it in, because it was also of great use to them. Basically, it was something that was tacitly agreed. Brother Yuan, even if they embezzled it, I'm afraid they can't embezzle so much, right? Du Bing was a little doubtful. The number of spirit-devouring stone they had to hand in every month was already a lot, and in some months, they couldn't even gather enough. Generally speaking, it was basically impossible to get so many spirit-devouring stones at the level that they could gather. Jiong, have you found anything recently? Yang Jiong shook his head. Ji Chuan and the others basically stay in the mine on weekdays and rarely go to other places. I haven't observed their other actions. Keep an eye on them. They definitely have a way. Yuan Gang emphasized. Brother Yuan, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on them. If there's the slightest movement, I'll inform you as soon as possible. Yuan Gang showed a satisfied expression. Let's try to find out about this matter before the consul arrives. After Bailey Hongzhuang and others returned to the mine, Lei Jun had already tried to find a way to understand the relationship between Yuan Gang and the consul at the first time. There was no impenetrable wall in this world. Even if Yuan Gang usually hid it well, as long as he put in a little effort, there would still be some channels to understand. I think we should go to the market more often. We have to start looking for Xiaoxia there. Bailey Hongzhuang was deep in thought. There was no hope for the mine, but in the current situation, they could not abandon this identity. All the cultivators in the Crossing Celestial domain were registered. Unless they had worked in the mine for a certain number of years or had made a special contribution, they could resign from their position and go to other places. Otherwise, without this identity, it was very likely that they would be captured and forced to mine. We have more freedom here. As long as we can fulfill our monthly quota, it won't be a problem for us to go to other places. Bewitching said slowly. They didn't get much information from Zhou Su and the others today, especially some common sense questions. It was precisely because it was a question of common sense that it was easy to be exposed when asked. Therefore, he could only ask about it in a roundabout way. He really didn't know much. Should we find a day to get Zhou Su drunk? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up, and a plan suddenly sprouted. End of this chapter. After spending time with Zhou Su for the past few days, she felt that Zhou Su was not guarded against them at all. Especially in the past few days, he had obviously treated them as his own people. If they took the opportunity to get him drunk and asked him some simple questions, he would definitely answer them without hesitation. If he thinks it's strange, you can play dumb. I'll say that you like to ask these meaningless questions when you're drunk, and he won't take it to heart. Bewitching looked at the woman who was talking excitedly as if she had figured everything out. He couldn't help but smile. Madam, why do you want me to play dumb? I'm not very good at it. Bailey Hongzhuang said matter-of-factly. Also, from what I can see, Jichuan was not very close to them before, so they don't know much about you. So, they won't know much about you when you're drunk, and the possibility of the plan succeeding is higher. What do you think? Madam, you've already figured everything out for me, so I can only follow your orders, Bewitching said with a faint smile. Will it really work? Bailey Hongzhuang asked with uncertainty. Madam, of course, your plan will work. Looking at Bewitching's smiling face, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She didn't know if this guy was laughing at her on purpose. 2 days later, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang went to the market again. In the end, they bought a map from a shop. Looking at the map, they had a rough understanding of the environment of the Crossing Celestial realm. According to their current location, they were only in the east of the Crossing Celestial realm. The Crossing Celestial realm was not small, and there were also cities, but the scale was undoubtedly much smaller than the chaotic Celestial realm. It's a big task to find Xiaoxia in such a big area. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. They didn't have any clues at the moment. It was not easy to find such a person. In my opinion, why don't we let Xiaofeng and the others come over first? With their help, it'll be much faster. Bewitching nodded slightly. Let them come over first. If you're worried about being exposed, then grab a few identity cards first. With their abilities, it shouldn't be a problem. Alright. That night, Xiaofeng and the others appeared in the Crossing Immortal domain. This is the Crossing Immortal domain? Xiaofeng scanned his surroundings. At first glance, he felt that it was no different from the chaotic immortal realm. That's right. The cultivators here are all at the Brilliant Sun realm and the Brilliant Sun realm. You guys shouldn't have to worry here. However, we can't guarantee that there won't be any initial Sun realm cultivators. Do you guys have any clues? Xiaofeng glanced at them and asked. Bewitching handed the map over. Look at it yourself. The Crossing Immortal domain is not small. Right now, we don't have any specific information about Xiaoxia's whereabouts. However, we can confirm that Xiaoxia has indeed appeared in the Crossing Immortal domain. This place is so big. If we want to find her, just the two of us won't be enough. We'll have to rely on your help. Hearing that, Xiren waved his hand. Don't worry. Leave this to us. It's best not to make too much of a fuss during the search. We don't want to attract unnecessary attention. Don't worry. We know what to do. After talking for a while, Xiaofeng and the others had a certain understanding of the current situation. So you don't know much about the situation in the dual-immortal domain? We don't know much at the moment, but after we stay in the mine for a while, we should know more. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly, we have rented a courtyard here. You can live here for the time being and try not to attract attention. We'll ask around here for now. After we know more about the situation, we'll go to other places. Bewitching said in a deep voice. Understood. I think it won't be long before we find Xiaosu. The key has been in her hands for so long. It's time to take it back. Di Xiaofeng narrowed his eyes. He already hated this woman from the bottom of his heart. He must take back the Di family's inheritance. He couldn't let it be destroyed by this woman. Actually, we can do a small business. Shang Guanying thought for a while and said, didn't you say that the things here are more expensive? If we sell the things from the upper realm. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. In terms of cultivation resources, the dual-immortal domain naturally didn't care about the things from the upper realm. However, the things needed for daily life were in high demand here. If they did business here, on one hand, they could accumulate more cultivation resources for the Di family. On the other hand, they could also get more information through doing business. Perhaps, they could get information faster than Di Beichen and the others in the mine. Ying, you came up with a good idea. Bailey Hongzhuang praised. After we go back, we'll find a way to get Gongjun out. With him, your business should be more successful. Gongjun was best at doing business. Even if it was a different place and type of business, it shouldn't be difficult for him. Gongjun is here too? Bailey Yanche was shocked, isn't he in Xi'an City? Qing Devil is chasing after us now. He came to the crossing immortal domain to inform us after knowing about this. Hearing the name Qing Devil, everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. This guy had caused them a lot of trouble before. This guy really appeared? That's right. Right now, he is in the immortal realms and has a certain amount of power. If we encounter him, there would be unavoidable trouble. Xiaosu is also here now. If the Qing Devil joins her, won't it be troublesome? He hadn't found Xiaosu all this time. If the Qing Devil met her, although he wasn't sure whether the Qing Devil had feelings for her, it was true that she had given birth to the Qing Devil's child. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. Considering this, Qing Devil would definitely take care of Xiaosu. It's indeed a little troublesome. Di Beichen nodded, so we have to find Xiaosu before the Qing Devil arrives. Does the Qing Devil know that you are in the crossing immortal domain now? I don't think so. But with his ability, I'm afraid it's only a matter of time. Everyone's heart sank. This was not good news. Let's take it one step at a time. Let's find Xiaosu first and solve this problem. After we go to the immortal domain, we still have a chance to fight against the Qing Devil if we encounter him. Di Xiaofeng said in a deep voice. You should pay more attention during this period. End of this chapter, boss, is what you're saying true? Gongjun looked at Di Beichen excitedly. Recently, he had been staying in the mine and pretending to mine. It was really boring. He had been hoping that his boss would get him out sooner. He didn't expect that his boss would not only save him, but also let him do his old job. This was simply too blissful. You don't want to? Di Beichen raised his eyebrows. No, no. Gongjun hurriedly waved his hand. Happiness came too suddenly. I can't believe it. They plan to open a restaurant. It's very convenient to get information. You'll be the shopkeeper. Doing business is secondary. Getting information is the most important thing. Do you understand? Boss, actually, I can do these two things very well together. Gongjun chuckled. With my strength, once this restaurant is opened, it definitely won't be worse than that Rutasi brothel you're talking about. In short, getting information about Xiaosu is the most important thing. Bailey Hongzhuang emphasized. Gongjun had always been most interested in business. It was impossible for him to not spend energy on this matter. Sister-in-law, how could I forget such an important thing? Gongjun regained his serious expression. But who is this woman? Why did you run so far to find her? She's our opponent in the upper realm. Later, she ran away. We haven't been able to find her. She ran so far, and we're still looking for her? Gong Jun was speechless. This was simply a 10,000-mile chase. She took away the secret key passed down in the Bewitching family, so we have to find her. Gong Jun's expression changed slightly. The secret key to unlock the seal? How do you know about unlocking the seal? Bewitching suddenly asked. Gong Jun chuckled. I've heard them talk about it before, but I never took it to heart. How could there be such a thing as a seal? Bewitching glanced at Gong Jun before withdrawing his gaze. I'm not too sure either, but the family inheritance seems to be very important to me. Boss, as the successor of the clan, we naturally have to find such an important thing. If the clan's inheritance is lost, how terrible would that be? Gong Jun lowered his gaze and his eyes gradually darkened. That's why you have to be more careful. Bailey Hongzhuang laughed faintly. Actually, Xianxia is also very good at gathering information. Just by relying on that face of his, he can gather information very quickly. In just a few days of preparation, Gong Jun, Di Xiaofeng, and the others had already opened the restaurant and named it Returning Imperial Restaurant. When she heard the name, Bailey Hongzhuang also felt very helpless. It was really easy to get it. Bewitching's restaurant, so it was named Qingyang Tower. How is it? My name isn't bad, right? Gong Jun looked at Bewitching expectantly. I've been thinking about this for a long time. It's meaningful and pleasant to the ears. It's indeed not bad. Bailey Xianxia nodded slightly. It's concise and comprehensive. Bewitching looked at the 3 golden words on the plaque and didn't comment. Have you guys chosen the chef? We found 2 chefs from the clan. I've tasted them, and the taste is very good. Di Xiaofeng said. Bewitching handed a Cosmos bag to Gong Jun. There are some fruits in here that can be used as a specialty here. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw that familiar fruit. That was a top-grade treasure. Boss, once this treasure is out, the price will be set very high. If it's high, then so be it. In any case, this place has always been expensive. So what if you ask for a sky-high price? Bewitching's expression was calm. His gaze fell on the signboard of the Returning Qin Tower. Use this to make the Returning Qin Tower signboard famous. As soon as this was said, Gong Jun immediately became interested. He wasn't afraid of asking for a high price, but he was afraid that his boss wouldn't agree. Now that even his boss had said such words, what else did he have to worry about? Boss, leave this matter to me. I guarantee that the Returning Qin Tower's reputation will soon be famous. We believe in your ability. Di Xiaofeng and the others also revealed smiles. From now on, the Returning Qin Tower would be their base in the Crossing Immortal domain. If the Returning Qin Tower's reputation really becomes famous in the future, the family's disciples won't be helpless here. Di Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with excitement. Thinking back to a few years ago, his vision was still limited to the entire upper realm. He almost didn't even think about this kind of thing. In just a few years, not only did his life change, but even the entire D family had hope. He began to believe that the D family could go from the upper realm to a higher realm. The entire family had unlimited future and possibilities. All of this was because of Bewitching, mine number 13. Bewitching looked at the account book handed over by his subordinate. It clearly recorded the daily income of the devouring spirit stones. Yuan Gang's greed wasn't without reason. The mines or yield was indeed good. Correspondingly, he also ordered his subordinates not to make things too difficult for these mining cultivators. After experiencing the pain of mining, he also understood how difficult it was to survive in this mine. What's more, the number of cultivators who died in each mine was not small. The more they were exploited, the faster the cultivators would die. It would take a long time to obtain a certain amount of replenishment. As a result, the situation would only get worse. Jichuan, Fujian. Zhou Su walked over from not far away. Have you heard anything? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Zhou Su shook his head slightly. I'm not good at inquiring about information. It's more reliable to leave it to Lei Jun. I heard that he has already inquired about some things, but it will take some time to be completely sure. That's true. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. This kind of thing must be investigated thoroughly. There can't be the slightest mistake. Yuan Gang would definitely keep this information confidential, and he might even release some fake information. Therefore, it was very important to distinguish this point. Don't worry, Lei Jun has always been very capable in this regard. There's no problem with him taking action. There is not much time left before the consul comes here. Lei Jun has to hurry up. Bewitching said. He knows that too. I think he's been quite busy recently. By the way, have you heard that a new restaurant opened in the city recently? What restaurant? Bailey Hongzhuang subconsciously glanced at Bewitching with a faint smile in her eyes. It seems to be called Bewitching Tower. This name is quite special. How do you know what kind of restaurant opened? You've been running there a lot recently, haven't you? Bailey Hongzhuang joked. I do run there a lot, but the reason why I know about Bewitching Tower is that its reputation has been too loud recently. Everyone knows about it. Everyone doesn't know? Isn't that too exaggerated? Bailey Hongzhuang pretended to be in disbelief. She also wanted to know what other people's evaluation of Bewitching restaurant was. What I said is not the least bit exaggerated. Zhou Su's face was stern. You guys usually don't pay much attention to these things, but I've heard quite a bit from others. I heard that when Bewitching restaurant first opened, everyone was completely stunned by the signature fruit there. It was completely at a sky-high price. When everyone saw the price, the first thing they thought was that it was a completely unscrupulous shop. But when they looked at the other dishes, the price was not too outrageous, which made them feel strange. Because the price was simply sky-high, no one bought their signature fruit for a while. Until one day, a rich and overbearing guy appeared. He felt that selling the fruit at such a high price was completely cheating people, so he specially ordered a portion to smash Bewitching restaurant's signboard. Guess what happened in the end? He definitely felt that it was worth it, right? Bailey Hongzhuang said indifferently. How do you know? Zhou Su's face was astonished. If it wasn't for that, Bewitching restaurant would have long collapsed. How could it still be as well known as you said? Gu Jian, I didn't expect you to be so smart. Zhou Su smiled and patted Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder. Just like you said, at that time, almost everyone was waiting to see Bewitching restaurant make a fool of themselves. Everyone thought that Bewitching restaurant came up with a sensationalist idea to please the crowd. If it wasn't for the sky-high price of the fruit, Bewitching restaurant wouldn't have attracted so many people's attention. However, after that guy ate their signature fruit, his expression suddenly changed. Everyone was already prepared to smash Bewitching restaurant's signboard. Unexpectedly, this guy suddenly shouted that it was simply too magical. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw his reaction. His friends also came up to ask. Later, this guy actually ordered another portion and kept asking the shopkeeper what magical fruit it was. Don't you think it's very interesting? Then what magical fruit is this? I don't know about this. Zhou Su shook his head. I heard that returning Imperial Towers people did not reveal the origin of this fruit, but I heard that this fruit has the effect of increasing cultivation and does not have any negative effects. With our current cultivation, who knows how many blood spirit stones we would need to consume to advance even a single step. But now, all we need to do is eat some fruits. This is even better than pills. As Zhou Su spoke, his face revealed a covetous expression. Thinking about it, I really envy those rich guys. If there's a chance, I also want to have a taste. Looking at your current situation, I'm afraid you won't be able to think of it. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. She now had some understanding of Zhou Su's wallet. This guy was basically a pauper. Don't cut off my hopes so quickly. Zhou Su was speechless. Maybe I can meet a kind-hearted person and invite me to try it? Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching and then at herself. You're not referring to the two of us, are you? Wasn't the drunken chicken paid for by Yuan Gang last time, so you're still thinking about the next meal? Actually, it's not completely impossible, right? Right? Zhou Su said, full of anticipation. You're a big man, what's the meaning of looking at me like that? I'll consider it again when you become a woman. Bailey Hongzhuang drove Zhou Su away with a face full of disgust, then sat down beside Bewitching with a smile. It seems that returning Qin building is doing very well now. There are rich people in every place. Gong Jun is best at grasping these things. Bewitching smiled faintly. He had already paid attention to Gong Jun's pricing. This price was much higher than everyone had expected. Obviously, Gong Jun himself did not intend to sell many fruits. Most importantly, when the price was raised to an unacceptable level, and there were people who would buy, this person would not only experience the benefits of the fruit, but also the envious gazes of tens of thousands of people. For many people, the latter was almost more tempting than the former. With Gong Jun here, we really don't have to worry about money. Bailey Hongzhuang drank a mouthful of tea. This guy was born to be a businessman. In the next few days, the entire spirit-devouring mine was peaceful. Brother Yuan, I've been watching Ji Chuan and the others recently, but there's nothing special about these two guys. They stay near the mine all day long and show no signs of leaving. I really can't find any problems. Yang Jiong had a difficult expression. Yuan Gang came every day to ask him if he was nervous. He only felt that the pressure was great. Impossible. Yuan Gang's expression was cold. They definitely have some tricks up their sleeves. You just didn't notice. I'm really watching them very closely. I see that they don't have much contact with the others except for Zhou Su. How are the other managers now? Yuan Gang asked in a heavy voice. Is there any change in the spirit-devouring stone offerings? Du Bing walked over and said, I found that these guys' attitudes have changed recently. They all said that they were in seclusion and did not offer any offerings. What's going on? Yang Jiong's expression changed slightly. In the past, these guys would offer offerings every month. It had never changed. Yuan Gang sneered. It's because they think that I'm not going to make it. Maybe Ji Chuan will have a chance to turn things around, so they chose to find an excuse to wait and see. These guys are too cunning. Yang Jiong secretly thought. Soon, they will know who is the boss here. Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes. Trying to play tricks in front of me? They will soon know how to write the word regret. Looking at Yuan Gang's sinister appearance, Du Bing and the other two's hearts couldn't help but thump. When the consul arrives, these guys will probably be in trouble. Unknowingly, there were only 3 days left before the consul arrived. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others gathered together and looked at Lei Jun. There are only 3 days left. Haven't you found out yet? The two of them had already decided that if the situation could be resolved by then, they would stay in the mine for the time being. After all, Lu Jin and the others still had to do business with the crossing immortal domain. It would be best if they could find a reliable person to continue this business before they left. If the situation was really bad to the point of no return, they could only choose to leave. I've already asked around. Lei Jun said slowly, but because it's too simple, even I can't believe it. What's the situation? Zhou Su couldn't wait to ask. Yuan Gang actually used gifts to please the consul. This guy stayed in the mine for the longest time, so he has a closer relationship with the consul. In fact, we all belong to the stewards later. When we came here, we already knew that Yuan Gang and the consul had a close relationship, and subconsciously thought that there was some relationship between them. This was also the news that Yuan Gang deliberately released in order to confuse us. Over time, everyone felt that the relationship between them was unusual because there were other reliable connections. I've been inquiring about the news these days. At first, I guessed that the two might be relatives, but the more I learned, the more I was sure that they were just in such a relationship. Because I didn't dare to believe it, I spent more time to confirm it. Looking at Lei Jun's helpless expression, everyone's expression became very complicated. They had always thought that the relationship between the consul and Yuan Gang was unbreakable. Now it seemed that this was nothing at all, so, everyone took it for granted, but subconsciously felt that this relationship was unbreakable, so no one tried to break it? Zhou Su's lips twitched slightly. Is that so? Lei Jun nodded slightly. That's right. Damn, I'm really convinced. Zhou Su was speechless, thinking about it this way, aren't we too stupid? When I first found out, I also had this feeling. If it weren't for the fact that they and Yuan Gang had become sworn enemies this time, they might not have thought about it at all. When Bailey Hongzhuang heard all this, she also felt quite speechless, but this was good news for them. Since it was bribed with benefits, as long as they could give greater benefits, the consul would be able to leave Yuan Gang. In this way, they would be able to get rid of this big problem. That's true, but it's not easy to please the consul. Lei Jun continued, the reason why Yuan Gang had so much money to please the consul was that he forced the other stewards to pay tribute to him. Through the spirit-devouring stone collected by these stewards, he was able to bribe the consul. Although we have some cultivation resources in our hands now, compared with Yuan Gang, we are still lacking. Don't worry, we have our own plans. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. In terms of wealth, the stewards of the entire mine probably couldn't compare with them, but leave this matter to us, Bewitching said. Seeing the two of them so full of confidence, Zhou Su and the other person were somewhat surprised. Although their hearts were full of doubts, having such confidence was indeed a good thing. Then we'll be depending on you. If you need anything, just let us know. Although we don't have many cultivation resources on hand, we still have some. When Zhou Su said this, he had a pained expression on his face. He was really a bit poor, we are on the same boat. If there is anything we can help with, just say it. Lei Jun also said. Strictly speaking, they were already grasshoppers on the same boat since a long time ago. Handing such a difficult matter to the two of them was truly not too suitable. We'll think of something. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Her impression of the two of them improved a lot. At least, they were now on the same side. After the two left, Bailey Hongzhuang finally calmed down and carefully thought of a countermeasure. How to flatter someone skillfully was also a skill. They had to be prepared for it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, early in the morning, all the deacons in the mine were ready for battle. The consular inspection every 3 months was a test for them. If they failed several times in a row, they would lose their positions. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching also got up early. When they walked out of the tent, they noticed the gazes of many deacons. I find that there are a lot more deacons paying attention to us recently. Bailey Hongzhuang looked around. It was not like this a while ago. Recently, she could clearly feel that some deacons showed a sense of closeness to them. Every month, they have to give Yuan Gang offerings, plus that guy's arrogant personality. I think these people have already been unable to bear it. Bewitching slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and there was wisdom in his eyes as if he could see through everything. In that case, Yuan Gang really made everyone complain. If we can push Yuan Gang down from his position, these people will be very happy. If we get rid of Yuan Gang, our position will be unshakable. Not long after, a voice came from the front. Zhou Su and Lei Jun also came over and said, the consular is almost here. Let's hurry up and greet them. Okay. Everyone went to the gate to greet them. When all the deacons gathered together, Bailey Hongzhuang realized that the range of this mine was really not ordinary. There were more than 100 mines, and the number of deacons standing here was even more astonishing. However, when they appeared, they could clearly feel that many deacons' gazes fell on them. Among them, Yuan Gang's gaze was the most eye-catching. Ji Chuan, Gu Jian, you have guts. Yuan Gang's gaze was like a sharp blade, and his tone was cold. I'll give you a chance. If you kowtow to me and apologize now, I can consider letting you go. Bewitching indifferently raised his eyes. Idiot. The cold and mocking words suddenly made Yuan Gang's face extremely ugly. Do you want to die? Didn't I already prove it last time? If you want to embarrass yourself again, I don't mind accompanying you. Seeing Bewitching being so stubborn, everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. They only felt that this guy had really changed his temperament. His attitude was completely different from before. Ji Chuan seems to have changed into a different person recently. His attitude is completely different. He offended Yuan Gang so thoroughly. What is he trying to do? The consul is coming today. As long as Yuan Gang files a complaint against him, he will definitely be punished. If you ask me, Ji Chuan shouldn't be such a stupid person. Is the reason why he's like this because he's found a backer? For a time, there were different opinions, but everyone was looking forward to the arrival of the consul. Because a good show was about to begin. At the side, Zhou Su and Zhou Yu's hearts were beating like drums. They had no idea whether Ji Chuan and Zhou Yu had really thought of a solution. Most importantly, they hadn't been able to come up with a solution even after thinking for a long time. Subconsciously, they felt that Ji Chuan and the other man didn't have a solution. In any case, after the consul comes, one of us or Yuan Gang will definitely be unlucky. Why don't we talk about it first? Zhou Su thought for a moment and simply threw away this idea. A dead pig doesn't fear boiling water. He might as well throw caution to the wind. You're very arrogant. Yuan Gang sneered. I hope you can keep it up. Don't cry for your parents, otherwise you'll become a joke. You think too much. While they were talking, the consul's figure finally appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this familiar figure, everyone bowed. Greetings, consul. It was the first time that Bailey Hongzhuang saw the consul that everyone was talking about. The man was about 40 years old and had a plump figure. He wore a dark blue robe and looked very rich. Profiteer. These two words appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's mind almost as soon as she saw it. Gong Jun had instilled a lot of concepts into him. According to Gong Jun's description, he could tell that this guy was a cunning old fox from his appearance. Mercenary, this judgment was not wrong at all. Normally, she didn't like to deal with such people, but for now, it wasn't a bad thing. Consul, you're here. Yuan Gang greeted him with a smile. Yuan Gang. The consul looked at Yuan Gang with satisfaction. How have you been? With the consul's protection, of course it's not bad. Yuan Gang smiled. Everyone looked at Yuan Gang and the consul's familiar appearance and couldn't help but silently mourn for Ji Chuan. These guys were really going to be unlucky. Consul, let's go to the tent and rest for a while. You can go through the accounts later, okay? The consul nodded slightly. All right. Yuan Gang glanced at the crowd and said, the steward has traveled a long way to get here. He should rest for a while. Why don't you all go back first? I will send someone to inform you all to report to the steward later. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also dispersed. This was no stranger to everyone. It was basically the same in the past. Look at Yuan Gang. The consul is on his side. He's giving orders on behalf of the consul. Zhou Su's expression was extremely ugly. I can guarantee that he is definitely speaking ill of us to the consul. When we go later, I'm afraid that we will inevitably be made difficult. This is terrible. After what Yuan Gang did, we didn't even have a chance to talk to the consul. Later, everyone will gather together to report the results. We won't have a chance. The two of them were talking anxiously. When they turned their heads, they found that Bewitching and the other man were still calm, as if they didn't realize how bad the situation was. They immediately jumped up and down. The fire is already burning your eyebrows, why aren't you too worried at all? What's the use of worrying now? We will find an opportunity to communicate with the consul, Bewitching said slowly. I don't think so. Yuan Gang definitely won't let us have this opportunity. Just because he won't give it to us doesn't mean that we won't look for it ourselves. Big brother, you're so calm. Have you already thought of a way? Let's act according to the situation later. Everything was as they expected. Yuan Gang had already reported the recent events of Bewitching to the consul, adding oil and vinegar. Consul, it doesn't matter if they do this to me, but they know that I'm your man and still do this. They are clearly not giving you face. Yuan Gang said angrily. The consul held the spirit-devouring stone that Yuan Gang handed over to him in one hand. The number was indeed a lot, and it was a little more than before. He was very satisfied. Then he heard such words. Although he also knew that Yuan Gang wanted to use his hand to get rid of some people who were in the way, since Yuan Gang was useful to him, he didn't mind helping. Ji Chuan is so arrogant? Huang Tiangue raised his eyebrows. I don't have any impression of him. This kid is definitely a little unusual recently. Since a while ago, he has been acting very high profile, and his strength has suddenly increased by a lot. I think he might have taken the opportunity to embezzle the spirit-devouring stone. Yuan Gang's face was full of anger. His number 13 mine has always had a high yield. I think he must have done something to it. Otherwise, his strength wouldn't have improved so much. Huang Tiangue, who didn't take it to heart, couldn't help but change his expression after hearing this. You're saying that he kept the spirit-devouring stone for himself? That must be it. Yuan Gang said confidently, a few days ago, in order to investigate this matter, I proposed to exchange mine with him. This guy immediately refused. His attitude is very problematic. This fellow actually dares to stuff his own pockets, he's got guts. Huang Tiangue did not fully believe Yuan Gang's words, but this kind of thing was certainly not groundless. Yuan Gang's judgment should also have some basis. Isn't it? The way I see it, Jichuan simply wants to rebel. Yuan Gang added oil and vinegar. Then do you have any evidence of his embezzlement? Hearing this, Yuan Gang's expression turned a little ugly, and his voice sounded a little weak. Not yet. However, I have already sent people to investigate the evidence in this regard. I think there will be results soon. But if the consul can help me, it will be easier for me to solve this problem. Oh? How would you like me to help you? Yuan Gang immediately came over and said, since the ore yield of the number 13 mine is very high, why don't you give it to me? I can figure out the real situation. This way, if that's really the case, I'll be able to offer more to you in the future, won't I? In the end, Huang Tiangue was also a little moved. He knew that Yuan Gang was very popular in the mine because of his relationship with him. He also understood that this guy had taken a lot of advantages. He didn't care about that. What he cared about was that he had been living a very comfortable life during this period of time. No one would complain about having too many devouring spirit stones. With these things, his days would be better. If I suddenly intervene in this matter, will it be difficult to quell everyone's suspicions? Huang Tiangue asked hesitantly. Consul, your words are like an imperial edict to everyone. Who dares to be dissatisfied? Yuan Gang hurriedly said, I already told Jichuan about it, but this kid's bones are very hard. I didn't succeed. As long as you speak, he won't dare to refute. This brat is so strong? Even you can't beat him? Yuan Gang looked a little embarrassed. That kid has been acting a little strange recently, I understand. Huang Tiangue didn't ask any more questions. He now had a better impression of Jichuan. He was well aware of Yuan Gang's status here. Even in this situation, Jichuan was still able to make Yuan Gang feel helpless. It was clear that this kid's ability was not ordinary. Consul, does that mean you agree? Huang Tiangue faintly replied with a which immediately made Yuan Gang overjoyed. He had been holding this anger in for more than a month and had not found an outlet to vent it. Now, he finally found an opportunity. Consul, you can take a closer look at the account book when you check it later. Maybe that guy made a mistake in the account book. Inside the house, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the two guys who were anxiously pacing back and forth. A trace of helplessness appeared on her face. Can you two stop for a moment? No, I'm upset. Zhou stopped, said a sentence, and then continued to pace. I don't know what Yuan Gang will say to the consul. Do you think we won't even have the chance to refute and will be finished? I'm actually pretty good. I really don't want to die like this. Zhou wailed, can I pretend to be sick later? What do you think? Lei Jun asked, why don't we pretend together? Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching, please, can the two of you be more mature? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips twitched slightly. She had only glanced at the consul and didn't know how important the consul was to everyone. However, looking at Zhou appearance of imminent disaster, it could be assumed that the deterrence was not small. You were obviously very nervous when something like this happened in the past. Why did you suddenly change? Zhou was a little puzzled. Now is really not the time to be calm. I can guarantee that you won't be able to keep your number 13 mine in a while. Now is not the time to worry about the mine, Lei Jun said. How to save your life is the most important thing. Even if the consul has always protected Yuan Gang, this kind of thing shouldn't be so obvious, right? Indeed, he won't make it so obvious, but with Yuan Gang's usual methods, he will definitely let you be in charge of the worst mine. If you can't complete the mission every month, they will have a lot of reasons to kill you. Bewitching raised his eyebrows. Many people have died from this method in the past. Of course, haven't you seen one before? I heard there were many more before that. That proves that even if the situation is really as bad as you say, we won't die for the time being. What's more, As long as we find a chance to talk to the consul today, there is still hope. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. Not long after, a group of consul was notified. Bailey Hongshuang and others also took their respective account books to go. Wait. Before leaving, Bewitching stayed in the tent for a moment before leaving with everyone. After arriving, Bailey Hongshuang noticed that from the No. 1 mine, the managers handed the account books to the consul one by one for review. However, the review was not troublesome. To see whether the spirit swallowing stone in each mine reached the standard. Other than that, there would be other people who would do the inventory. Most of the stewards had successfully achieved their goals. Only a small number of stewards had not reached the standard. As a result, they were naturally reprimanded. The consul gave him a direct warning. If he failed to meet the standards twice in a row, he would no longer be able to keep his position. Number 13 mine. Soon, it was their turn. Bewitching slowly stepped forward. Yuan Gang stood in front of him and wanted to take the account books. However, Bewitching just glanced at him, bypassed him and handed the account books to the consul. Jichuan, what are you doing? Yuan Gang was worried that there was no chance to make trouble. Bewitching's move directly gave him a chance to be angry. I handed the account books to the consul for review. What's the problem? Bewitching asked lightly. I'm just taking it on behalf of the consul. Do you have to act like this? Yuan Gang said coldly. Manager Yuan's focus is really different from others. I'm just handing over the account book. If you want to be so serious about such a small matter, then I really have no other choice. Bewitching faintly smiled. Between his brows, there was indifference and fearlessness. You. All right. Huang Tiangui's voice rang out. It's just a small matter. How can you be so calculative? Yuan Gang's voice faltered slightly as he shot a cold glance at Bewitching before turning to Huang Tiangui. He was also somewhat puzzled. Huang Tiangui skimmed through the contents of the account book before looking at Bewitching. Jichuan, the ore yield in mine 13 is pretty good. Thank you, consul. I'm afraid mine 13 is going to rank first in terms of the number of spirit-devouring stones submitted this month. It's all thanks to consul's good teaching. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise when they heard this. Zhou Su and Lei Jun were also confused. Previously, they had noticed that the number of devouring spirit stones submitted by Bewitching was about the same as before. Could it be that he had changed this number? Jichuan wants to curry favor with the consul by handing over more spirit-devouring stones, but I don't think this trick will have much effect. Isn't that right? All the spirit-devouring stones in this account book have to be handed over. Yuan Gang's spirit-devouring stones were directly given to the consul. How can the two be the same? In any case, there will be a good show today. This time either Yuan Gang or Jichuan will win. If Yuan Gang wins, then no one will dare to offend him in the future. But if he loses, then the sky will change. Yuan Gang looked at Huang Tiangui with some confusion. He had already discussed everything with the consul, but now he suddenly praised Jichuan. He didn't understand. Not bad, he is indeed a good seedling. Huang Tiangui smiled. Since you're so good at managing the mine, why don't I let you manage mine 64? As soon as he said this, Yuan Gang immediately beamed with joy. The number 64 mine was the one with the lowest ore yield. Usually, everyone was most reluctant to take over this mine, because any steward who worked in this mine would be fired in less than 2 times. Their fate could be imagined. The hearts of Zhou Su and the rest also thumped. This time, it was completely over. They were most worried about this move of Yuan Ganglai's, but they didn't expect that they wouldn't be able to dodge it in the end. At the same time, the others sighed inwardly. Such a situation was truly within their expectations. Yuan Gang looked at Bewitching with a smile. This time, he was going to play him to death. Thank you, consul, Bewitching replied indifferently. His calm face did not show any emotion. Seeing that Bewitching's expression didn't change, Yuan Gang only felt a little less pleasure, but he could also guess that Bewitching's mood at this moment must be very broken. Zhou Su and Lei Jun didn't have any problems when they reported, but they knew in their hearts that once Jichuan was unlucky, it would be their turn next. It wasn't until everyone had reviewed it that the crowd dispersed. Ji Chuan, pack your things well. Go to the number 64 mine to report today. Yuan Gang said with a smile. He walked forward and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, your death is not far away. I'm afraid it won't be as you wish. Di Bei Chen's cold eyes swept over Yuan Gang's body, and he left without saying a word. Yuan Gang looked at the man's back as he left. The disdain in his eyes gradually deepened. It's useless to struggle in the face of death. Only when Yuan Gang was a certain distance away did Zhou Su speak. Mine 64 is completely a waste pit. Even if we give you all the spirit-devouring stones we deduct every month, you won't be able to fill the hole over there. Yuan Gang is really ruthless. He got the consul to deal with you so quickly. There's no reason at all. Didn't the consul say that? If I can manage the number 64 mine well, I will be promoted in the future. Di Beichen smiled faintly. It can't be? You even believe such nonsense? Lei Jun said in disbelief. At least you found a reason. Di Beichen sneered. What do we do now? Are we just going to wait for death? Don't be so pessimistic. Right now, only Yuan Gang has made a move. We haven't counterattacked yet. The situation might change. Bailey Hongzhuang helplessly shook her head. Zhou Su's temper was a bit too impatient. After a simple tidying up, Di Beichen went to mine 64 under the sympathetic eyes of the crowd. Although Zhou Su and Lei Jun felt very uncomfortable in their hearts, they also understood that this situation was not something they could control. Lei Jun, do you really think it's possible to make a comeback? Zhou Su sighed and said. I think there will be a chance. Lei Jun looked at the backs of the two people as they left, and there was a trace of confidence in his eyes. After such a thing happened, they should be the most anxious ones. Compared with your reaction, I think their reaction gave me a lot of confidence. Hearing this, Zhou Su was slightly startled. Are you indirectly scolding me? No, I just feel that Ji Chuan and Gu Jian are actually very confident. Lei Jun said with a faint smile, just wait. If it really succeeds, we will know the result very soon. I hope so. After arriving at the number 64 mine, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood why everyone avoided it. This mine not only had a low ore yield, but the most important thing was that the state of the practitioners mining here was extremely poor. It was impossible to improve the efficiency of mining at all. Because of the poor results, even if there were newcomers, they would not be assigned here. It was a vicious circle, and the situation was getting worse and worse. It's really not easy to come back to life in this place. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. Even if there was a way, she didn't want to spend too much time here. Tell me, did you write something in the account book? Bailey Hongzhuang turned her head, her face full of smiles without the slightest trace of dejection. Madam is really smart. Di Beichen smiled faintly. We just agreed on a time to meet. Do you think he'll come? What do you think? Yes. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Whether he believes in us or not, even if he is curious, he will come. He will definitely come back, Di Beichen said with certainty. Then why does he still do this? Bailey Hongzhuang pointed to the surrounding environment. Doesn't he want to listen to our ideas first? He probably wants to suppress us first and make us anxious. Perhaps he will be able to gain more benefits from this. Di Beichen's appointment in the account book was the next day. They all understood that Yuan Gang would rush to entertain Huang Tiangue today. Even if they wanted to find a chance to meet Huang Tiangue today, there would be no chance. Just as the two were about to rest, Zhou Su and Lei Jun rushed over. I received news that Yuan Gang is going to invite the consul to Rutaisi House. Lei Jun went straight to the point. Aren't you looking for a chance to meet the consul? Tonight may be an opportunity. Looking at the anxious two, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but say, we have already made an appointment with the consul to meet tomorrow. Made an appointment? Zhou Su was stunned. When did you make an appointment? When reviewing the account book. Di Beichen said. Zhou Su was dumbfounded. Wasn't I there at the time? Why didn't I know? If you know about it, doesn't that mean that everyone knows about it? Zhou Su. It seemed to make sense. So, you have already made an appointment. Our worries are superfluous? Lei Jun suddenly understood. He felt that it was impossible for the two to be unprepared. That's not necessarily true. Bewitching's lips slightly hooked. Are you sure that Yuan Gang invited the consul to Rutaisi house? Lei Jun nodded, I'm sure. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, and Bailey Hongzhuang almost immediately understood, good idea. Zhou Su looked at Bewitching with a blank face. Were these two guys too tacit? What happened just now? Why did Gu Jian directly say that it was a good idea? Did we discuss countermeasures just now? Zhou Su asked Lei Jun. Lei Jun shook his head, we didn't, but they may have. You can go back and wait for the news at ease. We will come back with good news. Bailey Hongzhuang pushed Zhou Su out of the tent. This guy was a little too restless, so their plan couldn't be known by him. Otherwise, it might cause problems. Are we leaving now? Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Bewitching with a smile. Of course. Bewitching stood up, his eyes shining with thousands of stars. Night fell, and the stars were bright. A breeze blew by, revealing the coolness of the night. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching walked in the direction of the market. Their steps looked quite casual, but in fact, their speed was extremely fast. It wasn't until they noticed the familiar figures in front of them that they slowed down their pace. Consul, Rutaisi brothel recently added some new dishes and your favorite wine. I've already sent someone to book a private room. Yuan Gang had a fawning smile on his face. The Dubing duo beside him also surrounded Huang Tiangue in an extremely friendly manner. Huang Tiangue lazily listened to the flattery of Yuan Gang and the others, looking very pleased with himself. This kind of thing, you can arrange it. Isn't this the consul? A surprised voice came from behind. After hearing this slightly familiar voice, Yuan Gang couldn't help but turn his head. When he saw the two people behind him, his face suddenly became gloomy. What are you doing here? We just want to go to Xianxia house to have a meal and happen to meet the consul. What a coincidence. Bailey Hongzhuang said with a smile. Huang Tiangue Beichen smiled and didn't speak. He just quietly looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Lei Jun. He wanted to know what kind of trick these two people were playing tonight. Xianxia house? After hearing that their destination was the same, Yuan Gang's expression turned ugly. He was almost certain that these two fellows were deliberately looking for trouble. However, Jichuan had already been demoted to the number 64 mine. It was impossible for him to make a comeback. You guys sure are well informed. Could it be that you've heard that we're going to Rutaisi brothel, so you came here on purpose? Yuan Gang said coldly. Steward Yuan, are you joking? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. You must have invited the consul to dinner at the recently famous Bewitching restaurant. Why would you go to Rutaisi restaurant? The consul has such a noble status, so it's only natural for him to go to Qin Returning Tower. The two of us don't dare to disturb him. Hearing this, Yuan Gang, Du Bing, and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. Although they had already guessed that these two fellows were here to cause trouble, they did not expect them to think of this. In fact, this was what they were most worried about. Qin Returning Tower's recent reputation was too resounding. If possible, they would also like to invite the consul to Qin Returning Tower. However, the exorbitant price of the fruit was simply not something they could afford. Once the consul was there, the fruit had to be ordered. Therefore, after much consideration, they decided to keep their mouths shut and hope that they could get away with it. However, it was exposed by Gu Jian right away. Qin Returning Restaurant? Huang Tiangue raised his eyebrows. A new restaurant? Bailey Hongzhuang stepped forward and said with a smile, that's right. Right now, Returning Imperial Restaurant is the most famous restaurant in our area. Moreover, their signature fruit is very famous. It is said that after consuming it, it can increase one's cultivation without any side effects. As she spoke, Bailey Hongzhuang's face revealed a look of shame. We're embarrassingly poor and can't compare to Steward Yuan. That's why we can only hear about it from others and have never tried it ourselves. Is that so? Huang Tiangue dragged out his tone and looked at Yuan Gang with a smile. Damn you. Yuan Gang glared fiercely at Bailey Hongzhuang. He never thought that this guy would be so despicable. Didn't this mean that he had tasted the signature fruit of Returning Qin restaurant, but now he didn't intend to go there again, The problem was that he had never gone to Chen returning restaurant to taste this fruit. Consul, there is indeed a returning Chen restaurant in the city, but I have never tried it before. Yuan Gang quickly explained. Did I hear wrongly? Bailey Hongshuang's eyes were filled with confusion. I heard that Steward Yuan had already been there when Guichin Tower had just opened. Maybe you heard wrong. Di Baichen winked at Bailey Hongshuang, who immediately shut her mouth. Yes, that should be the case. Looking at the two of them echoing each other, Yuan Gang only wished that he could strangle them to death. Du Bing and the other two were dumbfounded. In the past, they had never realized that the two of them were so good at acting. Even they couldn't help but believe it, let alone the consul. Consul, we will take our leave first. Di Baichen and Bailey Hongshuang bid farewell to Huang Tiangui and left. The rest of the problem would be left to Yuan Gang to worry about. It had nothing to do with them. Yuan Gang looked at the backs of the two leaving and couldn't help cursing in his heart. However, he could only bite the bullet and choose to head to returning Chen restaurant. Du Bing and Yang Jiong also looked embarrassed. Wasn't it a little too late for them to say this now? Huang Tiangui didn't say anything. He just looked at Yuan Gang with a slightly cold gaze. The latter felt a chill in his heart. He had already cursed Di Baichen and Du Bing 1,000 times in his heart. However, given the current situation, all they could do now was try their best to make up for it. How many blood spirit stones do you have on you? Yuan Gang's expression was extremely ugly. With the money he had on hand, it wouldn't be a problem for him to have a meal at returning Chen restaurant. However, it was obviously not enough to order that sky-high price of fruits. Du Bing and Yang Jiong's faces fell when they heard this. This wasn't good news. However, they had no choice but to hand over all the money they had on them. Yuan Gang did the math and his expression was still ugly. Even if the three of them combined their wealth, it still wouldn't be enough. I'm afraid Yuan Gang is in trouble now. Bailey Hongshuang chuckled. Although Huang Tiangui may have seen through our plan to drive a wedge between them, he's bound to be unhappy. In addition, Yuan Gang's purse is going to be in trouble. After understanding the situation in the account books, they already had a certain understanding of the income of each steward. Although Yuan Gang had kept a lot for himself, he should have given a lot to Huang Tiangui each time. In addition, this guy usually liked to enjoy himself. It was unlikely that he was very rich. There'll be a good show later. Di Baichen's lips curved slightly. His handsome face was as enchanting as a demon's. He picked up some food and placed it in Bailey Hongshuang's bowl. Eat to fill your stomach first. We'll go to returning Chen restaurant later. Returning Chen restaurant? Bailey Hongshuang was slightly startled. Are we going tonight? They had specially come to Rutaisi restaurant because of what they had said earlier. If they went to returning Chen restaurant later, it would be tantamount to letting Huang Tiangui know that they were deliberately looking for trouble. Di Baichen nodded. Today's good show has already played out to this point. Wouldn't it be a pity if we don't add something? What did you do behind my back? I was just greeting Gong Jun. Bailey Hongshuang immediately understood. When did you tell Gong Jun? I had already guessed that this would happen, so I mentioned it to Gong Jun a few days ago. I think he will act according to the situation. Smart. Bailey Hongshuang smiled brightly. Gong Jun had stayed in the mine before, so he was no stranger to Yuan Gang. Moreover, they should be very familiar with this kind of thing. So, your plan is to make them unable to pay? Bailey Hongshuang raised her eyebrows. This way, not only will Yuan Gang be embarrassed, Huang Tiangui will also be very angry. As a consul, he was considered a respectable figure. If he lost face at this time, one could imagine the anger in his heart. Indeed. Di Baichen nodded. As long as we go in at the right time and resolve this awkwardness, Huang Tiangui's impression of us will be much better. Unknowingly, they would have the upper hand. So, there will be a good show to watch later. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. Returning Chen restaurant. Yuan Gang looked at the dishes that Huang Tiangui ordered, and his heart kept bleeding. Huang Tiangui was obviously a little annoyed, so when he ordered, he did not consider Yuan Gang's situation. He only felt that after working together for so long, Yuan Gang had slacked off a lot. Perhaps Ji Chuan's appearance was an opportunity. For a long time, he had let Yuan Gang dominate the mine, and everyone was used to it. Over time, Yuan Gang also seemed to be fearless. Now, he even dared to fool him on such matters. If this continued, this fellow might not even be afraid of him in the future. Yang Jiong, you go back and get the money first. We will stall for time here. You must be fast. Yuan Gang said in a deep voice. If he couldn't even pay up here today, then he would really become a joke in the future. Most importantly, it was fine if he lost face, but if the consul lost face as well, he would really be done for. Brother Yuan, the price of this fruit is really too high. Who am I going to borrow money from when I go back? I'll borrow it from those I'm more familiar with. I'll return it to them after a while. Yang Jiong looked hesitant. He already knew that the price of this fruit was sky high, but when he saw it today, he was really scared silly. This price, who could afford it? Speaking of which, they were unlucky. The price of this fruit was already very high, and today, they happened to encounter some fruit of the highest quality, so the price was even higher. Now that the consul had already ordered, they could only bite the bullet and sit there. I'll go right away. Go as fast as you can. Don't waste any time. After finding a reason, Yang Jiong left the returning Chen restaurant. In his heart, he had already categorized this restaurant as a shady restaurant. It was simply terrifying. When Gong Jun saw Yuan Gang scratching his head, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. You dare to offend my boss? See if I don't play you to death today. After ordering, Huang Tiangue was a little curious. What kind of fruit was worthy of such a price? If this fruit was not extraordinary, Imperial Returning Tower would have been finished long ago. Yuan Gang, what's wrong with you? Huang Tiangue said slowly when he noticed Yuan Gang's awkward expression. Yuan Gang immediately smiled. It's nothing. I just feel that it's rare for you to come here. I hope you won't be disappointed. I'll try the fruits in this shop. If it's really a rare treasure, I'll go back and tell the other consuls. I don't think it will disappoint you. I've heard from others that it is indeed not bad. Soon, the fruits were served. Looking at the fruits on the plate, Huang Tiangue and the others were stunned. That was because the fruit was sparkling and translucent. At a glance, one could tell that it was different from ordinary fruits. Just smelling the rich fragrance made people want to take a bite. At this moment, even if they didn't eat it, they already knew in their hearts that this was definitely something good. Did you see that? That table ordered special fruits. It said that the price of the fruit today is very high. I didn't expect that someone would order it. I'm afraid this table of people is not simple. Although the price is very high, everyone who has tried it said that the taste is very good. I don't think you will be disappointed. Noticing the envious gazes around him, Huang Tiangui's mood improved a lot. Consul, do you want to try it? Yuan Gang stared at the fruit. This was definitely a heavenly treasure. Even smelling it was a pleasure. Huang Tiangue picked up the fruit. In fact, he was a little reluctant to part with it. If possible, he really wanted to bring the fruit back first. However, in the current situation, he could only eat it directly. A rich aroma spread in his mouth, and pure origin energy spread to his limbs and bones. At that moment, he felt as if his entire body was light and could float. Huang Tiangue didn't say anything, just savoring this indescribable feeling. Soon, the entire fruit was eaten by him. He closed his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. He felt refreshed. He was almost certain that after eating this fruit, some of the small problems that had gathered in his body had been cleared up. Such pure elemental energy was actually obtained from a fruit. It was simply unbelievable. Yuan Gang and Du Bing unconsciously licked their lips, their eyes filled with curiosity. Consul, how does it taste? It's indeed a well-deserved reputation, Huang Tiangue praised. Hearing this, Yuan Gang was also relieved. Everyone who had tasted this fruit said that it was worth it, but the price was too high. Fortunately, the consul was very satisfied. Presumably, most of his previous unhappiness had dissipated. The other dishes began to be served, but Huang Tiangui's mind was completely focused on the fruit. He couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. He sized up this returning imperial restaurant. Although he didn't know what kind of person this boss was, to be able to get this kind of fruit, he definitely wasn't a simple person. Gong Jun had been using the corner of his eye to observe the movements here. After seeing Huang Tiangui's dispirited appearance, a faint smile appeared in his eyes. It's about time, dear customer, Gong Jun walked over with a smile. What do you think of our store's signature fruit? After noticing Gong Jun, Huang Tiangui also straightened his expression and said, you really live up to your reputation. You've broadened my horizons. To be honest, today's special grade fruit is also the first time our store is selling it. This fruit can increase the amount of elemental energy compared to other fruits. When you go back and circulate your cultivation method, you will discover even more benefits. I see. Since you are the first customer to order a special grade fruit, we can provide a special dish today. Are you interested in learning about it? Go ahead, Huang Tiangui said with interest. His mind was still filled with the original fruit. If he had enough money on hand, he could buy a few more. It would be safer than eating pills. Our store has researched a few new dishes that will fuse the essence of the fruit into the dishes. This way, the dishes will also be able to increase one's elemental energy. The taste is excellent, and the price is slightly cheaper than the fruit. What do you think, dear customer? Huang Tiangui's eyes lit up. He was already looking forward to it. Now that he had such an opportunity, he was even happier. Alright, let's do that. Yuan Gang's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He felt that it was all over. Just the fruits alone were already too much for him to bear. Now, there were these dishes as well. He was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to walk out of this store today. Looking at Huang Tiangui's expectant look, he could only suppress all his depression. He wondered if he could find an opportunity to talk to the shopkeeper about the credit later. Gong Jun, you're really something. Xiran looked at Gong Jun in admiration. He felt that Yuan Gang was really unlucky. They had never tried such a unique taste before. After the initial amazement, the three of them began to gorge themselves uncontrollably. Because it was so delicious, they didn't have time to talk at all. They even felt that if they ate slower, the food would be finished by others. The cultivators at the other tables were actually very curious about whether the food was delicious or not, but after seeing the three of them pouncing on the food like wolves, they knew that the food would not disappoint them. They were even more curious and couldn't wait for tomorrow to come quickly. In the blink of an eye, the food on the table had been swept clean by the three of them. Yuan Gang looked at the unusually clean dishes and remembered that Yang Jiong hadn't come back yet. They didn't have enough money to pay the bill. Du Bing's heart also skipped a beat. He ate too happily just now and completely forgot about this. What should we do now? Du Bing couldn't help but look at Yuan Gang. If they left earlier, they would have to face the dilemma of not having enough money to pay the bill. Yuan Gang was also very conflicted, but after noticing Huang Tiangui's unsatisfied expression, he had already made a decision in his heart. Consul, do you want to eat more? Yang Jiong hasn't come back yet. Yuan Gang smiled. Huang Tiangui was already unsatisfied. Now that he heard Yuan Gang take the initiative to mention this, he immediately went with the flow and said, okay. After seeing this scene, Du Bing on the side couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Yuan Gang. Their current situation was bad enough. Even if Yang Jiong borrowed money back, they might not be able to afford this meal. If they ordered other dishes now, the scene later. He simply didn't dare to imagine. This kid actually dares to order? Xiran frowned slightly. Could it be that Beichen's information is wrong and this kid is actually very rich? Impossible. Gong Jun was a little hesitant. According to his understanding of the store during this period of time, although the manager of the mine usually lived quite well, it was actually not enough for such expenses. On this point, he had also gotten a very certain answer from the boss. This situation was indeed a bit strange. However, when he noticed Yuan Gang looking out from time to time, he already understood in his heart. I'm afraid this kid is in a terrible fix right now and is looking for someone to save him. Gong Jun sneered, I'm not afraid of him ordering, I'm just afraid that he won't order. After a while, when that guy comes back, you can go and inform the boss. Xiran nodded. No problem. Du Bing watched in trepidation as Huang Tiangui ordered a few more dishes. He felt like his heart was bleeding, but even he had to admit that these dishes were really delicious. He didn't feel full at all. When the dishes were served again, Yuan Gang and Du Bing learned from their experience. They didn't dare to eat too much. They just slowly delayed the time. Huang Tiangue continued to eat by himself. He felt that he would have to come here more often in the future to eat such delicacies. Du Bing's face was full of desire. He was worried and satisfied at the same time. If he hadn't accompanied the consul here today, he didn't know when he would have the opportunity to taste this place. After a long wait, Yang Jiong finally returned. After seeing Yang Jiong return, Yuan Gang and Du Bing both breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was hope. How was it? Yuan Gang asked. Yang Jiong nodded slightly, indicating that there was no problem. Yuan Gang and Du Bing were relieved. End of chapter. Brother Yuan, I've already collected enough money for the special fruit. Yang Jiong smiled. The price of a single fruit was too shocking. He had kept it in mind ever since he saw the price. When he returned, he immediately found everyone and borrowed their blood spirit stones. Their biggest problem was the special fruit. As long as they collected the money, the other dishes would not be a problem. However, when he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed that Yuan Gang and Du Bing's gazes were somewhat unusual. He immediately asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Did you only borrow money for the fruit?" Yuan Gang's face darkened. Yang Jiong nodded subconsciously. Yes. Du Bing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The dishes they ordered were not ordinary dishes. The total price of these dishes must be very frightening. What happened? Yang Jiong unconsciously felt guilty. Everything was fine before he left. There was no problem. Brother Yuan, what should we do now? Du Bing looked at Yuan Gang worriedly. She had lost all her appetite. If they could not pay here, they would really be done for. Yuan Gang secretly glanced at Huang Tiangue, who was in a good mood, and then quietly looked at the shopkeeper. After the interaction just now, he felt that the shopkeeper was not a difficult person to get along with. As long as he talked nicely, there might be a possibility of him buying on credit. Thinking of this, Yuan Gang said that he had to go to the toilet and took the opportunity to leave. He then found Gong Jun. As soon as he saw Yuan Gang, Gong Jun already knew what was going on. At the same time, when Xiren's figure disappeared from the returning Chen restaurant. "Shopkeeper, I wonder if I can discuss something with you." Yuan Gang braced himself and asked. He had no other choice now. "What is it?" Gong Jun said with a smile. "Aside from buying on credit, everything else is negotiable." He reached out and pointed at the signboard. Yuan Gang looked and found that the words "no credit" were written on it. In an instant, his face became even uglier. The shopkeeper's words seemed to have directly blocked what he wanted to say. "Guest, what do you want to discuss?" Gong Jun pretended not to know, with a concerned look on his face. Actually, I just want to talk to the shopkeeper about the credit," Yuan Gang said hesitantly. His voice was extremely soft, and his head was also very low. It was clear that this matter also made him feel extremely embarrassed. Thinking about how he was able to cover the sky with one hand in the mine, now he actually had to pay on credit in a restaurant. If word got out, he wouldn't be able to survive in the future. As soon as these words came out, Gong Jun's face showed a strong look of surprise. Before he had time to speak, the attendant on the side couldn't help but say in astonishment, "What? You want to buy on credit?" Perhaps because he was too surprised, the waiter unconsciously raised his voice and was immediately heard by many people. Originally, Yuan Gang's table was very eye-catching because not only did they order expensive fruits, but they also tried the new dishes first. Everyone was very envious. However, when everyone heard that these guys were prepared to pay on credit, they were dumbfounded. "Are you kidding? This group of people looks dignified, but they came here and directly ordered the most expensive fruits. In the end, they actually want to pay on credit. Isn't this a joke? This is really the first time I've met such people. If they don't have the money, then don't order. At this point, they actually want to pay on credit. Aren't they too shameless?" End of chapter. That's right. What's the point of pretending if you don't have money? Don't you know that returning star restaurant never allows credit? All the envy turned into disdain at this moment. Everyone looked at Huang Tiangui and company as if they were watching a joke. It was clear that after today, these people were going to become famous. Yang Jiong and Du Bing didn't expect such a situation to happen. They were dumbfounded. Didn't Brother Yuan say that he wanted to discuss it with the shopkeeper? Even if the discussion didn't work out, there was no need to be so high profile. They could have bought more time, or Brother Yuan could have left first and they could have stayed until closing time. At least the impact would have been smaller. However, now that it was brought up in front of everyone, they couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground to hide in. Huang Tiangui didn't expect Yuan Gang to do things like this. He knew that this meal was expensive, but with Yuan Gang's position in the mine, as long as he used his brain, he would be able to solve all this. He didn't expect this guy to be so stupid that he couldn't even handle this kind of thing. Especially when the surrounding gazes made him feel as if there was a thorn in his back, his old face blushed. Yuan Gang. Huang Tiangui's voice rang out. What are you doing? Yuan Gang's face was already pale. He glared fiercely at the waiter, and Gong Jun skillfully apologized. Sir, I'm really sorry. I didn't teach him well. Yuan Gang didn't say anything. The anger in his heart was already rising, but the current situation wasn't the time for him to vent his anger. Consul, trash. Huang Tiangui angrily rebuked. Gong Jun hurriedly ran out with an apologetic expression. I'm really sorry. Our restaurant never allows credit. This has been written down long ago. Just now, the waiter was too surprised to control himself. I apologize to everyone. This kind of thing will never happen again. How about I give you a discount on this meal? Gong Jun was extremely polite. Everyone understood that Gong Jun didn't deliberately let everyone know about this matter. It was just because the waiter was careless. As the shopkeeper, he handled it very well. For a moment, everyone was standing on the side of the returning star tower. The returning star tower had already done its utmost benevolence. This kind of freeloader should be spurned by others. Manager, I don't want to dine and dash, Yuan Gang's expression was complicated. He wished that someone could knock him out with a stick so that he wouldn't have to face such an awkward situation. However, his attitude made everyone look down on him even more. If you don't want to dine and dash, then you want to pay on credit? It's not easy for them to open a shop. If all the customers they meet are like this, then how can Chen returning restaurant continue to operate? This kind of person is really shameless. He can even say such words in such a dignified manner. It's really admirable. His words stabbed at Yuan Gang's spine. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, but he was helpless in front of the console. Huang Tiangui coldly glanced at Yuan Gang. Manager, this meal is on me. A voice as warm as the sea came from the door. Then, everyone saw two figures slowly walk in, and these words came from the man in the lead. Huang Tiangui and the others looked back in surprise. After seeing that it was Ji Chuan and Gu Jian, the lines on Huang Tiangui's face softened. Yuan Gang's hair stood on end. His face instantly turned darker than the bottom of a pot. Everyone looked curiously at the two people who had just walked in. They didn't know where these two people came from. One had to know that this meal was really expensive. The other party casually said that he was going to treat them. That wasn't an ordinary kind of generosity. Ji Chuan, now is not the time for you to stand out. Yuan Gang said coldly. When Bewitching passed by, he said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, be careful, or you won't even know how you die. Bewitching directly passed by Yuan Gang and walked in front of Huang Tiangui, his face filled with a spring breeze smile. It's my honor to be able to treat Consul to a meal. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled and said, Steward Yuan, you have to bring enough money to treat people to a meal. Otherwise, not only will you lose face, but you will also implicate others. I vaguely remember that last time when we had a meal, Steward Yuan emphasized that you can't eat and dash. How did the situation completely change when it came to you? As soon as these words came out, Yuan Gang's face couldn't be any darker. The last time he was at Rutasi brothel, it was because of this incident that made him lose face. As a result, he did not go to Rutaisi brothel for a while. Today, such a thing happened at returning imperial brothel. His reputation would really be tarnished in the future. When this scene fell into the eyes of others, they only felt that Yuan Gang was really shameless. It was fine if he did such a thing, but he actually blamed others. His face was thicker than the city wall. Gu Jian. Bewitching deliberately reprimanded, "It's rare for Steward Yuan to give us a chance, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to invite Consul Huang. It seems that this consul is not simple. He paid such a high price to treat him to a meal, but this guy is really too disgraceful. He doesn't have money, but he still wants to pretend to be rich. Now things are even worse. A brain is a good thing, but unfortunately this guy doesn't have one." Du Bing and Yang Jiong wanted to explain something, but in the current situation, no matter what they said, it would be useless. Words were too weak, and no one would believe them. Huang Tiangui originally didn't want people to mix him and Yuan Gang together. Now, after a few words from Bewitching, everyone understood that he wasn't such a person. His mood suddenly improved a lot, and he felt that Ji Chuan had become more pleasing to the eye. Originally, between Yuan Gang and Ji Chuan, he preferred Yuan Gang because they had been working together for so many years. After this incident, he realized that Ji Chuan was a promising talent. At least, his ability to deal with matters was much better than Yuan Gang's. Well said now, but whether or not you'll be able to pay up later is another matter. Du Bing spat inwardly. They had worked so hard to develop things to this point, but this hateful guy actually came to steal all of their gains. One could imagine the anger in her heart. I hope so. Yang Jiong was also staring at Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang. The two of them were saying nice things now. Perhaps they didn't even realize how expensive this meal was. If these two guys also made a fool of themselves, then there was still room to turn things around. At this time, Bailey Hongshuang had already walked to the counter. Gong Jun proudly winked at Bailey Hongshuang. "Sister-in-law, I did a good job, right?" "Very good." Bailey Hongshuang smiled. Yuan Gang and the other two were definitely going to suffer a loss today. Hee, I won't let them die. Gong Jun also understood Huang Tiangui's identity. Once this guy was dealt with, boss and the others would have a much easier time in the mine. Bailey Hongshuang looked at the price on the bill and understood why Yuan Gang and the others were in such a predicament. The price was much higher than she had expected. It could be seen that Gong Jun had spared no effort to cheat them. Gong Jun took the Qianquan bag handed over by Bailey Hongshuang. He glanced at it and found that it was empty. His face was still filled with a satisfied smile as he said respectfully, "Thank you, dear customer." After the others noticed Gong Jun's reaction, they knew that Bailey Hongshuang had really paid the bill. They couldn't help but feel guilty. However, this scene was like a slap to their faces. It's over. Du Bing's heart thumped. Didn't this mean that they didn't even have a chance to turn things around? "Brother Yuan, we can't let them beat us. Otherwise, we'll be finished in the future." Yang Jiong whispered. They and Ji Chuan had long been sworn enemies. If the consul was coaxed by them, with Ji Chuan's strength and the consul's care, they wouldn't be a match. I know. Yuan Gang's face was gloomy. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He had to do something. He couldn't let things continue like this. Bewitching and Huang Tiangui were chatting happily. After this incident, Huang Tiangui's attitude became much better and he was willing to communicate with him. "I didn't know that the mine had such a talent like you before." Huang Tiangui chuckled. "This one has always admired the consul, but I didn't have a chance. I wonder if the consul can do me the honor tomorrow?" Huang Tiangui glanced at the returning Qin building and nodded, "Okay." Yuan Gang's heart tightened. He had always been wary of Ji Chuan and didn't give him a chance to contact the consul. Now that the consul had agreed, with this guy's ability, things might change tomorrow. "Consul, you mustn't believe this kid," Yuan Gang hurriedly said, "he's just a steward. If he can afford such a price, he must be thinking of ways to embezzle it. This kind of person is the vermin of our mine. He must be severely punished." "That's right, they must be stuffing their own pockets. Otherwise, with the salary of a manager, this is simply not enough." Du Bing added. Bailey Hongshuang sneered, "What a joke, Steward Yuan. We are all stewards. Why can you come here but we can't? We're different from you. You usually indulge yourself in wine and women, and you're a frequent customer of all the restaurants. We don't usually have fun, but we're lucky enough to treat you to a meal. Can't we do that? Don't forget, we are the ones who handed over the spirit-devouring stones this time. If Steward Yuan has evidence, you can take it out. We won't accept this baseless slander." His words were reasonable, and they directly blocked all of Yuan Gang's words. He really didn't have any evidence. During this period of time, he had spent a lot of effort investigating, but he still couldn't find any clues. Without evidence, all the accusations were meaningless. Slander can't be said casually. Huang Tiangui's voice also had a trace of reprimand. He also felt that Bewitching's extravagance was unbelievable, but after Gu Jian's explanation, he felt that it might not be impossible. He knew in his heart how comfortable Yuan Gang usually was. Maybe it was because he had been too extravagant recently. On the contrary, Ji Chuan and the others might have been preparing for a long time. End of chapter. Hearing Huang Tiangui's words, Yuan Gang could only shut his mouth with a gloomy face. Before they found any evidence, it was useless to say anything now. Instead, it would only make the consul even more unhappy. In short, they were done for today. When Xiran returned and saw this scene, he immediately raised his eyebrows proudly. This kid wants to go against Beichen. Isn't that courting? Death? Boss, isn't it easy to play him to death? Gong Jun chuckled. It was only because Boss was in a good mood that he played this trick. Otherwise, he would have directly killed this guy. There was nothing he could do. Looks like your new dish is pretty good? Noticing that all the dishes on the table had been eaten, Xiran understood what had happened. Of course. Don't think that I only know how to open the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. I have no problem opening other shops. Gong Jun chuckled. If you want to compete with my boss in terms of purse, then you are simply looking down on me. It's good to earn more money. The crossing Immortal Domain is quite big. We've searched everywhere but there's no sign of Xiao Sou. I think we should find a few reliable people to go to other places to gather information. Xiran stopped joking. He knew how important the secret key was to Beichen. Moreover, Xiao Sou kept causing trouble from time to time. If he didn't solve it, he wouldn't be at ease. When Gong Jun saw that Xiran was so considerate of Beichen, the look in his eyes changed a little. He then smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm already looking for someone. Boss's business is my business." He had recently learned about Xiao Sou's situation from Xiran and the others. Therefore, he had to find a reliable person. He couldn't search for Xiao Sou openly. Otherwise, Xiao Sou would definitely go into hiding. He couldn't find it in the upper realm. If he couldn't find it in the crossing Immortal Domain, then Boss would really have a headache. On the way back, Beichen and Huang Tiangue appeared to be much closer to Huang Tiangue. On the other hand, Yuan Gang and the other two remained silent with gloomy faces. When the group of people returned to the mine, the stewards who noticed them were all dumbfounded. What did they see? At this moment, the person who was happily chatting with the consul was actually Ji Chuan. Yuan Gang and the others who had left in high spirits were now returning dejectedly. Just by looking at their expressions, one could tell that something very unpleasant must have happened. Otherwise, they wouldn't be like this. I think the sky is really going to change. When have I ever seen Yuan Gang and the others so dejected before? I'm really curious as to how Ji Chuan and the others managed to do it. We were almost finished just now. I heard that Yang Jiong came back just now and borrowed a lot of money. I don't know if it has anything to do with this. Zhou Su was worried about tomorrow's matter. He always felt that Ji Chuan wasn't a person who was eloquent, and Gu Jian was perhaps too eloquent. He didn't know if these two people could win the consul's favor. How could the relationship that had been established for so many years be broken so easily? However, when he heard the voice coming from the front, a strong sense of surprise appeared in his eyes. He immediately pulled Lei Jun and walked forward. You say, did I hear it wrong? No matter how I look at it, this situation sounds a little unbelievable. Lei Jun's expression wasn't much better. Previously, he clearly said that these two people didn't have any plans today. Why did they suddenly get together with the consul? When the two arrived, they saw Ji Chuan and the consul walking in the front, while Yuan Gang and his party walked behind them with an unhappy face. Don't mention how depressed they were. Seeing this scene, the two couldn't help but look at each other, and subconsciously rubbed their eyes. I'm sure I didn't see it wrong, what are you talking about? Lei Jun was speechless. This guy was too shocked, and even spoke incoherently. Aren't you surprised? Zhou Su's face unconsciously raised a smile. I think I should be able to sleep well tonight. Lei Jun smiled and nodded. I guessed that they had a plan, but this speed is much faster than we thought. When they come back, we have to ask them how they did it. Zhou Su's face was proud. It's been so long, but this is the first time I've seen Yuan Gang with such an expression. When Bewitching and the consul sent Huang Tiangue back to the tent, they came back. As soon as they closed the tent, the two saw Zhou Su and the consul as expected. You're fast enough. Bailey Hongzhuang went to the table, poured a cup of tea, and sat down casually. Zhou Su couldn't wait to greet them. Tell me, what happened just now? Isn't this too amazing? Nothing, it's just that Yuan Gang fell into the pit himself, and then we took advantage of it. Bailey Hongzhuang spread out her hands and said. After the two understood the general process, Zhou Su couldn't help but say, Yuan Gang didn't fall into the pit himself, but you dug a pit for him to jump in. In that case, Yuan Gang had no other choice but to make this choice. So. I can only say that this guy's luck is bad. But you're really amazing. Even Yuan Gang couldn't afford that meal, but you can afford it? Zhou Su raised his eyebrows. How much did you earn in the end? Come on. Bailey Hongzhuang pushed Zhou Su's head to the side. We've always been very frugal. If you can go out a few times a month, maybe you'll have money. Zhou Su smiled awkwardly. What he said made sense. The next day, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang invited the consul out as per their agreement. Huang Tiangue had not had enough of the food at returning Qin restaurant. He would never get tired of that kind of delicious food no matter how many times he ate it. Therefore, he was in high spirits when he left with the two of them. Yuan Gang looked at the backs of the three of them as they left. His expression was extremely ugly. With a sweep of his gaze, he noticed that the others were looking at him as if they were watching a show. Instantly, he became even more unhappy. These damned bastards, I can't let them laugh at me like this. Brother Yuan, what should we do now? Du Bing said anxiously. Ji Chuan and the others must want to use this opportunity to establish a good relationship with the consul. We'll be in trouble then. What should we do? Yuan Gang turned around. I'm asking you, what should we do? If you don't think of something, then not only will I be finished, the two of you will be finished as well. A bunch of trash. Until now, we still haven't found out what's wrong with them. Du Bing and Yang Jiong hurriedly lowered their heads, not even daring to breathe. Brother Yuan, Ji Chuan, and the others aren't here. How about we capture Zhou Su and the others? Du Bing's eyes lit up. The reason why they hadn't taken action was because Ji Chuan was stronger than them, but Zhou Su and the others were nothing. End of chapter. Yuan Gang's lips curled up after hearing this. He patted Du Bing's shoulder. You still have some ideas. Du Bing smiled. Brother Yuan, don't worry. Ji Yong and I will catch them now. Zhou Su and Lei Jun were curious after seeing Bewitching and others set out. I heard that Guichin Tower can serve new dishes today. We can't eat fruits, but we may have some hope for this dish. Zhou Su looked at Lei Jun with expectation. How about it? Are you interested? Consul and the others are there. If we go, won't it be troublesome? We can wait for them to leave before we go in. Anyway, we have nothing to do today. Let's go out for a walk. Lei Jun thought for a moment and said, okay. Just as the two of them walked out of the door, they saw the figures of Du Bing and Yang Jiong rushing over. They were startled and secretly cursed. They didn't need to think to know that these two fellows must be coming for them. Run quickly. Zhou Su didn't have time to say more. He immediately rushed out to the other side. What a joke, they didn't have Ji Chuan's strength. Once they were caught by Du Bing, how could the result be good? After Lei Jun was stunned for a moment, he understood how bad the situation was. He didn't care about anything else and quickly ran outside. Du Bing came aggressively. Suddenly, he noticed the two leaving figures and immediately shouted, "Stop." However, after these words were spoken, not only did Zhou Su and the other person not have the slightest intention of stopping, they instead ran even faster. "Damn it!" Du Bing cursed, "Hurry up and catch them, or Brother Yuan won't spare us." Yang Jiao also understood the seriousness of the matter. He didn't have time to talk. His speed had already reached the extreme. Zhou Su and Lei Jun used all of their strength. If they were caught, they might have to give up their lives here today. Yuan Gang used this method to deal with dissatisfied people before, but they didn't expect that one day this method would fall on their heads. These two guys are so close. What if we can't get rid of them? Zhou Su was anxious and sweating. Try to delay. If we can't, we'll run into Guichan Tower. With Ji Chuan here, Du Bing won't dare to do anything. Lei Jun gasped. You're right. Zhou Su's eyes were filled with resentment. These two guys have been bullying us for a long time. When Ji Chuan and the others deal with the consul, I'll kill them both. Du Bing and the other two were dumbfounded when they realized how fast these two were. I didn't realize that these two were so fast before. Maybe he knows that he might lose his life later, so he's using all his strength now. Yang Jiong's mind was in a mess. If they didn't catch Zhou Su and Zhou Yu, they wouldn't be able to protect themselves either. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Steward Du, what are you doing? Hearing this, Zhou Su and Du Bing only felt that it was the sound of nature, but to Du Bing and Du Bing, it was no different from the demonic sound of hell. Ji Chuan, Gu Jian, and Huang Tiangui were standing not far away, watching them chase each other. Their expressions were thought-provoking. Seeing this, Zhou Su rushed directly to Huang Tiangui. Consul, they want our lives. You have to give us justice. Zhou Su, don't slander me. Yang Jiong roared. I'm not slandering you. Zhou Su also calmed down at this moment. Rashly rushing in front of the consul was obviously not a good thing, but in the current situation, if they did not take the initiative, their situation would be even worse. Ever since what happened yesterday, they've been keeping a close eye on us. As a result, as soon as you left, Du Bing came to catch us. Needless to say, she saw that we were close to Ji Chuan, so she wanted us to say something unfavorable to Ji Chuan. Zhou Su was quick-witted. They were now grasshoppers on the same boat. The reason why Yuan Gang wanted to capture them was because he wanted to deal with Ji Chuan. At this moment, he rushed to say these words first. Then, no matter what kind of reason Yuan Gang came up with in the future, it would be greatly discredited. Is what he said true? Huang Tiangui's face darkened as he looked coldly at Du Bing and the other man. Du Bing and the other two were also a little flustered. However, they understood that they absolutely could not admit to this kind of thing. Once they did, they would be finished. Consul, it's not like that. Then why do you want to capture us? Zhou Su asked. Du Bing racked her brain for a reason. We just want to discuss the matter of the mine with you. If it's just to discuss the matter of the mine, do you need to chase so desperately? Lei Jun said coldly. Du Bing and Yang Jiong looked embarrassed. They knew that their words were not persuasive, but they could not think of any other reason. Since Huang Tiangui was able to become a consul, he couldn't be a stupid person. He knew very well that Yuan Gang wouldn't be willing to let go of yesterday's incident, but the current situation, in any case, you're all stewards. Aren't you being too overbearing? Bailey Hongzhuang said indifferently. When Huang Tiangui heard this, he said, the two of you have indeed gone too far. I will punish you after I return. If I find out about this in the future, the two of you don't have to stay here anymore. Both Du Bing and the other man broke out in cold sweat. They nodded repeatedly, not daring to say anything else. On the other hand, Zhou Su and Yi Zichen were somewhat hesitant. After this incident, they did not dare to return for the time being. Yuan Gang was already enraged, and with this matter, he might do something terrible. Bewitching suddenly said, Consul, Zhou Su and the Lei army are usually very close to us. Now that such a thing has happened, I'm afraid they won't dare to go back for the time being. Why don't we go to Guichan Tower together? Huang Tiangui glanced at Zhou Su and Zhou Yu and said, okay. In a split second, Zhou Su looked at Bewitching as if he was the savior of the world. How come he didn't realize that Ji Chuan was such a good person before? If they had discovered this earlier, they would have called each other brothers long ago. Lei Jun was also surprised. During this period of time, Ji Chuan and Gu Jian had changed a lot, but it had to be said that they were more willing to believe. Great, we can freeload lunch. Zhou Su excitedly whispered in Lei Jun's ear. Lei Jun, Yuan Gang couldn't help but frown when he saw Du Bing and the other man return with a pale face. What's wrong? You can't even beat those two? Brother Yuan, we. Du Bing looked nervous and couldn't help but look at Yang Jiong. Why don't you say it? Yang Jiong kept his head down. He didn't dare to say it. It was the same as asking for death. Say it quickly. Yuan Gang's face sank. Du Bing and Yang Jiong were so scared that they quivered. They didn't dare to hide anything and could only tell him what had happened. After hearing all this, Yuan Gang's face was as gloomy as water. He slapped Du Bing's face. Idiot. You can't even handle such a small matter. Half of Du Bing's face was swollen and blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He could only lower his head and remain silent, not daring to show the slightest dissatisfaction. Yesterday, Ji Chuan already had the upper hand. Now that you've made such a ruckus, it's even harder to recover. Yuan Gang's eyes were burning with anger. The corner of his mouth was almost cracked, emitting a terrifying aura. He had stabilized his position in the mine for so many years. How could it be so easily taken over by Ji Chuan? In this way, how could he continue to stay here in the future? Zhou Su and Yang Jiong are nothing. Could it be that you've been bribed by Ji Chuan? Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes, emitting a murderous aura. Du Bing's back was cold. He hurriedly said, Brother Yuan, it's not like that. It's not like that. Ji Chuan must have guessed that we would have such a plan, so he specially arranged everything. Yang Jiong seemed to have figured everything out, that's why we fell into their trap. Brother Yuan, you have to believe us. We've always been loyal to you. That's right. That Ji Chuan is really too cunning. Du Bing repeatedly nodded. Ever since we threatened him that day, he must have been deliberately looking for an opportunity. Yuan Gang indifferently glanced at the two. He also felt that they didn't have the guts to betray him. Brother Yuan, how about I find someone to deal with Zhou Su and Yang Jiong? I'm afraid that these two brats also gave Ji Chuan a lot of ideas. Du Bing suggested. If we kill them now, everyone will know that we did it. Although these two guys are an eyesore, we're not in a hurry. It won't be too late to deal with them after the consul leaves. The most important thing now is how to stop Ji Chuan from persuading the consul. My position can't be shaken. Brother Yuan, in fact, the situation isn't as bad as we think. Although Ji Chuan has the intention of curry favor with the consul, our relationship with the consul has long been deeply rooted. Even if he can temporarily get the consul's attention, the consul can't directly give such an important matter to him, right? Hearing this, Yuan Gang also calmed down. Yesterday, he was only angry because of Di Beichen's actions, and did not think about it. You're right, but we can't just sit and wait. Brother Yuan, what are you going to do? What is the consul's usually? As long as we put in a little more effort, the consul's mind will not change. Returning mansion. Look to eat to eat to eat to eat, eat to eat 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 to eat 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 sping. T's, S2's to order. TS eat, they. As if they, it. Huang Tiangue also saw all this, but he had to say that the sincerity shown by Ji Chuan and Yang Jiong was quite useful to him. You must have been frightened by what happened before. Yuan Gang's temper has always been unyielding. Don't take it to heart. Huang Tiangue looked at Zhou Su and Yang Jiong and said slowly. End of chapter. Listening to Huang Tiangui's words, Zhou Su and Zhou Yu felt a chill in their hearts. They understood that the consul still valued Yuan Gang very much. Even after such a thing happened, the consul still spoke to exonerate them. Bailey Hongzhuang swept a glance at Zhou Su and Zhou Yu. The two of them also understood that if they didn't agree in this situation, it would be too tactless. We understand. Huang Tiangue nodded, looking quite satisfied. The dishes here are indeed very good. Let's eat. Are you dissatisfied with me handing over mine number 64 to you? How can we be dissatisfied with the arrangements of the console? Bewitching's expression was as usual. His eyes were clear, and there was not the slightest hint of perfunctory attitude. Huang Tiangue was also a little surprised. Even I know the situation in mine 64 very well. It's impossible that you don't know. I believe the console's arrangement must have a deeper meaning. Haha. Huang Tiangue was amused by Bewitching's words. Yes, I gave you the number 64 mine, but it doesn't mean that number 13 mine is not under your control. The mining rate of number 64 mine has been very low over the years, and many managers have been punished because of this. So, I plan to make number 64 mine a subsidiary mine. You don't have to pay the normal amount every month. What do you think? As soon as he said this, Zhou almost choked. He covered his mouth and looked at Huang Tiangue in disbelief. So, the consul's previous punishment was not a punishment at all, but a reward. The subsidiary mine didn't need to pay spirit-devouring stones, which meant that all the spirit-devouring stones were given away for free. Such a good job was something that no one could ask for. Thank you, consul. Bewitching smiled faintly. I didn't tell you earlier because I wanted to see your reaction. However, your reaction didn't disappoint me. As the steward with the best results this time, this is the reward you deserve. Thank you for your care, consul. We have nothing to repay you with. Today, we must drink to our heart's content. Bailey Hongzhuang poured a glass of wine for Huang Tiangue and raised her glass. Let's toast to the consul. Consul, you've always been fair in your rewards and punishments. We really admire you. That's what I should do. Huang Tiangue's face was full of smiles, and he couldn't be more confident and at ease. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also understood that if they hadn't made Huang Tiangue happy this time, wouldn't this punishment be punishment? However, this result was not bad for them. Although the mining rate of number 64 mine was not as good as the other mines, it was not that there were none. This meant that they would get more spirit-devouring stones every month. There was no need to elaborate on the benefits of the devouring spirit stone. It was a great help for any cultivator to increase their mental strength. Moreover, the D family needed the devouring spirit stone very much. Thus, having an additional mine was undoubtedly a good thing. After 3 rounds of wine, Huang Tiangue was also very happy. He patted Bewitching's shoulder and said, "Perform well. I have high hopes for you. Consul, I have something to discuss with you, but I can't say it out loud. Speak your mind. I want to replace Yuan Gang's position." Bewitching said calmly. As soon as these words came out, Zhou and Bewitching exploded. Jichuan was too stubborn. How could he say such words so straightforwardly? In any case, he should have found a more suitable time. Huang Tiangue was also a little surprised. He had always understood Jichuan's thoughts, but this method was indeed a little shocking. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Zhou and Lei Jun. The latter immediately understood and immediately found a reason to leave. After leaving Guichen Tower, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. My God, isn't Jichuan too straightforward? How could he say such words so bluntly? I think we're finished. Zhou looked helpless. Originally, when he saw Jichuan pour so much wine into the consul's mouth, he thought that Jichuan was going to wait until the consul was drunk and then cheat him out of a guarantee. At that time, even if the consul didn't want to admit it, there were so many witnesses. Who would have thought that Jichuan would directly state his purpose, and in such a shocking way? Lei Jun was also somewhat puzzled. I think Jichuan should have his own ideas. He is a smart person. If he wasn't sure, he wouldn't do this. Are you sure? Maybe. Lei Jun's lips twitched. He also felt that the possibility was not very high. Inside Guichen Tower, Huang Tiangue looked at Bewitching with interest. Do you know what you meant by your words just now? Yuan Gang and I have known each other for many years. Do you think that a fledgling like you can replace him? Bewitching looked calm. He didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed because of the reprimand in his words. Consul, if the relationship between the two of you is really so unbreakable, I wouldn't be sitting here now. Presumptuous. Huang Tiangue's face was stern, and his eyes showed displeasure. Do you think that because I gave you a chance to come out for a meal, you're different? Naturally, I'm not so naive. Di Baichen ignored Huang Tiangui's anger. Consul, if you want to get angry, you have plenty of opportunities. Why don't you wait until I finish speaking before you get angry? Huang Tiangui sneered. Well, I'll see what you can say. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. We are very clear about the interest between Consul and Yuan Gang. Just hearing this sentence, Huang Tiangui's veins jumped. This guy's courage was too big. So far, no one had ever said such words to him. Are you trying to threaten me? Di Baichen shook his head. If I wanted to threaten the consul, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Besides, my threats are useless against you. I can give you more resources than Yuan Gang, and I have no other intentions. The consul was well aware of what Yuan Gang had done in the mines over the years. If this continued, it would not be easy to control him. I believe that you have your own considerations as well. Huang Tiangui fell into silence. During this period of time, he also found that Yuan Gang was not as easy to control as before. Yesterday's incident reflected the change in his attitude. If a person was too lawless in a familiar domain, they would no longer have any scruples in the future. This was also the reason why he wanted to support Ji Chuan. However, Ji Chuan's ambition exceeded his expectations. Why should I believe you? Huang Tiangui asked coldly. In the next moment, 10 fruits appeared on the table. Consul, this is our sincerity. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Looking at the fruits in front of him, Huang Tiangui could not help but be dumbfounded. He was very clear about the price of these fruits. 10 fruits, even he would suffer a loss. In other words, Ji Chuan could calmly take out so many fruits. It was enough to show that he was not short of money at all. You're not short of money? As you can see. Bookmark for easy reading, since you don't lack money, why are you doing this? Huang Tiangui didn't understand. The reason why Yuan Gang wanted to occupy this position was to fill his own pockets. However, the two of them didn't lack money at all. This meant that they didn't need to worry about this at all. If they didn't have what they wanted, wouldn't it be strange for them to stay in this position? We naturally have what we want. Di Baichen smiled, but it definitely has nothing to do with what you're worried about. Consul, what do you think? Di Baichen also spoke. I can guarantee that we'll offer more than Yuan Gang every 3 months, and it won't be a threat to you. If you don't tell me your real plan, I can't trust you. It's very simple, we need an identity to establish a foothold here. Huang Tiangui seemed to understand a bit, but he still didn't quite understand. Our family wants to establish a foothold here, so we need a stronger identity. We don't lack money, as long as you can help us. Di Baichen's words were straightforward enough that Huang Tiangui completely understood. So the two of them didn't stay in the Duxian domain by themselves. Their families also wanted to develop here. With the Duxian domain's situation, a strong identity was indeed very necessary. He had encountered this situation before. In this way, everything made sense. Gong Jun occasionally looked at the private room on the 2nd floor. The two of them had left for a while, but there was no movement in the room. He didn't know how the discussion went. Xiaofeng, you're back. When Wen Ziren noticed Di Xiaofeng's figure, a smile immediately appeared on his face. How is it? Di Xiaofeng shook his head, still no news. We have something to tell Baichen. Bailey Yunyan quickly said, are they in the mine right now? Boss and the others are upstairs talking to the consul. What do you want? Gong Jun asked, if it's not urgent, it's best to wait until this matter is resolved. This matter isn't too urgent. Bailey Yunyan smiled, did Baichen and the others have a good discussion? Boss, there won't be a problem. Gong Jun looked confident, we'll just wait for the good news. Inside the private room, Huang Tiangui looked at Di Baichen for a while before saying, okay, I promise you. As long as it's within my power, I'll give you my greatest support. But I can't do anything else. Di Baichen's lips curled up slightly. This is already enough. If you're looking for someone, I know someone. He's very well informed. Basically, you can ask him for information. Huang Tiangui's attitude also became a lot more amiable. He knew that Di Baichen was not a threat to him. On the contrary, he could eliminate some hidden dangers, which was very good. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes lit up. I'll have to trouble Consul to introduce us. Of course, that's not a problem. Huang Tiangui smiled and nodded, but he's a person who likes and values benefits, so you must pay something. I wonder if he'll like this fruit. Huang Tiangui Yunyan looked at the fruit in Bailey Hongshuang's hand and smiled. I'm confused. This isn't a problem for you at all. I'll write a letter for you later. When the time comes, you can go directly to him. Thank you. End of chapter. Zhou Su and Lei Jun had been guarding near Guichen Tower. They were really worried about the final result. If Ji Chuan angered the consul, they wouldn't have a good ending. However, when they saw Ji Chuan and the consul come out talking and laughing, as if they had known each other for a long time, they could not help but be a little dumbfounded. Damn, Ji Chuan is really capable. He can make the consul not angry in this situation. It's really amazing. I also admire him very much. Lei Jun sighed. When they returned to the mine, Yuan Gang rushed over immediately, wanting to find a chance to talk to Huang Tiangui in detail. However, Huang Tiangui did not give him this opportunity. He directly announced in front of everyone that the number 13 mine was still under Ji Chuan's management, and the number 64 mine became a subsidiary mine. When the news came out, everyone present was shocked. Originally, it was a tragic punishment, but now it had become an unprecedented reward. In just one day, the consul's attitude had changed so much. Everyone was amazed by Bewitching's means. He was really the first person in history. Yuan Gang's heart suddenly became cold. What did the consul's attitude mean? That night, Yuan Gang tried his best to please Huang Tiangui, but the latter was like oil and salt. No matter what he said, he just ignored it lightly and did not respond much. Consul, this is our filial piety to you. Yuan Gang gave all the things to the consul. He had no time to feel distressed. However, Huang Tiangui smiled faintly. Keep it for yourselves. He had just received the fruit from Ji Chuan. These fruits could be exchanged for more important things after he brought them back. Under such circumstances, Bewitching's title as the chief steward was almost confirmed. The next day, Huang Tiangui left respectfully with a steward. Bewitching returned to the number 13 mine. Looking at the things still in the tent, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Throw all these things out. None of the men in the mine dared to delay. They hurriedly threw out everything they had. Ji Chuan, don't go too far. Yuan Gang's angry roar rang out. Bewitching calmly shifted his gaze. I still remember Steward Yuan's response when we first talked about this. Don't you think it's a little funny? Everyone remembered that they were also in Mine 13 a while ago, but their identities had been swapped. I don't know what methods you used to bewitch the consul, but I'm telling you, I won't let this go. Yuan Gang's face was ashen as he said fiercely. Then I'd like to know why you won't give up. Bewitching sneered. His figure flashed, and he suddenly punched out. Bang, Yuan Gang flew out backward, falling directly into the mine. Zhou Su and the others silently looked at this scene. This time, Bewitching was really ruthless. Yuan Gang probably had to pray for his own good fortune. Whoosh, Yuan Gang quickly jumped up, with red and swollen marks on his face. Son of a bitch, do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand? I'll kill you today. Yuan Gang glanced at Du Bing and the others and said, all of you, attack together. In an instant, Du Bing and the others rushed up and attacked Bewitching and the others. F***CK, they're ganging up on us. Zhou Su was dumbfounded, but he quickly took out his weapon and rushed over. This chapter ends. Ji Chuan won't forget anyone who fights today. Lei Jun shouted. Yuan Gang had been around for a long time and had a lot of subordinates. If they didn't find help, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Hearing this, many onlookers hesitated for a moment and then joined the camp. When Yuan Gang was in power, they didn't have good days. Although they didn't know how it would be with another person, according to their understanding, he was at least a little better than Yuan Gang. Catch the leader first. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes were fierce. After saying a few words to Bewitching, she rushed to Yang Jiong beside Yuan Gang. Bewitching's figure was like a ghost. The power in his body burst out. He wanted to get rid of Yuan Gang as quickly as possible. Yuan Gang noticed the dark power Bewitching displayed and couldn't help but be startled. He then looked at him in disbelief. You aren't. He remembered that Ji Chuan didn't have the dark attribute, but the guy in front of him had such a terrible dark attribute power. It was absolutely impossible for him to be a person. However, Bewitching didn't give him a chance to speak. It doesn't matter whether I'm Ji Chuan or not, Bewitching said in his ear. Swish, Bewitching pulled out his sword. Yuan Gang fell down powerlessly, his eyes still filled with shock and fear. Yuan Gang is already dead. Are you sure you still want to fight? Bewitching's calm voice sounded. In this noisy environment, it was still clear and audible. Almost instantly, everyone stopped what they were doing. With Yuan Gang's death, all of this became meaningless. Zhou Su and the others looked at Yuan Gang in disbelief. Even if they knew that Ji Chuan was much stronger than Yuan Gang, this speed was too fast. Could it be that the difference in strength was so big? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. With Bewitching's strength, dealing with Yuan Gang wasn't a problem at all. In this chaotic situation, no one would notice the power that Bewitching displayed. Bailey Hongzhuang and Lei Jun detained Du Bing and Yang Jiong. Bewitching said, "We'll let bygones be bygones. We're all managers of the mine. It'll be good for us to coexist peacefully in the future. I don't care about what happened in the past, but if someone uses these things to stir up trouble, Yuan Gang will end up like him." His voice was steady and deep, and it sounded like it was full of power. However, for some reason it exuded a terrifying aura, and the air seemed to become oppressive at this moment. Everyone unconsciously looked at the tall and straight figure. They only felt that this was an unshakable leader. If they rashly tried, they would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. This power of deterrence was undoubtedly very useful. Everyone was silent and their hearts calmed down. Zhou Su and the other practitioners who knew a little about Ji Chuan seemed to suddenly understand why he could reach this step. Unconsciously, he had become extraordinary and different. Manager Ji, what should we do with these two people? Lei Jun looked at Ji Chuan. He didn't care about others, but Du Bing and Yang Jiong had a very good relationship with Yuan Gang. He was afraid that they wouldn't give up so easily. Drive them out. I've received a lot of reports. They threatened a lot of managers. It can be said that they are guilty of many crimes. They shouldn't continue to stay here. But let them go like this. Zhou Su was a little unwilling. If these two guys went out, he didn't know if they would cause other trouble. Let's do it. End of chapter. Seeing Bewitching's firm attitude, Zhou Su and the others didn't dare to say anything else. However, the other stewards heaved a sigh of relief. Since Ji Chuan was so lenient towards Du Bing and Du Zhongfeng, he must really be letting bygones be bygones. However, no one noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's small movements. At night, Bewitching and Du Zhongfeng returned to Guichen Tower. Big brother, you're saying that father has already seen the entrance to the crossing immortal domain, but he didn't come? Bewitching's eyes were filled with joy. He already knew that with father's cultivation speed, this should be very fast. Di Xiaofeng nodded slightly. Didn't you say that directly ascending is very dangerous, so we shouldn't do it for now? However, I think father is quite disappointed. He also wants to come here to take a look. Very soon. Once we're done with things here, father and the others will be able to come. Bewitching smiled faintly. Hong Zhuang and I are going to find someone to ask for information first. You guys stay here for a while and be careful. It has something to do with Xiao Sou? That's right. Be careful. The next day, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang set off on their journey. According to the information Huang Tiangue gave them, this person lived in the central region of the crossing immortal domain. It would take them several days to get there from here. I haven't seen Yanju and the others for a while. I wonder if they're doing well in the chaotic immortal domain. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the blue sky with a trace of longing in her eyes. With Yanju and Zhong Li's abilities, there shouldn't be a problem. Bewitching smiled. Once we're done with things here, we'll meet up with them and head to the immortal domain together, okay? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Of course. Who knows, they might have already broken through to the elementary immortal stage by the time we return. They definitely will. Mo Yunjue and Zhongli Mu were both extremely talented people, especially Zhongli Mu, who was only a step away from breaking through. If they had some kind of opportunity during this period of time, breaking through wouldn't be difficult. At the same time, somewhere in the realm of chaos, Mo Yunjue and Zhongli Mu were going through an extremely difficult test. This test was simply unbearable for ordinary people. Even though the two of them had extraordinary endurance, at this moment, their veins were bulging and their faces were filled with pain. Hold on. Zhongli Mu gritted his teeth. As long as we break through to the elementary immortal stage, we will be able to find Big Sister Hong Zhuang. Mo Yunjue did not say a word. His deep black eyes were shining with an unwavering light. After traveling for a few days, Bewitching finally arrived at their destination. Looking at the unusually lively city in front of them, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. Previously, she had heard that the central part of the immortal domain was the most prosperous place. Now that she had come to take a look, it was indeed so. The scale of this city was undoubtedly several times larger than the city they were originally in. The streets were even wider. Although there were many people, it was not crowded. Everywhere was filled with liveliness. It should be here. However, we don't know the exact location. I'm afraid we'll have to ask someone. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Bewitching naturally held her hand and interlocked their fingers. You must be tired. Let's go eat first. Since Huang Tiangue said that this person is very famous, I'm sure we'll be able to find his whereabouts if we ask around. That should be the case. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. I hope he'll give us the answer we want. End of chapter. The two of them strolled around the city and found a restaurant that seemed to be doing very well. Then, they walked in. Bewitching skillfully ordered a few dishes that Bailey Hongzhuang liked. Then he said, You've been on the road for a few days. Are you tired? Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. I'm not tired. Auntie, you're beautiful. Suddenly, a 3-year-old child ran to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. The girl had 2 braids and was wearing a bright red dress. She was looking at her with sparkling eyes. Xianxia, you're running around again. Come here. A hurried voice sounded. The girl hurried to Bailey Hongzhuang and hugged the child. She said apologetically, I'm so sorry. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and waved her hand. Don't worry. She's very cute. Auntie likes me. The girl was very happy. She grabbed Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. You're so obedient. Of course we all like you. Bailey Hongzhuang patted the girl's head. She took out a fruit and put it in the girl's hand. For you. The girl at the side was a little embarrassed. She hurriedly said, Hurry up and say thank you. Thank you, Auntie. It wasn't until the woman took the girl away that Bailey Hongzhuang retracted her gaze, the curve of her lips still bright and beautiful. Isn't the child cute? Bewitching suddenly said. Ah? Bailey Hongzhuang looked up and nodded. Very cute. Let's have a child after the situation in the Crossing Immortal region is settled. What do you think? Bewitching held her hand. Grandmother has been talking about it for a long time. I also want a child. Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. The man's handsome face had always been cold. But when he said this, his expression became very gentle. She almost subconsciously nodded. She loved the man in front of her so deeply. How could she not wish to have a child who was as cool as him? Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang nod, the smile on Bewitching's face deepened. That's great. However, he did not notice the complicated look in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes after she nodded. Look at you, always bringing the child here. If it affects the guests' meals, what will happen to our restaurant's business? The manager's reprimanding voice came from the front. Shopkeeper, Xianxia didn't affect, half of this month's salary will be deducted. The shopkeeper completely ignored the woman's explanation and coldly made the decision. The woman's face paled. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she shut her mouth powerlessly. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but frown when she saw this scene. It was obvious that the shopkeeper was exaggerating in order to deduct wages. Speaking of which, this matter had something to do with her as well. She couldn't stand it anymore. However, when she saw the woman's helpless expression, she still didn't say anything. This was because to this woman, this job might be very important. If she acted rashly and angered the shopkeeper, this woman might not even be able to survive. Bewitching also noticed this scene and understood why Bailey Hongshuang didn't do anything. He immediately said, "Don't worry. If you want to help her, there are many ways." Bailey Hongshuang nodded. The only thing she could do was to compensate the woman before she left. After all, this matter had started because of her. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from their left. It was filled with dissatisfaction and disdain. "Shopkeeper, there are worms floating on your soup. How am I supposed to eat this?" End of chapter. Seeing this, the shopkeeper hurriedly ran over. When he saw the bug floating on the soup, his expression turned ugly. "Sir, the food in our restaurant has always been very clean. Perhaps it accidentally fell in," the shopkeeper forced a smile. "How about I change it for you?" The man sneered, "This soup has already affected my appetite. Just looking at it makes me lose my appetite. I don't know if I would have noticed this when I was eating just now." "Sir, what do you plan to do? This is your restaurant's fault. Let's waive the bill." Hearing this, the shopkeeper's face turned pale. There were quite a lot of things on the table. If the bill was waived, he might not be able to afford it. "Shopkeeper, I saw this person deliberately catch a bug and put it in. He did it on purpose." At this moment, a person beside the shopkeeper stood up and looked at the man who asked for a waiver with disdain. As soon as this was said, everyone in the restaurant looked at the man with disdain. This person is too shameless. Could it be that he can't afford it, so he did it on purpose? This restaurant is really unlucky to have met such a customer. If more of them come, how can this restaurant do business? He looks like a decent person, but I didn't expect him to be so shameless. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Mocking laughter rang out, but the man did not move. It was as if these words were not directed at him. This person is really strange. Bailey Hongshuang looked at the man in confusion. Generally speaking, anyone would have a sense of shame. This kind of trick was exposed in front of everyone. If it were anyone else, they would inevitably feel guilty. However, this man's magnanimous and upright appearance made people suspicious. "You think I did it just because you say I did it?" The man raised his eyebrows and looked at the person beside him. "Do you have evidence?" "What evidence do I need? I saw it with my own eyes. In other words, no one can testify except for you." The man spread out his hands. "I saw that you were very familiar with the shopkeeper earlier." "Isn't that nonsense? How can you reverse black and white? You're slandering me without any evidence. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end." The man's aura suddenly erupted, and his eyes were terrifying. Elementary celestial stage, Bailey Hongshuang's expression changed. In the crossing immortal domain, beginning immortal realm cultivators were extremely rare. Sure enough, after feeling the man's terrifying aura, everyone immediately fell silent. Making an enemy out of such an expert, wasn't that just courting death? "Sir, this meal is free of charge," the manager hurriedly said, not daring to have the slightest doubt. In the face of such an expert, even if the other party really wanted to pay on credit, they had no choice. Moreover, with this man's strength, it was impossible for him to be poor. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The man lazily glanced at the shopkeeper, then called the woman over. "Guest. Guest." The female attendant looked at the man with some apprehension. She didn't understand why he had called her here at this time. "This is for you. The service is good and the child is very cute." After placing the high-grade blood spirit stone on the table, the man turned and left. The woman stared at the blood spirit stone in a daze. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She hurriedly bowed to the man's back as he left. "Thank you, sir." The shopkeeper's face instantly turned ashen. This blood spirit stone was much more expensive than this meal. End of chapter. Everyone in the hall looked at the man's departing figure in astonishment. Previously, they had thought that this man was extremely shameless, but after seeing this scene, they all suddenly understood. Thinking about it, this man must be angry with the shopkeeper's way of doing things, so he deliberately did this to disgust the shopkeeper. Casually tossing out a high-grade blood spirit stone showed that this man's status was not low. How could he not be able to afford a meal? This man is really interesting. Bailey Hongzhuang turned around with a faint smile. She had intended to compensate the waitress before she left, but she did not expect that someone would beat her to it. Indeed. Bewitching nodded in agreement. This person should not be simple. In the crossing immortal domain, where most people were below the radiant sun realm, an elementary immortal realm expert was extraordinary. This shopkeeper should be taught a lesson. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at the shopkeeper. From the expression of the waitress, she could tell that this was not the first time the shopkeeper had docked her wages, but he had no choice but to endure it. It wasn't until after the meal that Bailey Hongzhuang walked in front of the waitress. "Miss, do you have any instructions for me?" The waitress looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a smile on her face. It was obvious that Bailey Hongzhuang's love for the child made her very happy. "This is for you." Bailey Hongzhuang stuffed the blood spirit stone into the woman's hand. The woman looked at it and saw that it was another high-grade blood spirit stone. She was shocked and hurriedly said, "Miss, you can't do that." Bailey Hongzhuang stopped her hand that was about to refuse. She smiled and said, "I've caused you to have your salary deducted. I'll play a song occasionally. Just accept it. This is my mistake. It has nothing to do with you." Looking at the woman's anxious expression, Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. "Just take it as a token of my affection for Xianxia." Seeing this, the female attendant thanked her with reddened eyes. "Thank you, Mississippi. You really have the heart of a Buddha." Before leaving, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly said, "I want to ask you about a person, Xianxia. Have you heard of this person?" Hearing this name, the female attendant was slightly startled. "May I know why the two of you are looking for this person?" Bailey Hongzhuang took in the waitress's reaction. "We just want to ask him for some information." The waitress breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "His place is not far from here. Go out and turn left. When you see the second alley, you will see a house with a willow tree at the door." "Many thanks." Bailey Hongzhuang said a word of thanks before leaving. I didn't expect this attendant to be so familiar with Xianxia. She even knows the exact location of his residence. This saves us a lot of trouble. Bailey Hongzhuang looked up at Bewitching with a faint smile in her eyes. If Xianxia could really help them find Xiao Sou, then it would be much easier to solve their problem. This woman should know Xianxia. When she heard that we were looking for Xianxia, her first reaction was that she was worried that we were looking for trouble. Xianxia is so famous. His reputation should be quite well known. But if he can be protected like this, it means that he can't be too bad. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. According to Huang Tiangui's description, Xianxia was simply a mercenary. The two of them were prepared to be slaughtered if they went to ask for information. Soon, the two of them found the place the waitress pointed to. Looking at the willow tree in front of them, Bewitching raised his eyes. "This is the place." The red-painted door was not large, but it gave off a feeling of wealth. Knock knock. After knocking on the door, a servant opened the door not long after. Seeing the unfamiliar figures in front of him, the servant was a little puzzled. "Who are you looking for?" "We're looking for young Master Qian." "Why are you looking for our young master?" The servant sized up the two of them with vigilance between his brows. "Please give this letter to young Master Qian. We're here today to ask for information." The servant took the letter and said, "Please wait for a moment. I'll go inform young master now." As the servant left, Bailey Hongzhuang also noticed that the courtyard was much bigger than the door. Obviously, the house hidden behind the alley was not noticed by ordinary people. Great Hermit. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. "It's a good place." Soon, the servant came back. "Please come in." After passing through the courtyard and walking for a while, the two of them saw the man in the small courtyard. However, when they saw the man, a trace of surprise appeared in their eyes. Wasn't this the man they met at the restaurant who refused to pay up? No wonder the waitress looked so nervous when they questioned her. It turned out that the key point was here. The man turned his head, and when he saw the two of them, he was obviously a little surprised. However, his eyes quickly turned cold. "Young Master Qian, we've met at the restaurant before." Bewitching spoke up. Xianxia glanced at the two of them and faintly said, Obviously, he was not interested. Bailey Hongzhuang was not affected by his indifferent attitude. We're here today to ask young Master Qian to help us find a person. This is very important to us. However, before she could finish, Xianxia raised his hand to stop her. The two of you were introduced by Huang Tiangui. I should help, but after seeing the scene at the restaurant, we're not kindred spirits. Xianxia's expression was indifferent. Please return. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was slightly sluggish. She did not understand what Xianxia meant. Young Master Qian, we didn't do anything to offend you in the restaurant. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. There's no need to say anything more. Xianxia called for a servant. See the guest out. The servant came forward and pushed Bailey Hongzhuang. Miss, our young master has nothing more to say. No matter what it is, we can discuss it. If we did something wrong, we can also apologize. Bewitching took a step forward. His sharp and intimidating aura caused the atmosphere to freeze. When the servant noticed Bewitching's eyes that were like ice blades, he didn't dare to make the slightest movement for fear of angering the killing god beside him. Such a terrifying gaze made people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. After noticing Bewitching's strength, Xianxia couldn't help but look at him in a new light. However, the disgust between his brows remained unchanged. I know you're very strong, but just based on this point, it's not enough. I've never been a person who would be threatened. I don't intend to threaten you. Whether you help or not is your choice. We can't force you. But with such an attitude, perhaps we're not kindred spirits. Bewitching indifferently glanced at Xianxia. Unlike the disgust in the latter's eyes, there was only disdain in his eyes. End of chapter. Bewitching suddenly turned around and held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand as they left the courtyard. His footsteps were firm, steady, and without hesitation. Xianxia watched the two leave with a complicated expression on his face. Then, he sneered and returned to his room. When they left the courtyard, Bailey Hongzhuang realized that Bewitching's face was still terrifyingly dark. She could not help but say, "Don't be angry. Although I don't know what I did to make him unhappy at the restaurant, didn't you make him unhappy just now? You really don't care about trifles." Bewitching stopped and looked helplessly at the woman beside him who was full of concern. Me? Bailey Hongzhuang was confused. What about me? Bewitching did not speak. Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a while before saying, You mean that servant? He is not my match at all, so I did not take him seriously. That won't do. Bewitching reached out and pinched the woman's white and tender face. You are a woman. That servant is as ungentlemanly as his master. It's fine if you don't care. Then didn't we make a wasted trip this time? Bailey Hongzhuang felt that it was a pity. When Huang Tiangui said that, he was full of confidence. Now, they had placed their greatest hope on Xianxia. If they were rejected, they would have no choice but to cut off another path. We will find it. Bewitching smoothed Bailey Hongzhuang's brows. Actually, the secret key is not that important. Even if we can't open it, it doesn't matter. As for Xiaosu, her threat to the family is limited. Once we have a stable foothold in the crossing immortal domain, father and the rest will come here. Then, we won't have to worry about Xiaosu. In his heart, nothing was more important than Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang looked up and saw the man's gentle and handsome face. At that moment, it was as if he was the sky. With him around, all problems would not be problems. Yes. A smile blossomed on the woman's lips. She held on to the man's arm, and a familiar and reassuring aura enveloped her. Even her depressed mood after being rejected became brighter. Since we're here, let's take a look around here. Maybe we'll find something. What do you think? Looking at the woman's smiling face, Bewitching nodded, his tone was indescribably doting. Good. Just as the two of them walked out of the alley, they were surprised to see the waitress. The two of you, have you finished your task? The female attendant's eyes were still filled with gratitude, and then there was a trace of worship. Young Master Qian has always been very powerful. Anyone who asks him for information will never be wrong. I'm afraid we'll have to disappoint you. Young Master Qian rejected our request. The female attendant was slightly stunned when she heard this, and she seemed to be in slight disbelief. Why? We're not the same kind of people. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged. That's what he said. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. It's okay. If you run out now, what will happen to Qianer? She's really cute. Take good care of her. After giving a few instructions, Bailey Hongzhuang left with Bewitching. The female attendant stood on the spot, and her mind was still filled with the woman's warm smile. Why, are we not the same kind of people? After being rejected, Bailey Hongzhuang was not in a bad mood. On the contrary, it was rare for them to come to such a big city. They might as well stay here for 2 days. Maybe they would be lucky enough to find Xiaosu. After the two of them walked around the city, they did not see Xiaosu or Shuyu. They could only ask some people, but they all said that they had never seen them before. The two of them were not surprised. There were so many people in the crossing immortal domain. It was not easy to find one person. I think this area is quite big, and it's quite peaceful. We can consider sending people here to look for them. Bailey Hongzhuang looked around. There were fewer fights in the crossing immortal domain than in the chaotic immortal domain. It seemed to be much more peaceful. Indeed. Bewitching nodded. Xiao Sudong may have already come to the crossing immortal domain. With their strength, if they are not strong enough, they should be very low-key. Unless it is someone who often meets them, the average person will not have a deep impression of them even if they have seen them. Xiao Sou and the others were like them. They did not have enough background to establish themselves here. In other words, they were like people who had sneaked in. Once they were discovered, they would inevitably cause trouble. Hence, the best way was to keep a low profile and not be discovered by others. That's true. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. However, this will make it more difficult for us to find them. There's always a way out. We just need to spend more time. Bewitching smiled. Or we won't have to worry when more cultivators from our family have ascended. It was late at night. Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Bewitching, who was sleeping soundly beside her. She could not help but recall what he said in the morning. When the time comes, let's have a child, okay? This sentence repeatedly echoed in her mind. The gentle voice that was like a feather touched her heart, but it was incomparably heavy. All this time, she had not been pregnant. She knew that Bewitching thought that she did not want to have a child for the time being, so he used some methods. In the beginning, she did that. However, after listening to her grandmother's wishes every day, she changed her mind. Perhaps it would be good for them to have a child sooner. They had been married for many years. They could accompany their child as he grew up. It was undoubtedly very blissful. However, when she realized that she had never been pregnant, she felt very strange. As a doctor, she knew very well whether there was anything wrong with her body. But other than that, she had never been pregnant. Even she found it very strange. What was the reason? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned and looked at the bright moonlight outside the window, unable to fall asleep. There must be a problem somewhere, but she was unable to determine where the problem lay. The next day, when the two walked out of the inn, they found a familiar figure in front of them. Looking at the servant in front of her, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but ask, "Is something the matter?" "Young master invites you over." "Why?" Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Apparently, she did not take his words to heart. Yesterday, Xianxia's words were already very resolute. What could happen if they went over now? It would only cause unhappiness. They really had no interest in it. "I don't know about that, but young master naturally has his own ideas," the servant replied. "People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. There is no need to force it." Bewitching coldly glanced at the servant. There was still an unchanging coldness between his brows. The servant looked at Bewitching with fear. He could not even speak clearly. Young master said, "It's not like that." "If not that, then what?" Bewitching asked. Young master didn't say anything. "The two of you can just go." The servant swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Didn't you need young master's help?" Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows showed a trace of doubt. The manservant was scared but still forced to finish his words. Obviously, he was not joking. Could it be that Xianxia had changed his mind? Beichen, let's go take a look. Bailey Hongzhuang grabbed Di Beichen's arm. They hadn't found a better way yet. If Xianxia really changed his mind, it wouldn't be a bad thing for them. When the servant saw Bailey Hongzhuang speak, he felt as if he had been pardoned. This man's gaze was simply too terrifying. Just by looking at him for a while, he felt that his back was soaked in cold sweat. Miss is right. There's no harm in making a trip there. Only after the servant left did Bailey Hongzhuang and Lin Mingyao walk towards Xianxia's residence. This Xianxia should have some ability. When we left yesterday, he didn't pay attention to us at all. However, he easily knew where we lived. This proves that he has a wide network. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. She didn't have any feelings for Xianxia. After all, he was just someone they needed help from. If he could help them, that would be for the best. If he couldn't, then it wasn't a big deal. If his attitude is still the same, then there's no need to pay attention to him. Di Beichen looked serious. He didn't want Hongzhuang to be wronged because of him. This was not the only way to solve the problem. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the man's serious and solemn expression, and the corners of her lips unconsciously rose, but her heart was warm. She had to admit that such a Di Beichen was very cute in her eyes. I understand. When the two of them arrived at Xianxia's residence again, Xianxia's attitude was clearly better. We meet again. Xianxia looked at the two of them, the disgust in his eyes was gone. I wonder what business does young Master Qian have with us? Di Beichen's voice was mild, and his aura was cold and solemn, without the slightest hint of teasing. Such an attitude caused the atmosphere to be rather heavy, and it didn't feel relaxed at all. When the manservant at the side saw this scene, he hated that he couldn't leave this place. This man's aura was really somewhat terrifying. Even his master didn't make him feel so oppressed. You said earlier that you needed my help. What is it? Bailey Hongzhuang also found it strange that Xianxia's attitude had changed so drastically. This person's attitude was really inexplicable. Yesterday, he inexplicably drove them away. Today, he inexplicably asked them if they needed any help. His attitude had changed so much that it was as if he was a completely different person. Xianxia noticed their strange expressions and his expression became a little awkward. He coughed dryly and said, "Tell me about it first. I can consider helping you. Yesterday, you said that we are not the same kind of people. Today, you want us to tell you the matter. If you were in my shoes, would you believe it?" Di Beichen's frosty face was serious, and the light of wisdom flashed through his eyes. He calmly and straightforwardly stated a fact. Xianxia's expression was even more awkward. He naturally understood the true meaning of Di Beichen's words. In the end, he really didn't do well. If it was him, he also wouldn't believe this kind of situation. "Young master, this is a misunderstanding." A familiar female voice came from the side. Bailey Hongzhuang turned her head and saw the female attendant she saw yesterday walking over with an apologetic look on her face. "The reason why young Master Qian had such an attitude yesterday was that he thought you were indifferent after seeing what happened to me, so he was dissatisfied. I have already explained it, so young Master Qian changed his attitude." Hearing this explanation, Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood. After all the fuss, it turned out to be this matter. This Xianxia was too uptight. "You are." Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes moved back and forth between the waitress and Xianxia. Because the waitress was wronged, Xianxia was unhappy with the shopkeeper in front of everyone. Now that he saw the waitress appear here, if he said that these two people did not know each other, only a fool would believe it. "I used to be young Master Qian's maid and left after I got married. I didn't expect to see young Master Qian again a few days ago." The female attendant explained. "I see." Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and did not take it to heart. She didn't care about the relationship between the waitress and Xianxia, but now that she knew that it was all a misunderstanding, it meant that she might be able to get news about Xiaoshou as soon as possible. Xianxia noticed that Di Beichen and Li Du understood what was going on. He then said, "Let's talk inside." Inside the room, the waitress brought in the tea and left. Xianxia said, "What happened yesterday was a misunderstanding. Now that it has been resolved, it's nothing. Tell me what you need me to help you with." Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Xianxia's slightly embarrassed face and knew that apologizing was a very strange thing for him. It was not easy for him to say such words. Looking at Bewitching on the side, his attitude towards Xianxia was still as indifferent as ever. Obviously, such an apology had no effect on him. "We would like you to help us find someone," Bailey Hongzhuang said. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "Many people look for me to inquire about all kinds of information, including looking for people. However, you need to provide me with certain information." Bailey Hongzhuang handed the portrait to Xianxia and said, "We're looking for this person. She should have just arrived in the Crossing Immortal domain 2 years ago. She's not very strong. It's very likely that she's with these 2 men. Xiao Sou, Xiao Sudong, and Shu Yu, but I can't be sure if they have changed their names." After a brief introduction, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Xianxia's expression. They didn't give much information. It was still like looking for a needle in a haystack in the entire Crossing Immortal domain. However, since Xianxia was very good at this, he definitely had his ways. Xianxia carefully looked at the portrait in his hand and memorized the names of the 3 people. Only then did he say, "Give me a month, and I will give you an answer." "Really?" Bailey Hongzhuang was a little happy. They had been looking for Xiao Sou for more than a month, but there was no news at all. "Of course it's true." Xianxia's eyebrows were filled with confidence. "I will tell you their whereabouts in a month." "Thank you very much." Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching with a smile. This was really good news for them. Xianxia kept the portrait and said, "Now that we're done talking, it's time to talk about the reward." Seeing Xianxia's sudden change in expression, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart couldn't help but tremble. She subconsciously thought of Gong Jun. Sure enough, all unscrupulous businessmen had the ability to change their expressions like this. I wonder what kind of payment young Master Qian would like. 300 high-grade blood spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes widened. 300? That's right, 300. Xianxia nodded. His expression was calm as usual. "You should know that I'm not cheap. Moreover, you didn't give me much information. The 3 of them are cultivators who just appeared in the Crossing Immortal region. Obviously, I can't find them directly with my past contacts. I have to spend more effort to find them. If I hadn't misunderstood you yesterday, the price would have doubled." Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "The reason for this discount is because of what happened yesterday. I apologize to you guys." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was speechless. 300 high-grade blood spiritual stones was a sky-high price. She had always thought that Gong Jun's shop was a bit black-hearted, but compared to this guy in front of her, Gong Jun was simply too heartless. As the manager of the mine, his monthly salary was only 2 high-grade blood spirit stones. However, this guy directly asked for $300, which was equivalent to working as a manager for more than 10 years. "What? If you can't even accept this price, then forget it." Xianxia waved his hand and handed the painting over. "Just pretend that I didn't say anything." "Okay, I agree." Bewitching nodded calmly and placed the Cosmos sack on the table. "We'll come back in a month." "Great." Xianxia's face revealed a refreshing smile. "When the time comes, I'll be waiting for you here. Don't worry, I won't make any mistakes in what I promised." "Thank you very much." After leaving Xianxia's residence, Bailey Hongzhuang revealed a comfortable smile. Previously, the consul had told them that Xianxia had always been very good at asking around. As long as he promised something, he would often succeed. So far, there had not been a case of failure. As long as they could find Xiao Sou, many problems could be solved quickly. "I hope Xianxia can really give us the information we want." 1 month is not long, Bailey Hongzhuang said with a smile. Bewitching's eyes darkened. He does have such strength. Looking at Bewitching's serious expression, Bailey Hongzhuang knew that he must have observed something. However, as long as Xianxia could really give them the information, it was enough. The 2 didn't stay for long. Since Xianxia had already promised them, they didn't need to spend any more effort to find him. It was also good to return to the mine as soon as possible. Now the situation in the mine was basically stable. With Zhou Su and Lei Jun in charge, they didn't need to worry too much. However, they had been away for several days. If they didn't come back for such a long time, people would be suspicious. Since they had decided to gain a foothold in the mine, they had to spend some effort. At the same time, Gong Jun couldn't help but frown after hearing the news reported by his subordinate. You mean that Qing devil has sent people to the Duxian domain? Yes. This guy is quite fast. Gong Jun narrowed his eyes. Through this period of time, he had learned about the grudge between boss and Qing devil. From the looks of it, that fellow has a strong desire to kill master. That's why he couldn't wait to rush over after hearing the news. Young Master Gong, should we get rid of this group of people? The man asked. After thinking for a while, Gong Jun shook his head and said, don't do that now. This is the grudge between master and Qing devil. If we act rashly, we will definitely give ourselves away. What's more, this is master's own experience. If such a situation occurs, it may not be completely without benefits. But these fellows aren't weak at all. Among master's group, only 2 have broken through to the elementary celestial stage. The others aren't a match for them. There was a trace of hesitation on the man's face. His brows were filled with worry. Gong Jun smiled and waved his hand. The situation may not be as bad as you think. If it gets to that point, it won't be too late for us to make a move. But once our people make a move at that time, won't we be exposed? The man looked at Gong Jun in confusion. Could it be that young Master Gong feels that it's time to tell Master everything? Of course not. Gong Jun shook his head. Before Master unseals his own memories, let's not tell anyone about this. Then what are you doing? Don't forget, Master has always been a strong person. Gong Jun smiled. In his mind, the image of that cold, determined, and invincible man appeared. Wherever he was, others could only choose to avoid him. Even though his master had been sealed, his master was still his master. Gong Jun had never doubted his strength. Looking at Gong Jun's confident appearance, the man also recalled the scene when he first followed his master. His master had always been invincible. What you need to pay attention to now is the 4th prince's movements. Gong Jun's eyes darkened, and a trace of sternness flashed through his eyes. In the years that master was not around, the 4th prince has been quite active. Now that he knows that master has appeared, he can no longer hold himself back. We must prevent him from doing anything crazy. This subordinate understands. The man nodded seriously and said, the 1st princess has also received some news. I'm afraid she will also intervene. If we meet her, what should we do? Gong Jun pondered for a moment and said, the eldest princess's men. Think of a way to let them meet the 4th prince's men. We'll take the opportunity to escape. This? The man looked a little embarrassed. What we need to do is to protect our master. In Gong Jun's eyes, there was a trace of comfort. Don't you think? Master is happier than before? Hearing this, the man paused slightly, and his aura also paused. Indeed, the former master was invincible, cold, and biting cold. No one dared to approach him. As followers, they only had worship in front of such a master. They looked up at the high and mighty man with reverence. But now, the master had a completely different feeling. He stood beside that woman, gentle and tolerant. They had never seen such a smile before, but now, they often saw it. If one were to ask what kind of master was the most domineering, it would naturally be the former master. But from the master's point of view, perhaps the current life was what he wanted the most. As subordinates, how could they destroy all of this? Gong Jun noticed the man's stunned expression and knew that he also understood the key point. So, what we need to protect is not only the master, but also everything that the master cares about. When Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the mine, many stewards took the initiative to greet them. No one asked about their whereabouts. After calling for their subordinates and looking through the notebook of the past few days, the 2 of them felt at ease. Everything was going smoothly, and there was nothing wrong. It seems that after Yuan Gang's death, everyone has quieted down. Bailey Hongzhuang sat down on the soft couch. No one was looking for trouble, and Xianxia had already accepted the mission. No matter how one looked at it, this was good progress. You're finally back. Zhou Su's voice sounded from outside the door. Where have you been all this time? Don't you know how to say hello before you come in? Bewitching raised his eyebrows. We're all men, what's there to greet? Could it be that you're hiding a woman here? Zhou chuckled. Bailey Hongshuang's expression changed. She was a woman. Did this mean that Beichen was hiding her? If you say that Gu Jian is hiding a woman, I would believe it. But if you say that you are hiding a woman, I really don't believe it. Lei Jun also casually walked to the side and sat down. Let me tell you a piece of news. Not long after your Du Bing and the others left, these two fellows also died. Oh? Bailey Hongshuang looked calm. How did you know? I was worried that they would be restless, so I sent people to keep an eye on them. Lei Jun replied, you haven't been here for too long, so you may not have enough understanding. The two of them have been with Yuan Gang for a long time, and they are completely trusted. If this kind of thing happened to others, perhaps the others would have already left. However, these two people would definitely not let it go. They would definitely think of a way to come back for revenge. However, the people I sent out soon told me that the two of them were dead. As for who killed them, I don't know. These two people usually follow Yuan Gang to commit crimes. There must be a lot of people who hate them. Maybe when they left here, their enemies would already be scrambling to catch up. It's not strange for such a situation to occur. Zhou said indifferently, this is a good thing. Lei Jun looked at the calm faces of Di Beichen and Xia Shaoluo, and a vague idea flashed through his mind. He quickly grasped the idea and immediately understood. You guys are the ones who did it, right? Zhou was stunned. How is that possible? Bailey Hongshuang's lips curved slightly, does it matter who did it? His calm tone was as if he was narrating an insignificant matter. The man's calm face was like an ancient well without any ripples. This almost disguised admission made Lei Jun completely understand. It turned out that from the beginning, the two of them had no intention of letting Du Bing and Yang Jiong go. The reason why he said that was just to make the other stewards feel at ease. These two people had really planned everything so well that not even a drop of water could leak out. Now all the stewards thought that the two of them were far more magnanimous than Yuan Gang, but they didn't know that the two of them had already completely solved the hidden dangers. I finally understand. Lei Jun sighed. No wonder you can see Yuan Gang's job and take it. You don't have to worry. We have always been sincere to our friends. Bailey Hongshuang raised her eyebrows, and the smile on her lips was sincere and warm. They were fierce and ruthless to their enemies, but they were always sincere to their friends. What did you say? Gong Jun suddenly raised his voice and looked at Bailey Hongshuang in disbelief. Just asking for a piece of information costs 300 high-grade blood spirit stones? The asking price is indeed quite high, Di Beichen said frankly. It's not just high. It's simply too high. Gong Jun said with a pained expression. Prodigal, he's definitely a prodigal. Di Xiaofeng and the others couldn't help but laugh when they saw Gong Jun's bloodshot eyes, as if someone close to him had died. Sure enough, this guy cared about money the most. What kind of people are those fellows? I'm going to look for him. It's simply a black shop. We haven't been able to find Xiaosou's whereabouts. Now that someone can help us find her, although the price is higher, it's still not bad, Bai Li Yanche said. Over the past few days, he had been running all over the area, but there was no news at all. Do you know what 300 high-grade blood spirit stones mean? Gong Jun lamented, our shop is already shady enough, but this guy is even more shady than me. I can't stand it. I'll wait for a month. If the news isn't accurate by then, I'll go and find that guy. Everyone, sure enough, Gong Jun's way of thinking had always been so different. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lord Qing Devil, we're almost certain that Di Beichen and the others are in the crossing immortal domain. Do you plan to? I haven't gone out for a long time since I came back. It's time for me to go out for a walk. The corners of Azure Demon's mouth curled into a faint smile. However, his subordinates could not help but feel shocked when they saw the smile. Every time the Qing Devil smiled like that, it meant that blood was about to be spilled. They didn't know how these two guys from the crossing immortal domain offended the Qing Devil, but they were really unlucky to have been remembered by the Qing Devil for so long. Send someone to keep an eye on them. Don't let them escape. Yes. Compared with Qing Devil's aggressiveness, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had no idea that danger was approaching them. In their opinion, they were bound to meet the Qing Devil, but they would only meet her after they went to the immortal realm. They didn't expect that they would meet her so early. Say Wu, I think someone seems to be watching us recently. You should be careful when you go out. Inside the house, Shiyu's expression was a little complicated. He had a vague feeling that something was not quite right. He couldn't pinpoint the exact location, but his many years of experience gave him a feeling that they were in some danger. Xiaosuo chuckled when she heard that. Master, aren't you being too cautious? We're in the crossing celestial domain now, not the upper realm. Who would target us? Xiao Sudong nodded slightly. Indeed. We have always kept a low profile here. No one will notice us. Looking at the confident looks of the two, Shiyu was also a little hesitant. In fact, this was just his intuition, and there was no evidence. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed impossible. You'd better be careful these days. The D family's strength can't be underestimated. You failed to kill them last time, so they have been more vigilant. Xiao Suo's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness when she heard that. So what? They stay in the upper realm, and their strength can't be compared with ours. If that old man wasn't lucky, he would have been killed by me. Xiao Suo narrowed her eyes. She hated Bailey Hongzhuang the most. Even if she had to spend the rest of her life, she would drag Bailey Hongzhuang down to hell. She wanted Bailey Hongzhuang to experience the feeling of losing a loved one. Last time, Lan Yunxiao managed to escape, but he wouldn't be so lucky again. One day, she would kill everyone that Bailey Hongzhuang cared about and leave her with nothing. Didn't you say that the people sent by the D family are also very strong? Last time, you almost died in their hands. Shiyu was a little worried. He knew that Xiao Suo was becoming more and more paranoid. Hatred had already clouded her heart. The D family still has a few people who are good at fighting. Xiao Suo frowned slightly. Di Xiaofeng's strength has also become very strong. This was what she didn't understand the most. Her strength had only improved greatly after coming to the crossing immortal domain. This was because the origin energy here was much denser and the laws of heaven and earth were much more complete. Cultivating in this environment would allow one to improve much faster than cultivating in the upper realm. She had always understood Di Xiaofeng's strength. Logically speaking, after such a long time of hard work, she should have already left Di Xiaofeng behind. However, the last time they met, she found that Di Xiaofeng's strength was not inferior to hers. This was the strangest part. Sister, could it be that the D family has also found a way to go to other planes? After a few years of change, Xiao Sudong had lost his initial childishness. His figure had become tall and strong, and his temperament had become more stable. How is this possible? Xiao Suo retorted without hesitation, they don't have that ability at all. Master has been in contact with the crossing immortal domain for so many years, but the D family doesn't know anything about it. Even if they do ascend, they will only come to the crossing immortal region. They will definitely be captured and forced to mine. We don't even have to do anything, they will turn into idiots. Shiyu could not help but nod when he heard this. Perhaps his worries were unnecessary. No matter how the D clan thought about it, they would never think that they were not even on the same plane. No matter how hard they searched, they would never be able to find them. In short, it's best if you don't go to the upper realm as often as possible. Right now, the most important thing is to improve your cultivation, Shiyu advised. I know, Xiao Suo said impatiently. Seeing this, Shiyu shook his head. He knew that Xiao Suo would not listen to him at all. His only hope was Xiao Sudong. Master, will we be able to enter the immortal region after breaking through to the elementary immortal stage? Xiao Suo could not help but ask. She knew that Qing Devil was from the immortal realm. All this time, she had been hoping that Qing Devil might have already returned to the immortal region. As long as she could go to the immortal region, she would have a chance to meet Qing Devil. That's right. Shiyu nodded, only cultivators in the elementary immortal stage can enter the immortal region. But my strength hasn't improved recently. Xiao Suo frowned. She thought that she had spent a lot of time on cultivation, but her cultivation had not improved at all. This made her very unhappy. Xiu glanced at Xiaosou, but didn't say anything. With her slack cultivation method, it was indeed very difficult for her to make a breakthrough. It's difficult to break through to the elementary immortal stage. Once you break through, you will become an immortal. Naturally, you will need to spend more time and energy. During this month, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had an exceptionally peaceful time. Ever since Imperial Returning Restaurant launched a new dish, its business had been getting better and better. Now, even Rutasi brothel was no match for it. Almost every day when it was mealtime, the entire restaurant would be packed with people. Gong Jun was all smiles every day, counting the money he had earned at night. On this day, Bewitching and Xianxia were having their meal at the returning Chen restaurant. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before them. Looking at the man who suddenly appeared, Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised for a moment. "You are Xianxia's manservant." The man nodded. "Young master said that he has found the person you asked him to help you find. I'll leave this to you." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly startled and took the letter. Only more than half of the 1 month had passed. Xianxia's news came so quickly, which was beyond their expectations. He opened the letter and saw an address written on it. "Young master said that as long as you go there, you will find the person you are looking for." So fast? Gong Jun couldn't help but come over. Could there be a mistake? Our young master's information has always been accurate. There is absolutely no problem. The manservant raised his head proudly and said in a firm tone. "Thank you very much." Bewitching put away the letter and said, "Please tell him that we will pay him a visit after we solve the problem." "Farewell, young master." After the servant left, Di Xiaofeng and the others rushed over and gathered together. Is this guy really that powerful? Xiran was in disbelief. So many of them had been searching for so long without any results, but this guy had only used such a short amount of time to give a definite answer. That's what he's best at. Of course, we can't compare. Linger's voice was as cold as ever. "Boss, why are you still going to look for this guy when the time comes?" Gong Jun also heard Bewitching's words and couldn't help but ask. If this news is true, then it proves that there's almost nothing in the Crossing Immortal region that he can't find out. Xiaosou is the problem we need to solve the most right now. Other than her, we also need to understand the situation in Crossing Immortal domain. Instead of beating around the bush to get information from Huang Tiangue, it would be better to ask him directly. Hearing this, everyone nodded slightly. Right now, they did not know much about the situation. If they could understand everything clearly, it would undoubtedly be for the best. So, we're going to be ripped off again? Gong Jun couldn't help but ask. Bewitching, I remember you guys saying that this guy's 300 high-grade devouring spirit stones was the discounted price. I'm afraid there won't be such a discount next time. Xiran's expression became somewhat indescribable. He patted Gong Jun's shoulder and said, "Make money well. I'll leave this task to you." "Gong Jun, I'll go." That day, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang left for the location stated in the letter after explaining the matters of the mine. Di Xiaofeng and the others naturally went with them. Xiaosou was undoubtedly their common enemy. Now that they finally found her whereabouts, they naturally couldn't miss out on this opportunity. Gong Jun also wanted to follow, but Xiran and the others sent him to guard returning Qin Tower. As the shopkeeper, if he left and something happened, returning Qin Tower's people wouldn't be able to handle it. "You've left me behind again." Gong Jun stood at the door and looked at the departing figures of the crowd. His face was full of indignation. Last time, these fellows had abandoned him just like that. Now, they actually did it again. Wasn't it just because he couldn't take the restaurant away? Haha, I see Gong Jun's gloomy look. It's as if he wants to spit out a mouthful of blood. Xiran could not help but laugh out loud. This guy was really too interesting. "Stop laughing at Gong Jun," Shang Guaniying shook her head helplessly. "If Gong Jun loses his temper, you won't be able to stop him." "Don't worry, we have Beichen." Xiran smirked. Beichen was like a shield. "If you continue to cause trouble for him, I won't protect you," Beichen suddenly said. Xiran's face fell. "Don't be like this, Gong Jun can make money." "What can you do?" Shang Guaniying said disdainfully. "I can eat." After several days of traveling, they finally arrived at the location mentioned in the letter. It's the courtyard in front. Bewitching looked at the inconspicuous courtyard in front of him, and his eyes became sharp and cold. Everyone's footsteps unconsciously stopped as their gazes locked onto the courtyard. Their emotions became rather complicated. Hopefully, they weren't mistaken. Xianxia stepped forward and knocked on the door of the courtyard. Hearing the commotion outside the door, Xiaosu was a little puzzled. They had never interacted with other people, so logically speaking, no one would come looking for them. Who is it? Almost at the moment when they heard this voice, the eyes of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others narrowed. Even though they hadn't seen Xiaosu for a long time, when they heard this voice, they immediately recognized that this person was Xiaosu. It was true, everyone looked at each other. Xianxia really didn't disappoint them. Di Xiaofeng's lips curled up. It seems that the 300 high-grade blood spirit stones were well spent. Xiaosu found that there was no answer from the outside, but the knocking did not stop. She felt a little strange. She didn't think too much about it. Instead, she opened the door to the courtyard. No one would look for them in the crossing immortal domain. However, when she opened the door and saw the familiar face, her expression changed. You. Why are you here? Miss Xiao, you really made us look for you. Di Xiaofeng sneered as he looked around the courtyard. Perhaps Shiyu and the others were also here. Xiaosu's face turned pale as countless thoughts flashed through her mind. She was clearly unable to believe that she would actually meet Bewitching and the others in the crossing immortal domain. Now, it's time for us to settle the score. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were cold as she stared at Xiaosu. Last time, Xiaosu had taken the opportunity to escape. This time, she would not let that happen again. Bailey Hongzhuang, if it weren't for the D family's background, what right do you have to challenge me? Xiaosu's eyes were filled with hatred. From her point of view, Bailey Hongzhuang had stolen everything from her. Bewitching was originally her fiancé. If Bailey Hongzhuang had not appeared, this handsome and outstanding man would have treated her like a treasure. He would not be like this now, with only disgust in his eyes. So what? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her beautiful eyebrows. Her delicate face now exuded a jade-like luster. Her radiance was shining, and her beauty was indescribable. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't refute, she was too lazy to refute. She didn't want to say that even without the D family, Xiaosu was still no match for her. Because no matter what the woman in front of her said, it was useless. She only believed in her own imagination. Sure enough, the provocation after the admission angered Xiaosu even more. She didn't expect this woman to be shameless to this extent. Shang Guanying and Ling both had a look of admiration. Sure enough, Hong Zhuang's move was ruthless enough. You are simply shameless. Compared to you, I'm not worthy. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was neither salty nor light. At the same time, Xiao Sudong and Shiyu couldn't help but come out after hearing the movement outside. So, what happened? However, when the two of them came out and saw the familiar figures in the courtyard, their expressions changed drastically. Shiyu's heart jumped. He finally understood the origin of his previous uneasiness. The problem actually appeared here. Sure enough, you are all here. Bewitching's biting cold and sharp eyes swept over the three people, and the three people who were looked at couldn't help but tremble. Bewitching, you are really amazing. You can actually chase us here. Xiao Sudong took a step forward. His dark eyes met Bewitching's eyes, his handsome face showed no signs of backing down. If I don't appear here, do you expect me to wait for your sneak attacks every time? Bewitching laughed in a low voice, revealing a bloodthirsty taste. Xiao Sudong was speechless. Xiao Suo had indeed been thinking of ways to attack the D family every few days, but he didn't expect Bewitching to have the ability to chase them here. Hand over the secret key. The biting cold voice was sharp and decisive, like a judge, exuding an undeniable meaning. In a split second, Xiao Suo only felt a strong and cold aura enveloping her, causing her to feel a chill from the bottom of her heart. She unconsciously took a step back. After not seeing him for a while, this man's aura had become even stronger. His sharp gaze seemed to be able to subdue people without a fight. Why should I give it to you? If you hand it over to me now, I can still let you die a quick death. Di Beichen's voice was cold, without the slightest bit of pity. Xiaosuo's expression froze, and hatred burst out from the bottom of her eyes. This man would only show his gentle and doting side to Bailey Hongzhuang, but for other women, there was only sternness. Then let's see which of us is stronger. Xiaosuo looked up with disdain, hatred surging in her eyes. She would definitely avenge her clan's extermination. Xiao Sudong also stood up and looked at Xiaosuo. Let me deal with him. Xiaosuo nodded. Xiao Sudong had been cultivating diligently during this time, and with Xu Yu's careful nurturing, his strength had increased a lot and had already surpassed her. Standing in front of Di Beichen, Xiao Sudong coldly stared at him. How about we fight one-on-one? Di Beichen looked up indifferently. As you wish. Di Xiaofeng and the others did not stop this. In their opinion, even if Xiao Sudong had a good opportunity during this time, it was impossible for him to be compared to Di Beichen. At the same time, Xiaosuo also came in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Do you dare to fight with me? Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Why not? I'm afraid you will regret it. Di Beichen's posture was as tall and straight as a pine tree. He stood motionless in the same place. Unlike Xiao Sudong, who was ready to fight, he was ready to fight. However, it was his unmoving appearance that made Xiao Sudong feel a huge pressure. Once upon a time, his strength was not Di Beichen's opponent at all. Now, after several years of hard work, even his master praised his great improvement. He believed that he would not be the same as before. Di Beichen, take this. Xiao Sudong's figure flew forward, and his vigorous elemental energy instantly exploded. His fist suddenly attacked, bringing with it a terrifying elemental energy ripple. Radiant Sun stage. When Xu Yu saw this scene, a trace of gratification appeared in her eyes. Xiao Sudong was undoubtedly his most outstanding disciple. To be able to improve his strength to such an extent in just a few years, he was already very strong. Others might not know, but he knew very well how much effort Xiao Sudong had put in order to achieve today's achievements. Ever since the extermination of the Xiao family, Xiao Sudong had changed from the ignorant youth to the forbearing and determined appearance he had today. He believed that even someone as talented as Di Beichen could not be his opponent now. However, when he noticed the calm faces of Di Xiaofeng and the others on the other side, a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. Why, did he not see the slightest bit of worry in these people's eyes? Xiao Sudong's speed was extremely fast, and his attack arrived in the blink of an eye. However, when he realized that his attack was about to land on Di Beichen, and Di Beichen did not move at all, a trace of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. His aura had already firmly locked onto Di Beichen. The reason why he did not move was not because he did not want to move, but because he could not move at all. How could he, who had always been cultivating in the upper realm, be compared to him? However, just as he was getting more and more proud in his heart and expected his attack to destroy Di Beichen, he suddenly realized that Di Beichen had moved. The palm that seemed to be full of flaws was not enough to be used. However, when the palm landed on his body, the terrifying power caused his heart to tremble. The domineering power seeped into his internal organs through his skin. It was simply unbearable, like a hot knife through butter. It was unstoppable. Bang! Xiao Sudong's figure flew out in midair and landed heavily on the ground, emitting a shocking sound. How is this possible? Xiao Sudong looked at Di Beichen in disbelief. That terrifying power was like a mountain that he could not shake. He was almost certain that this was not a power that a Radiant Sun Realm cultivator should possess. Initial celestial stage? Xu Yu raised her voice. Her heart was filled with shock. A mere palm strike was enough to make Xiao Sudong fall into such a state. Other than the elementary celestial stage, there was no other possibility. Just being in the Radiant Sun Realm is already incredible. I might not even be a match for him in a one-on-one fight, yet he wants to fight Beichen alone? Xiren was clearly enjoying the show. The aura of a Radiant Sun Realm cultivator exploded. Xiao Sudong, who had been pale from the heavy blow, turned even paler when he realized that Xiren was also in the same cultivation level. Could it be? Di Beichen and the others had been more fortunate than them all these years. Initial celestial stage, that was the goal that he had been fighting for. Even with his talent, it would take him decades to break through. Previously, he had asked his master, and his master had said that as long as there was a chance of a breakthrough, he was already a genius. Even if it took a few decades, it would still be an excellent result. However, he had never expected that in just a few years, Bewitching had already broken through to the elementary celestial stage. Comparing the two, what else could he use to compete? After Xianxia noticed this scene, a look of amazement appeared in her eyes. Elementary celestial stage. What kind of strength was this? If it were not for Bailey Hongzhuang, this outstanding man would have belonged to her. Go to hell. A sinister look bloomed in her eyes, and she rushed forward. She wanted to ruin Bailey Hongzhuang's face, and see how she would be able to seduce people in the future. Sigh, another one looking for a beating. Shang Guanying sighed and shook her head. Xiaosu and the others are indeed siblings. When it comes to not believing the truth, they are exactly the same, Ling Er said calmly. Bang, Bailey Hongzhuang used the same move as Bewitching. For Xiaosu, whose strength was not even comparable to Xiao Sudong's, she did not need to spend much effort. Xiaosu went to accompany Xiao Sudong. Xiaosu spat out a mouthful of blood, and her expression became extremely ugly. She was even more in disbelief. She did not dare to believe what she had come into contact with. She would not believe that Bailey Hongzhuang was in the elementary celestial stage. The brilliant sun stage, compared to your brother, the gap between you and your brother is not small, Bailey Hongzhuang said calmly. Impossible, Bewitching aside, you definitely can't be in the elementary celestial stage. Xiaosu roared crazily, with a hint of hysteria. Compared to the pain of being seriously injured, she was more concerned about the humiliation at this moment. Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was a real humiliation to her. A woman with no background, whom she looked down on, had actually reached this stage. It was simply a fantasy. You are still the same as before. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were slightly cold, and she stepped forward and said, hand over the secret key. She was not in the mood to waste time with Xiaosu, and was only concerned about the secret key. If it weren't for this secret key, Xiaosu wouldn't have been worth their time and effort. Even if I die, I will not let you have the secret key. Xiaosu glared fiercely at Bailey Hongzhuang. Today, she would definitely die. Even so, she would not let Bailey Hongzhuang die happily. I want the D clan's legacy to end completely, and you will regret it for the rest of your life. Bewitching frowned. Xiaosu was simply like a lunatic, and it would be very difficult to get information from her. Di Xiaofeng stepped forward, and his eyes locked onto Shuyu. If you hand over the secret key, we can let Shuyu live, otherwise. As soon as he said this, Xiao Sudong's expression changed. Master. The reason why they were able to live until now was all because of their master. If something happened to their master, then Shuyu's face was also very pale. He never thought that such a situation would occur. Don't try to threaten us, it's useless. Xiaosu refused without hesitation. Sister, master is innocent. Xiao Sudong hurriedly looked at Xiaosu. If it was not for them, master would not have been involved in this smoke. So what? Xiaosu's crazed expression did not diminish. I want them to regret it for the rest of their lives. The secret key cannot be handed over. Xiao Sudong's face was ashen. How can you do this? Xiao Sudong ignored Xiaosu and looked at Di Xiaofeng seriously. As long as I give you the secret key, will you really let master live? Noticing the man's sincere appearance, Di Xiaofeng looked at Xiao Sudong in a higher light. After not seeing him for so long, Xiao Sudong had indeed improved a lot. I can guarantee it. Okay. Xiao Sudong seemed to have made a difficult decision and his gaze became firm. The secret key is, slap. Shut up. The sudden sound startled everyone. When they looked again, they saw an obvious palm print on Xiao Sudong's face. Sis. Sis? You absolutely can't tell them the whereabouts of the secret key. Otherwise, father and the others won't be able to rest in peace. We can't do this to master. Shiyu looked at Xiao Sudong's serious appearance and felt a little gratified in her heart. He was already so old and had already seen through many things. It was fine if he lost his life, but at least his disciple really valued him. Just as he was about to speak, Xiaosu's hysterical words rang out. He deserves it. He promised father that he would take good care of us. Do you think father didn't give him any benefits? All of this is how it should be. Shut up. Xiao Sudong roared, it's been so long, haven't you messed around enough? No matter how much you messed around during this time, I thought it was because what happened back then was too big a blow to you. But now you're saying such things. Are you still human? Xiao Sudong's eyes were full of disappointment. He didn't want to believe that the woman in front of him was the sister he had always admired. You're the crazy one. Xiao Sou was unmoved. You never thought about revenge. You've forgotten all about your family after following him. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at the two people who were getting more and more intense. Their eyes were filled with confusion. So the siblings were arguing because of this before they died? Forget it, Sudong. Shiyu finally spoke. I'm already very gratified that you're so considerate of Master. Don't tell them the whereabouts of the secret key. This can be considered as not letting down your family. Xiao Sudong's expression was desolate. Master. That's how it should be. Xiao Sou turned her head and said provocatively, what can you do? Bailey Hongzhuang stuffed a pill into Xiao Sou's mouth. Her bright and beautiful face was filled with confidence. I have more ways than you can imagine. This was the inheritance of the D family. She would not let this woman ruin everything. When she recalled the changes that had happened to Beichen in the secret realm, she knew that she had to find the secret key. This was the only way to find out everything. The moment she was forced to swallow the pill, Xiao Sou tried to vomit it out. Cough cough, there's no need to try. The pill melts as soon as it enters your mouth. You won't be able to spit it out, Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. Xiao Sou's expression immediately turned extremely ugly. She really couldn't spit anything out. Other than her saliva, there was nothing else. What did you feed me? A pill to make you tell the truth. You're playing with me. Xiao Sou's eyes narrowed. She didn't doubt Bailey Hongzhuang's words at all. With her pill refining skills, it wasn't difficult for her to use some tricks. However, this also meant that all her previous efforts had been in vain. It had no effect on Bailey Hongzhuang. Tell me where the secret key is. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent. If you don't tell me, you'll have a taste of real pain. In your dreams. Xiao Sou sneered. Even if I die, I won't let you get what you want. These two women are completely at odds with each other. When Xiren looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Sou's serious expressions and felt that no one could interfere in the world of these two women. This was completely a confrontation between women. Shangguan Yingying glared at Xiren and remained silent. Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Sou were not only rivals in love, but their original identities, environments, and all kinds of things contributed to the deep hatred between the two. Today was the day that all of this would end. Soon, fine beads of sweat covered Xiao Shu's forehead. Needle-like pain erupted from within her body. This pain became more and more intense, and also more and more concentrated. In almost a short time, Xiao Sou could no longer hold on. You despicable woman. Xiao Sou cursed loudly. The sharp pain in her body made her face pale and her eyes full of pain. Sister, what's wrong? Xiao Sudong looked anxious. Just by looking at Xiao Sou's expression, he could tell that she was in great pain at the moment. Xiao Sou curled up and her eyes fell on Di Beichen. Di Beichen, in any case, we have a marriage agreement. Based on this, can't you let me go? However, Di Beichen, who had her hopes pinned on, looked indifferent. The evils she brought on herself were the hardest to bear. Damn it. Xiao Sudong rushed towards Bailey Hongzhuang. Quickly hand over the antidote. Just as Xiao Sudong was about to move, Di Beichen waved his hand and stopped him. Xiao Sudong struggled, but found that his body seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand, and he couldn't move at all. Damn it. Xiao Sudong's eyes turned red. Di Beichen, what kind of man are you? I don't need to prove it to you. When Di Xiaofeng heard Di Beichen's serious words, he almost choked on his own saliva. His little brother was indeed invincible when he spoke. Kill us if you can. It's useless to goad him. Di Beichen's indifference and Xiao Sudong's madness formed a sharp contrast. All of the other parties' struggles became meaningless. Tell me where the secret key is. No. No. Xiao Sou struggled to refuse. However, this struggle did not last long before she could no longer hold on. Kill me, kill me, ah, intense pain enveloped Xiao Sou, making her wish she was dead. Seeing this, Xiao Sudong's eyes were filled with unbearable pain. Even if the pain was not on his body, he could still feel what kind of pain it was. He couldn't do it, and under Bewitching's control, he couldn't move at all. Say it, you won't have to suffer anymore. Bailey Hongzhuang said. Under this kind of torture, Xiaosuo's original persistence collapsed. I'll tell you, let go of me, I'll go get it. Xiao Sudong said. Hearing this, Bewitching raised his eyebrows and let go of Xiao Sudong. Xiao Sudong looked at Xiaosuo and then looked at Shiyu. Only then did he walk to the edge of the courtyard and take something out. Noticing the thing in his hand, Bewitching and Di Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. It was the secret key. The secret key is here, hand over the antidote. Xiao Sudong emphasized. When Di Xiaofeng saw that Xiao Sudong was holding the real secret key, his eyes were filled with surprise. I will let your master go. Di Xiaofeng took the secret key. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang was ready to end Xiaosuo's pain. Bang, with a gust of wind, Di Xiaofeng was hit hard, and his body slammed into the wall. In an instant, the wall collapsed and Di Xiaofeng was covered by the dust and rubble. Xiaofeng. Bailey Yunyan didn't care about anything else. She quickly ran to the pile of broken stones and threw them away. The sudden turn of events was beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone turned to look, and the moment they saw who it was, Xiaosuo's eyes shone with a dazzling brilliance. Qing. Qing Devil? Looking at the face that looked exactly like Jun Lingxuan, Xiaosuo couldn't help but cry tears of joy. After waiting for so long, she finally saw the Qing Devil. I knew that I would definitely be able to see you. Xiaosuo excitedly looked at the tall and straight man. You came specially to save me, right? Xiao Sudong and Shiyu also looked at Jun Lingxuan in disbelief. Xiaosuo had never been willing to give up looking for the Qing Devil. They only regarded him as the father of the child. Xiaosuo's obsession had never bothered them. If the Qing Devil could get out of the ancient battlefield, he would have done so long ago. How could he have been trapped inside for so many years? However, this man actually appeared in front of them. Qing Devil frowned unconsciously when he saw Xiaosuo. He came here today just to deal with Bewitching and Qin Haodong. He didn't expect to see this woman by accident. She was just a woman that he had casually found after years of loneliness after possessing her body. Now that she had appeared in front of him, there was no objection. Bewitching's face darkened. His handsome face was filled with a murderous aura. Bewitching, we meet again. Qing Devil looked at Bewitching coldly. Do you remember that I said I would kill you? That might not be the case. Bewitching glanced at the 4 people traveling with Qing Devil. There were 5 masters in the elementary celestial realm. Judging from their current situation, they were indeed in a terrible situation. When Xiren and the others knew the situation was bad, they were only at the Radiant Sun stage. There was an insurmountable gap between them and the elementary immortal stage. Only Beichen and Hongzhuang have similar cultivations. As for the other 3, I'm afraid we won't be of much help. Bailey Yanchei's face darkened. He and Linger might be able to hold back one of them temporarily if they joined hands. However, there was a huge gap in strength between them and immortals. It was almost impossible for them to fight against an immortal who was at a higher level. What should we do? Shang Guanying's face was pale. We are no match for them. Shall we take the opportunity to leave? They were no match for them in a head-on fight. The only way was to take the opportunity to escape. Although they couldn't defeat them now, it didn't mean they couldn't defeat them in the future. It was unwise to fight them head-on now. You are still as arrogant as ever. The Azure Fiend sneered, but his smile did not reach his eyes. It's been a while since we last met. Your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations. However, you don't have the right to fight me in this realm. I heard that you were like a stray dog when you first arrived in the immortal realm. Many people were watching you. Now you can only come to the immortal realm to show off, Bewitching said lightly. Qing Devil's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Bewitching to know so much about the immortal realm. So what? Qing Devil said with a disdainful smile, even though I have many enemies in the immortal realm, they can't do anything to me, let alone, you guys? Beichen, there are 5 of them. With our strength, we are no match for them. After Bailey Hongzhuang saw the situation clearly, she sent a voice transmission to Bewitching, "We can't take the risk now. We have to find a way to get out of here first." Bewitching's expression did not change. In his heart, he understood that the most important thing in this situation was everyone's safety. Perhaps he and Hongzhuang still had the ability to protect themselves, but the other Radiant Sun Realm cultivators were definitely no match for them. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang moved and grabbed Xiaosuo's throat. "Qing Devil, let them go." Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's behavior, Qing Devil showed a trace of disdain. "Bailey Hongzhuang, are you desperate? Do you think you can threaten me by catching this woman?" Seeing this, the four men behind him couldn't help but chuckle. They knew the Qing Devil's character very well. Even if the girl in front of them was really beautiful, the Qing Devil would never be soft-hearted, not to mention that she was not a peerless beauty. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Xiaosuo. "The devil in your heart doesn't seem to care about you at all." Xiaosuo was also a little anxious. She quickly said, "Qing Devil, I'm Suo. Don't you remember me?" "Why should I remember you?" There was a trace of disgust in the Qing Devil's eyes. Normally, this kind of woman wouldn't even be qualified to climb into his bed. "You haven't seen me for a few years. I've been looking for you and our child." Hearing this, Qing Devil was dumbfounded. The four people behind him were also dumbfounded. Master Qing Devil has a child? They had never taken Xiaosuo seriously because Mr. Qing Devil always had a lot of women. However, if this girl had given birth to Mr. Qing Devil's child, it would be completely different. "You're lying, right? How could an adult not know that he has a child?" Qing Devil looked at Xiaosuo with a complicated expression. "What are you talking about?" "I'm not talking nonsense." Xiaosuo seemed to be grasping at a life-saving straw as she anxiously said, "After that, I got pregnant. Later, I gave birth to the child, and now the child is next door. My sister is really pregnant with your child." Xiao Sudong shouted to the other side, "Qing Bao, come here." Not long after, a cute child ran over timidly. After noticing that Xiaosuo could control herself, he hurriedly ran over. "Mom. Mom." Qing Devil's subordinates looked at the little boy and then looked at Qing Devil. Didn't they look alike? Qing Devil grabbed the child. After a simple test, he realized that the child was really his. "He is really our child." Xiaosuo looked at Qing Bao and said, "Qing Bao, he is your father." Qing Bao looked at Qing Devil in surprise and said timidly, "Dad." The Malachian fiend's expression changed. He had never thought that he would have a child out of nowhere. At this moment, the way he looked at Xiaosuo was a little more complicated than the disgust from before. He didn't care about this woman, but since she was his child, there was no reason for him to leave her alone. "Let her go." Qing Devil's eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. Xiaosuo smiled happily when she saw that Qing Devil was willing to stand up for her. Everyone believed that it was wrong for her to be with the Qing Devil, but he was the most outstanding man she had ever met. Even in the immortal realm, the Qing Devil was a well-known figure. "I don't think I need to repeat what I just said," Bailey Hongzhuang said. The Azure Demon glanced at Wen Xiren and the others behind him, and the corners of his lips curled up into a cold smile. "Do you really think you can threaten me? You can try and see if you're faster than me." Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows disapprovingly. The sharp blade in her hand had already drawn a line of blood on Xiaosuo's neck. "Qing Devil!" Xiaosuo exclaimed. Qing Devil glanced at the baby beside her and said, "Okay, I'll let them go." "We can't leave," Xiren said without hesitation. With their strength, they were indeed unable to provide much help. However, even if their strength was meager, it was still a part of their strength. Once they left, there would only be Beichen and Yi Zichen left. If they wanted to fight against these 5 people, it would not be optimistic. "You guys go first." Di Beichen's deep voice was resolute and firm. After noticing that Di Xiaofeng's injuries were not serious, he was relieved. Beichen, just when the others wanted to refuse, Di Xiaofeng had already understood Di Beichen's gaze. He immediately said without hesitation, "Let's go." Seeing this, Wen Xiren and the others couldn't help but feel worried, but they still left with him. Just as everyone was leaving, Qing Devil arrived in the blink of an eye and attacked Bailey Hongzhuang with his palm. A tyrannical force came head-on, and Bailey Hongzhuang only felt the sharp blade in her hand being forcefully controlled. She couldn't move at all, and the power of the attack was too great. If she didn't avoid it, she was afraid she would be injured. Stop them all. Don't let any of them leave. Qing Devil's voice sounded. Seeing this, Di Xiaofeng and the others quickly left in different directions. There was not much they could do. They could only try their best to stall for time. Xiao Suo was relieved after getting out of the control. However, Qing Devil had already started to fight with Bailey Hongzhuang. Bang! When the two fists collided, Bailey Hongzhuang realized how powerful Qing Devil was. As expected of someone with a great reputation in the celestial realm. He must have broken through to the elementary celestial realm many years ago, and his strength was much stronger than theirs. Your strength is not enough to deal with me. Qing Devil said scornfully, go to hell today. Qing Devil's attack was powerful and fierce. His elemental power changed infinitely in his hands. In the blink of an eye, Bailey Hongzhuang was overwhelmed and could only defend herself. Bewitching rushed over at once, but Qing Devil's subordinate stopped him quickly. 2 against 1? You have to ask whether we agree or not. The man's eyes were full of coldness. His attack was overwhelming. Bang. 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 Bewitching didn't hide his strength at all. At this moment, if he wanted to have a backup plan, he would be courting death. The only thing he could do was to take advantage of his unpreparedness and attack first. As soon as he opened his third eye, an illusion appeared instantly. A trace of confusion flashed in the man's eyes. At the same time, Bewitching's attack arrived abruptly. Boom! The man's figure was directly sent flying. However, he stood up quickly with a gloomy face. I've underestimated you. The man looked at Bewitching coldly. From the beginning, he had never taken this kid, who had just broken through to the elementary celestial stage, seriously. However, after this fight, he realized that this kid's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. The Qing Devil had always been good at illusions. He had followed the Qing Devil for so long, and ordinary illusions were useless to him. However, this person's illusions had made him lose his mind. Now, I'll show you my real strength. The man did not waste his breath. He waved his sleeve, and the long rod in his hand whizzed out. It turned into 1,000 feet long rainbow light, and with an unstoppable force, it tore through the sky and blasted toward Bewitching at lightning speed. Boom! The sword in Bewitching's hand also burst out with a bright golden light. The terrifying sword chi also turned into a golden rainbow, exuding a sharp and terrifying aura. The terrifying sharpness of the sword seemed to be able to cut through the heavens and the earth. Rumble! The 1,000 feet long rainbow light and the shocking sword chi pierced through the void, and with terrifying energy ripples, they violently collided with each other. A low and deep sound resounded like thunder at this moment. Incomparably wild and violent energy spread out like a storm. The surrounding cultivators rushed out of their houses after sensing such a terrifying aura. When they saw it with their own eyes, their doubts instantly turned into shock and fear. This kind of energy collision was not something that the cultivators in the crossing celestial realm could achieve. This is definitely the strength of the elementary celestial stage. There are actually experts in the elementary celestial stage fighting here. Let's go, this house can't withstand it at all. Even though the surrounding buildings were protected by protective shields, the collision of such energy had completely exceeded the limits of what the protective shields could withstand. After a short period of resistance, the surrounding buildings collapsed almost instantly, turning into ruins. The ground cracked inch by inch, and terrifying cracks spread out like a spider web from the center of the two people. This crazy exchange of attacks did not last for too long. The rainbow light and sword chi exploded, and the two figures were both shot backward. One of the figures even landed heavily on the ground, drawing a deep ravine that was 1,000 feet long. Cough cough, how could this be? The man clutched his chest and coughed with bloody foam. His internal organs seemed to have been displaced. He had suffered a very serious internal injury. The terrifying sword chi seemed to be indestructible. When it landed on his body, it seemed to have cut open his body, causing countless bloody holes to appear. You think too highly of yourself. Bewitching's expression was cold as he shot out again. This time, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. His cold eyes carried a bloodthirsty aura as he descended from the sky, the man was very clear that Bewitching's sword was aimed at his heart. No matter how unwilling he was to admit that he was no match for Bewitching, at this moment, he could only do his best to survive. Stop him. Seeing this, one of the men also rushed out at lightning speed. Ding, the sharp sword expanded in the air, and the man's sword bent into an incredible arc. Finally, it blocked Bewitching's attack. At this moment, the man's expression changed abruptly. This person had just broken through the elementary celestial stage, and his means were already so terrifying. No wonder Lord Qing Devil brought them here. It was not a fuss, but to prevent future troubles. End of chapter. Taking advantage of the gap when the man who came later blocked Bewitching, the seriously injured man scrambled to his feet, quickly rushed to the side, and hurriedly took a pill. This guy's strength was much stronger than he thought. He had broken through to the elementary immortal stage for some years now. Although he could not be said to be hardworking in his cultivation, he was not bad either. It was hard to believe that a guy who had just broken through to the elementary immortal stage could have such combat strength. This kind of guy was probably what everyone called a genius. Once he broke through, his strength would far surpass those of the same level. Fourth brother, are you all right? The man stared solemnly at Bewitching in front of him. Out of the corner of his eye, he sized up the man behind him with a trace of concern. I'm fine, the man said in a deep voice. After taking the pill, the wounds on his body were healing rapidly. However, the sword chi was extremely sharp and it was not easy to heal them. Third brother, be careful. This kid is a little strange. I can tell. There was not the slightest bit of disdain in the third brother's eyes. He had only received one move from him, but he had already discovered that this brat's strength was simply astonishing. Bang, a shocking sound was heard. Bailey Hongzhuang's figure appeared in the middle of the ruins. The smoke and dust in the air contrasted against her flawless face, adding a hint of murderous aura. Do you think I'm still the same person? Qing Devil sneered. Looking at the blood blooming on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder, the violence in his eyes was obvious. Back then, he had been trapped in the ancient battlefield for too long and his strength had been reduced by a lot. In addition, he had just taken over Jun Lingxuan's body and needed some time to adapt. Therefore, under such circumstances, he was restrained by Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. But now, the situation was completely different. Bailey Hongzhuang stared coldly at the arrogant and disgusting face. She was disgusted by both Qing Devil and Jun Lingxuan. Her ink-black pupils were shining with a firm light, revealing a trace of unyielding and strong determination. I thought that when we met again, you would be able to easily crush me. But now, it seems that's not the case. Wu Shuang wore a playful and mocking smile on her face. Although she was the opponent of Qing Devil and others, she had to admit that this woman was indescribably beautiful no matter what kind of expression she wore. Arrogant. Qing Devil's face darkened. This sharp-tongued woman always seemed to know how to poke his sore spot. What he wanted was not to win, but to completely crush her. Just the fact that he had to fight for half a day was already a humiliation to him. Hong Zhuang, leave this to me. Bewitching's figure jumped, and he was already in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Unsurprisingly, Qing Devil was the most powerful one among the 5 Qing Devil. After noticing the blossoming blood on the woman's shoulder, Bewitching's eyes darkened quietly. His deep eyes became even more serene, and a trace of fierceness and bloodthirstiness in his heart was awakened. Hero saving the beauty? Qing Devil snorted disdainfully. You are not qualified to do that in front of me. The red halberd in Qing Devil's hand was shining with a dim and sharp light. His eyes became extremely fierce. With a swish, he tore through the air and appeared above Bewitching in an instant. The halberd, which was infused with endless power, hammered down heavily. In an instant, it seemed that even the invisible space was about to collapse. Clang! Bewitching was also extremely fast. After noticing Qing Devil's attack, the golden sword chi on the severed passion sword burst out. The momentum that seemed to be able to cut the heaven and the earth suddenly appeared. His divine movement was as fast as lightning. Facing the red light, he rushed up angrily. Boom! A shocking storm broke out between the two of them. The low rumbling sound made countless people's eardrums hurt. The onlooking cultivators trembled when they saw this scene. They were completely powerless against the aftermath of a fight between two masters in the elementary celestial realm. In an instant, the crowd retreated almost tacitly and stood in the distance, looking at the center of the storm. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. A shocking collision broke out between the two of them. Neither of them had any intention of dodging. Every single collision was a head-on collision between the halberd and the sharp sword. Everywhere his figure passed, space collapsed, and the sword chi and halberd even tore open numerous enormous ravines on the ground wherever they passed. In the blink of an eye, the place was devastated. After seeing that Bewitching could fight head-on with the Qing devil, a look of disbelief appeared in the eyes of number 4 and the others. This guy's strength is really terrifying. He has such strength just after breaking through. In the future, he will be really amazing. His talent is really not simple. But he is unlucky to have met us. The third brother's expression was calm. Although he can fight Milord head-on, if you look closely, you can see that he is still slightly weaker. Don't forget that when Milord was roaming the immortal region, he was also a first-rate genius. Who is our Lord? Not to mention that he is weaker. Even if he is not, our Lord can definitely defeat him. Leave this to me. In midair, a familiar and reassuring voice came. Bailey Hongzhuang looked into the distance, held the sharp sword in her hand, and fixed her eyes on number 3. After the fight just now, she already knew how powerful the Qing devil was. Bewitching could hold on for a while, but it was undoubtedly very difficult for him to defeat the Qing devil. Therefore, she did not have much time. She had to kill as many of them as possible. Boom, almost in an instant, a storm-like gorgeous brilliance suddenly swept out from Bailey Hongzhuang's body. The 7-colored origin energy was as dazzling as a rainbow, and within the dazzling brilliance was a vast amount of origin energy. Her figure was as fast as lightning. Like a flash of lightning, the incomparably sharp sword chi turned into a 7-colored beam of light and fiercely attacked Old Third. The pillar of light looked magnificent, like a magnificent gem. However, those who got close to it would understand the endless murderous aura contained within its magnificence. The stones on the ground were almost instantly crushed into powder. After seeing this attack, a trace of astonishment flashed across third brother's eyes. As expected of husband and wife. Even their sword auras are equally sharp. His words were filled with mockery, but he did not dare to slack off in the slightest. Based on the woman's overwhelming might, he understood that he could not judge her based on the strength of an ordinary woman. The man let out a roar and his eyes turned scarlet. A blue sword appeared in his hand and a ray of sword light flashed. Everyone saw a 10,000 feet long crack extend out like a giant python, emitting a cold and sinister aura. Boom. Boom, boom. The two rays of sword light met in midair and collided with each other with unparalleled momentum. The sharp pillar of light turned into numerous sharp holes and shot into the ground like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms, creating dense pits on the ground. Immediately after, the man's figure once again attacked. Like a thunderbolt, he rushed towards Bailey Hongzhuang, his sword covering the sky and covering the earth, shrouding the vital parts of Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and there was not the slightest bit of panic on her face. A dazzling 7-colored light burst out from her body, directly shattering the sword light that covered the sky and the earth. After blocking the attack, Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix eyes suddenly emitted a demonic brilliance. Don't look at her eyes. OL4 immediately reminded him when he noticed this. He had suffered such a loss at the hands of Bewitching, however, his warning was still a step too late. The bewitching eyes were like the summons of an evil spirit, and an illusion that had been set up for a long time instantly enveloped Old Third. Old Third's originally clear eyes quickly flashed with a hint of doubt and confusion. Screech! When Bailey Hongzhuang saw that her opponent had fallen into the illusion, she moved like a ghost and instantly appeared in front of the man. The thought-severing sword was shrouded in a dazzling 7-colored radiance. With an extremely ruthless stance, it pierced through the man's throat. Be careful. Fourth brother saw that the situation was not good and quickly rushed forward. Although he had already taken the pill, his strength was still affected. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. She only had one chance to strike. Although the effect of the illusion was strong, the other party's cultivation was higher than hers. Even if she could trap him, it would not last long. Go. With a clear cry, Xiaohei shot out like a pebble from Bailey Hongshuang's hand. She quickly grew in size in midair, and Xiaohei charged towards OL4. The sudden change was beyond OL4's expectations. He almost subconsciously wanted to dodge, but by the time he reacted, the figure had already swept to another place. Qia's soft voice sounded. It was almost inaudible in this noisy environment, but it made Old Four's expression change instantly. Bang! The man's body fell down heavily. Bailey Hongshuang's cold eyes revealed a murderous aura. Getting rid of one person would at least lessen the pressure on them. Third brother. The man's pupils shrank as grief engulfed him. He could not believe that his third brother had fallen in such a short time. How could this be? Xiao Suo looked at Bailey Hongshuang in disbelief. She realized that a confrontation of this level was not something she could participate in. That woman who had been crushed by her back then had now risen to such a terrifying level. Qing Devil also noticed the movement behind him. He raised his eyebrows unconsciously and said to himself, "Trash." Bang bang bang, suddenly, the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground was heard, followed by a series of muffled groans. Third brother. What's going on? Two figures quickly rushed over. It was the first brother and second brother who went to capture Di Xiaofeng's group. When OL4 saw the two coming, the grief between his eyebrows deepened. Then he raised his head and looked at Bailey Hongshuang fiercely. It's this woman. She killed third brother. When Di Xiaofeng and the others who were captured heard that Bailey Hongshuang had already gotten rid of one person, a trace of surprise appeared in their eyes. Hongshuang, good job. Shangguan Yingying's eyes were filled with a luster of worship. Hongshuang was the person she admired the most. When Bailey Hongshuang noticed the situation of Di Xiaofeng and the others, she could not help but frown. Her clear eyes revealed a look of worry. The two of them did not hold back at all. With just a glance, she noticed that almost everyone had suffered heavy injuries. I can't let this go on. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes darkened. Previously, two of them were not here because they were chasing after the others. Now that the two of them had returned, there were four of them, including Qing Devil. Even though she had killed one of them, the situation was still not optimistic. Bastard! I'm going to kill her and bury her with third brother. Second brother quickly rushed over and punched out fiercely. Yellow light gathered crazily under his fist and turned into a yellow light beam that whizzed out. Earth-shattering demonic fist. At the same time, eldest brother suddenly brandished his long spear. A dazzling golden light circled around the long spear like a divine dragon. A fierce and shocking aura rose sharply with the wind. Bastard, these two fellows are joining forces to fight Hongshuang. Shangguan Yingying was unwilling to accept this. Even though Hongshuang was very powerful, it was already difficult for her to deal with one person, let alone two people joining forces. She subconsciously wanted to stand up. However, the excruciating pain in her body made her break out in cold sweat. It was not until she fought with these two people that she realized the difference in strength between the Radiant Sun stage and the Elementary Celestial stage. With just one move, several of her bones had been broken. She was almost powerless to fight back. Damn it! Xiren's eyes were full of annoyance and unwillingness. In this situation, not only could he not be of any help, he had become a burden. As members of the Beast clan, Bai Li Yanche and Linger's injuries were not as serious as Xiren's, but they were not much better. Most importantly, they knew that if they rushed forward in this situation, they would not be of any help to Hongshuang. On the contrary, they would make her worry about them. They could only think of other ways. Bailey Hongshuang watched as the two people attacked her rapidly. Her hand seals changed rapidly and colorful light shone brightly. Dark shadow-glazed pagoda. A pagoda that was thousands of feet tall suddenly appeared in midair. It was shining with a magnificent and dazzling colorful light. If one took a closer look, one would find that there was a black light floating in the colorful pagoda. The black light was like a shadow, reaching all the way to the top of the pagoda. Bang, an earth-shattering sound reverberated, and the three rays of light exploded, like fireworks blooming in midair, but the scattered aftershock almost flattened all the surrounding buildings. As the dust settled, Bailey Hongshuang fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her devastatingly beautiful face was dyed pale, adding a trace of weakness. The trace of dark red at the corner of her lips emitted an almost bewitching beauty. Bailey Hongzhuang looked coldly at the two of them and sighed. As expected, it's still not enough? She had just stepped into the elementary celestial stage not long ago. She, who had yet to set foot in the celestial domain, had not learned any corresponding martial techniques. The only thing she could use was her ultimate technique. Unfortunately, when facing the experts of the immortal realm, this level of martial arts was still a level weaker. Big brother and second brother looked at each other. They could see the fear in each other's eyes. At first, they thought that with the two of them working together, the other party would have no chance at all. However, after exchanging blows, they were very clear in their hearts that if it wasn't for the fact that this woman didn't know enough martial arts, and if it was the martial arts of the immortal realm, they probably wouldn't be like this now. What kind of freak was this? They looked up at the man who was retreating under Qing Devil's attack but was still holding on. Their expressions changed involuntarily. The talents of these two people were too amazing. Their strength was not comparable to that of ordinary people in the elementary celestial stage. After Xiaoxia noticed that Bailey Hongzhuang was seriously injured, her eyes were filled with pride. Bailey Hongzhuang, to think that you would have such a day. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Xiaoxia coldly. Winner takes all. Today, they were one step behind. Unexpectedly, Qing Devil was the Oriole behind them. Weren't you very arrogant in front of me earlier? Let's see how arrogant you can be now. Xiaoxia, your smug look is really disgusting, Shang Guaniying said in disgust. Xiaoxia turned to look at Shang Guaniying. Her eyes were filled with malice as she said, Shang Guaniying, do you really think you're something? I'll let you have a taste of humiliation. Bailey Hongzhuang was at the elementary immortal realm. Even though she was injured, she did not dare to get close to them. However, Shang Guaniying was different. Seeing Xiaoxia approach with a venomous expression, Xiren couldn't help but ask, what do you want? I want her to have a taste of pain. Xiaoxia's eyes shone with a sinister light. She had been unhappy with Shang Guaniying for a long time. Shang Guaniying, a woman with no background, had always treated her coldly because of her relationship with Bailey Hongzhuang. Now that Shang Guaniying had fallen into her hands, she must make her pay the price. A dagger appeared in her hand. With a sinister smile, she approached Shang Guaniying step by step. Seeing this, Shang Guaniying couldn't help but move back. This woman was completely insane. Xiaoxia, stop. Xiren blocked Shang Guaniying's face. You? Xiaoxia sneered. Don't worry, I won't let any of you off. In the next moment, the dagger pierced Shang Guaniying's thigh. Ah! Shang Guaniying screamed as blood spurted out from her leg. The warm blood splashed onto Xiaoxia's face, but it only made her even more excited. This kind of enemy showing fear in front of her made her feel exceptionally happy. Xiaoxia, stop. Bailey Hongzhuang also noticed this scene. Her eyes were suddenly dyed with a trace of bright red, and the veins on her temples throbbed. This crazy woman was indeed deranged. However, just as Bailey Hongzhuang rose to her feet, Big Brother and Second Brother stood in front of her and attacked her once again. If this woman wasn't dealt with as soon as possible, she would definitely become a huge threat in the future. Although they also thought that Xiaoxia was a petty person who got what she wanted, this woman had given birth to the Qing Devil's child, so they couldn't say anything about it. Damn it! Bailey Hongzhuang had no choice but to block the incoming ferocious attack. She couldn't spare any attention to help. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard. Xiaoxia fell heavily to the ground. Xiaoxia, you're really a smelly bug. You're disgusting. Ling Er stared coldly at her. Her beautiful face was pale. She was already seriously injured, but compared to Shang Guaniying and the others who couldn't move, she was in a much better condition. Now that she attacked, her injuries became even more serious. This woman would only show off when others were unable to move. Not to mention that Bai Chen already had Hongzhuang. Even if he did not, he would definitely not fall for such a woman. Bastard! Xiaoxia clutched her chest. She didn't expect Ling Er to be able to resist. It was only one move, but her internal organs were burning with pain. She had obviously suffered serious internal injuries. You, control them. Xiaoxia looked at fourth brother and shouted coldly. Old Four saw Xiaosuo looking at him arrogantly, and his brows unconsciously wrinkled. This woman really did not leave a good impression. He subconsciously looked at Qing Devil, who was in midair. At this moment, His Excellency obviously couldn't care about him at all. Even if he had a constable in his heart, he couldn't ignore it at this moment. The next moment, Old Four walked over and attacked Linger with his palm. Bang! A muffled groan escaped from Bai Lianche's throat. Linger looked at the man who had suddenly appeared in front of her, and a look of intense anxiety surfaced in her eyes. "Are you all right, Yanche?" Bai Lianche looked at her anxious little face and shook his head with a smile. "I'm fine." Linger's eyes reddened. Bai Lianche's injuries were more serious than hers. Now that he had blocked such a blow, how could he be fine? "Keep an eye on them. If anyone dares to move, kill them," Xiaosuo said. "Yes." Xiaosuo's face was full of pride. She held the dagger and rushed in front of Linger. "You're very proud, aren't you? At a time like this, there are still people who would risk their lives to save you. Isn't it all because of your face? You and Bailey Hongzhuang are the same. Both of you rely on your face to seduce men. I'll destroy your face now. Let's see if you can still seduce men." Xiaosuo approached Linger with a dagger in her hand. Bai Lianche tried to stop her, but Lao Si had locked onto his aura and he couldn't move at all. "Give her a slap." Recalling the power of Linger's palm strike just now, Xiaosuo's eyes revealed a trace of fear. Who knew if this woman had other tricks up her sleeves? He had to eliminate all threats. Bang! Linger fell to the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of her lips. Her already pale face was now as white as a sheet of paper. "Xiaosuo, if you want to kill someone, kill me first," Shang Guanying shouted with tears in her eyes. If it weren't for her, Linger wouldn't have been targeted by Xiaosuo. "Shut up." Xiaosuo coldly glanced at Shang Guanying. "Don't worry, you're next." Shua. A slight sound was heard. Linger's face was cut open, and warm blood flowed down. A trace of pain flashed through Linger's eyes, but she stubbornly remained silent. She understood that the pain and anguish at this moment would only make Xiaosuo feel better, and she would not give her the chance to do so. Boom! In midair, a figure fell heavily, and the whole ground seemed to shake. An astonishing aura spread out from the center of the fall, spreading rapidly like an earthquake. A hundreds of feet deep pit suddenly appeared, and the figure seemed to be buried by the huge pit. "Bewitching, today is the day you die." An arrogant and haughty voice rang out from the air. The azure demon stood in the air, looking down at them with disdain. One could even vaguely make out a trace of anger on his face. This guy, who was no more than an ant in his eyes, could hold on for so long in his hands. Fortunately, Qing Ji's death made him discover the existence of Bewitching. Otherwise, he could not even imagine what would happen in the future. Di Xiaofeng and the others looked at the deep pit anxiously. They knew how much pressure Beichin was under when he fought with Qing Devil. The battle just now was so fierce, and the huge pit was so terrifying. Facing the cruel and ferocious Qing Devil, they did not dare to think about how Beichin was now. Was he still alive? Bang! With a wave of his hand, Qing Devil lifted a huge rock weighing thousands of kilograms and threw it into the pit. Beichin! Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't care less about the two men's attacks, and quickly rushed towards the hole. She couldn't just watch as Beichin died. Even if they died, they had to die together. The boulder was pushed away by Bailey Hongzhuang with all her strength and smashed into the ground, turning into powder. "Hongzhuang! Sister!" Bai Lianche and the others stared at the thin white figure with fear in their hearts. The two attacks behind her were mercilessly aimed at her. In an instant, that graceful figure fell down like a kite with a broken string. Tears flowed from their eyes unconsciously. Bai Lianche and the others only realized all this when they noticed the wetness on their cheeks. They had always known that as cultivators, there was a chance that they would meet with an accident and perish along the way. However, seeing this scene with his own eyes, the shock and pain in his heart could not be described with words. The pain that penetrated deep into their bones was like a devil's claw fiercely grabbing their hearts. With just a little bit of force, they would be drenched in blood. Roar! A roar that could destroy everything sounded from Bailey Yench's throat. The surrounding people only felt that this sound wave was mixed with a shocking pressure, as if even breathing had become difficult. There were no demon beasts in the crossing celestial domain. This was what they learned after coming to the crossing immortal domain. This was a completely sealed area. Other than the immortals who had ascended, there were no other living beings. Even the dark attribute demons lived outside the crossing immortal region. Otherwise, they would not have fallen into such a situation. Moreover, the skeletons in the crossing celestial domain were all at the radiant sun stage or below. Even if they spent a lot of effort to summon these skeletons, how could they cause any trouble to the elementary celestial stage cultivators? When one's cultivation had reached a certain level, a group attack would not be effective. In the end, it was all because the Qing devil appeared at the right time. Ta, ta. A faint sound of footsteps could be heard. After discovering the source of the sound, everyone could not help but look in the direction of the hole. Bewitching slowly walked out of the hole with Bailey Hongzhuang in his arms. His pace was very slow, and his clothes were stained with blood. However, his hands that held Bailey Hongzhuang were firm and strong. Bailey Hongzhuang hooked her arm around Bewitching's shoulder. Her gaze was gentle and affectionate, as if she could imprint him in her heart forever with just one more glance. When Shang Guanying and the others saw this scene, they almost choked with sobs. How could they not see that Beichen was already at the end of his rope, and Hong Zhuang's situation was not optimistic after suffering such a blow? As long as we can all die together, that would be great. Di Xiaofeng's face revealed a touch of comfort. He looked at Bailey Yunyan beside him. Are you scared? Bailey Yunyan smiled faintly and shook her head. No. In this tragic atmosphere, Ling and the others' faces bloomed with poignant and bright smiles. At least, they were all still together. This was already a good ending. Blood dyed Bewitching's hands red. Wrapped in intense pain, it was as if he could no longer feel it. His heart was only filled with the beautiful woman in his arms. It was a pity that he could not protect her. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyes and looked at Bewitching. Then, she looked at Di Xiaofeng and the others who were seriously injured behind her. A drop of crystal clear tear fell from the corner of her eye. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry, I can't let you all die together. Di Xiaofeng and the others almost instinctively frowned after hearing this. Before they understood what Bailey Hongzhuang meant, they felt their vision darken. When they opened their eyes again, it was a familiar room, but it made their hearts turn cold. Oh no, Hongzhuang sent them back. Wen Xiren's expression turned ugly. It was only at this moment that he understood the meaning behind Hongzhuang's apology. She knew that she and Beichen would not be able to escape, so she sent them back. She had even exposed the secret of the Chaos Ring. How could this be? Shang Guanying sobbed. I want to go back. Calm down. Hongzhuang didn't hesitate to expose her secret to send us back. If we go back rashly, wouldn't we be letting down her painstaking efforts? Di Xiaofeng couldn't hide the sorrow on his face. He also wanted to go back, but he knew that he couldn't do it now. If Xiao Shou and Qing Devil joined hands, the Di family would definitely be in danger. Even if they were going to die, they had to send the news back first. Revenge was a dish best served cold. Perhaps in the future, they would still have hope of revenge. When Xiao Shou realized that the people in front of her had suddenly disappeared, a look of disbelief appeared in her eyes. Why, did they disappear all of a sudden? Qing Devil's eyes lit up. After connecting what happened with what Bailey Hongzhuang said just now, he was almost sure that all this had something to do with Bailey Hongzhuang. What kind of magic treasure was this? It actually had such an astonishing effect. If he could take that magic treasure for himself, then his future life-saving means would increase. However, he did not notice that while he was thinking about all this, a black stone-like figure had disappeared into the dust with the Chaos Ring. She would rather die than let the Chaos Ring fall into the hands of Qing Devil. She knew very well that it was impossible for her and Beichen to take the opportunity to leave together in that situation. The Qing Devil's breath had been locked on them. If they wanted to leave together, they would definitely be caught by the Qing Devil. Now that she and Beichen had attracted Qing Devil's attention, no one would notice Xiaobai's departure. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. Qing Devil sneered, and the covetous look in her eyes was obvious. However, he was not in a hurry to obtain the treasures. After all, the two of them would die in his hands soon. By then, everything would naturally fall into his hands. Now, die. Bang, with an earth-shattering sound, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from Qing Devil's body, emitting a terrifying aura. Then he dashed forward like a shooting star. Bewitching looked at the gentle and affectionate woman in his arms and said softly, "Don't be afraid." Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyes and kissed him on the lips. "I'll find you again in my next life." Okay. Bewitching raised one hand, and all the energy in his body burst out at this moment. It turned into an overwhelming black storm, rippling between heaven and earth. In an instant, the people found that the original daytime was suddenly covered by thick ink-like darkness, and the daytime turned into the night in an instant. The tall and straight figure seemed to turn into the god of the moon, emitting a terrifying aura that could not be approached. What's this? When the boss saw this scene, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. He had never seen such a strange scene. Second brother also looked in disbelief at the scene in front of him. The two of them were clearly at the end of their rope, but for some reason, his heart could not help but tremble as he looked at the overwhelming darkness. This feeling was as if this power was completely beyond their control. Did you see that? That man is actually of the dark attribute. Is this the strength of a dark cultivator? Such a terrifying aura is too shocking. Why do I feel like it's the end of the world? It's too scary. Shocked gazes gathered on the two figures that were hugging each other. This scene was too shocking, and it left an indelible mark in their hearts. The Malachian fiend felt a little uneasy when he noticed this. It was Bewitching's final struggle, but why was his aura so terrifying that even he felt that he could not resist it? What a joke! Qing Devil shouted coldly, dispelling all the uneasiness in his heart. He did not believe that Bewitching had any extraordinary means. Today, he would definitely die by his own hands. The golden light was getting closer and closer, and its sharp breath blew Bailey Hongzhuang's long hair away. She could almost feel the smell of death. Rumble, a monstrous sound suddenly spread out, and the deafening sound seemed to want to burst everyone's eardrums. Everyone subconsciously used essence energy to protect their ears, but they were unwilling to miss that exciting confrontation. An astonishing aura that they had never felt before suddenly appeared in the thick darkness. In an instant, everyone only felt that there was a terrifying aura that completely suppressed them and looked down on all life. It was a kind of contempt, as if they were all ants. Under this invisible but terrifying pressure, no one could even raise their heads. What is this? Fear appeared in everyone's eyes. It was as if they had seen a true king. All their resistance seemed to be a joke in front of him. How dare you attack my master? Are you tired of living? A cold voice came from the darkness, exuding a cold, indifferent, and disdainful chilliness. Everyone stood rooted to the ground, not daring to move an inch. They couldn't see the creature's form at all. All they could see was a splashing black color. Their mental strength was also blocked the moment they tried to extend it. However, they clearly heard the word master. Master? Who was the master of such a creature? Everyone curled up in a corner, trembling, and cursing the madman in their minds. How dare he challenge the master of such a creature? Wasn't he courting death? Bewitching was also surprised by the sudden appearance of the situation. He had only given the Azure Demon the final blow with the determination to die. However, what happened next was completely beyond his expectations. The thick black color gave him a vague sense of familiarity, but he had never performed such a move before. Even now, when he thought about it, he was not sure how he had performed it. When he heard that familiar, Sundara voice, he was certain that it was his baby's voice. Baby? Master, I'm late. When everyone heard the conversation between Bewitching and the terrifying creature, they all had a mental breakdown. Bow. Bow, how could such a terrifying creature have such a name? Master must be very careless to call it that. This is the baby? Bailey Hongzhuang slowly opened her eyes. She had always wanted to see Bewitching's contracted beast, and the appearance of this fellow had undoubtedly shocked her greatly. What kind of strength was this? At the very least, in the face of such an aura, she did not even have the slightest thought of resisting. This was because this was an aura that completely suppressed their existence. When the darkness dissipated, everyone could see the situation clearly. In the distance, there was a bigger hole than the one Bewitching fell into. Qing Devil fell into this hole. No one knew whether she was dead or alive. Everyone wanted to take a look at the contracted beast that could easily send an elementary immortal expert flying, but they were disappointed. They didn't see it at all. Master, baby can only stay for a short period of time after breaking through the barrier. I can't stay by Master's side. Master must protect yourself well. The baby's voice was filled with reluctance and worry, as well as an indescribable weakness. Bewitching understood. Earlier, baby had said that there was a powerful Bysema blocking him. That was why he couldn't come to Bewitching's side. Come to think of it, the situation just now was because it sensed Bewitching's danger, so it tried its best to temporarily break through the barrier and come here. Lauda and Lao Er hurriedly ran into the pit. When they arrived, they found that Qing Devil had been covered by a layer of smoke and dust. No one knew whether she was dead or alive. The two of them didn't dare to waste any time. They carried Qing Devil on their backs and quickly fled. They practically didn't have the slightest ability to resist such a terrifying existence. If they continued to stay here, then they would undoubtedly die. Xianxia looked at the tall and handsome figure with a burning gaze. When she saw Bewitching use that move, she felt as if she had seen the god of darkness. She had thought that Qing Devil could completely crush Bewitching, and this was the right choice for her. However, when she saw Bewitching's demeanor in the dark night and saw that he had such a powerful contracted beast, she realized that it wasn't like that, only this man was the most outstanding existence. She looked at Bewitching holding Bailey Hongshuang tenderly. The affection in his eyes was something she had never experienced from any other man. However, everything she wanted belonged to Bailey Hongshuang. Jealousy almost devoured her completely. However, when Qing Devil was rescued, she had no choice but to quickly follow them. This was because she had no other choice but to rely on the Malakian demon now. Sudong, let's go. Xiaoxia didn't dare to delay for even half a second. Once Bailey Hongshuang regained her senses, she would be finished. Xiao Sudong looked at Xiaoyu's eyes. I won't follow you to Qing Devil. Xiaoxia looked puzzled. Qing Devil has a powerful force in the immortal realm. We can live a good life as long as we follow him. Xiao Sudong shook his head and handed the secret key to Xiaoxia. No, it's your life, not mine. After what happened today, he found that Xiaoxia was no longer the sister he had always admired. Perhaps she had completely changed since a long time ago. He couldn't accept her point of view. What she had done and leaving with her was not the life he wanted. Xiaoxia was a little anxious. She wanted to persuade Xiao Sudong, but the situation was urgent. She didn't have time to say anything else. She could only say, it's up to you. You've become a fool following Master. End of chapter 72:58. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.